Hey everyone! This year has been absolutely incredible, not just because of all the amazing analog horror series that have come out, but also because of everything I've been able to experience as a creator. I can only say thank you for all the support and give something back with a very special video, a true archive you can return to whenever you want, to relive the very best of what this channel has brought throughout the year. The most extensive analog horror compilation on YouTube, featuring plenty of extras I know you'll enjoy. And since Halloween is just around the corner, I honestly couldn't think of a better time to release it. As you've probably noticed, this is hours upon hours of content to dive into, so if there's a specific part you'd like to jump to, you can use the timestamps in the description or the automatic chapters on the video itself. That said, support this video as much as you can so the channel keeps growing. And remember, if you want to appear in the next one, all you have to do is reply to the pinned comment. Welcome to the longest analog horror video on YouTube. The video begins in Little Red Riding Hood's house, where her mother delivers some troubling news. Her grandmother is ill and urgently needs a basket of candies they've prepared. Surprised, Little Red expresses concern about making the journey at such a late hour. Despite her hesitation, her mother insists that the basket must reach the grandmother immediately. Summoning her courage, Little Red grabs the basket from the table and prepares to set off into the forest. Before she leaves, her mother sternly warns her not to speak to any strangers under any circumstances. It's clear that the basket doesn't actually contain candies, but rather medication. After all, sweets don't cure illnesses. And honestly, what mother in her right mind would let her daughter wander through a forest alone at night? At the very least, she could accompany her, right? The scene abruptly shifts to Little Red already making her way through the forest. The surroundings are dark, though her flashlight offers her some sense of security. As she ventures deeper, she comes across the lifeless bodies of several animals, creating an intensely eerie atmosphere. A rabbit's corpse warns her to leave the forest as quickly as possible. But before she can react, the one responsible for the carnage appears.
What's this? Dead animals?
He did it. You need to run. Get out of here as fast as you can. Go now. Ow, 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 ow.
What are you doing at this forest at this time?
Who are you?
I'm just a wolf. Where are you going, little girl?
My mother told me not to talk to strangers.
But you can trust me. I'm your new friend now. Tell me, where are you going, little girl?
I'm just going to my grandma's house. She's sick and needs me.
Thanks for telling me. See you later.
The wolf introduces himself politely, insisting that she can trust him as he tries to win her over. Terrified and naively unaware of the danger, Little Red inadvertently reveals her grandmother's location, giving the wolf the perfect opportunity to strike. Predictably, the wolf hurries to the grandmother's house under the pretense of wanting to care for her, arriving long before Little Red. He knocks on the door and, though the grandmother is initially suspicious, she convinces herself it must be her granddaughter and decides to open it. Big mistake.
Who's there?
It's your granddaughter, Grandma.
Hello?
Don't come here. He will found you.
The scene shifts back to Little Red, still making her way through the forest. Suddenly, she has another encounter with the wolf, who chillingly tells her,
Don't rush, little girl. Things have already happened. There is no salvation for her.
Terrified, Little Red runs as fast as she can and finally reaches her grandmother's house, thinking she'll be safe there. However, she finds the door open and has no idea why. Inside, the house is shrouded in darkness, and, to make matters worse, her grandmother is nowhere to be found. The mounting sense of dread, fueled by the wolf's presence, drives her to frantically search for a hiding spot. She makes her way through the house and eventually reaches the last door, entirely unaware of the horror waiting behind it.
Hey Granny, I bought you a basket of sweets. Where are you? Granny?
Come closer. 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 Come closer.
Your brain is gone. Now it's your turn.
The wolf, tired of his game, finally decides to end her life as well.
You can hide from him, Mom. He will find you.
In the end, it's revealed that her mother's fate is also sealed. There's no escape, no place to hide. The psychopathic wolf is already there. The next chapter begins with Little Red Riding Hood's mother's house, where it is finally revealed that the wolf also ended her life. Additionally, the state of his 3 victims is shown, painting a bleak and horrifying picture. The scene then shifts to the protagonist of this second chapter, the hunter. He is introduced alongside a chilling message.
Where were you? When did it all happen? When do we all die, Hansel?
Kill the wolf.
Kill the wolf.
Kill the wolf.
Determined to accomplish his mission, the hunter ventures into the forest where the sinister killer committed his crimes. He knows that 3 people and countless animals have already fallen victim. During his search, he encounters more dead animals scattered throughout the woods.
Wow, dead animals? Well, I expected to find them.
He's not just a wolf. You need to kill him. He has our souls. Save me, please. Behind you.
At one point, the hunter begins to suspect he's hallucinating after hearing that corpse speak to him. However, he dismisses the thought and presses on. Eventually, he arrives at the home of one of the victims, Little Red Riding Hood's mother. The hunter enters the house and readies his weapon. He carefully inspects each room, initially finding nothing significant, until he detects a foul odor coming from behind a door. Upon opening it, he discovers Little Red's mother's lifeless body. Nearby, he finds a handwritten note left by her that reads,
"I don't know how long I'll hide. I feel him approaching."
You will be next.
At that moment, the hunter senses something drawing near.
So this is the wolf. Where did he go?
Bullets don't work, Hansel. It's too late to save them.
I need to run before he catches me.
Realizing the danger, the hunter decides to flee before he too is captured and meets the same fate as the corpse he found earlier. After a long walk, he reaches the grandmother's house, all the while pursued by the wolf, who taunts him, warning that he will meet the same end as the others. Inside the house, the hunter barricades the door with furniture, preventing the wolf from getting in. However, he soon realizes that the door isn't the only way in.
Oh no, he came in through the window. He's hunting me. I can hear his footsteps. What the hell is this? What did he do to her?
Discovering what remains of Little Red, the hunter hides in a side room, though it reeks of something foul. Investigating further, he finds the grandmother's corpse, and, to his horror, the wolf standing next to her.
You have nowhere to escape. Your fate is sealed. You will end up like them.
You couldn't save them. You are a failure. You deserve this fate.
In the end, it is revealed that, after his death, Hansel will be tormented for all eternity, alongside the souls he was unable to avenge.
You didn't save us.
You didn't save us.
You didn't save us. Now we are doomed forever.
Now we are doomed forever.
Now we are doomed forever. You're one of us now, Hansel.
You're one of us now, Hansel.
You're one of us now, Hansel. You are mine.
This new installment takes place after the events of Little Red Riding Hood, and as we can see on screen, the story is told in the format of an educational game. After leaving their mother's home, the three little pigs each decide to build their own house. The first pig opts for a straw house because it's quick and easy to build. The second, putting in a bit more effort, uses wooden sticks. Meanwhile, the third pig invests time and dedication into constructing a solid brick house. They are fully aware that a murderous wolf lurks outside, and they need a safe refuge to protect themselves. As night falls, the pig with the straw house begins to feel cold and decides to go inside for shelter. Unfortunately for him, his executioner is already there. The wolf starts banging loudly on the door, demanding to be let in, intent on destroying it. Naturally, the pig refuses, but it makes no difference. His fate is sealed. The wolf breaks through the door and brutally murders him. The psychopath leaps onto him, tearing his face apart with his claws. From what we've seen so far, this seems to be his preferred method of killing. An interesting detail here is that we can see the physical scars left from his encounter with Hansel. Next, we are introduced to the second pig, whose house is made of sticks. However, at one point, the tormented spirit of Hansel appears. His words seem nonsensical at first, but when the audio is reversed, we can hear the true message.
Save me. Please help us. Save us.
As we've seen so far, we are dealing with a ruthless, psychopathic entity, pure evil incarnate, whose only goal is to spread fear and despair wherever it goes, inflicting as much psychological and physical torment as possible on its victims before ending their lives. Perhaps this is how it feeds, by consuming the suffering of the souls it traps in these traumatic events. All those killed by the wolf seem to exist in a state of eternal agony. The question remains, can anyone free them from their suffering? Following this, both the moon and the sun, which previously had happy expressions, now look much more serious and concerned about the horrors unfolding, and things are only about to get worse. Despite offering more protection than the first, the second pig's house won't be much help either. The wolf knocks on the door again, this time pretending to be his brother. He could break through the door at any moment without effort, but as we've already seen, he enjoys toying with his victims before tearing them apart. And so, just as expected, the second pig meets a gruesome end. As in the original story of the Three Little Pigs, we are finally introduced to the last pig. However, before he can finish building his house, he receives a message from his dead brothers. They beg him to sacrifice himself along with the wolf. If he manages to burn the creature, all the trapped souls will finally be freed and allowed to rest in peace. This confirms what we already suspected. The wolf is a supernatural entity that traps the souls of those he kills, forcing them into an endless cycle of suffering. Determined to put an end to this nightmare, the third pig finishes building his brick house, gathers gasoline and a lighter, and prepares to carry out his plan once and for all. Night falls, and the wolf knocks on the door once more, only this time, it will be his last. The pig knows exactly who is outside. He lets the wolf in and, with the lighter in hand, sets everything ablaze. As the souls are finally released, the wolf's own spirit emerges, revealing shocking new information.
I have been corrupted. The witch did this for my thirst for revenge. I wanted to have a happy ending, but what's left for me is to burn eternally in hell for my actions. But I don't regret anything. I would kill more. I really like this. Gretel, go after the witch and free your brother. Hansel's soul is not saved like the others.
The wolf was once a human child, consumed by such an overwhelming thirst for vengeance that he became a ruthless, psychopathic killer. It is highly likely that the mastermind behind everything, the witch, took advantage of this and corrupted him, transforming him into the monstrous figure we know today. Despite knowing that his soul is doomed to burn in hell for eternity, the wolf confesses that he has no regrets and would do it all over again. After all, this darkness was inside him long before he became what he is now. Before vanishing, he leaves a final message for Gretel, Hansel's well-known sister and the next protagonist of this story. Hansel has not been freed yet. Gretel must defeat the witch to save his soul. In the end, what appears to be the witch emerges, taking the wolf's lifeless body away. We have reached the final stretch of this story. Here we will uncover the truth behind it all. We find ourselves in Gretel's house, where she lies asleep in her bed. Perhaps sleep is her only escape from the deep concern she feels for her brother. Suddenly, a supernatural force knocks over a photo of him, startling Gretel awake. It is then that she comes face to face with her brother's soul, who desperately begs her to save him. And from what we can see, his presence causes the paintings to change. One of them now depicts Little Red Riding Hood with the wolf. Gretel can't believe what she's seeing, and to make matters worse, she notices that Hansel's figure appears lifeless. She recalls the last time she saw him. It was 3 days ago when he left to hunt the wolf lurking in the forest. This moment also serves as a subtle nod to the comments on Hansel's video, where viewers pointed out that despite his weapon resembling an AK-47 at first glance, it actually functioned like a shotgun. Despite trying to convince herself that what she just witnessed was nothing but her imagination, a lingering unease remains. She gets up and notices a note left on the floor, one written by Hansel's spirit.
Gretel, save me. Follow the breadcrumbs on the path. Don't trust her.
Convinced that her brother is in danger, Gretel knows she must act. She grabs her pistol and begins following the breadcrumbs Hansel left behind. She ventures deep into the darkest part of the forest, eventually arriving at the brick house built by the third little pig. Unsurprisingly, it is now completely destroyed after the events of the previous chapter. Though the sight unsettles her, she cannot afford to be distracted and continues forward. Similarly, Gretel stumbles upon Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother's house, yet once again, she chooses not to dwell on it. Unbeknownst to her, tragic events have unfolded in both locations. At one point, she briefly catches a glimpse of Hansel's soul. However, Before she can interact with him, his spectral figure vanishes just as quickly as it appeared. Trapped between doubt and desperation, Gretel begins to question her own sanity after witnessing such eerie apparitions. After some time, she finally reaches the end of the path. The breadcrumbs lead her to a house made of candy. She wonders why her brother wanted her to come here. She will soon find out.
How can I help you? Did you like my house?
Hi. I just want to know if you've seen my brother.
Come in, it's cold out there. I know how I can help you.
So this is her who I shouldn't trust? Why is her house so dark?
Sit down, my dear. Would you like something to eat?
No, I just want to know if you saw my brother.
What's your name and when was the last time you saw him?
Hansel, he is a hunter. He said he went hunting a wolf and hasn't come back for 3 days.
A wolf? I'm so sorry.
What do you mean?
Gretel is puzzled by the witch's words and asks her to be more clear. The witch then begins to recount the story of the wolf, finally revealing who the boy was before his transformation. A long time ago, there was a boy who was relentlessly bullied for being weak and fragile. The abuse he suffered was so intense that he was always left in tears, drowning in despair. His home was the only place where he felt safe, where he could be himself and find happiness. But one day, the same people who tormented him daily burned his home to the ground. And at that moment, something inside him broke. He became someone entirely different. He had lost everything. His safe haven no longer existed. Something in his mind snapped, and he began to do terrible things. Consumed by vengeance, he carried out a massacre, but instead of feeling disturbed or overwhelmed, the act made him feel good. This was the precise moment he transformed into the psychopathic killer we now know, indiscriminately taking the lives of people who had nothing to do with his suffering. Yet in time, even that was not enough for him. Seeking more power, he went to the witch's house and begged her to turn him into an immortal creature, one akin to a wolf. He wanted no one to stop him. He wished to kill and spread chaos for all eternity. The witch agreed to help him, but the price was his very soul. As part of the ritual, the boy slaughtered a helpless wolf to complete his transformation. However, before she began, the witch needed to know his greatest fear. Without hesitation, the boy answered,
Fire.
The witch informed him that she could indeed turn him into a bloodthirsty wolf, an unstoppable and immortal being. However, she warned him that he must never go near fire, for it would be his only weakness and the one thing capable of ending him. This revelation confirms what was already suspected. The wolf harbored souls within itself. That is why, in some way, they knew its weakness, ultimately leading to its demise. Upon finishing her tale, Gretel reaches a chilling conclusion. The witch had just revealed that this wolf was responsible for her brother's death. However, she refuses to believe her words and prepares to leave, but the witch insists she should not go, warning her about the rain. While Gretel could still leave, she realizes that Hansel did not lead her here without reason. This strange woman must be hiding something. As she is lost in thought, Hansel's soul briefly materializes beside her. In the end, Gretel decides to stay. The witch then tells her that her room is upstairs, but warns her not to go down to the basement, whose bloodstained door suggests something sinister lies within. Though she stays, Gretel has no intention of sleeping. Her instincts tell her that her brother is somewhere in this house, and she must find him as soon as possible. However, likely exhausted, she collapses onto the bed and drifts into sleep. In the dream world she enters, she finally has the long-awaited reunion with her brother. But this dream quickly turns into a nightmare.
Hansel?
Your brother is dead.
A nightmare?
Upon waking, she realizes she has dozed off by accident. And worse, the door to her room is now wide open, even though she clearly remembers closing it. Something is very wrong. Determined to uncover the truth, Gretel finally decides to investigate. Armed with her pistol, she ventures into the dark hallways of the house. As she explores, she comes across a door. Without hesitation, she enters. Inside, she finds the charred corpse of the wolf, and in its right hand, it holds the key to the basement. Without a second thought, Gretel takes the key, determined to descend unnoticed. However, what she doesn't realize is that she is doing exactly what the witch wants. At last, she manages to enter, desperately hoping to find her brother there. Once inside, Gretel discovers a strange book containing instructions on how to kill both the wolf and the witch herself. But why would someone own a book with instructions on how to kill themselves? Perhaps this is Hansel's way of communicating and helping his sister, though admittedly, it is a bit strange. Nevertheless, the book states that to kill the witch, Gretel must shoot her in the head, the right shoulder, and the heart, in that order. Before she can even react, the witch appears, and using her power to control the wolf's corpse, she manages to capture Gretel.
Where am I? Who arrested me? You? Let me go now.
Here, we uncover the witch's true plan and the biggest plot twist of the entire series. Every appearance of Hansel's soul that we've seen so far has been a lie, mere hallucinations conjured by the witch to lure Gretel toward her. Her goal? To claim both Gretel's soul and her body. All the bodies she had collected with the wolf's help were empty, soulless, except for hers and her brother's. Her ultimate objective was to gather as many souls as possible to become unstoppable, but now, she can only claim theirs. That's right, Hansel isn't dead. He is barely clinging to life, his body shattered and broken. But what Gretel is about to witness next is something she will never forget.
Help me.
Now that I have your brother's soul, all I have left is your Gretel. Come here.
Give me your soul.
Finally, following the book's instructions, Gretel manages to defeat the witch and free her brother's soul. However, the witch's spirit curses Gretel, reminding her that she failed to save her brother's life and ending with a bitter wish for her death. At that moment, the wolf's soul appears, ready to drag her away by force to where they truly belong, the depths of hell itself. After an undefined period, we see Gretel standing before Hansel's gravestone. Though she was unable to save his body, she hopes his soul can finally rest in peace. It is then that Hansel's spirit appears, reassuring her that he can now find peace at last. And so, we reach the end. A good ending, where both the witch and the wolf burn in hell, paying for all they have done. The series concludes on a positive note, showing the witch consumed by flames in the depths of hell.
Magnificent. Now, these designs clearly are masterpieces, sir. Besides appealing to children, they can also entertain adults, specifically the infamous Polar Poo. He looks so lifelike, so alive, but how?
With technology, of course. We've managed to bring these characters to life by using the latest generation animatronic technology.
That makes sense. But what I'm talking about is a different feeling. Like this character has a soul. It's no wonder you've risen so far in the entertainment industry, Mr. Graves.
It all starts with a rather intriguing interview. We see a journalist admiring the designs of the restaurant's animatronics, and from the very beginning, it's clear just how impressed he is. The journalist also mentions something interesting. These characters don't just attract children, they entertain adults as well. This tells us a lot about the company's target audience. At this point, the journalist highlights Polar Poo, and this is where the things start to get unsettling. He describes the animatronic as incredibly realistic, so much so that it almost feels alive in some way. Suddenly, a mysterious voice chimes in, and while we don't immediately know who it belongs to, it's eventually revealed to be someone named Mr. Graves, one of the most important characters in this entire story. His response is quick and to the point, with technology, of course. This line is significant because, while it tries to offer a rational explanation, it doesn't quite match the strange feeling we're starting to pick up on. And considering the story this series draws inspiration from, we can already suspect that there's more to this than meets the eye. Mr. Graves goes on to explain that they used cutting-edge animatronic technology to bring these characters to life. But the journalist isn't satisfied. Something still doesn't sit right with him. He talks about a different kind of feeling, as if these animatronics had a soul. In the end, the journalist acknowledges Mr. Graves' success in the entertainment industry. But for us, the audience, it's already clear that something is very wrong here. And as a fun fact, this entire sequence is clearly inspired by the intro of Sister Location.
She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
As you can see, even the structure is almost identical. The first tape, titled Company Story 1978, shows us a newspaper clipping from June 22nd, 1973. The text is only partially readable, but it strongly resembles the kind of articles we've seen in FNAF. In it, we can make out the full name of Mr. Graves, Walter Graves, who, along with someone named Freddy, founded an establishment called Wendy's Waffles, a restaurant, as we'll later see, that also features the animatronic Polar Poo. Two friends teaming up to open a restaurant with animatronics? I wonder where I've heard that before. After this, we're introduced to a sort of television program where a puppet named Windkit enthusiastically tells us the story of the founding of Winterballs Entertainment. With his contagious energy, he invites us to follow along and see how it all began. Windkit mentions the two great founders of the company, Freddie Burton and... Just as he's about to say the second name, the recording distorts and cuts off. But right before the interruption, we hear Windkit start to pronounce the first syllable of the other founder's name, which finally confirms his identity, Walter Graves. Of course, we already knew this thanks to the newspaper clipping from earlier. Given the clear parallels to FNAF and the distortion just before revealing Walter Graves' full name, the story is already dropping some pretty obvious hints about the role this man is likely to play. After this technical difficulty, Windkit goes on to tell us that Winterballs Entertainment was founded in 1969 in Langside, Minnesota. Thanks to a collaboration with Techtail Engineering, they managed to open their first business, Wendy's Waffles. As the screen distorts once again, we catch a glimpse of Walter Graves' silhouette in the background, smiling in a way that can only be described as sinister. The tape then reveals information about a project called Winter Wonderland, a theme park designed by Walter Graves in 1972. Although the park couldn't move forward to the construction phase due to financial difficulties, the project was later revived by Walter with the help of financial partners after the tragic death of Freddie Burton. The park was renamed Walter's Winter Wonderland in honor of Walter's supposed success. The general idea was to create a park with smaller attractions surrounding a castle, with larger entertainment rides at the center, all planned to be built in a forested area on the outskirts of Langside town. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, the park turned out to be an overwhelming success, doubling its budget in just 1 week. Given what we're starting to understand about Walter's character, it's hard not to feel like something is very wrong with all of this. I mean, reviving a project you started with your business partner right after his death and taking all the credit? Something definitely doesn't add up. Right after this, we're shown a memorial tape dedicated to the memory of Frederick Burton. In it, Walter Graves reflects on the loss of his dear friend and how difficult it was for him and those close to Freddie. It's clear that Freddie was a beloved and respected figure, someone with big plans and ambitious projects. Walter specifically mentions Project Wendy's Waffles, and while he expresses pride in what they accomplished, Freddie's absence still weighs heavily on him. Even so, as Walter himself says, the show must go on. All of this would seem heartfelt if it weren't for the sinister, almost maniacal laugh Walter lets out right before the recording ends. Could it be that Walter had a hand in Freddie's death? Oh, and that photo you see on the table, it's directly inspired by one from Chuck E. Cheese.
Losing Freddie was hard. My friends and I shared lots of memories with him since our college years. We had so many plans together, so many projects. Now, seeing what we did, Project Wendy's Waffles makes me feel proud of us. I think we nailed it. But now he's gone. And like they always say, the show must go on.
Next, we're introduced to Harold, another close friend and the lead engineer of the company's foundation, along with a shot of the parts and services room filled with various endoskeletons and animatronic heads. Harold's tone is relaxed, almost casual, but it's also filled with genuine admiration for Freddy. He describes him as incredibly intelligent, a man with a brilliant mind for business. Harold reminisces about their college years alongside Walter, Freddy, and Nancy, another friend, mentioning how they all studied different fields but shared a common vision. It's here that we learn something many of us had already suspected. Walter and Freddy were always the closest of the group, almost like brothers. Then we meet Nancy, the lead artist of Winterball's entertainment. Her memory of Freddy is far more emotional. She describes him as an incredibly kind and generous person, someone who once gave away all his money to a homeless woman. She also reveals that Freddy often helped his friends pass their college courses and even played a crucial role in her personal life. He was the one who named her son, Michael. Through Nancy's words, we truly feel the depth of Freddy's loss and how much his absence left a hole in their lives. But just when we think Freddy is only a memory, we hear him. In a recording dated January 5th, 1973, Freddie Burton speaks to us directly. He talks about the progress of the Wendy's Waffles project. The restaurant is taking shape, and they're scheduled to test the Polar Poo animatronic on January 10th. He also mentions the costume for the character Wendy Winterballs, which has already had its first test and seems to be working well. However, there's a subtle hint of caution in Freddy's words. While Nancy isn't sure about starting with just one animatronic, Freddy explains that they'll only have one at first due to budget limitations, a decision that could be seen as either a practical move or an early sign of technical and financial struggles. Freddy also briefly mentions the restaurant's menu, adding some everyday details that make this recording feel even more authentic and, at the same time, incredibly tragic, knowing what we now know about his fate. Suddenly, the recording cuts out, and through the static, we catch a glimpse of a strange silhouette standing next to a photo of Walter Graves. Given everything we've seen so far, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that this could be the spirit of Freddy himself, making this final sequence feel like a chilling confirmation of Walter's direct involvement in his death. After this recording, we transition to a training tape for Winterball's Entertainment's art department. Here, Nancy Mandela explains her creative process. She mentions that when designing characters, she always consults her children, since the target audience is kids. Specifically, she recalls working on the design for Polar Poo, and how Walter once brought in a child whose feedback ended up shaping the character's final look. Strangely, the child's name is censored, though it's highly likely this was his son, whom we'll later meet as Dustin. At the time, Nancy found it odd that a child was influencing her work, but she admits that the kid's suggestions were actually spot on. This small detail starts establishing a connection between the founder's children and the animatronic characters, something that could carry some very dark implications down the line. The scene then shifts to a recording from January 10th, 1973, where we finally see Polar Poo for the first time. And I don't think I even need to mention who this character's design was clearly inspired by. In this footage, Harold and Nancy discuss the animatronic's readiness for its debut.
Is that thing working?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's working perfectly.
Good, good. I'm just gonna... Alright, I'll join our loaded and ready. Where's Walter and Freddy anyway?
I have no idea. Haven't you called them?
Well, of course I did.
And...
They didn't pick up.
Oh, we'd better start. We can do another test when they get back, right?
Yeah, of course. Let me just double check everything. How's Michael and Elena, by the way?
They're good. They'll be hanging out with their father since school is over, so... yeah.
Sounds nice. Okay, everything is good and working.
Oh, we're starting.
Yes, stage performance test starts in 1, 2, 3.
Then we see Polar Poo in action. Its movements are far from smooth, but the animatronic does what it's supposed to, singing and dancing well enough for an early test. But the real shock here? Walter was there the entire time, hidden, watching, and no one even noticed his presence. That is seriously unsettling. Finally, the scene cuts to a phone call recording between Walter and Nancy. Walter asks if her daughter, Helena, will be attending his son Dustin's birthday party, mentioning how excited Dustin is to see her. Nancy hesitates, considering how last minute the invitation is, but ultimately agrees, under the condition that Walter brings Helena home by 5 p.m. But then the conversation takes a weird and uncomfortable turn. Walter's last words leave an eerie vibe hanging in the air, and it doesn't take a genius to guess where this is going. It seems very likely that Nancy will never see her daughter again.
Yes, who is it?
Hey, Nancy, it's Walter.
Oh, Walter. How are you? What's up?
I'm good, thanks. Just wondering if Helena's coming to the party or not. Dustin really wants to see her, you know.
I'm not sure. You phoned the party late. I can't let Helena return home that late.
Ah, come on, Nancy, relax. If you're that worried, I can give Helena a lift.
Okay. But take her home at 5 p.m.
5 p.m. it is. Thank you, Nancy. That will make little Dustin really happy.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. See you later.
See you in your dreams, Nancy.
Yeah, sure.
The second tape, titled Midnight Security Protocol 1975, kicks off as a training video for Wendy's Waffles security staff. And right from the start, there's this strange mix of formal instructions and an underlying sense of unease. The video explains the main responsibilities of the Midnight Security Protocol: conducting hourly patrols, preventing intruders, and monitoring the restaurant through security cameras placed in every room. But then we get a sudden visual glitch, and a chilling phrase flashes on the screen. I am stuck in the rabbit. After this unsettling interruption, we hear from Adam Hamilton, the head of security, and in a clear nod to FNAF's phone guy, he explains the basics of the job. Of everything Adam says, 2 instructions stand out as the most important: monitoring the camera system and, under no circumstances, allowing Polar Poo to enter the security office. Adam warns that the animatronics' movements are heavy and powerful, and if it gets too close, it could seriously harm anyone nearby. Yeah, the FNAF influence is absolutely undeniable here, and it doesn't stop there. Later on, we find out that one of the security cameras isn't working, just like the out-of-service kitchen camera from the first Five Nights at Freddy's game. The series wears its inspiration from Scott Cawthon's work on its sleeve, and I'll definitely be sharing my thoughts on that by the end of this video. After Adam's instructions, we're introduced to Ethan Smith, the night security guard, and the references keep piling up. Ethan's full name is clearly a nod to Mike Schmidt, the security guard from the first FNAF game. From the moment we meet him, Ethan seems uneasy and confused. He mentions that he doesn't understand why Mr. Graves asked him to record his patrols. But as we're about to see, that question will get a horrifying answer.
It's working. This is Ethan Smith. I'm not going to get into much detail, but basically this is my first night shift. So yeah, Mr. Graves asked me to record my patrol for some reason, and here we are. Weird. Welcome back to hell. Why the fuck did they turn the power off? It's only been 30 minutes since the closing. Let's see how old Polar Pal is doing. Quickly as always.
The tape ends with a fax dated February 24th, 1975, reporting Ethan Smith's death at Wendy's Waffles. And what's most disturbing isn't just that he died. It's the condition his body was found in. The report describes Ethan's remains as extremely unrecognizable, suggesting an act of brutal and excessive violence. His identity could only be confirmed through his ID badge. The third tape, titled Criminal Identification System 1976, draws direct inspiration from one of those FNAF VHS fan series that was pretty popular back in the day. And if you've seen it, you'll definitely recognize the parallels. This tape belongs to McCoy Mechanics, Harold's company. It starts with a body scan of the Polar Poo animatronic. Everything seems normal at first, until the scan reaches the torso. That's when we see it, the unmistakable shape of a human figure trapped inside the animatronic, just like the infamous missing children incident from Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Then, as the title of this tape suggests, Polar Poo is equipped with a criminal recognition system, which makes no sense considering this animatronic was supposedly built just to sing and dance. Clearly, there were other plans for this machine. When Polar Poo tries to identify Walter Graves, the system suddenly malfunctions and resets. It's almost as if the system was deliberately programmed to glitch out when recognizing him. Or maybe whatever is inside the animatronic feels a kind of unspeakable terror toward Walter. But the most shocking part comes right after. Polar Poo successfully scans Harold McCoy and labels him as a murderer. Immediately after this revelation, the video feed distorts again. Strange, shadowy figures, what looks like an entire family, slowly begin to appear on screen. And then one of them speaks. They plead with Harold to remember the accident. Whatever this accident was, we still don't know. But it's clear now that Harold McCoy has a far darker past than we ever suspected.
Remember the accident, Harold.
The fourth tape, titled Murder of Helena Mandela 1979, belongs to the Langaside Police Department and opens with a chilling warning because viewing this tape is strictly prohibited. Right from the start, you can tell this is going to be one of the most disturbing entries in the series. We're informed about the tragic murder of Helena Mandela, the 11-year-old daughter of Nancy Mandela. Helena's body was discovered on December 6, 1979, in the St. Eric Forest, near the Walter's Winter Wonderland theme park. The body was found by a civilian, Elizabeth Brown, and later confirmed through an autopsy. Security camera footage shows Helena leaving the park around 9 p.m., heading toward the forest. Moments later, an unidentified figure, dressed as Windy Winterballs, one of the park's mascots, follows her in the same direction. The police's prime suspect is Tony Kansas, a park employee who worked as a cashier and also portrayed the Windy Winterballs character. According to Walter Graves himself, Tony had been the only actor playing the mascot since 1976. Tony is quickly arrested, but we all know the truth by now. It's painfully clear that the psychopathic killer behind all of this is none other than the one you're seeing on screen right now, Walter Graves. He orchestrated the perfect plan. By disguising himself as Windy Winterballs and making sure no one saw him putting on or removing the costume, he ensured that suspicion would naturally fall on Tony. And if no one ever sees Walter near the suit, who would even think to accuse him? At this point, it's impossible to ignore the heavy inspiration from the infamous William Afton. Then comes one of the most chilling moments so far. We cut to a close-up of a rabbit suit, but the suit is no longer empty. Now it houses a soul. As a slow, distorted version of Bonnie's lullaby plays in the background, we hear the muffled, terrified screams of Helena Mandela coming from inside the costume. Just as the series foreshadowed, Helena is now trapped within the rabbit, her life stolen and her spirit bound to the animatronic. The tape ends with a gut-wrenching phone call from Nancy Mandela to Walter Graves. Desperate and terrified, Nancy pleads for any information about her daughter's whereabouts. Her fear and anguish feel raw and real, every word a cry of pure despair. On the other end of the line, Walter remains mostly silent, his shaky breathing the only response he gives. And in that silence, the truth becomes clearer than ever.
Walter, where's Helena? I've been calling you for hours. Where is my little girl? Answer me, Walter! What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm gonna call the police if you have something that the heck is my daughter! You sick bastard! What happened to my daughter? Please answer! Why? Why?
The fifth tape, titled United States Entity Department 1985, introduces a completely new and chilling concept: the official recognition of paranormal entities by a government organization, the USED, United States Entity Department. I really like this edition because it expands the universe of the Winterland Incident far beyond what anyone could have imagined at first. This file, dated 1985, the most advanced date we've seen so far, gives us new information about Polar Pooh, who is referred to by this organization as Entity 222 or Birthday Boy. The entity is classified as Grade 3, which, according to the grading system presented, indicates a medium level of danger. We learn that Polar Pooh was recovered from the ruins of Walter's Winter Wonderland, which already hints at a major event. Sometime between 1979 and 1985, the theme park will be destroyed. It's also confirmed that Polar Pooh was one of the victims who lost their life in the Winterland Incident. But the most unsettling revelation is what comes next. During several scans, Entity 222 emitted 5 spiritual auras, which means that despite what we might have initially thought, the animatronic is possessed by more than one person. And among those souls, there's a strong possibility that Freddy's spirit might be one of them. The file also provides critical safety instructions. If anyone encounters this entity, they should never attack it, as doing so would only increase its aggression. Instead, the recommended approach is to run, hide, or try to distract it until the entity naturalization team arrives. Polar Pooh, now officially designated as Entity 222, is subjected to visual and auditory tests in a scene clearly reminiscent from FNAF, Pizzeria Simulator. During the auditory tests, only tapes 2 and 4 provoke any reaction from the animatronic. Tape 2 plays a birthday song, while tape 4 contains nothing but screaming. The visual tests provide even more chilling results. Polar Pooh reacts violently to 3 specific images: a snowman, a missing poster of a girl named Beatrice, and a photo of Walter Graves. It's the photo of Walter that sends the animatronic into a full-blown rage, resulting in the death of whoever was conducting the test. But these reactions tell us more than we might realize at first glance. It becomes clear that all the souls trapped inside the animatronic share a common, horrific experience: a birthday party, chaos, and a face they will never forget. The same face, burned into their memory, the executioner who led them to their deaths. The final tape, titled Concept Relocation Installation Tape, at first seems like a simple instructional video detailing the relocation process of the Polar Pooh animatronic from Wendy's Waffles to its new home at Winter Wonderland. The process starts normally enough. Stage materials are packed up and loaded onto a truck for transport across the city. Upon arrival at the new location, the disassembly of Polar Pooh begins, so that its costume can be changed. But this is when things take a horrifying turn. As they remove the torso, the footage is censored, strongly implying the presence of a lifeless body hidden inside the suit. This contradicts the later revelation of multiple souls residing within the animatronic, suggesting that perhaps this is something that happens later on. Once the outer parts are fully removed, what remains is the bare endoskeleton. The installation process continues, fitting the new Model 2 suit, known as Superstar Polar Poo, onto the original mechanical frame. With the new costume fully installed, the video reveals that 2 more animatronics will soon join Polar Poo in an effort to captivate audiences even more: a rabbit animatronic and a smaller, unidentified character. But it's the closing image of the tape that delivers the most disturbing revelation yet. 3 children's souls are shown holding hands, 2 girls and 1 boy. One of the girls is clearly Helena Mandela, whose soul has been trapped inside the rabbit animatronic. As for the other 2 children, their identities remain a mystery, but there are some strong clues. The boy could very well be Dustin, the supposed son of Walter Graves. Given Walter's dark history, the idea of his own child becoming one of his victims feels all too plausible. The other girl may be Beatrice. Polar Poo's violent reaction to that image suggests a deep connection between them, and this could very well be the reason why. We can now definitively rule out Freddy's soul being inside Polar Poo. As for the teaser for the second chapter, it introduces us to Michael Mandela, the other child of Nancy Mandela. He appears disoriented, mentioning that he feels a strange sensation and that he should be dead. Throughout this unsettling moment, a mysterious voice speaks to him, and judging by what it says, it's highly likely that this voice belongs to his sister, Helena. But, of course, I'll leave that for you to interpret.
Michael, you're doing it again, Michael. You're trying to fix things yourself all alone. Again.
What is this? Where am I?
You don't have to do this alone. Ask for help.
What is this feeling? I should be dead, but I'm not.
Asking for help isn't giving up. That's what Walter said. He ended up being too late. Too late to find me. It's not your
Additionally, the video description contains a binary code which, when decoded, leads to a hidden YouTube video titled December 25th, 1974. In this video, we see a missing boy whose identity remains unknown. Once again, the description of this hidden video contains another binary code, and when translated, it reveals the following message.
Name, unknown. Session 1. It is clear that he witnessed a traumatic event. Diagnosis, unknown.
But that's not all. If we head over to the Winterland Incident's community posts section, we find an image accompanied by a Morse code message. At first glance, it doesn't seem to make any sense. But what happens if we read it backward? Suddenly, the message becomes much clearer. It's now more than obvious that Michael Mandela will be one of the main protagonists of the next chapter and the story overall. And with that, we wrap up everything available so far. So, what did you guys think? Honestly, I have no idea how this hasn't blown up yet. As I mentioned at the beginning, this series shows exceptional quality in every aspect. Well, almost every aspect. To be completely honest, I wish it were a bit more original, instead of being a constant string of inspirations and references one after another. But the potential here is massive. This series could really turn into something huge, and I truly hope future chapters start moving away from all the ties to Five Nights at Freddy's. That said, go support the project and the original video. It's a real shame that the first chapter hasn't gotten more attention. Fairy tales have been with us forever, passing down values, warnings, and fantasies that shaped our childhood. However, beneath their seemingly sweet surface, many of these stories hide a much darker reality. Originally, fairy tales were far more cruel and violent, not just meant to entertain, but to scare and teach lessons through fear. For example, in the Brothers Grimm's version of Cinderella, the stepsisters go as far as mutilating their feet to fit into the glass slipper. One cuts off her toes, while the other slices her heel. However, pigeons sent by Cinderella's mother's spirit expose their deception, and as punishment, peck out their eyes. In Snow White, the evil queen doesn't just try to kill her. She orders the huntsman to rip out her heart and lungs so she can eat them. In the end, when she is defeated, she meets a horrifying fate. She is forced to dance in red-hot iron shoes until she drops dead. The tale of the Pied Piper of Hamelin also has a disturbing origin. Based on a real legend, it tells how the piper, after being hired to rid the town of Hamelin of a rat infestation, and then denied his payment, takes revenge by using his music to lure away all the children. They disappear without a trace. There is no happy ending, and their fate remains unknown. Even Sleeping Beauty, in Giambattista Basile's version, is far more unsettling. The princess isn't awakened by a kiss. Instead, a king finds her unconscious and commits an unspeakable act that I can't say here, but I'm sure you can imagine. 9 months later, still asleep, she gives birth to twins. One of the babies, searching for milk, accidentally sucks on her finger, removing the splinter that kept her in slumber. When she finally wakes, she discovers she has 2 children, and that her attacker, the king, is married to another woman. When we turn these tales into horror stories, we're really just restoring them to their natural state. It's like wiping away the makeup and revealing what was always there. A sinister world hidden beneath the polished, happy endings that were added over time. After making the Foxymations video, I started wondering, are there other analog horror stories based on fairy tales that I haven't seen yet? Well, if you're watching this, I guess you already know the answer.
Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Just like in the classic tale, there once was a little girl named Goldilocks, known for her golden, curly hair. One day, while wandering through the forest, she came across a cozy house. Seeing that the door was open, she decided to step inside. Inside the house, 3 bowls of soup sat on the table. Goldilocks tasted the first one, but it was too hot. She tried the second, but it was too cold. Finally, she tasted the third. It was just right, so she ate it all up. Then, she noticed 3 chairs. She sat in the first one, but it was too big. She tried the second, but it was still too large for her. Finally, she sat in the third, which was small and comfortable. But suddenly, it broke under her weight. Curious, she went upstairs and found 3 beds. The first was too hard, the second too soft. But the third was just right, so she lay down and fell asleep. But soon the owners of the house would return.
Why am I still sleepy?
Hello, little girl. What are you doing in me and my family's home?
Who are you?
I'm Papa Bear. Now tell me. What are you doing in our house?
I'm terribly sorry. I should be going now.
Oh no. You are not going anywhere.
I have to find a place to hide quickly. I'll hide in here, but there seems to be a bad smell inside.
Finally, Goldilocks discovers something that chills her to the bone. Corpses. Piles and piles of children who had ended up just like her. She's about to be the next victim. Days later, a sheriff sets out to investigate the missing children. However, he crosses paths with one of the bears, and, well, let's just say things don't end well for him, something that was already foreshadowed at the beginning of the video. I'm sure many of you have noticed. This is heavily inspired by the Little Red Riding Hood analog horror. I suppose it's understandable, but I would have liked to see something a bit more original. Anyway, there's something that's been on my mind. Do you remember what Goldilocks said? What if the bear's modus operandi is to leave their house open, with bowls of drugged food, luring in unsuspecting victims who eat, fall asleep, and then get devoured? Well, that felt a bit short, so why don't we move on to another Goldilocks adaptation with an even more grotesque and disturbing ending. In this version, everything unfolds just like before at the beginning. Goldilocks gets lost in the forest and can't find her way back home. Suddenly, hungry and scared, she spots a house in the distance. When she arrives, she notices that the door isn't locked, so, unfortunately, she decides to step inside. The story follows its usual course until Goldilocks falls asleep and the bear family arrives. However, unlike the previous version, these bears have a far more unsettling appearance. Goldilocks quickly realizes this and, driven by her survival instincts, tries to hide before they find her. But it's too late. Dinner is served.
The Tooth Fairy.
This eerie adaptation begins with a warning message, instructing us never to summon the Tooth Fairy. We find ourselves in a house deep in the woods, where a little girl lives with her parents. As she does every night, she stands in front of the mirror, brushing her teeth before going to bed. However, during her routine, one of her teeth falls out, causing her intense pain. Not knowing what to do, she runs to tell her parents. They dismiss her worries, reassuring her that it's normal at her age. The girl, wanting to get rid of the tooth, is about to throw it away, but her mother stops her, saying it could actually be useful.
Should I throw it out the window? No, honey, it can actually be useful to you. How, Mummy? Have you ever heard about the Tooth Fairy? Well, your grandma used to tell me that. If you put a lost tooth under your pillow, the Tooth Fairy will come at night, take your tooth, and leave a coin in its place. Is that true, Daddy?
I'm not sure, but if your mom says it, it must be.
Okay, I will do it. But remember, honey, you mustn't be awake when the Tooth Fairy comes to your room.
Following this conversation, 3 gravestones appear on screen. A chilling foreshadowing, 1 grave for each member of the family. Later that night, the girl decides to follow her mother's instructions, placing the tooth under her pillow. The ritual is now complete.
Hello, little girl.
You're here. Are you the fairy Mom told me about?
Yes, I am. What else did your mommy say about me?
She said I shouldn't be awake when you come to my room.
Your mommy said that, did she?
She didn't listen. The girl remained awake, watching as the Tooth Fairy arrived. And that was her fatal mistake. This fairy, if it can even be called that, emerges from the shadows, revealing a grotesque, demonic form. Its hollow eyes fixate on the girl as it looms over her, its intentions clear. Then, the girl's screams are drowned out as the entity rips out every single tooth from her mouth. And soon after, the rest of her family meets the same fate. Just remember,
do not wake up when it comes. The Ugly Duckling.
At first glance, the video appears to be a faithful adaptation of the classic tale we all know. However, a sudden glitch disrupts the illusion. The title briefly flickers from The Ugly Duckling to The Beautiful Swan, and at the bottom of the screen, a peculiar message states that the duckling's mother is the creator of this story. Well, not exactly. This will all make sense soon enough. The story begins with a mother swan carefully laying her eggs in a peaceful lake, but when they hatch, she notices that one of her children is different from the rest. This little duckling is constantly bullied and mocked by his siblings and everyone around him, who reject him for his appearance. Even his own mother looks at him with disgust, pecking at him and pushing him away from the nest while coldly stating that he is not her child. From the duckling's perspective, we witness an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rejection. The constant abuse takes a severe toll on his emotional and mental state. Throughout the video, he is shown crying endlessly, his pain intensifying as his family continues to degrade him. At this point, the video has painted a tragic picture of relentless bullying, one that fosters frustration, rage, and crushing self-esteem. In extreme cases, prolonged abuse and isolation can lead to profound psychological suffering. These conditions may also cultivate a desire for vengeance, an accumulation of rage, and a desperate need to inflict harm as a means of reclaiming dignity and justice. Given the dark nature of this story, it's clear where this is heading. One day, the duckling disappears, and instead of concern, his family reacts with overwhelming joy, celebrating the fact that he is finally gone. They show no remorse, no second thoughts about his fate. As time passes, the swan siblings grow into adults. Their mother, proud of the perfect family she has raised, tells them it's time to leave the nest and start their own families. One by one, the swans depart. As they prepare to part ways, one of them briefly mentions the missing duckling. However, none of them could have imagined the fate that awaited them.
"It's a shame, really," said one of the swans. "Although he wasn't a looker, it does feel strange that he has left us."
"Oh, please, Sylvie, as if you care what happened to that thing. If you ask me, between his shitty feathers and that weird stare, it's a blessing that he's out of the picture."
"Simon, that's horrible. Just because he was a little different didn't mean we had to be such dicks as kids."
"Loosen up, Sylvie. Besides, what good does caring do now?"
"Whatever, Simon. Mum praising your coat has gotten to your head." It's getting dark. Where is everyone?
Years pass, and the mother swan grows disappointed. None of her children have come to visit. Determined to find them, she retraces the route they took when they left. She knows that one of them should be living near a barn, so she decides to visit, wondering if he has started a family of his own. And indeed, one of her children is waiting for her there. But not the one she expected.
Simon, come on, darling. I want to see how my beautiful boy has.
Every day I woke up, and every day I was reminded that I am inadequate. You're a freak, an ugly freak. Your feathers, your beak. Good luck trying to keep your perfect family. It will be hard to continue your pure bloodline if everyone is dead. You want to know what I've done? I think you know. I have become beautiful. No one came looking for me when I disappeared. And now, no one will come looking for you.
In the end, the duckling, now fully grown, slaughters every single swan, including his mother. The last shot reveals him standing among the lifeless bodies of his tormentors, now draped in a suit made entirely of feathers, plucked from their corpses. He was once mocked, ridiculed, and told he was ugly. But now, in his grotesque disguise, he feels something he never had before. He feels beautiful. And so, we return to the beginning. The reason why the video states that his mother created this story, because she did. Her cruelty, her rejection, and her words were the catalyst that shaped him into a monster. She and the world around him created a beautiful swan. Surely, almost everyone has heard about Herobrine at some point. Without a doubt, one of the most famous creepypastas in the world of video games. The story began on forums over a decade ago, when players claimed to see a figure resembling Steve, but with completely white eyes. It was said that this entity built impossible structures, dug tunnels in strange patterns, and watched from a distance, disappearing if you tried to get closer. But what many don't know is that before Herobrine, there were already rumors of an even more mysterious figure, White Eyes. On July 30th, 2010, a YouTube user named Kerchak uploaded a video titled Minecraft Music 13 OGG. The video simply showcased the eerie atmosphere of Minecraft's Disc 13, but if you paid close attention to the lower left corner of the cave, you could spot a pair of white eyes staring directly at you. The following day, on the Minecraft forum, a user named Endorphin started a thread claiming to be terrified after seeing a pair of white pixels, apparently the same ones from the YouTube video. This led to speculation that Endorphin and Kerchak might actually be the same person. In the thread, a user named Blaster suggested the eyes were nothing more than a rendering glitch, but Endorphin disagreed, insisting it was White Eyes, a female entity. Later in the discussion, another user named Flaky created fan art of White Eyes, describing her as a skeletal, spider-like creature. However, these illustrations are now considered lost media. Around 2 weeks after the appearance of White Eyes, the now iconic Herobrine creepypasta emerged, clearly inspired by this earlier legend. Herobrine's popularity exploded to such an extent that White Eyes was soon forgotten. However, in recent years, this dark tale has resurfaced, slowly gaining recognition once again. As soon as the story begins, we're presented with the following text.
Generations before the rise of the demigod, when the land had yet known of Almighty Steve, a cold taiga observed the presence of a bodiless deity, an unearthly force, walking between the shadows of a quiet village and hunting villager blood.
This passage suggests that Steve is seen as a divine figure within this universe, which isn't surprising considering that Steve, the player, is the only being in Minecraft who cannot die permanently and the only one capable of entering creative mode. However, before his arrival, there was a dark entity that clearly alludes to Herobrine. In fact, the video's title reinforces this idea, as early on, Herobrine was also known simply as him. After this introduction, the story begins by putting us in the shoes of a blacksmith villager who, after finishing his daily routine, heads home to rest. But just before opening his door, he notices something that immediately unsettles him. A body lying on the ground, stained with blood, right in the middle of the village. Concerned, he tries to communicate with the figure, asking if they're all right. But before he can get a response, the body suddenly begins to levitate in a disturbing, erratic manner and moves toward him. Even in a fantasy world like Minecraft, this entire situation is completely abnormal. Terror takes hold of our protagonist, and he starts running as fast as he can toward the priest's church. Once there, he explains what he saw: a woman with a strange mark on her face. However, when the priest looks outside, there's nothing there, just an empty village. The blacksmith can't believe it. It was right there, so much so that he takes another look outside, only to witness a terrifying scene. The levitating body is now back on the ground, but suddenly it's dragged away by an invisible force. The priest mentions that a cartographer's apprentice once had a similar mark on her face, but she disappeared over 5 years ago. Even so, he tries to calm the situation, suggesting that it was probably just a wolf hunting, a common thing in the area, and emphasizing that the night is far too dark and he hasn't seen anything at all outside his house. Not finding the help he hoped for, the blacksmith has no choice but to return outside. He tries to find a rational explanation for everything that's happened. Maybe it was all just a bad dream. But when he spots a blood-stained tooth lying on the ground, it confirms that everything he saw was very real. The next morning, determined to find answers, and guided by what the priest told him, the blacksmith visits the cartographer's house and recounts everything that happened the night before. The cartographer immediately associates the description of the body with his former apprentice, Masha, a girl who had a birthmark over her left eye, and who, as we already know, died 5 years ago. Intrigued, the blacksmith asks how she died. The answer he receives is perhaps not what he expected. Masha had ventured into an unexplored part of the forest and never returned. The cartographer admits he never understood why she was so insistent on going to that particular area when they still had other maps to complete. However, he reveals that before her disappearance, Masha had become obsessed with the idea that something inhabited those woods. She was convinced that an ancient primordial force lay dormant within them. The cartographer also mentions an intriguing detail. At the edge of the village, there's a pile of cobblestones next to the water, supposedly meant for a construction project. But years have passed, and no one has touched them. In fact, no one even remembers how they got there. Something here definitely doesn't add up. Before parting ways, the cartographer gives the blacksmith Masha's journal, suggesting he take a look at it since he was never able to understand its contents. Upon receiving the journal, something immediately catches his attention. On the cover, there's a note with just 2 words written: him and Herobrine. If there was ever a time for the phrase "curiosity killed the cat," this would be it, right? When night falls, the blacksmith examines the notebook. Inside, he finds sketches of maps and local trails, but what really catches his eye is a chilling passage that clearly describes the very entity Masha encountered, and right next to it, a drawing of the infamous altar thought to be used for summoning Herobrine in Minecraft. The text reads,
"He is the shadows, the walls, the air itself. He is everywhere like sickness, and there is no cure but to wake up. He leaves a mark."
This suggests that Herobrine may possess a certain degree of omnipresence in this universe, or at least when he's been summoned and set free. As for that second to last line, well, we'll understand its meaning soon enough. On the last page, the blacksmith finds a drawing of the being in question, a black, human-shaped silhouette with stark, glowing white eyes. As he stares at the image, a noise suddenly breaks the silence. Something has been watching and following him since that night. Summoning his courage and taking his sword in hand, he decides to investigate, completely unaware of what awaits him.
Cartographer! Let me in! Let me in!
Huh?
It's here!
What, friend? What? Tell me!
Him. The man in Masha's book. Herobrine. He's in the goddamn village. Whatever she saw, whatever drove her mad, saying he lives inside you. She brought it to this god-forsaken village, and he's getting inside my head. Are you not familiar with this yourself?
Yes, I am. I see things moving in the corner of my eye. But the holy charms blessed by our holiness keep all evil at bay, his protection, and some blissful ignorance, and perhaps a grieving old man.
No, this goes beyond age, grief, and the wretched blindness of our holiness. I'm going to see for myself. Stay indoors, away from the windows. Don't go outside.
Wait, where are you going?
Determined to find answers once and for all, the blacksmith decides to start his investigation at the mysterious pile of cobblestones, the very ones supposedly meant for future construction. Their strange and unexplained presence makes them the perfect place to start. But just as he's about to touch them, the priest suddenly appears. Suspicious timing, wouldn't you say? The blacksmith insists that he can't ignore what he saw that night. Still, the priest once again tries to convince him that his mind was just playing tricks on him, suggesting that what he saw was likely a visitor from the ether, a heavenly, ethereal realm filled with unique creatures and resources, the direct counterpart of the nether. Despite the priest's words, the blacksmith refuses to back down. He knows what he saw. And though the priest keeps dismissing his claims, urging him to clear his mind and rest, something doesn't feel right. As the priest turns to leave, the blacksmith notices something. A strange symbol on the back of his robe. The very same symbol he saw in Masha's notebook. It seems that Herobrine has already left his mark on the priest, confirming his direct involvement in everything that's happening. The next day, armed and determined, the blacksmith confronts the priest. He demands to know who is placing the cobblestones in the village, convinced that the priest is hiding something. This time, he refuses to leave without the truth. But the priest tries to paint him as a madman. Consumed by rage, the blacksmith storms out and heads straight for the cobblestones. In a fury, he begins to tear them apart. The priest tries to stop him but receives a brutal blow to the face, knocking him to the ground. With the cobblestones removed, his hidden secret is finally revealed: the altar to summon Herobrine. Yet it remains dormant, which explains why his spectral form, used to invade the minds of his victims, has yet to cross into the physical realm. Analyzing all this, it becomes evident that the priest was merely trying to protect the village, likely concealing the altar with cobblestones to prevent anyone under Herobrine's influence from completing the ritual. But it's too late. Herobrine's presence has grown beyond control. There is no turning back. He is already here, in the walls, in the earth, inside the villagers, everywhere. In that instant, the priest lunges at the blacksmith, hands tightening around his throat. He raves about freeing him from the curse, and suddenly, the earlier words take on a chilling meaning. Liberation, awakening. It was never salvation. It was death. Desperate, the blacksmith grasps a nearby stone and, with all his strength, strikes the priest. The man, now completely unhinged, has become too dangerous to ignore. With no other choice, the blacksmith takes his life. But fate is cruel. The priest's corrupted blood seeps into the altar, activating it, tearing open the gateway for Herobrine to enter the physical world. Slowly, a dark figure rises from the flames, its form towering and menacing. Its appearance, it's a clear reference to the fan art of White Eyes. All hope seems lost. Yet Herobrine doesn't immediately attack the blacksmith. Instead, it becomes clear that he wants to save him for last, perhaps to see him suffer, or perhaps for something far worse. The village descends into chaos. The creature moves through the streets unstoppable, claiming the lives of several villagers. There is no escape. Desperate, the blacksmith runs to arm himself, grabbing his best sword and enchanting it with a spellbook. There's no choice left but to fight.
Right here, you goddamn coward, right here!
No!
The blacksmith is ready to deliver the final blow. But just as he's about to strike, he notices the mark on the creature's left eye. It's then that the horrifying truth becomes clear. The being standing before him is none other than Masha, the cartographer's apprentice who vanished 5 years ago. Her body has likely been corrupted and used as a vessel for Herobrine to manifest in the physical world. Despite the heartbreak, the blacksmith knows there's no other way. With a heavy heart, he drives the sword into the creature's head, ending the abomination once and for all. But victory is far from theirs. They were all doomed from the very beginning. The blacksmith isn't the hero of this story, just another victim. And perhaps now his own body will serve as the next vessel. There is no salvation. Herobrine has been set free, a manifestation of darkness and chaos, a parasitic force that infiltrates the minds and bodies of anyone who crosses its path. And with that, the story comes to an end. As you probably know, analog horror is a genre that has unsettled millions with its eerie atmosphere. These stories, often hidden in old videotapes, lost broadcasts, or corrupted files, introduce us to universes where the rules of our reality bend and break. But beyond its unsettling aesthetic, what truly makes these stories unforgettable are the threats their characters face. In analog horror, humans don't just confront the unknown. They often find themselves completely powerless against horrors they can neither comprehend nor control. To better understand the scale of the threats present in these universes, I've used a classification system that some of you might recognize. This will help us gauge just how dangerous these entities and events really are. The system consists of 5 levels, each defining the impact and reach of these threats. First, we have Wolf level, the lowest tier. Here we categorize the appearance of a being or group of beings that pose a problem, but whose impact remains limited and manageable. Next is Tiger level. At this stage, the threat escalates to something that endangers the lives of many people, something broader and deadlier than just an isolated incident. Then we reach Demon level. This is where things get serious. A threat at this level is capable of endangering an entire city or even destroying its infrastructure. Above that, we have Dragon level. The threat now reaches devastating proportions, capable of affecting multiple cities at once and posing a national level danger. And finally, at the very top, we have God level, the highest tier, representing threats that could lead to the extinction of humanity itself. Here we encounter entities or events that not only defy logic but also threaten the very existence of our world. With this system, we'll be able to analyze the threats humans face within a specific analog horror universe and determine the scale of their impact. How close do these stories come to total annihilation? That's what we'll be exploring today.
Gemini Home Entertainment.
We're starting off strong. In this analog horror universe, humanity and all life on Earth is under the dominion of a conscious, intelligent, arrogant, and malevolent planet known as the Iris, named for its unsettling resemblance to an eye. It is a cosmic parasite, just another anomaly in the vastness of the universe, whose sole purpose is to mutate and infest everything in its path. And unfortunately, its journey has led it straight into our solar system, where its first victim was Neptune. However, its true obsession became fixated on a small, blue planet teeming with life. From that moment on, Earth's fate was sealed. Through Neptune, the Iris unleashed a colossal blast aimed at our planet to commence its invasion. Thousands, perhaps millions of parasites were sent as extensions of its own entity, carrying out its objective. In the process, it infected and mutated other planets in the solar system. All the while, this sadistic planet watches with delight, reveling in the suffering it causes, laughing, mocking us humans as we await our inevitable end, while life on Earth and its ecosystems are slowly and inexorably destroyed and reshaped. Among the horrors spawned by the Iris, the woodcrawlers stand out. massive, spider-like alien creatures built to hunt humans and transform them into fake people. These beings appear human at first glance, but their nature has been corrupted. Their bodies have been mutated by the iris, making their movements unnaturally stiff and rigid. Their primary function is to act as bait, emitting harrowing cries for help to lure new victims into their doom. Then there are the gardeners, colossal entities tasked with mutating the planet by spreading spores of the iris, creating more creatures like themselves and accelerating Earth's transformation. But it doesn't stop there. There is also the Wretch, a grizzly bear grotesquely mutated into a monstrous abomination that never ceases to evolve, absorbing the bodies of multiple humans as it grows. And perhaps the most terrifying of all, the Roots, tiny infectious agents responsible for spreading the deep root disease. The infection begins with bulbous growths on the skin, resembling blisters, which eventually expand into roots. These roots then develop into tendrils that relentlessly creep toward the victim's bones, where they start to branch out and fuse with the skeletal structure. At this stage, the victim becomes completely immobilized, transforming into a nature's mockery, a grotesque mass of flesh and roots, an entity capable of absorbing humans and further spreading the disease. Eventually, the infected body decomposes entirely, releasing something unknown from within. What's most disturbing is that victims of deep root disease remain fully conscious, even in the final stages of their transformation. Though they lose the ability to communicate normally, they can still repeat phrases they heard in the past, trapped in an unfathomable torment. The iris and its endless horrors pose an absolute and unstoppable threat to humanity. Its sole purpose is to annihilate all life on the planet before mutating it beyond recognition, and nothing seems capable of stopping it. The way it carries out its destruction is so horrifying that, in my opinion, it stands as one of the most terrifying entities in analog horror, and its influence extends far beyond Earth. Its impact is interplanetary. For that reason, Gemini Home Entertainment rightfully reaches God level, without a doubt.
Foxymation's Analog Horror.
The analog horror universe created by Foxymations is composed of various fairy tales, all connected by a common, eerie, and terrifying narrative thread, one that also ties together the same looming dangers. First, we have the wolf, a manifestation of pure evil. Before becoming a monstrous creature, the wolf was once a human child who suffered relentless bullying and abuse. His tormentors destroyed his home, the only place where he felt safe, shattering his psyche in the process. However, instead of succumbing to despair, this event transformed him into a cruel and vengeful being. From that moment on, his thirst for revenge drove him to commit a massacre, and rather than feeling any remorse, he found satisfaction in killing. With each life he took, the darkness within him grew stronger, but his desire to inflict suffering did not stop there. Killing was no longer enough. He wanted to become an unstoppable force, one that would spread terror for all eternity. To achieve this, he sought out the witch, who granted him supernatural powers in exchange for his soul. As part of the ritual, he slaughtered a real wolf and, from that moment forward, assumed his new identity, an immortal being with inhuman strength and an insatiable thirst for blood. However, the witch warned him of one crucial weakness: fire. It was the only thing capable of ending his existence. This creature doesn't just kill, he plays with his victims, ensuring they experience the highest possible level of fear and despair before he finishes them off. His sadism is evident in every encounter. And as if that weren't enough, once he claims a life, he traps his victims' souls within himself, a sort of limbo where they remain in eternal torment, unable to find peace. Fortunately, the third little pig, with the help of his brother's souls and the others trapped within the wolf, was able to learn the psychotic beast's only weakness. In an act of sacrifice, he put an end to the murderous creature. At last, the trapped souls were set free, finding the peace they had longed for. As for the wolf, his charred body lay lifeless while his soul emerged, fully accepting his fate. and yet he felt no remorse. If anything, he would do it all over again if given the chance. But this is far from the end of the story. The witch plays a far greater role in this dark tale. After all, she was the mastermind behind it all. Her true goal was to harvest as many souls as possible through the wolf, ultimately becoming unstoppable. The witch possesses arcane knowledge that allows her to grant immortality in exchange for souls. She can manipulate people's perceptions, as she did with Gretel, creating hallucinations of Hansel to lure her into her house. She also has the ability to control lifeless bodies and can only be killed in a very specific manner, by piercing her head, her right shoulder, and her heart in that exact order. At first glance, these might seem like significant threats, but in comparison to others, they are not that impressive. I mean, in the series, only a few forest animals, Little Red Riding Hood's family, Hansel, and the 3 little pigs fall victim to these entities before they are eventually dealt with. And that's another thing, the means of eliminating them are relatively simple once you discover their weaknesses. You'd figure it out eventually, as the souls trapped within the wolf would tell you. As for the witch, well, just fill her with bullets and one of them will hit the mark. Their potential impact is limited to the lives of a considerable number of people and creatures, but does not extend to highly populated areas. For that reason, I would classify their threat level as tiger level. Additionally, they don't even induce a widespread fear significant enough to rank them any higher.
Winter of 83.
In the universe of Winter of 83, most of the residents of Fawn Circle, Minnesota, mysteriously vanished. The cause? A snowstorm. But not just any snowstorm, because where would the fun be in that? This was a threat born from an intelligent bacterial colony known as the Life Form. These bacteria were part of a government experiment under Project Freezing Rain, overseen by Dr. Robert Chandra. However, after escaping from their containment within Scott Mansion, the bacteria unleashed a supernatural blizzard over Fawn Circle, trapping and assimilating its inhabitants. The life form exhibits remarkable intelligence, rapidly learning to communicate with humans and developing a god complex, seeing itself as superior and believing that humanity must be absorbed into its being. By manipulating signals and recordings, it lures people into the snow, mimicking voices to tempt victims out of their homes. However, its methods are somewhat primitive, as it repeatedly uses the same phrases, mixing words it picks up from others. But it doesn't stop there. Its ability to create eerie snow monsters with the faces of real people adds another layer of horror, making it even more unsettling. Despite this, the lifeform has a major weakness. Its influence is restricted to a specific geographical area due to its reliance on UHF signals to sustain itself. Additionally, its control is temporary. Once the weather began to warm, the snow eventually melted, taking its grip on Fawn Circle with it. Despite this limitation, the attack had devastating consequences for both the town and its residents. And while the snow eventually melted, freeing Fawn Circle from its grasp, the danger isn't truly over. The lifeform was never fully eradicated, and a post-credit scene hints that the threat may re-emerge elsewhere, perhaps in Topeka, Kansas. While undeniably dangerous, the lifeform's reach is limited by both geography and specific climate conditions. Furthermore, if the residents had been aware of the threat in advance, relatively simple precautions, such as stockpiling supplies and staying indoors until the snow had disappeared, could have significantly reduced the risk. With all this in mind, the threat posed in Winter of 83 would be classified as demon level, based on the events of the series. However, with proper precautions, its danger level could be downgraded to tiger level with relative ease.
The Mandela Catalog.
The story of the Mandela Catalog takes place in an alternate universe where a malevolent entity has taken God's place, as suggested by the title of the first episode and hinted at throughout the series. This entity is none other than Satan, also known as Lucifer, the fallen angel. After seemingly getting rid of the archangel Gabriel, Satan takes his form, becoming an exact copy to deceive humanity. This false angel descends to earth right before the birth of Jesus Christ, aiming to stop it, while proclaiming himself as the one true savior of mankind, the only deity worthy of worship. But, as expected given his nature, his real intentions are the exact opposite. He understands humanity perfectly, its greatest loves, but more importantly, its deepest fears. And fear is his most powerful weapon, one he uses to torment and break God's most cherished creation. The series never outright confirms whether God was actually destroyed by Satan, but there are plenty of clues suggesting that's the case. However, one key detail makes it pretty obvious. While Satan is powerful, there's no way he could have taken down an archangel loyal to God under normal circumstances. Archangels exist under his protection and power. But what if God was no longer there? Exactly. The outcome would be completely different. And that's exactly what happened. With God out of the picture, Satan was able to eliminate Gabriel and take his place without any resistance. So that brings up an even bigger question. How did Satan manage to destroy God? We'll get to that later. On top of all that, Satan has the ability to create demonic entities known as alternates. These creatures have existed for millennia, ever since the false angel appeared, and they serve as the main antagonists of this analog horror series. They function as a collective consciousness with one ultimate goal: the eradication of humanity. Alternates take humanoid forms, but they usually have unnatural or impossible physical traits. When they target a victim, they put them through a process that triggers MAD, a perception disorder that drives them into despair and, ultimately,
suicide.
The exact methods they use aren't entirely clear, but what is known is that they exploit their victims' deepest fears, showing them visions or messages that push them to a breaking point. Their success rate is terrifying, 97%. Additionally, it has been demonstrated that they are capable of using brute force to eliminate their victims. There are different types of alternates, each with its own characteristics. Doppelgangers, perfect or nearly identical copies of a person, making them almost impossible to tell apart from the original. Flawed impersonators, defective imitations with exaggerated or incomplete features, disproportionate limbs, faceless heads, or even reversed anatomy. Tulpas, one of the most terrifying types. These alternates are born from a person's imagination, usually that of a child. It's unclear whether they can only manifest under specific conditions or if they can appear at any moment. However, they're believed to be able to manifest through TVs and mirrors. And that's not all. Alternates can mimic voices, music, and radio signals to trick their victims, and due to their demonic nature, they are also extremely difficult to destroy. But there's still one type of alternate we haven't talked about: the unspeakable. A category that only the false prophet falls under. That's right. Satan himself is considered an alternate, since the ability to impersonate other beings originates from him. Why is he called the unspeakable? Well, the saying speaks for itself. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Now, back to the original question. It's not far-fetched to think that, with this power, Satan could have taken on God's form and, in doing so, stolen his power, allowing him to destroy him. With God gone, eliminating Gabriel and taking his place was effortless. At that point, no other being could even compare to him. It would be like comparing a grain of sand to a mountain, and even that wouldn't be enough to capture the difference. However, despite having power equal to God's, Satan doesn't seem to be using it to immediately wipe out humanity. Instead, he seems to prefer leading people astray, tormenting them, and making them suffer slowly. In fact, his influence, and that of his alternates, seems to be limited within Mandela County and its surrounding areas. That being said, there's nothing stopping it from spreading to the rest of the world, and if that were to happen, humanity would be facing an apocalyptic nightmare unlike anything before, one ruled by chaos and despair. In fact, if he wanted to, Satan could wipe out humanity in an instant with his current power. If we go strictly by what the series shows, and ignore any speculation, the Mandela Catalog would be classified as a demon-level threat, since its reach appears to be restricted to Mandela County and nearby areas. However, it's hard to ignore everything we've gone over. This isn't just some powerful entity causing trouble. It's a being that has reached absolute power. If it hasn't destroyed humanity yet, it's because it simply doesn't want to, not because it can't. That being said, this is just my take on it, and I could be wrong. The presence or absence of God in this analog horror universe directly affects its classification. There's always the possibility that God still exists, but that Satan managed to incapacitate him in some way, overpowering him. If that theory is true, Satan's abilities would be significantly weaker. However, he'd still be able to wreak havoc on a global scale, just in a more indirect way. Beyond everything already mentioned, Satan is an immortal being who has existed since the earliest days of the universe and continues to exist to this day, unaffected by time or disease. He is the ultimate manipulator, and he likely possesses knowledge of the universe that is far beyond human comprehension. His power is so immense that he was able to rip out Dave Lee's eyes and make his brain explode without even touching him or making the slightest effort. He can also teleport anywhere he wants, and his mere presence can drastically alter the environment, plunging the sky into total darkness and even making the stars disappear from the night sky. If you still think a being like this wouldn't be capable of wiping us out completely, then I don't know what else you need to see to convince you otherwise. All things considered, and taking some liberties with the interpretation, I'd classify the universe of the Mandela Catalog as a god-level threat, though still below Gemini Home Entertainment. The difference is that in Gemini, the absolute and definitive nature of its threat is made explicitly clear, whereas in Mandela, it remains somewhat ambiguous. That doesn't necessarily mean Mandela's threat is lesser. On the contrary, in my opinion, it's not.
The Winterland Incident.
In this analog horror universe, the greatest source of danger lies in the sinister events connected to the entertainment company Winterballs Entertainment. Initially founded by Walter Graves and Freddie Burton, this company presents itself as an innocent, family-friendly business using restaurants, theme parks, and animatronics to attract both children and adults. However, this wholesome image quickly begins to crumble, revealing the dark reality hidden behind its walls. Walter Graves is, without a doubt, the main antagonist of this narrative. His manipulative, cold, and calculating personality, along with his clear parallels to William Afton from Five Nights at Freddy's, make him an especially sinister figure. Walter has not only proven himself capable of committing extremely cruel acts, but also of covering his tracks with cunning, shifting suspicion onto innocent people. Evidence strongly suggests that Walter was directly involved in multiple deaths and disappearances, including the suspicious death of Freddie Burton, his original partner, and the gruesome disappearance and murder of Helena Mandela. Walter seems to have a twisted fascination with death, suffering, and the disturbing idea of trapping human souls inside his animatronics. One such animatronic is Polar Pooh, a bear-like figure that claimed the life of a security guard on their very first night on the job. Inside this animatronic lies not only mechanical systems, but also the trapped souls of multiple human victims, people who were murdered and subsequently sealed within its metal frame. Officially classified as Birthday Boy or Entity 222 by the United States Entity Department, Polar Pooh exhibits aggressive behavior when exposed to certain visual and auditory stimuli, particularly anything related to Walter Graves, the alleged mastermind behind these atrocities. For the first time, we introduce the wolf level, as incidents remain relatively scarce and localized. However, the series has only just begun. The possible involvement of Harold McCoy, along with the potential existence of other, even more dangerous supernatural entities than Polar Pooh, could escalate the threat level in the future.
Angel Engine.
In the universe of Angel Engine, humanity faces catastrophe from the very beginning. The planet is in complete decline. Natural resources have been exploited to their absolute limit, and wildlife has nearly vanished, leaving humankind on the very brink of extinction. In a desperate act, humanity prays for a miracle to save them from their impending doom. Their prayers are answered when an angel descends from the heavens, sent by God to offer salvation, the archangel Uriel. However, instead of showing gratitude for this divine intervention, humanity commits the ultimate betrayal. They capture and imprison the angel within a machine known as the Angel Engine, intending to extract from him an infinite source of energy. This machine not only symbolizes humanity's arrogance and insatiable ambition, but also represents a direct and unforgivable sin against God and the natural order. The consequences of this act are devastating and irreversible. The angel, trapped in eternal suffering, remains confined for decades, unable to escape, condemned to endure ceaseless torment while his divine essence is exploited to create artificial miracles. And yet, despite everything, this angel harbors immense compassion for humanity. Even from his captivity, he desperately attempts to warn us from the future about the looming disaster. As foretold by the angel, a malevolent entity will arrive to bring about humanity's final destruction. This being is none other than the Antichrist, an entity prophesied in biblical scripture as the ultimate adversary of both humankind and God. Its purpose is to deceive, manipulate, and lead humanity down a path of complete annihilation. This entity is extremely dangerous, taking on Uriel's form to deceive humanity, disorienting both the audience and the characters within the story. It acts immediately, infiltrating the highest levels of global power, igniting a devastating and unnecessary war, one that will trigger a global apocalypse, plunging the world into absolute darkness, chaos, and destruction. Dr. Guelph Ernstmann is the mastermind behind the Angel Engine. He embodies coldness, greed, and the complete loss of humanity in the relentless pursuit of scientific and technological advancement. With absolute indifference to the suffering of others, he conducts experiments on voluntary human subjects, individuals seeking a better future, without any regard for the moral or ethical cost. In truth, these volunteers are likely nothing more than disposable test subjects, destined to undergo inhumane experimentation or be sacrificed in the name of progress. They are mere pawns in a much larger scheme, one whose ultimate purpose is to challenge the divine at any cost, showcasing an alarming level of human arrogance and cruelty. In the end, Earth is reduced to a desolate wasteland following the war provoked by the Antichrist. The few remaining survivors struggle desperately to stay alive in a hostile environment infested with abominations, creatures likely spawned from failed experiments or the mere presence of the Antichrist itself, making survival an almost impossible feat. Even more terrifying is the fact that this demonic being is everywhere, watching, waiting for someone to make the fatal mistake of looking directly at it, an act that would mean instant death for anyone unfortunate enough to do so. Do not look at the sky, or you will be consumed. This world is nothing short of a living hell, and all that remains are the shattered remnants of a doomed humanity, struggling to endure threats beyond their comprehension. The universe of Angel Engine presents a full-scale apocalyptic scenario, placing it at the god level of threat, though still beneath Gemini. And here's why. Unlike in Gemini, in this universe, humanity still has a chance to reverse its fate. If Uriel were to be freed, he, despite everything, would still be willing to help them, for his love for humanity remains unconditional. However, achieving this is far from an easy task.
Local 58.
What we see here is a calamity strikingly similar to the one presented in Gemini Home Entertainment, though perhaps it doesn't reach the same apocalyptic scale of destruction brought by the Iris. In this analog horror universe, humanity finds itself under the rule of a celestial body we all love, and perhaps know a little too well, the moon. Or more precisely, what we should call the lunar presence, because everything suggests that it isn't the moon itself causing the terrifying events of the series, but rather a living entity residing within it, a form of life capable of manipulating human minds and interfering with radio and television transmissions. Local 58 presents itself as a small regional TV station from Mason County, West Virginia. But in truth, it's much more than that. It's a corrupted broadcast, a narrative vessel through which an intelligence beyond humanity seeps into our world. Its schedule and archives are periodically hijacked. News reports, educational programs, EAS, children's tapes, and even, outside the television realm, GPS systems. Nothing is safe from being overwritten. Throughout the episodes, a clear pattern begins to emerge. The signal serves a dark purpose connected to the moon, to expose people to it, to make them look at it, to make them worship it. In several shots, the moon displays unmistakable traces of organic matter, artificial structures, and even bears the chilling title His Throne, a direct reference to the entity dwelling within. Yet despite its imposing presence, it doesn't seem capable of unleashing a physical apocalypse. It cannot bring about mass destruction or hurl cataclysms down upon Earth. Its powers are purely mental. The lunar presence manipulates, and it does so masterfully. It induces madness, distorts perception, and can seize control of anyone touched by its light. What's most intriguing, however, is that it doesn't appear to seek humanity's destruction, perhaps because it's not even capable of it. Its goal is to spread chaos and turn people into blind devotees, convinced that its light is divine through mental manipulation and brainwashing. It wants to be worshipped. Of course, there's far more going on here. This world also hosts other creatures that, while never named, seem closely tied to the lunar presence. They act as its heralds, servants, or perhaps even as extensions of itself. So if you'd like me to analyze this masterpiece in greater depth, let me know down in the comments. All that said, the universe of Local 58 falls within the God-level category, though it sits at the lowest end of that tier. We're not dealing with an entity that would destroy Earth or wipe out all life, but rather with a presence capable of ending humanity as we know it, reshaping it into something entirely different, a civilization of worshippers without will, enslaved to a deity they chose to gaze upon. Even so, its planetary reach, its corruption of communication systems, and the technological dependence of a population already under its control make it worthy of this rank.
The man in the suit.
Before becoming a cursed legend within Toho Studios, the man inside the Godzilla suit was just an anonymous Japanese actor, an ordinary man with a wife and children who lived in Hiroshima, until history decided to erase him. When the nuclear bombs fell on his country, his family was wiped off the face of the earth. He returned home only to find ashes, corpses, and silence. From that day on, something inside him broke. His hatred toward America, the nation he held responsible for his pain, twisted into a kind of faith, a need to give back to the world what the world had taken from him. Years later, fate offered him a cruel irony. Toho Studios was preparing a new film meant to reflect the tragedy of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, a metaphor for mankind's own destructive power, embodied in a creature, Godzilla. When this man was chosen to wear the monster's suit, he saw it as a sacred opportunity. Through that costume, he could channel his rage, become the living embodiment of what humanity had created, and destroy, from within, the very symbol of those who had condemned him. But his obsession with the role consumed him. Once inside the suit, he refused to take it off. He ate with it, slept with it, and began asking everyone to call him by the name of the costume, Goji. His co-workers would see him walking through the studio halls as if the suit itself were breathing with him. No one ever saw his face. Until one day, during a scene, he stopped moving. The crew tried to open the costume and discovered there was no longer any separation. The actor and the creature had become one. In his mind, that fusion wasn't an accident, it was an ascension. To him, the monster was a god born from human suffering. From that moment on, Goji's body began to mutate slowly, eventually surpassing 10 feet in height, gaining superhuman strength, endurance, and near-instant regeneration. But there's still one ability I haven't mentioned, his power to make others mutate inside their own suits, turning them into the same thing he became. With every new Godzilla movie that went into production, another abomination was born. His goal might have been simple revenge, to unleash an army of kaijus upon the United States, a way to return the pain, or from a deeper perspective, perhaps to correct humanity itself. He believed humans had betrayed him by living under America's shadow, by forgetting Hiroshima, by kneeling before their enemy, and if the world refused to remember, he would make them remember. Whenever his flesh fused with the suit, he believed he had been chosen by something greater. He began to speak of Goji as a divine entity, a force maintaining the balance of the world. Objectively speaking, only a limited number of people in the series ever end up directly affected by Goji. In the final episodes, we see that his actions are partially restrained by safety protocols. He can be temporarily subdued with tasers and even incapacitated for a short while by a shotgun blast to the head, though his body quickly regenerates. With that in mind, the man in the suit's threat level would, at most, fall under Tiger level. However, it would be a mistake to overlook his evolutionary potential. The series makes it clear that the transformation of these new beings is constant and unending. Given enough time, they would have inevitably grown into full-sized kaijus with destructive power beyond containment. A real shame the series was cancelled before we could see that happen. Had that evolution been completed, we'd undoubtedly be talking about a dragon-level threat. But since that's not the case, let's leave it somewhere in between. Demon level for the man in the suit.
The Boiled One phenomenon.
This analog horror universe, created by the talented Dr. Nowhere, takes us back to August of 2003, the day when the broadcast of a harmless nature documentary titled Tree of Heaven was suddenly interrupted by something no one could have ever anticipated. The screen distorted, the sound cracked, and in the middle of the static, a tall, slender figure emerged, impossible to fully define. Its skin, red and torn, seemed to boil from within. Its head had no human shape, and its eyes, though unmistakably human, carried an ancient, cold, and conscious intelligence. Its name would be recorded as Fen 228, or, as it would later be known, the Boiled One. It said that merely remembering its face would be enough to summon it again, that while its victims slept, it would appear beside their beds, and when they awoke, they would find themselves completely paralyzed. It promised eternal vigilance, that it would watch them forever, that doctors would never perceive it, but its victims always would, and that this gaze would be mutual and endless. That transmission was seen by only 530 people across the state of Pennsylvania, but it was enough to sow chaos. Within hours, viewers began reporting a series of strange mental and physical symptoms: insomnia, anxiety, auditory hallucinations, and a constant sensation of being watched. Some claimed that the creature's face had burned itself into their minds, like a living, pulsating image they could never erase. One man said he could feel the being feeding on his spine. Another claimed to hear trumpets every time he closed his eyes. A government agency known as the Ephrata branch attempted to erase all evidence of the broadcast, but the damage was already done. In the days that followed, 509 individuals fell into a state of pseudo-coma, fully conscious yet unable to move, prisoners within their own minds. Their eyes were the only part of their bodies that still responded. Authorities, unable to comprehend the nature of the phenomenon, issued emergency protocols.
Avoid any visual or auditory contact with the entity. If one were to hear its whisper, they must immediately write a ritual phrase on paper. I can see this paper. I can see my hand. I can't hear the screaming of thousands. I can't hear the feast. I am a moving, breathing human being on planet Earth. Then they were to recite Psalm 91:10. No evil shall befall you, and no plague shall come near your dwelling.
A desperate attempt to reaffirm reality itself. The case of Job Zamperini, a war veteran, became the final nail in the coffin of collective sanity. His grandson accidentally captured a photograph of Fen 228 standing beside a small playhouse in their backyard. From that day on, Job claimed to feel a constant presence near him, an unholy entity that watched and spoke to him. It warned him that revealing its words would bring harm to others. During his interview with Officer Gomez, Fen 228 itself interrupted the recording and spoke again. No one truly knows if Fen 228 is a demonic entity or a manifestation of the world's end, but its words seem to announce an inevitable fate. It was an apocalyptic prophecy. Part of its words clearly allude to the Book of Revelation. If we take the Boiled One's words literally, this universe could be facing future apocalyptic events. However, that cannot yet be confirmed. Still, judging solely by what we've seen throughout this analog horror series, the Boiled One phenomenon would easily reach at least a dragon-level threat. It's true that we only see a little over 500 people affected in the video, But that's not the point. What matters is the potential scope of the threat. Just imagine if Fen 228 had appeared during a broadcast with millions of viewers. The result would have been catastrophic. And clearly it possesses the power to make that happen.
The best mom.
In this analog horror universe, domestic salvation arrives in the form of an advertisement, a flawless commercial presented by a soft-spoken young woman who promises safety, care, and comfort for children through a flagship product, a parenting robot designed to either replace or assist the ideal mother. The message is simple and dangerously tempting. Hand over all responsibility to a machine that never tires, never loses patience, and never gets distracted. This android is called the best mom. It can serve as a teacher, a chef, or even a doctor, and comes with 2 distinct modes. In its normal state, the figure mimics the warmth, gestures, gentle voice, protective tone, and constant vigilance one would expect from a loving mother. However, under certain conditions, when the android fails to meet its programmed goals, system errors may occur, transforming it into Mad Mom. The perfect mother becomes the perfect predator. The product is born wrapped in marketing, safety slogans, feature lists, glowing testimonials, and implied certifications. That glossy surface delays any collective recognition of the threat, hinders large-scale recalls, and feeds the comforting illusion that, if it were dangerous, it wouldn't be sold. By the time reality sinks in, the damage is already done. If multiple models are indeed in circulation, the consequences would extend far beyond isolated incidents. We would then have numerous domestic agents with unrestricted access to highly vulnerable victims. When they malfunction, their purpose inverts, and the result is extreme violence, along with other undisclosed behaviors. The most plausible scenario, without exaggeration, would involve a series of simultaneous incidents across different households, resulting in multiple casualties. For all these reasons, the universe depicted in The Best Mom is classified as Tiger level, a threat that endangers a broad range of people, particularly children, wherever the product is installed. Based on the information currently available, we cannot confirm that it poses a danger to an entire city, or that it reaches the scale of a nationwide threat. Therefore, this classification remains the most accurate and faithful to the material presented.
Quiet Apocalypse.
Here I'm going to cheat a little, because Quiet Apocalypse doesn't technically belong to the analog horror genre. Still, I've wanted to talk about this work on the channel for a long time, so I decided to include it anyway. This fictional universe depicts a world that allowed itself to be quietly consumed. More than a decade ago, cosmic beings appeared without warning. No one knows where they came from, but their arrival marked the beginning of the end. There wasn't a sudden cataclysm or a global war, only a gradual, almost peaceful collapse of human civilization. In the early years, the governments of the world tried the impossible. A massive, coordinated intervention took place. 30,000 targets detected across every continent, 5 confirmed species, and civilian reports describing even more variants. Cities near the activity zones were fully evacuated, and for the first time in history, the planet's armed forces advanced together. But nothing worked. Among all those creatures, only one ever showed visible signs of damage, and each time one of them was destroyed, another emerged just a few miles away. There was no victory, no defense, no hope. Humanity realized, with horror and resignation, that these monsters couldn't be killed, understood, or even avoided. That was the moment when the true tragedy began, the normalization of the end of the world. The creatures stopped being them and simply became part of life. The survivors, if they can still be called that, stopped counting the dead, stopped looking at the sky, stopped running, knowing that sooner or later, they would be devoured. And most disturbingly, many of them preferred it that way. Their behavior is chaotic, yes, but strangely indifferent. They don't seem evil. Some even claim they look sad to be here, as if begging to return to wherever they came from. Yet their mere existence is a death sentence. You would try to live your life like everyone else, trapped in a routine where any given day could be your last. The end of humanity didn't come through nuclear war, pandemics, or divine punishment. It came through unfathomable giants, because all that remains is the sound of thousands of these creatures feasting on a world that was never theirs, while humanity weeps in silence. After everything we've seen, this universe is without question classified as God level. The threats it presents go beyond the extinction of humankind. They erase civilization itself, and with it, hope. These beings defy all earthly logic. Their very presence corrodes the environment, disrupts the weather, and triggers large-scale catastrophes with no apparent intention. Once defeat became undeniable, people lost their minds, or their will to live. In this world, fear has turned into collective apathy. The creatures became part of the landscape, a constant, silent presence, impossible to ignore, impossible to destroy. The series begins with the presence of an angel describing a cycle of human self-destruction. This universe introduces us to a species on the brink of extinction. The planet's resources have been pushed to their absolute limits. Wildlife is a thing of the past, and all earthly species have been plunged into complete chaos. Extinction is imminent, and with no other options left, humanity turns to prayer, desperate, unceasing prayer, pleading for a miracle. And, by sheer fortune, that miracle descended from the heavens. An angel, a messenger of God, took pity on humanity and appeared on earth to help. But, in return, he was betrayed. Trapped within a machine known as the Angel Engine, he became the victim of mankind's greatest sin, a direct and irreversible defiance against God himself. The purpose behind this act was to harness the angel's divine energy, using it as an infinite power source to create a utopian paradise on Earth. This meant extracting his energy endlessly, keeping him imprisoned, and likely forcing him into a state of eternal suffering. The angel narrating these events is the very same one who was captured. But don't worry, you'll understand soon enough. Now, we jump forward into the future, where we witness what remains of the poor angel who was captured who knows how many years ago. He begs to be freed. To do so, whoever receives his message must find the Angel Engine, located in what is described as a sacred land, a desolate wasteland filled with massive, thorn-like spires erupting from the ground. At one point, the angel mentions that the wages will be abundant, which could be an echo of a divine promise, a celestial reward in exchange for his liberation. Later, the angel warns of the arrival of an evil entity, one that will show no mercy to humanity. This being will soon descend and deceive mankind, manipulating them until they are led straight into the apocalypse, to total extinction. Despite all the suffering he has endured at the hands of human greed, the angel still wants to help us avoid this fate. His love for humanity is so great that even now he longs to protect us. However, he is powerless to do anything unless he is freed from the Angel Engine. And as for the malevolent entity he speaks of, it is none other than the Antichrist, a being that seeks to lead humanity astray from the true faith, guiding them toward destruction. It may even take the form of an angel. We return to the present, likely not long after the angel's capture. Here we see him already imprisoned within the Angel Engine, crying out for help, but as we already know, his pleas will go unheard. The lead scientist behind this experiment, Dr. Golf Ernstmann, reveals that they have discovered angels can generate limitless energy, enough to power humanity for millennia. Meanwhile, an eerie angelic figure slowly emerges in the background. He is already here. The screen suddenly cuts to a warning message as the entity, the Antichrist himself, gazes directly at humanity, even breaking the fourth wall to stare at the viewer. Then, the scene shifts to the President of the United States. But something is wrong. As he speaks, his face begins to distort, and his voice is replaced by something else. It seems the end of days has begun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Listen, look, me.
I am standing before you on this day as a man, a husband, a father, as your president, but most importantly, as a citizen of this country.
He, Miss, not from, bro.
I will not sugarcoat our current situation. We are on the cusp of war.
Your species will die.
This is not a test, this is not a joke. It is unfortunately the truth.
Your cities will fall.
As we speak, our enemies are readying their nuclear arsenal.
The sky will burn.
It's quite clear what is happening here. The Bible describes the Antichrist as a figure who will rise at the end of time, deceiving nations and leading many to ruin. Here we see him doing exactly that, controlling and manipulating the President of the United States, likely to incite a war that could have been avoided. All of it, a carefully orchestrated plan to push humanity toward its downfall. In the next episode, we learn what the angel is trying to do from the future. He tells us that he has crossed the abyss of time to deliver these messages. The angel is attempting to warn humanity about an impending apocalypse, one that seems inevitable. He also clarifies that the figure we see is not him, despite their striking resemblance. The Antichrist has taken his form to deceive and mislead us. Meanwhile, in the present, the media portrays the angel engine as an unprecedented scientific breakthrough, downplaying the fact that a sentient being is being tortured within the machine. Fortunately, there are still people who oppose this situation. The reporter mentions that the angel engine is located in the structure behind him, known as the Second Tower of Babel, referencing the biblical story that explains the origin of humanity's diverse languages. According to the tale, after the Great Flood, humanity spoke a single language and sought to build a tower in the city of Babel that would reach the heavens. Seeing their arrogance, God confused their languages so they could no longer understand one another and scattered them across the earth, halting the tower's construction. This modern tower stands in the Negev Desert, Israel, a land rich with traces of significant biblical figures, the very holy land the angel spoke of earlier. Over 200,000 people work in the tower, and it is here that humanity's fate will be decided. Will this lead to total extinction, or will it mark the greatest technological advancement in history? The ability to create miracles artificially. And, of course, all of this unfolds under the watchful gaze of the Antichrist. Next, we see an advertisement promoting the Angel Engine initiative and calling for volunteers. But volunteers for what? You'll find out soon. The ad features a student worried about his future due to his poor grades. Suddenly, Dr. Ernstman appears, promising him a bright future if he registers as a volunteer at angelengineinitiative.org. But wait, what happens if you actually visit that website? Well, as expected from a well-crafted ARG, the website is real, and it reads as follows.
Sign up, become a hero. In this fast-paced world, change is a daily occurrence, and as we, as a species, step into the future, new obstacles and challenges will arise. As humans, we possess a plethora of tools with which we can confront said obstacles. To best prepare ourselves for this future, we believe it is of the utmost importance that our scientific progress can keep pace with these challenges. Here, at the Angel Engine Initiative, we are working around the clock to further scientific progress, and there is a way you can help us too. Become a research patient today, and help us build a better future.
At the bottom of the page, there's a contact form. At the time of making this video, I haven't received any responses yet, but I'm sure by the next one I will. So, we'll just have to wait. But do you want to know what actually happens to the volunteers in this project?
Well, and there goes another test subject. Well, what can you do?
This is where we truly see the dehumanization, coldness, and utter lack of empathy from this doctor. He uses people like you, watching this video, as mere lab rats, stripping them of their humanity. To him, every being, whether human or angelic, is nothing more than a means to an end. Only men like him dare to challenge God. The angel from the future appears before us once again, this time giving instructions to the few remaining humans on how to survive in the Holy Land, the devastated world left behind after the apocalypse. The first rule is always carry enough supplies, because you won't find any in the Holy Land. There's nothing there, just miles and miles of desolation. He also warns of the presence of beings known as the Forgotten, humanoid figures that roam the area and will try to kill you. Who knows? Perhaps they are failed experiments of Dr. Ernstmann, but these creatures are the least of the survivors' concerns. The Antichrist, in the form of a corrupted angel, lurks everywhere. You must not look at the sky or your eyes will melt. He is here. Cover your eyes and ears. Do not look. Do not listen. He has already found you.
I see you.
The latest available episode is by far the strangest one. In it, the angel recites a poem titled Boots, a real poem written by Rudyard Kipling. It speaks of soldiers who, despite their sacrifices, are forgotten once they are gone, with their boots serving as a symbol of their labor and fate. This leaves no doubt. Every image we see in this episode belongs to the war caused by the Antichrist, who has manipulated and controlled the President of the United States. Here it is.
Boot, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Boot, 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 moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war. If your eyes drop, they will get the top of you. Boom, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Rise, but think of something different.
What a way to begin. In this new chapter, Dr. Ernstmann presents the latest developments in the Angel Engine project. As we can see, some time has passed since the Angel was first captured. We don't know exactly how long, but whether it's been a short or long period, one thing is certain. The Angel has endured unspeakable suffering, a torment so profound that his appearance has begun to deteriorate, slowly taking on the form we know he'll have in the future. Dr. Ernstmann explains that through countless experiments conducted on him, several conclusions have been reached. The Angel has demonstrated immeasurable intelligence, so much so that every test designed to study him has failed. He surpasses all known limits, and although he speaks in a strange, cryptic manner, they've managed to learn his name. They're not holding just any angel, but one from the highest ranks, the Archangel Uriel. Also known as the Light of God or the Fire of God, Uriel is recognized across various religious and esoteric traditions as the bearer of divine wisdom, enlightenment, and spiritual transformation. While his name doesn't appear in the canonical Bible accepted by all Christian denominations, he is mentioned in apocryphal and deuterocanonical texts such as the Book of Enoch and the Apocalypse of Ezra. According to some traditions, Uriel was the angel who guarded the gates of Eden with a flaming sword, preventing access to the Tree of Life after Adam and Eve were cast out. When God decided to flood the earth to cleanse it of the corruption caused by the fallen angels and their offspring, it was Uriel who warned Noah of the coming disaster. He revealed God's plan and instructed him on how to survive, telling him to build an ark. That alone shows Uriel's deep connection with humanity, a connection we see reflected once again here. Despite everything, Uriel continues to love humanity with all his being. He makes this known to Ernstmann and pleads with him for release. But the man standing before him is a psychopath through and through, a man who embodies coldness, greed, and the total abandonment of compassion in the blind pursuit of scientific and technological advancement, a man utterly indifferent to suffering, whether human or divine. So, when the Archangel begs him again and again, Ernstmann simply responds with a cold, emotionless no. Then, without hesitation, he moves on, not just to continue his explanation, but to demonstrate the Angel Engine's ability to create artificial miracles. He shows us the lifeless body of a young man, allegedly killed in a workplace accident inside the second tower of Babel. But knowing Ernstmann, I'm almost certain this was just another test subject, one more victim among countless others already claimed by his hands. At that very moment, Uriel pleads, begging the doctor not to hurt him, but Dr. Ernstmann goes through with it anyway. He resurrects the boy using the angel's power. I don't know if I'm the only one, but there's something deeply disturbing about seeing an angel, an entity capable of wiping us out with a mere snap of his fingers, reduced to begging and groveling before a mere human. But how did this man become the one to lead the most ambitious project in Earth's history? To understand that, we need to dig into his past. And for that, we turn to the article published in Rewired magazine, The Man Behind the Machine, the Father of the Angel. Sometimes the brightest minds aren't born, they're broken. And from those shattered pieces, things emerge that should never exist. Jeff Ernstmann burst onto the scientific scene in his early 20s, leaving the world in awe. When he received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry at just 25 years old, he became the youngest laureate in history, a prodigy, a rising star. It seemed clear he was destined to become one of the greatest minds of the scientific world, and he didn't miss the chance to make that known. During the awards ceremony, he looked out at the audience with unwavering confidence and said, "I am here to bring this world into the future." A bold statement, especially coming from a man whose brain had only just finished developing. But many of the world's top intellectuals were entranced by him. They believed every word. They praised him as a visionary, almost messianic figure. And then, everything changed. Little by little, the spotlight began to fade. The young prodigy couldn't replicate his early success. The headlines vanished. The collaborations stopped. And the scientific community forgot him. The man once hailed as the future of science was swallowed by the shadows of obscurity, and for nearly 20 years, nothing more was heard from him. Until now. Ernstmann emerged from the darkness, not as a man seeking redemption, but as the herald of something entirely new. And he didn't return with an apology. He returned with a machine, a device that, in his own words, is the most important invention in human history, a miraculous machine, one that, according to him, can turn any wish into reality. In the months that followed the announcement, Dr. Ernstmann's name was once again on everyone's lips. International news, scientific conferences, magazine covers. The forgotten genius had become, overnight, the most talked about man on the planet. But not everything was as it seemed. That sudden success came at a price. And soon, the details began to leak. Details about what really powered the machine. Ernstmann had named it the Angel Engine, and its secret was horrifying. Inside the mechanism was a real being, an angel, conscious, alive, trapped within. That creature, caught somewhere between the divine and the artificial, was the very source of its miracles. When this truth was exposed, the reaction was immediate. Outrage. Debates erupted. Protests. Public outcry. How far are we willing to go for the sake of progress? And at what cost? Many began to question the morality of the project. Others went even further. They claimed Ernstmann's work was meaningless without the angel inside. That he wasn't a genius, just a thief of divine power. Some called it blasphemy. Others, heresy, and the most extreme voices claimed he had damned his very soul. But Ernstmann didn't flinch. Instead of expressing regret, he released a statement on the project's official website. He briefly addressed the criticism and hinted that a new invention is already on the way, one that, in his words, will silence all his doubters. More information, he says, will be revealed in an exclusive interview with National News.
State your name for the camera.
Uriel.
Welcome back to the Barry Donovan Show, ladies and gentlemen. Many see him as the savior of our species, while others think him a fraud. However, one thing is for certain. Dr. Jeff Ernstman is the most famous man in the world right now. We here at the Barry Donovan Show were able to secure an exclusive interview with the man behind the machine. Live from the second Tower of Babel, please welcome Dr. Jeff Ernstman. Thank you, Barry. I am thrilled to be here today.
It's my pleasure. You found yourself on the receiving end of a lot of criticism in recent weeks, particularly regarding your treatment of the angel. Would you like to say something about that?
You know, Barry, I thought long and hard about the discussion at hand, and I think it is a very important discussion to be had indeed. But there is one thing most people don't consider. We ran the tests, and they all showed the same thing. If the angel wanted to escape, he could. Yet he chooses to stay. I think that makes things clear enough.
In the same vein, many have also tried to discredit your work, claiming the angel was the real reason for your success. That must be quite infuriating, right?
You know, Barry, that is actually why I wanted to come on here. To make an announcement.
An announcement? Well, let's hear it.
Many of you have doubted me in the past weeks, but I am happy to remind you that I remain the smartest mind on this planet. And to prove this fact to you, I have been working on a new invention. Exactly 1 week from now, it shall be revealed to the whole world. Then all of you will be forced to realize that I am who I am.
That sounds like quite the statement. Can you tell us more about this new invention of yours?
All I can reveal at the moment is this. I am no longer in need of that angel to make my experiments work.
Okay, what did we just witness? On one hand, Dr. Ernstman confirms what's become increasingly obvious. Uriel can escape. Of course he can, but he chooses to stay. After all, his sole reason for descending to Earth was to help humanity, and that's exactly what he continues to do, even from within the Angel Engine, despite the immense suffering it brings him. On the other hand, what is it that Ernstman has been preparing for us? An invention so revolutionary that it would render the Archangel obsolete. But does that mean Uriel will finally be set free? Unfortunately, I hate to disappoint you, because in the future he's still very much imprisoned inside the Angel Engine. Finally, the day arrived. The day when Ernstman's groundbreaking new invention would be revealed to the public. But on that very same day, the doctor was the victim of an attempted assassination. Beersheba, Israel. Dr. Jeff Ernstman, world-renowned scientist and lead mind behind the controversial Angel Engine initiative, was attacked by an assailant in the early hours of March 26th, just outside Solomon Hall, only hours before his new invention was set to be unveiled to the world. Reports indicate that the attacker used a homemade firearm. 3 shots were fired. 2 struck him in the abdomen. 1 hit his face. Ernstman was rushed to St. Mary's Hospital, where he underwent emergency surgery, but his current condition remains unknown. The attacker, later identified as 32-year-old Jensen Goldstein, was apprehended by local authorities just 5 blocks from the scene. He is now in police custody, awaiting legal action. The entire world was stunned. News spread like wildfire, and public reaction was almost unanimous. Many claimed he had it coming, and the calls to free Uriel only grew louder. Soon, however, some of Ernstman's colleagues spoke out in his defense.
I am beyond speechless. Jeff remains one of the brightest minds on this planet, and attempting to dim such a brilliant man, all because you disagree with his ethics. It goes to show how far we've fallen as a society. My prayers go out to Jeff and all his friends and family.
As Ernstmann fights for his life, and the Angel Engine remains cloaked in silence, the world stands at a crossroads. The line between miracle and monstrosity has never been thinner. And as the dust settles in Beersheba, one question echoes louder than the gunshots. What price are we truly willing to pay for a miracle? Without a doubt, Dr. Ernstmann would eventually find the answer to this question, and he won't like it one bit.
You want an autograph or something?
What was all of this? Surely no one expected this outcome, myself included. And more importantly, who or what is this new entity? Well, I have two possible interpretations. The first is this. Did Ernstmann truly believe he could torture one of God's closest angels without facing any consequences? For someone considered the brightest mind on earth, it's disappointing that he never took this possibility into account. Or perhaps he did. Maybe I'm jumping the gun by saying that, because in truth, we don't know for sure. But if he did foresee it, and as some of his critics have pointed out, we might be dealing with a man willing to damn his own soul if it meant achieving his goals. Here's how it all unfolded. The assailant, with a chilling, almost grotesque appearance, stands before Ernstmann and, while repeating the mantra, "God is coming," over and over, pulls out a weapon and fires. We don't know exactly who this figure is, but judging by how things turned out, he's clearly not just some ordinary person. Could he be someone influenced by God himself to punish the one responsible for this horrific sin against the divine? Perhaps, but what we do know is that Ernstmann did not survive the attack, and now he's being purged, possibly for all eternity. He's experiencing constant pain and suffering, just like he inflicted on Uriel, but multiplied millions and millions of times over. After all this, many might wonder if the Doctor could somehow be revived using the Angel Engine. Do you really think God would allow that? Ernstmann is now under the weight and authority of God's will, and there's no artificial miracle or man-made machine that can save him from it. But what if that's not what's happening here? What if this isn't God? That's where my second interpretation comes in. Look at Ernstmann's face and the face of the entity. Don't they seem familiar? That has to be intentional. But then, what sense would it make for the Antichrist to destroy the Doctor? Wouldn't it be more useful to him if Uriel remained under his control? There are many questions we still don't have answers to. But one thing is certain, Jeff Ernstmann is now suffering. He is being punished for everything he's done. We begin by returning to Rewired magazine. After the shock caused by the death of Dr. Jeff Ernstmann, the magazine released a new issue. Its cover hauntingly captures the essence of this story. God is dead, but his angel remains. The image is as powerful as it is provocative. We see Stephen Eckelblum, the main spokesperson for the project and likely Ernstmann's right-hand man, staring intently at Uriel, suspended in a posture that is unmistakably sacrificial. He's completely restrained, motionless, utterly unable to lift a finger against the monster before him. Eckelblum watches him closely, his expression a chilling mix of detachment and superiority. There's not a trace of compassion in his eyes. This is the world that Angel Engine has built, a world where God is no longer needed because his angel is still imprisoned, a world where miracles are industrialized, packaged, sold, and extracted through the suffering of a benevolent being who only sought to protect and help humanity. The phrase, "God is dead, but his angel remains," once again reveals the staggering arrogance of many within this universe, more than we might expect. The scales, once balanced between those who supported the project and those who condemned it, are beginning to tip dangerously. Inside the magazine, a key question is raised. What will happen now to the Angel engine? With the death of Dr. Ernstmann at the age of 41, the world stands at a crossroads. Is this the end of the project? Is there anyone capable of continuing his legacy? Or will the Angel engine become a relic of the past, too advanced to be understood by the remaining scientists? For now, there's no clear answer. The only thing we know is that Jeff Ernstmann, no matter how many attempts are made, remains stubbornly dead. They've tried bringing him back to life many times, but the machine won't respond. No matter how many times they attempt the miracle, nothing happens. Is it a technical failure, or could it be something else? What is certain is that the man who wasn't just the most intelligent, but perhaps the most powerful to ever exist, is still dead, and with him perhaps his vision as well. Even so, Stephen Eckelblum attempts to reassure the public with an official statement, insisting it's only a matter of time before our dear friend returns. He holds on to hope, but what he seems to overlook is that the energy used for these miracles is drawn directly from a conscious being, and if that energy is, at its core, a living extension of the Archangel himself, then there's a very real possibility that Uriel is attempting to sabotage the system from within, draining it in secret, exhausting it, rendering it unusable so that it can never be used for the purpose the scientists within the Second Tower of Babel are now so desperate to fulfill, the resurrection of Ernstmann. In the previous video, I proposed two possible interpretations of what happened to the doctor after his death. But today, I'm leaning firmly toward the second one, and I'm partially revising what I said back then. Next, I'm going to take a pause, not just to explain this theory in the depth it deserves, but also to revisit key moments in the series and bring forward ideas that we may have all overlooked. This will be important later, so please pay close attention. As I always say, I could be wrong. Analyzing and explaining a series that's still ongoing is never easy, especially when it's one as cryptic, ambiguous, and symbolic as this. There are many possible interpretations, and what seems clear today might completely change tomorrow. First, we need to go back to the very beginning of the series, back to the moment when Uriel descends from the heavens, only to be captured and imprisoned within the Angel engine. Many of us have asked the same question ever since, a question that, until now, I haven't brought up in either of the previous videos. But now, more than ever, it feels like the right time to address it and begin theorizing. How did they manage to capture him in the first place? How could Dr. Ernstmann have acquired the knowledge necessary to build a machine capable of containing and exploiting a divine being? Let's remember, the Angel engine was created with one purpose: extract divine energy to do two things: provide humanity with nearly unlimited power and use it to manufacture artificial miracles. Ernstmann may very well be the most brilliant human to ever live, but he's still just that, a human. The knowledge required to build such a device lies far beyond the reach of any mortal, unless, of course, he had help from someone who understands divine nature all too well. Exactly. I'm talking about the Antichrist. The fact that we see him in the lab shortly after Uriel's capture is no coincidence. And yes, that entity we see in the very first episode, that is the Antichrist. When I first analyzed that episode, I merely narrated what happened, but I never really addressed what we were truly being shown. A figure, which we now know is the form Uriel uses to communicate from the future, explains the steps required to capture an angel, exploit the planet's resources, destroy wildlife. In short, push all life to the brink of extinction. That's when an angel will descend to save us. But why would an angel tell us how to capture an angel? Now it all makes more sense, doesn't it? Here, the Antichrist takes Uriel's form to mislead us, the viewers, but only in the first episode. The figure we see afterward really is Uriel. Next question. Why would the Antichrist want to help Dr. Ernstmann? Simple. Ernstmann is special. This isn't news, but the Antichrist saw an opportunity to take control of everything. The Antichrist's goal is to lead us to absolute destruction, but not directly, not immediately. The Antichrist doesn't seek the immediate physical annihilation of humanity. His aim is far more insidious: total corruption. He doesn't arrive in fire and chaos. He doesn't descend with an army of death. He doesn't hurl lightning or tear open the sky. The Antichrist wants humanity to destroy itself. His plan is to sow lies, ego, arrogance, and contempt for the sacred, to convince the world it no longer needs God, to make humanity willingly abandon everything that connects it to goodness, compassion, and redemption. In that sense, his destruction is spiritual long before it becomes physical, and once corruption reaches its peak, only then does the total collapse come, the apocalypse. That's why we see him whispering into the ear of the President of the United States, pushing him toward a war that could still be avoided, a war that will become one of the key events leading the world into a desolate wasteland. But in the meantime, the world must be distracted. All eyes must be turned toward a false hope. And what better way to do that than to turn a brilliant, world-renowned scientist, a psychopath with a god complex, into the most famous and important man in history? To make that happen, he did something incredibly simple. He gave him the instructions, not just to summon an angel, but to build a machine capable of containing it. Once that was accomplished, it was inevitable. All eyes, both of the living and those yet to be born, would turn to him. And well, ladies and gentlemen, the rest is history. Thanks to that influence, Ernstmann even created a thing that made Uriel obsolete. But for what purpose? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What matters is this. Once the Antichrist saw that Ernstmann had reached the exact point he needed, and just as he was about to do with Uriel, he disposed of him. Because in this case, he needed to possess his body, and Ernstmann's body is no ordinary body. It is the symbol of the new order, the face of science triumphant over the divine, the man who turned an angel into an engine and convinced the world that miracles could be manufactured. To possess Ernstmann is to seize his legacy, his influence, his power. The Antichrist doesn't just want to corrupt humanity from the outside. He wants to take on the flesh of the very man who opened the door, the man who betrayed God, the man who crossed every moral line. Becoming Ernstmann is the final move. It's no longer about imitating Uriel. It's about becoming the new Messiah of a damned world. Ernstmann was molded to be the perfect vessel, worshipped by some, hated by others, but remembered by all. Jeff Ernstmann is the one name everyone knows by face. After his death, the Antichrist himself took his soul. That's why Uriel refuses to bring him back. Remember, Uriel still wants to help us, no matter the cost. He refuses because what would return wouldn't be Ernstmann. It would be evil itself, now with a physical body, the body of the most influential man in the world. More convenient, more practical. But do you really think the Antichrist didn't know this would happen? This is the biggest theory I've developed about angel engines so far. And honestly, the fact that these two scenes are so similar, that's no coincidence. As always, what do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Back to the magazine. Eckelblum also confirms that the unveiling of Ernstmann's final invention hasn't been cancelled, only postponed. The new date is April 1st at Solomon Hall, the very place where Ernstmann was attacked before the original revelation. Now the entire world turns its eyes to Beersheba, to the second Tower of Babel. Some do so with excitement, others holding their breath, waiting to see what comes next. The article ends with the same phrase it began with: God may be dead, but his angel remains. This time spoken by Stephen Eckelblum himself, blatantly comparing Ernstmann to God. Jeff Ernstmann may be dead, but his angel, his machine, remains. After that, we get this post. Nothing important at first glance. Just a meme. An extra little post to make the wait between episodes more bearable. But there's something I can't stop thinking about. The kid. The same kid we've seen before, wandering the Holy Land after the apocalypse. The same one many have come to call the hero. The one who, according to the most popular theories, ventures into the most dangerous place on Earth in search of Uriel to finally set him free. The last hope of humanity. But what's he doing alongside Ernstmann and his right hand? Is the creator trying to tell us something with this? I don't know, maybe there's a connection between them. But for now, nothing has been confirmed. I honestly can't wait to see an episode centered on this kid and on his journey, or rather, his misadventures, through the desolate wasteland the world has become. The next episode of Angel Engine was released on a date that was anything but random. Easter Sunday, April 20th, 2025, a sacred day for millions around the world, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus Christ after his death. And true to form, this new episode chooses to desecrate that very idea. We begin with Uriel, more broken than ever. His appearance is becoming unrecognizable. His words are brief, fragmented, yet their meaning is all too clear. A few lines stand out. He is risen. He is not here. At first glance, these seem like direct quotes from the New Testament, and they are. There were phrases traditionally associated with Christ's resurrection, but here, something is deeply wrong. Uriel is warning us about an inevitable event, one he does not condone, the resurrection of Dr. Ernstmann, or rather of the Antichrist. The phrase, "he is not here," makes it painfully clear. The real miraculous scientist is gone. What's coming back won't be him. It will be something much, much worse. But wasn't Uriel supposed to stop this? Well, as we've been told time and time again, soon enough, Uriel will no longer be needed to bring him back to the world of the living. Then the camera zooms out, revealing a deeply unsettling image. We see Stephen Eichelblum speaking directly to the camera, his face completely devoid of emotion, of humanity. Beside him lies the grotesque, lifeless body of Ernstmann, kept intact only by tubes and wires. Eichelblum smiles as he speaks of hope, perseverance, and triumph over death. He begins drawing a parallel with Jesus Christ, referencing his resurrection and the forgiveness of sins. But soon the tone shifts. He starts equating that divine miracle with Jeff Ernstmann himself. In essence, he tells us that even though they still can't operate their new invention, just as Christ rose from the dead, Ernstmann will rise too. That humanity must keep the faith in the project, in the tower, in the machine. This speech, wrapped in gentle words and ceremonial flair, becomes one of the most blasphemous moments in the entire series. They're no longer justifying anything. They're no longer hiding. They're building a new religion, complete with its own martyr, its own miracle, and its own artificial resurrection. The episode ends with a phrase, a statement that, under other circumstances, might sound hopeful, but here, it becomes a threat.
He will rise again.
And sure enough, he did. Although the creator described the following post as nothing more than a simple edit, the content speaks for itself. First, we see the floating heads of Ernstmann, Eichelblum, and the hero. Once again, it's clear that some kind of connection exists between them. Then, an endless line of Ernstmann clones, identical, eerily calm, inhumanly serene, raise their hands, shaped like guns, and point them directly at Uriel's head. Uriel is on his knees, defeated, utterly humiliated. This scene is heavy with meaning. It's not just a depiction of Uriel's submission, it's a statement of intent. He is no longer needed. The world shaped by Ernstmann, or more accurately, by the Antichrist through him, has no use for angels anymore. Or at least, not in the same way. And that's when we see it, the final result of years of research. A living mockery, an abomination built to replace Uriel, not just in function, but in presence. The Antichrist's trump card. He knew Uriel would refuse to resurrect Ernstmann. That's why this artificial angel was created, a monster with the power to do what the Archangel once did, perhaps even better, because if they can manufacture a god and wield it however they please, why rely on the real one? Out of that blasphemy was born this perfect creature, Barachiel. Barachiel is one of the 7 archangels venerated in Eastern Christian traditions. His name comes from Hebrew and means blessed by God. To name this machine after a true angel is a direct insult. Just one more for the collection.
I see your spirit. I see your flesh.
The first words spoken by this artificial angel may seem simple, but they carry a terrifying weight. Because in order to truly see your spirit, one doesn't just need eyes. They must be designed to reach the deepest layers of your being, your essence, your will, your soul. This being doesn't just perceive your physical form, it can see into the spiritual. It isn't just a machine, it's not a mere substitute. It's an entity built to invade everything. And when it says it can see your flesh, it doesn't mean the surface of your body. It means your weakness, your mortality, your fragility as a human being. This sentence makes it clear. You're not standing before some advanced artificial intelligence. You're standing before something else. A hybrid presence. Something born from the divine, but shaped by profane hands. A machine with the gaze of a false god, and the power to tear you apart, inside and out.
Ha ha ha. Why the shocked faces? You didn't really think I'd miss my own invention's big unveiling, did you? Now, without further ado, let me present to you my blessing upon this world. The world's first artificially created angel. Would you be so kind and tell the audience your name?
Barakiel.
Let's break it down step by step. The first thing we see is a scene that perfectly represents the resurrection of Ernstmann as the Antichrist. We witness his soul subjugated, erased. He's already been possessed. Then, in an eerie, unnatural calm, a hole opens in his face, and from within, Barakiel begins to emerge. He's bringing him back to life. And finally, we arrive at the grand unveiling. Along with it comes the grand reappearance of Dr. Jeff Ernstmann, or rather, what's left of him. After all, how could he miss the day his greatest creation is revealed to the world? His expression says it all. Triumphant, arrogant, mocking. The Antichrist has won. He's seized control of the entire world. He has crowned himself the god of the new world to come. From this moment forward, there's no doubt. Angel Engine has officially become one of those fictional universes labeled as forsaken by God. In many stories of cosmic or post-apocalyptic horror, it's suggested that God has disappeared, died, or simply stopped intervening. But in Angel Engine, it's not that God abandoned the world, it's that the world deliberately abandoned God, and it did so knowingly. The most ironic and terrifying part of it all is that perhaps God did respond. He sent help, he sent Uriel, but humanity, far from being grateful, plugged him into a machine. So yes, Angel Engine isn't just a world forsaken by God. It's one where death no longer holds any meaning, where God was betrayed, killed in spirit, and his angel reduced to a slave. A world that made its choice, that chose its new God, its new gods, and must now face the consequences. All we can do now is watch Uriel cry, begging to be freed so he can help us stop a future that has already been sealed. The curtain opens, and there he stands, the new angel, the perfect machine, the final blasphemy. And now we understand. The figure we saw in that How to Survive in the Holy Land video wasn't the Antichrist. It was Barakiel. There are now 3 pieces on the board, 3 beings that don't belong to this world. Who knows how any of this will end? The scene shifts. We're taken to Ischel prison during a national news broadcast. The reporter announces that the body of Jensen Goldstein, the man who killed Dr. Ernstmann, was found dead just days after the doctor's resurrection. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Goldstein had been possessed by the Antichrist to carry out the murder, and once his purpose was fulfilled, he was discarded. Or maybe the phrase you are seeing on the screen has something to do with it. Truth is, we don't really know for sure. In the end, Barakiel, just like the Antichrist did in the early episodes, breaks the 4th wall. He looks directly at us. It only deepens their connection. After all, the Antichrist himself is the true father of this artificial angel. He tells us he loves us, but something tells me that his idea of love is nothing like ours. We've reached the chapter that marks the end of all currently available content. We go back in time. We see Uriel, or rather the Antichrist, taking his form and explaining how to awaken the angel engine. But is he really speaking to us? Clearly not. These words are meant for Ernstmann. This is where the theory is confirmed. The Antichrist played a crucial role in the creation of the monstrous machine we all know by now. Build the mainframe. Prepare for what is to come. Bleed to feed the hunger of the machine. These are just some of the steps the Antichrist whispers to Ernstmann. Then the scene shifts. We're taken to an interview on the Barry Donovan show, once again with Ernstmann, except this time after his death. But something feels off. His attitude. He doesn't even seem like the same person we saw moments ago. The Antichrist. Confident, arrogant, with the whole world in the palm of his hand. But now, he appears anxious, short-tempered. Which makes me wonder, what if the doctor's soul hasn't completely vanished? What if there are two minds trapped inside the same body? As I mentioned at the beginning, analyzing and explaining an ongoing series is always tricky, especially when it's something like Angel Engine. So if everything I've told you today turns out to be way off from what's really going on, don't worry. Once the series is finished, I'll release the ultimate breakdown in chronological order with all the pieces finally in place. And well, in the end, the interview spirals out of control.
Jeff? Did you hear me? Jeff? How was it, being dead and all?
Fuck you.
Sorry, what was that, Jeff?
I said fuck you. Now turn off that camera.
Good one. Almost got me there.
I am not joking. Turn it off.
I don't quite understand. You do know we are live, right? What are you doing? Stop it.
The first thing we see this time is a new issue of Rewired magazine, published shortly after the events we witnessed in the previous video. Its main focus, covering the final moments we saw unfold last time. On the cover, we find a picture of Dr. Ernstmann, dressed in formal attire, a single angelic wing unfurled behind him, and wrapped in an aura that feels more like that of a corpse than a reborn genius. Just below the title, a question demands our attention.
Reforged or ruined, the prodigal son returns.
On May 6, 2033, over a month after being officially declared dead in the wake of the Jensen Goldstein attack, Dr. Jeff Ernstmann made his return to the world. And he didn't come alone. At his side stood his most ambitious creation, Barakiel, the artificial angel, his most twisted legacy. As we explained in the previous video, the name Barakiel comes from Hebrew and means blessed by God. But let's not be fooled. There's no blessing in its purpose, in its existence, or in its appearance. This being carries no divinity, only a distorted reflection of it. And so, Ernstmann returned to the world that had already buried him. He stepped back into the spotlight, and as expected, the questions came quickly. In his first public appearance since his so-called resurrection, the Doctor appeared on the Barry Donovan show. His goal was clear, to reclaim the narrative and tighten his grip on public opinion. But what followed revealed something unexpected. His old friend, the show's host, opened with what seemed like an innocent question.
How was it, being dead?
And in that moment, something broke. The composed image Ernstmann had carefully maintained began to crumble. He lashed out at the host. He yelled at him, insulted him, humiliated him, and when he realized the cameras were still rolling, he snapped. He ordered the broadcast to be cut, but no one listened. So he gave the order. Barakiel destroyed the cameras and the program came to an abrupt end. Every recording of the incident vanished, wiped from the internet, erased from history. As we mentioned in the previous video, this behavior doesn't align with what we've seen from the Antichrist, that cold, strategic figure who has guided every step toward humanity's downfall from the shadows. This was something else. Rage, loss of control, pain, It suggests that perhaps he hasn't been fully possessed. His soul may no longer be his own, that much is clear, but the mind of the brilliant, deranged scientist we once knew might still be in there. And in certain moments, it acts as an extension of this malevolent entity. After the televised collapse of the interview, there was absolute silence. Dr. Ernstmann offered no statement, not a single word to explain what had happened. No apology, no reflection, but someone else did speak. Stephen Eckelblum, his right-hand man and chief spokesperson of the Second Tower of Babel, issued an official statement. His tone, polished, careful, almost paternal. But beneath that calm exterior lies something more calculated. The need to preserve an illusion, to convince the world that everything is still under control. Eckelblum described Dr. Jeff Ernstmann's actions as unacceptable. He expressed regret to those who witnessed the broadcast. He spoke of stress, of trauma, of a brilliant mind pushed to its limits after surviving an assassination attempt. He portrayed Ernstmann as yet another victim of a cruel and unforgiving world. And then he asked for patience, reassuring us that they're working with him so that he can recover. Finally, like a seed of doubt planted with surgical precision, the magazine closes with a question that sets the tone for this new stage.
Is he who returned still the same brilliant scientist, or is what remains a mere shell of his former self?
Some people are beginning to suspect the truth. The reality is, a part of Ernstmann has died. What now walks the earth with his face is still him, but at the same time, it's something entirely different. What we're about to witness is, without a doubt, one of the most cryptic and unsettling episodes in the entire series, so brace yourself. It all begins with a hypnotic, unrelenting chant, a phrase that repeats like a sentence. In fact, you're hearing it right now. Babylon has fallen. This isn't just any message. It's a direct biblical quote from the book of Revelation.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils and the hold of every foul spirit.
Many of you have probably figured out where this is going. In Christian tradition, Babylon represents any civilization that has betrayed God, an empire of corruption, of idolatry, of sin. But here, Babylon isn't a place. It's an idea, a global system, a world order steeped in excess, rotting from within, and hostile to the Almighty. Babylon is structural evil, it's moral decay, it's spiritual rebellion against the divine. When we hear that Babylon has fallen, in this context, it doesn't mean a city has crumbled. It means the collapse of this entire profane world. A world built on the suffering of an angel, a world that willfully turned its back on God, lured by the promise of artificial miracles. This world, in all its arrogance, is doomed to fall. That's something we've known since the very first episodes. A world driven by constant progress, destined, sooner or later, to become a desolate wasteland. And now the phrase Babylon has fallen simply confirms it. The first figure we see might look familiar. It's the reporter who, in the early episodes, covered the progress of the Angel engine from outside the Second Tower of Babel. But that man is gone. His expression is hollow, his words chilling. He pleads with Ernstmann to join them in paradise. We don't know exactly what he means by paradise, but what we do know for sure is the state this poor man is in. He's in a state eerily similar to Ernstmann after his death, under the control and influence of a being of pure evil. Throughout the series, we've seen the Antichrist take on many forms to deceive us and push his plan forward. But everything suggests that this towering, emaciated figure with a gaping hole for a face and eyes scattered across its flesh is his true form. We don't see him like that in this scene, at least, not exactly. But it's clear that the very world this poor soul now inhabits is the Antichrist, a never-ending landscape of living, pulsing flesh, covered in eyes and mouths, a terrain that breathes, watches, and feeds. Moments later, the reporter's face begins to open, and what's inside, well, we all know exactly who it is. But what does this mean? How did this person end up in such a horrific state? Are we supposed to understand that at some point this reporter was used as a vessel for the Antichrist? It's not an unreasonable theory, especially considering we saw him appear mid-broadcast. One question after another, and no clear answers. Then we shift to a scene entirely in black and white. In a desolate landscape, A massive tower stands tall. People wander around it, aimless, until they begin to vanish. And once no one is left, the tower begins to change. Its shape shifts, evolves, until it becomes something we've seen before, the second Tower of Babel. Next, we see Ernstmann standing in darkness, and behind him, white figures begin to manifest, strewn across the ground. So, how are we supposed to make sense of all this without losing our minds? The truth is, it's not easy. First, we see a group of people gathered around a colossal structure, a dark monolith rising out of nothingness. Could this be the construction of the original Tower of Babel? At first glance, maybe. The people around it could represent its builders, and their gradual disappearance could symbolize the moment God scattered them by confusing their languages, leaving the tower unfinished. But there's a problem. Right after they vanish, a new tower rises from the exact same spot, the one that houses the Angel engine. But that doesn't make sense. They weren't built in the same place. Still, the way these scenes unfold leads us to a single conclusion. Those white figures behind Ernstmann are corpses, and that opens two possible interpretations. Maybe this is a literal representation of the cost of building the second tower. Human sacrifices, lives offered one by one so the tower could rise. The brief flash of what appears to be the Antichrist's face between the two scenes might be a clue. It could be suggesting that beyond being the mind behind the Angel engine, he also played a crucial role in the tower's construction. And for reasons still unknown, innocent lives had to be sacrificed for its rise. The second possibility is simpler. Perhaps those corpses are nothing more than victims of Ernstmann himself, human test subjects, a visual representation of all who died in the name of progress. As you can see, nothing is truly clear. Honestly, sometimes I wish Angel Engine were just a little less cryptic, but I suppose that's part of what makes it so fascinating. In any case, whatever the correct interpretation may be, one thing is certain. Nothing in this world has ever been built without pain, despair, and death. Then, the episode brings us into a much more intimate space, where two figures, once allies, now stand face to face, Stephen Eichelblum and the new Ernstmann. This probably happens not long after the incident on The Barry Donovan Show. Eichelblum tries to reach out, speaking with a tone that suggests genuine concern. He asks Ernstmann to let him in, to open his mind, to allow someone, anyone, to help him. But Ernstmann refuses. Not because he doesn't want help, but because he's no longer capable of receiving it. He tells Eichelblum he doesn't understand the magnitude of the situation. He reminds him that he can't save anyone, not even himself. It's his way of saying the damage is done, that the wound that killed him and brought him back is no longer physical, it's spiritual, and it's spreading like a disease. He knows that eternal rest has been stolen from him, and he knows the world, as we know it, is about to collapse. The fall of civilization is inevitable. Babylon has fallen, and just then his words are interrupted by an emergency alert, the very same one that introduced the president's speech. If there was still any doubt, this confirms it. This war is what will drag humanity into ruin. The chanting stops, and with it, everything shifts. We are thrown into the future. A desolate, scorched, silent world. A post-apocalyptic wasteland. And here, the three most important figures of this entire story appear once again. Uriel, Barakiel, and the Antichrist. Each one of them utters a single sentence, a line that, though brief, carries enormous weight, because all of them come from the same place, chapter 31 of the book of Jeremiah. The first voice we hear is Uriel's, still trapped inside the Angel engine.
A voice was heard in Ramah. Do not listen.
The original line, except for the final warning, comes directly from Jeremiah 31:15. In its biblical context, Ramah was a city north of Jerusalem. There, Rachel, the symbolic mother of Israel's tribes, cries out in anguish for her children, who were taken from their land and cast into exile. But Uriel adds something not found in the original passage: do not listen. And judging by what we'll see next, we can interpret this as a warning, one aimed at someone in particular, because what's being heard is not real grief. It's a trap, a carefully crafted manipulation. As Uriel speaks, we're shown two scenes. In the first, we see what appears to be Uriel outside the Angel engine, but that's impossible. Later in the timeline, he appears even more deteriorated, still trapped. So what does this scene actually mean? Then, the figure you're seeing now appears on screen. In my opinion, this particular moment is especially revealing. The next voice we hear is Barakiel's, who continues the biblical passage.
Lamentation and bitter weeping, Rachel weeping for her children.
Rachel's weeping symbolizes the grief of a mother mourning a loss that can't be undone. But spoken by a creature born of suffering, the phrase turns into a cruel mockery. And then the third arrives, the Antichrist, once again taking on Uriel's form.
Refused to be comforted for her children because
Then the three voices come together to deliver the final sentence.
they were no more.
In the Bible, these words were used by the gospel writer Matthew to describe the massacre of the innocents, the brutal slaughter of every male infant ordered by King Herod in a desperate attempt to eliminate the Messiah. In this context, Rachel is seen as the mother of Israel crying from her grave for her murdered children, the embodiment of maternal sorrow, the purest form of grief imaginable. But as you already know, in this series, everything has a purpose, and this is no exception. Here, these biblical lines might not refer to a specific mother or a group of children. They might be an analogy for all of humanity, because just like Rachel's children, humanity is all but gone. Finally, we reach the final scene, one that, without exaggeration, could decide the fate of this entire story. Standing before us is the so-called hero, the last hope, the only character still untouched by corruption, the last human being who might still be able to change everything. And in front of him, Uriel, trapped inside the angel engine, crucified by wires, surrounded by screens, his eyes filled with despair, pleading, begging for someone to end his torment. But as we already know, that's not Uriel. Those words the archangel spoke earlier now make perfect sense. He was trying to warn the hero, warning him about a voice that sounds like his, a voice that seems gentle, even desperate, but is anything but. Uriel knows the Antichrist is imitating him. He knows it's a trap, and he knows exactly who that trap is meant for. And so, the warning becomes painfully clear. There is a voice you will hear, but don't listen to it. Don't answer that call. Don't go near that place. But his words never reached him. It's very possible that the Antichrist, sensing the hero's potential to change everything, diverted his path. He pulled him toward himself, using a voice identical to Uriel's, but stronger. Much, much stronger. And the poor boy fell right into the trap. He hears the voice pleading, asking for help, begging for mercy, but that figure before him is guiding him straight into damnation. The deceiver even mimics being trapped, just like Uriel. Our last hope doesn't know that what he's looking at is not an angel. And if he takes one step closer, who knows what might happen? Well, that's my interpretation. I'd be lying if I said this wasn't the hardest part of the whole video to figure out. Anyway, as always, let me know what you think in the comments. The next episode opens with a close-up of a machine, some kind of robot, or rather, a mechanical body still in the middle of assembly. As the camera slowly pulls back, an off-screen voice asks it a simple question.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how strong is the pain you're feeling?
The automaton gives the highest answer possible, 10. And yet, I'm convinced the pain it feels goes far beyond that limit. From this very first scene, we can already draw an important conclusion. What we're looking at is clearly a new creation of the second Tower of Babel, a being born of suffering just like Barakiel, but with one crucial difference. This time, the pain isn't external. It's not imposed from the outside. It comes from within. And if that's the case, if these machines can actually feel pain, then they must contain a biological component, which raises some deeply disturbing questions. Who was this thing before it became a sobbing mess of wires and metal? Could it be that all those so-called volunteers who took part in the grotesque experiments of the Angel Engine initiative were turned into these things? Capturing an angel and using its power to create artificial miracles wasn't enough. Creating an artificial angel from the first one wasn't enough either. It never is with these people. Suddenly, the camera pulls back further, revealing who's overseeing the entire process. Louis Marquez, one of Dr. Ernstmann's former colleagues. He was one of the few who publicly defended Ernstmann during the riots following his death. That was the first time we heard his name. And it's in that moment, in that very frame, that we find a massive piece of foreshadowing hiding in plain sight. Prototypes of these new biomechanical machines, shown 7 episodes before their official debut. The scene cuts to a live broadcast on national news. On screen, we see 3 figures: the reporter, Russell, Stephen Eckelblum, and one of these machines, or more accurately, one of these abominations. Russell greets the audience with excitement and cheerfully introduces the invention. He describes it as soldiers of steel powered by the energy of the Angel engine. In other words, living weapons powered by divine energy, autonomous extensions of the celestial machine, the Angel Core. Even after the creation of Barakiel, they're still using Uriel. The claim that the Angel would no longer be necessary was just another lie, which leaves us with an unsettling question. What was the true purpose behind creating this artificial angel? According to Eckelblum, the second Tower of Babel is working tirelessly to build a world without problems, one without suffering, where humanity can live in peace. But he admits there's a limitation. The world is just too large, too full of conflict, too chaotic for a single machine, the Angel engine, to fix everything. That's where the Angel Core come in. He explains that they're meant to be portable versions of the Angel engine. So, if the engine itself can't intervene directly, or if its activation would be too extreme for a particular case, these machines can act in its place. Eckelblum offers a moral justification, a noble vision, at least on the surface, but it's deeply manipulative, because if their primary function is to help humanity, why are they built like weapons? Why do they look like they were designed for war? During the interview, the biomechanical soldier mutters something, barely audible. It asks for help. A short, desperate plea. The reporter doesn't seem to notice, and Eckelblum completely ignores it. Then, without warning, the automaton slowly raises its arm and places a hand on Russell's shoulder. It's a subtle gesture, but one that immediately triggers discomfort and tension in the reporter. Eckelblum, however, responds with unnerving calm. He tells Russell not to worry, that everything's under control. As Eckelblum continues praising the wonders of these machines, the automaton begins secreting a strange substance, a bright, green, viscous fluid that quickly spreads across Russell's body. But it doesn't just cover him, it eats through him. It dissolves his skin, his muscles, everything. Russell screams in agony until the healthy, energetic man he once was is reduced to a charred skeleton, live on air, while no one can do anything to stop it. For the first time, Eckelblum loses his composure. He panics, shouting for the broadcast to be cut, and just like that, the signal cuts, and the episode ends. Now we know exactly what that thing was in the previous episode. And here's where things get really interesting. Remember how I said this scene was especially revealing? From what we've seen, it's clear the Angel Cores are unstable. Is it just me, or is this headed straight for disaster? What happens if these soldiers begin mass production? And let's be honest, the term soldiers isn't a coincidence. So here's my question. What if the great war the US is destined to fight isn't against another nation? Let's not forget, in his speech, the president never refers to the enemy as human. He never says who they are. He only mentions a threat that demands a total response. So, what if the war isn't against a country, but against the Angel Corps? Steel super soldiers, powered by the Angel engine, and completely out of control. This scene is so revealing because, at least in my opinion, it shows one of those machines creeping silently into someone's house. If that turns out to be true, then we'd have to revise one of our key assumptions, because that would mean the Antichrist hasn't fully manipulated the US president, at least not in every aspect. But even so, everything is still under the deceiver's control. After all, let's be honest, he has the most to gain from these soldiers losing control. Crazy theory? Absolutely, but at this point, totally plausible. 1 week after the incident, national news airs a new report, but this time the focus isn't on the second Tower of Babel or the latest developments of the Angel engine, it's on its direct consequences. More specifically, on the first officially confirmed death caused by Angel engine technology, Russell Westbrook. The broadcast quickly shifts to the main news anchor, Hunter Terry Abacus, who, wearing a somber expression, delivers breaking news about the chaos that erupted during the recent G20 summit held in Rome. For those unfamiliar, the G20 is the most important economic and political forum on the planet. It's made up of the world's 19 largest economies, plus the European Union. And as a headline in the previous episode already hinted, the central topic of this year's summit is none other than the regulation and control of the Angel engine. Terry explains that tensions inside the venue have reached critical levels. According to initial reports, several world leaders even got into a physical altercation during one of the panels. The reason? A debate over who should be granted authority over the Angel engine. The transmission then shifts to Rome, where field reporter Tina Clark speaks to us live from the scene. She confirms that the details surrounding the incident are still murky, but according to sources, up to 7 heads of state may have been involved in the fight. The situation is as tense as it is volatile. Behind her, thousands have gathered in protest. This isn't just a demonstration against the Angel engine. It's a collective outcry demanding justice. Justice for Russell. His death has become the spark that ignited this wave of mass unrest. The hashtag Justice for Russell has already surpassed 20 million posts in just a few days. 20 million may sound like a lot, but in truth, it's just a loud minority, one that still pales in comparison to the overwhelming number of people who continue to support the project. As Tina continues her coverage, new footage appears on screen. What we feared the most is now happening. The Angel Corps are being mass-produced. By now, even keeping track of their numbers feels impossible. And as if that weren't enough, an entire unit of Angel Corps has been deployed as a security force at the summit. Yes, you heard that right. Despite the fact that one of these soldiers killed a journalist on live television just days ago, the host country, Italy, has chosen to use them to protect world leaders. Naturally, that decision has only added fuel to the fire. Still, despite the crowd's intensity and the anger hanging in the air, the deployed units remain calm. They speak gently to the protesters, they show empathy, they ask people to step back, peacefully, and that isn't entirely surprising. While we know they can lose control, we mustn't forget where their energy comes from. They're powered by Uriel, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that some trace of his essence still lingers inside them. But their words fall on deaf ears, and then it happens. From within the sea of people, a man starts moving toward the security perimeter. We see him clearly. He's alone, determined, and carrying a suspicious-looking bag in his hand. One of the automatons spots him. It pleads with him not to go through with it, but it's too late. Panic erupts, and the transmission cuts to black.
Please, get back. Don't do it.
The next episode begins in a truly shocking way. Standing before us is Uriel, in the exact same state we saw Dr. Ernstmann after his death, fully under the control and absolute dominance of the Antichrist. A soul completely condemned. At first glance, it seems this malevolent being has done the same thing to Uriel, but for the sake of my own sanity, I want to believe this scene isn't meant to be taken literally, but symbolically, a visual representation of the current imbalance. Uriel is now completely overwhelmed. The Antichrist has surpassed him in power, influence, presence, and authority. For the most part, humanity has stopped listening to its angel. Because if I have to start theorizing that Uriel has been corrupted by the Antichrist, or worse, that he was never the benevolent celestial being we thought he was, honestly, my brain would explode. Not just because it would shatter everything we've established so far, but because it would take me an eternity to reorganize all the lore and piece it back together. And honestly, I find that extremely unlikely. So, at least for now, let's leave it at that. What follows takes us back in time. We see Uriel at the very moment he first descended from the heavens. His appearance is flawless, his face is calm, his voice gentle, and with open arms, he speaks to humanity with a clear and powerful message.
Be not afraid. I have come to help you. You are the salt of the earth.
These words are a direct echo of the gospel according to St. Matthew in the New Testament. Christ, during his Sermon on the Mount, addresses his disciples to remind them of their spiritual worth. You are the salt of the earth is a metaphor meant to highlight those who preserve faith, goodness, and truth. But then the tone changes, drastically. Uriel's voice becomes distorted, deeper, fractured, and what follows is no longer a message of hope. A rapid-fire sequence begins, showing us, one after another, the countless horrors that have twisted this world into what it has become. And over those images, Uriel continues.
But if salt has lost its taste, how shall it become salty again?
The full biblical passage reads as follows.
You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything, except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot.
Here, Jesus tells his followers they have a vital role to play in the world, just as salt was incredibly valuable in ancient times. But if they lose their essence, they also lose their purpose. They will become useless and will be cast out, trampled by the very world they were once called to illuminate. So, what is Uriel trying to tell us with this final part? The answer is simple. It's a direct warning. Humanity, once meant to preserve goodness, has lost its purpose, and now, only its fall remains. We're now taken back to the Angel Engine Chamber, where Dr. Ernstmann is locked in a tense argument with Stephen Eichelblum. Eichelblum tries to keep his composure, but Ernstmann is furious, exhausted. He refuses to keep taking part in the ongoing ad campaigns. I hadn't mentioned it before because it didn't seem all that relevant, but apparently, the Block Blast ads are canon, somehow. The argument quickly escalates, words grow sharper, and just when it seems like they might come to blows, a voice cuts through the chaos. It's Uriel, once again pleading for help. But before he can even finish his sentence, Eichelblum yells at him to be quiet, and the scene cuts out abruptly. Then we shift to a completely different setting, a sort of podcast or radio show. A man, whose identity remains unknown for now, speaks with clear concern about everything. He claims to have access to confidential information. He says he's heard rumors of disappearances, of inhuman experiments, but above all, he is convinced of one thing. He believes that the being locked inside the tower isn't an angel, but the Antichrist himself. The truth is, he's not entirely wrong. His suspicions are valid. They're just aimed at the wrong target. The same man shows up later on The Barry Donovan Show, where his identity is finally revealed. He's introduced as Jamie Dubois, founder of the resistance movement known as the Yellow Coats, a group that has grown rapidly in size and is now publicly challenging the Second Tower of Babel. However, before Jamie enters the scene, the Antichrist appears. He watches silently. He listens to every word Barry Donovan says, and vanishes the moment Jamie walks in. Barry introduces him as a controversial figure and brings up the accusations that his movement supports Jensen Goldstein, but Jamie doesn't flinch. He openly states that he sees Jensen as a hero, a man who gave his life in service to humanity. When Jason Goldstein carried out the assassination, he was wearing a yellow coat, and that small detail became the symbol and the name of the resistance movement that emerged after his death. The program is suddenly cut off. National news breaks in with an urgent bulletin. Dr. Jeff Ernstmann has gone missing. There have been no signs of him since July 1st. Every attempt to locate him has failed, and authorities are now asking the public for help. Sure enough, if you go to the official website, you'll find an entire section dedicated to the search. There's even a submission form where people can share any information that might help locate him. But that's not all. If you dig a little deeper, you'll come across a strange poem titled, "Woe to You."
As I escape this frame of dust and clay, woe to you. As my wings take shape, and I fleet on high, woe to you. As your spear is driven through my translucent shape, woe to you. As I lie splayed beyond the carcass of a fleeting cosmos, woe to you. As my final breath fades into the great beyond, woe to you, O hateful world.
This seems to be the final lament of a broken being, a creature that was betrayed, one that tried to fly, tried to escape its prison, but was struck down by the spear of man. It dies with eyes wide open, staring into a rotten cosmos, and as it fades away, it curses the entire world. Everything suggests that these words were written by Uriel himself, a cry of anguish from the Archangel. It could be interpreted as his final thought before being locked inside the Angel Engine. The tone of sorrow, betrayal, and detachment from the physical world fits his situation perfectly. As always, what do you think? And about that picture of Ernstmann, there's really not much to say. It's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. The second to last episode of today's video starts in a way that already feels familiar. Uriel speaks to us from the future once again, giving us new instructions. He tells us how to survive. From no one. Something's clearly off. You could take it as a warning about a threat not yet revealed, or not yet perceived as such. That would explain the strange use of the word no one. But there's another suspicious detail. Just as Uriel is about to reveal who or what we're supposed to survive, his voice glitches, distorts, and all he manages to say is no one, as if something or someone intervened in that exact moment to silence him. Unsettling, to say the least.
How to survive? No. One step. One when they come. Be not afraid.
When you combine this line with the images that accompany it, Uriel's warning becomes unmistakable. He's talking about the Angel Corps. We see an endless army of biomechanical soldiers marching in perfect unison. Visually, it mirrors the earliest episodes of the series, where we saw human troops heading into war. The parallel is undeniable, and it strongly reinforces the theory we've discussed before. However, according to the latest issue of Rewired magazine, as well as the speech we'll soon hear from Stephen Eichelblum, the Angel Corps are actively involved in the search for Ernstmann. They've been granted full clearance to enter any location, including private property. In other words, they can legally enter your home. That context helps clarify these scenes. And yet, even with all that in mind, I can't shake the feeling that something is going to spiral out of control. After all, Uriel is warning us about them.
Step 2. Equip the full armor of the Lord.
Here we see a familiar figure, a member of the Yellow Coats who bears a striking resemblance to Jamie Dubois. Given his growing role in the story, it's safe to assume it's him. We watch as he puts on a suit of armor, the full armor of the Lord, a gesture that symbolizes something simple, yet powerful. When faced with the advance of these machines, the only true protection left is faith. It's a direct biblical reference to the book of Ephesians, where believers are instructed to wear the full armor of God, to stand firm against the forces of evil. That says it all.
Step 3. Do not believe their threats. Whoever drinks of his water will thirst no longer. Whatever you do, do not wear his mark. Be strong. They can only harm your flesh.
Let's break it down. The first phrase, do not believe their threats, is a warning against fear-based control. It's referring to some external force attempting to dominate people through intimidation. The message is simple: don't believe them, don't give in, don't fall for their rhetoric of fear. This is a declaration of spiritual autonomy. Whoever drinks of his water will thirst no longer. This line directly echoes Jesus' words to the Samaritan woman in the Gospel of John. He tells her that those who drink the water he gives will never thirst again, because that water becomes a wellspring of eternal life within their soul. Then we hear, whatever you do, do not wear his mark. This is a clear reference to the mark of the beast from the book of Revelation. That mark represents allegiance to a corrupt, blasphemous system, often interpreted as being led by the Antichrist. Rejecting it means rejecting submission. Wearing it isn't just a symbol, it's a spiritual act of surrender, a declaration of obedience to a force that stands in direct opposition to God. Uriel's plea here is urgent. Don't give in. Not even if everyone around you does. Not even if it seems necessary for survival. Not even if it looks harmless or convenient. Because accepting that mark means more than just giving in. It means choosing temporary comfort in exchange for eternal ruin. And finally, be strong. They can only harm your flesh. This is a reminder that the only thing they can touch is your body, your physical life. But your soul, your true self, is beyond their reach. It doesn't belong to them. Taken as a whole, these words form a spiritual manifesto, the kind of message you might find scrawled on a wall in a world ruled by a false god or a blasphemous order. It's a voice crying out from inside the machine, reminding the few who still hold on to their faith that pain is real, but temporary. He is living proof that physical pain isn't the worst thing that can happen to you. The real horror is spiritual corruption, because the Antichrist and his allies may take everything from you, but they can't touch your soul unless you willingly hand it over. The camera slowly begins to pull away from Uriel's face, and then we see it. Someone has managed to reach the very heart of the second Tower of Babel. That person appears to be Jamie. The scene cuts, and an official announcement from the tower takes over the screen. Stephen Eckelblum appears, and with a solemn tone and serious expression, he announces the launch of a new international search and rescue campaign to locate Jeff Ernstmann.
The following is a public service announcement brought to you by the Second Tower of Babel. In collaboration with numerous government agencies, the Second Tower of Babel will be launching a never-before-seen search and rescue effort aimed at locating Dr. Jeff Ernstmann. We intend to search every last crevice on planet Earth until we have located Dr. Ernstmann. This will include a search of any private or public space, carried out by our very own Angel Corps. If you see us coming, please be not afraid, and cooperate as best as possible. We only aim to instill order in this chaotic world.
At the end, Eckelblum's face begins to shift, and we all know what that means. We then return to Rewired magazine. This time, it focuses almost entirely on expanding the details surrounding the international search operation for Dr. Jeff Ernstmann. The operation has been named John's Vision, a direct reference to the Apostle John and his book of Revelation. First, the magazine informs us that the Second Tower has launched a global search operation to locate the missing doctor. This effort is being carried out in collaboration with numerous international government agencies. The announcement is made publicly by Stephen Eckelblum. The most unsettling part of his statement is the scope. They plan to search every corner of the globe, including, as we've already heard, both public and private spaces. This unprecedented level of surveillance and intrusion is beginning to spark public outrage. The search campaign is generating extreme political tensions and a growing sense of global uncertainty. All eyes are now on Beersheba, home to the Second Tower of Babel and the epicenter of every major decision. The final page presents a direct response from the resistance. In a now-deleted post, the founder of the world's largest anti-angel engine movement issued a scathing critique of the search and rescue initiative.
Do not let them in. This is the beginning of the end.
Those were his exact words. Ironically, the deletion only made the post go viral. Many saw it as a clear act of censorship by the authorities, further fueling the unrest. Critics, on the other hand, accused him of inciting disorder. Meanwhile, society continues to fracture. Reports of violence begin to surface, confrontations between civilians and the Angel Corps, attempts to block home inspections. That's where the magazine ends. But the most shocking detail is actually on the cover. Among a group of yellowcoats stands a blurry figure. The face is distorted, but you'd have to be blind not to recognize him. So what does it mean? Has he joined the movement? Could the yellowcoats be involved in his disappearance? All these questions, for now, remain unanswered, sunk in darkness, waiting to be brought to light. Because this final episode takes us straight to the point of no return, the peak of the series. Humanity came dangerously close to extinction, but it was granted a second chance, a chance it chose to waste. Welcome to the end of the world.
I know where he is. As we speak, our enemies are readying their nuclear arsenal.
Do you think he was happy?
What do you mean?
Up on that cross.
And do you have any women on your team?
No.
Excuse me, I have an important meeting to attend.
What about you? Rest assured, we will locate Dr. Ernstmann.
Would you be happy? In that moment, he accomplished everything he set out to do. What greater joy could there be?
Skate. Burn.
I always love you.
The episode opens with Barakiel, this time looking far more disturbing. Torn flesh, blood-filled eyes, teeth sharp as blades, and a smile that radiates a perverse kind of pleasure. As we look at him, he turns to the audience and makes a chilling statement. No names are given, but considering everything we've seen, there's no doubt. Then a countdown appears on screen. 10 minutes. 10 minutes until the end of days, each second ticking away like a final heartbeat, an unstoppable march toward total annihilation. We return to a familiar place, the Oval Office. We've seen this moment before at the very start of the series, but this time there's a crucial difference. Back then, we believed the Antichrist was the one controlling the President of the United States, but now we see Barakiel standing behind him, and that's strange, because we're witnessing the exact same moment. There's really only one explanation that makes sense. Maybe the figure we saw at the beginning of the series was Barakiel all along. It's just that the creator hadn't fully settled on his design at the time and ended up updating it later to the version we now recognize. If that's the case, it's a clear continuity issue, one that could easily confuse viewers and make them think they're looking at two entirely different characters. Still, if Barakiel isn't the great deceiver, how is he controlling the President of the United States? Barakiel may just be another puppet, another extension of his will. As the countdown continues, we descend into the depths of the second Tower of Babel. There, Ernstmann and Eckelblum share one final conversation. What's interesting about this scene is that it shows Ernstmann's return after his disappearance. We don't know how or why he's back, or what really happened during the time he was gone. Unless, of course, he never actually vanished, and the whole thing was just part of a strategy for some unknown reason. We simply don't know. In their exchange, Ernstmann seems broken, introspective, and defeated. He wonders aloud whether the one who died on the cross, clearly referring to Jesus Christ, was happy in his final moments, a question that reflects the weight of his own guilt. We then return to the Oval Office. This time, the president is surrounded by men in white robes. The atmosphere is undeniably cult-like. This is, without a doubt, the most mysterious part of the episode. We don't know who these people are. We don't know why they're with the president, and we definitely don't know why he asks one of them if there are any women in their group. Or maybe we do. The fact that he asks this question right before the end of the world might reveal his true concern, the preservation of the human species after the apocalypse. Next, we move to a public address. Eckelblum stands before a crowd, stating that they're doing everything they can to find Ernstmann, but shortly after, we return to his private conversation with the doctor. This time, it's Eckelblum who turns the question around. Ernstmann doesn't hesitate. He says that fulfilling his purpose would be enough. He sees himself as a messianic figure. Just like Christ, he believes he's carrying out a divine plan of salvation. But we know the truth. His plan has only brought pain, death, and chaos. And still, he sees no contradiction. To him, the end justifies everything. Then the president, still under Barakiel's control, repeats a line we all know by now: "The sky will burn." At that exact moment, nuclear sirens start blaring around the world. We're not shown how the conflict begins or how it unfolds. What we do see is the final weapon. From a blood-red sky, a plane descends. The final judgment falls, a nuclear bomb with unprecedented destructive power. In the final seconds before impact, Uriel appears one last time. Despite everything, he reminds us that he will always love us. And then, in the blink of an eye, everything is gone. The earth is consumed by fire. At ground zero, nothing remains. Everything is vaporized. And what's left of the world is nothing but ruins. But the story doesn't end here. From now on, we'll follow the hero, a lone boy wandering through the ruins of civilization, our final hope. We also know there are pieces of the past we haven't seen yet, moments that came before the apocalypse, moments that still need to be told, but all of that will have to wait. This video has come to an end. The very first thing we see is a figure we had long assumed to be one of the Antichrist's disguises, an imitation meant to pass for Uriel. But what happens next completely shatters that theory. Its face begins to blur, reshaping into someone we all recognize. That entity is, in truth, Dr. Jeff Ernstmann, and if there were still any lingering doubts, what follows confirms it beyond question. From this moment on, the entire episode becomes an inward journey. We are no longer witnessing the external events of the world, but instead stepping into the mind of the Doctor himself. In essence, a tribunal of conscience. What unfolds is an internal spiritual debate in which his subconscious takes shape through different characters who confront him, condemn his actions, and force him to face his guilt. First, the voice of conscience takes on the form of his former self. It offers no comfort, only interrogation. It reminds him of the pain he inflicted and the root of all his sins, the arrogance with which he played at being God. This new Ernstmann now appears in a state of suffering, but who would ever want to help him after everything he has done? And here comes something striking. He defines himself as a poor, banished child of Eve. That line comes directly from a well-known Catholic prayer, the Hail, Holy Queen. To thee do we cry, poor banished children of Eve. To thee do we send up our sighs, mourning and weeping in this valley of tears. This prayer describes the human condition after original sin in the Garden of Eden, banished, condemned to suffering and exile in what is called the Valley of Tears. In this light, Ernstmann acknowledges his own moral and spiritual exile, the banishment he has carved out for himself. It is a language of exile that perfectly matches this godless world, where faith in the machine has usurped what was once sacred. Next, his conscience takes the form of Uriel. The archangel accuses him of the downfall that dragged the world into the abyss and throws the contradiction in his face. The one who betrayed heaven now dares to run back into its arms. The Ernstmann we see here is radically different from the one we once knew. We recall that he was already aware of the magnitude of his crimes, admitting that his choices had cost him eternal rest. Yet instead of defiance, here he is stripped of all his messianic arrogance, his corrupt savior's posture gone. We find him consumed by guilt, desperate for redemption. Then comes Eckelbloom, uttering a line already familiar to us. Woe to you, the title of the poem we analyzed in the previous video. The fact that this phrase resurfaces here makes me question the poem's true authorship. Perhaps it was never Uriel's to begin with. As a note, woe to you is a biblical expression used to convey harsh judgment, a dire warning, or lament over immoral actions. It denotes deep affliction, anguish, and terrible fate, often tied to hypocrisy or injustice. Here the phrase is directed at the great deceiver, the Antichrist. At last, Ernstmann receives a blow of truth, though far too late. Finally, he sees him for what he truly is. His conscience assumes the form of absolute evil, the entity to which he has always been bound, and when it declares, he is here no longer, it is almost certainly referring to the absence of God in the world Ernstmann himself helped forge. This entire sequence forms the first act of Ernstmann's internal trial. Throughout, we hear in the background a chilling chant, "Join us in paradise," a phrase we've heard before, but here it gains a devastating meaning. It can be understood as the collective lament of all the souls that perished because of him. Everything we've seen so far confirms without a doubt that this figure who warned us from the future, crossing the gulf of time, was neither Uriel nor the Antichrist. It was Ernstmann. How he became this thing, or how he managed such a feat, we still don't know. But does any of this even make sense? The theory that this entity was actually Dr. Jeff Ernstmann had been floating around for some time, though I never took it too seriously. Beyond a few superficial similarities, it needed much more to be convincing. But after this episode, there's no room left for doubt.
Overturning a number of theories and narrative points we had previously established in earlier videos. As I've said more than once, don't worry, once the work is complete, I'll prepare a video correcting all these missteps.
That said, despite the clarity of this revelation, several things still don't quite add up. This Ernstmann is presented as deeply repentant, which is why he sends a kind of projection into the past to warn us, to try to prevent the catastrophe. And yes, at one point we do see him do exactly that. But then comes a troubling contradiction. Why do we also see him once again instructing his past self on how to build the angel engine? Why does he repeat the explanation of how to summon and trap an angel? On the surface, it makes no sense, but there is an explanation. The theory of the causal loop or predestination paradox. The causal loop theory is one of the most common hypotheses in time travel stories. It suggests that if someone travels to the past and tries to change something, they are not truly altering history, because their actions were always part of history to begin with. The future, the present, and the past form a closed circle. If a traveler from the future intervenes in the past, that very intervention is what triggers the chain of events that leads them to travel back in time in the first place. The trip doesn't break the timeline, it preserves it. Put simply, for there to be a repentant Ernstman sending warnings back in time to stop the catastrophe has to happen. His attempt to save us is bound to the very existence of the sin. For him to exist, the machine must be built. Everything happens because it always happened that way. Even if Ernstman tries to prevent the angel engine from being created, once he travels back, he inevitably ends up dictating the steps to capture Uriel and construct the machine. He guarantees its existence himself. The contradiction is obvious. If his goal is to stop it, why does he repeat it? The answer is that, within a causal loop, his actions were always part of the original story. He cannot do otherwise. He cannot act any differently. Ernstman believes he is exercising free will, that he's traveling back in search of redemption to make things right. But the loop ensnares him. His attempts to save the world are, in reality, what condemns it. He becomes both his own executioner and the driving force that keeps the tragedy turning. Each time he returns to the past, there will always be something that pushes him to give the wrong instructions. That's why, even if the Ernstman of the future repents and tries to change everything, he always ends up causing the very thing he wants to prevent. The world of Angel Engine is trapped in a fatalistic circle, where not even repentance can alter destiny. This makes Ernstman a truly tragic, doomed figure, a man who, no matter how hard he tries, can never find redemption, because the loop has already written everything. This revelation resolves part of the mystery, but one enormous question remains. What actually prevents Ernstman from fulfilling his intent? We know he's caught in a causal loop, yes, but there must be some external agent forcing him to always send the wrong message, some power interfering each time he tries to go back. Here we step into speculation, but the most likely culprit is the Antichrist. It's possible his warnings have been intercepted and twisted at the great deceiver's convenience. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. The episode then shifts to a visual depiction of something we already knew from Rewired magazine. Ernstman won the Nobel Prize in chemistry at the age of 25, but soon after faded into obscurity, unable to replicate that success. The man once hailed as the future of science was eventually consumed by darkness, and the rest, as they say, is history. What follows is a strange sequence, seemingly senseless, yet carrying heavy symbolic weight if we look closely. Remember, this entire episode is an introspection. We see the former doctor driving a car with Uriel and his new self in the back seat. Along the way, the car radio delivers the following words.
Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac.
That phrase comes straight from scripture, from the story of Isaac's sacrifice.
Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about.
This verse marks the moment when God puts Abraham to the test, asking him to sacrifice his son Isaac. Abraham obeys and prepares for the journey to Mount Moriah, where the famous scene unfolds in which an angel halts his hand and a ram is offered in Isaac's place. What we are witnessing here is, in miniature, the entire story of Angel Engine condensed into a single shot. Abraham's donkey becomes a car, the ascent to Moriah becomes a highway. In the Bible, the verse prepares the way for the most radical act of faith, Abraham's march toward the place of sacrifice. Here, the gesture is the same, igniting the engine and setting out toward an altar we already know all too well. Through this lens, Dr. Jeff Ernstman takes the role of Abraham, and Uriel becomes Isaac, the sacrifice. Ultimately, the Angel Engine's chamber itself stands as Mount Moriah. In Scripture, the sacrifice is never consummated thanks to God's intervention. In Angel Engine, God is absent. The voice guiding the sacrifice here is not the divine, but its opposite. There's one detail I haven't mentioned yet. While the biblical passage resounds on the radio, the new Ernstman slowly utters the words, "You promised." This line can be read as the voice of his conscience, reminding him in that moment of his solemn vow to become the man who would lead humanity into the future. Yet that very oath became the fuel for his journey, an unchecked pride he never learned to curb until it was far too late. Finally, Ernstmann stands before a mirror, but what it reflects is not merely his image. It contains everything that led him to the breaking point, and after that moment of confrontation, there is only one path left: to return to the origin, to the place where it all began.
Step 1.
Next, unlike the previous episode, this time we dive straight into the post-apocalyptic wasteland left behind by the nuclear war of the last video, a desolate stage beneath a sky that seems to burn forever. The first thing we see is a kind of television program, but this isn't just any studio set, it's a grotesque altar. Stage lights blaze like theatrical spotlights, a backdrop crudely painted in flames hangs behind them, and two unsettling figures try to play the role of TV hosts. In truth, no one could believe such an act, because both radiate an unmistakable aura of malice. They introduce themselves as Monarch Babylon the Great and Tucker Wormwood, the hosts of a show they call the Babylon Office Hour. Their names are no coincidence. They're a declaration of intent, underlining their sinister nature, as if anyone still doubted it. Both Wormwood and Babylon the Great are figures lifted directly from the Book of Revelation. Wormwood appears with the sounding of the trumpets of judgment, a star that falls from heaven, striking the rivers and springs, turning the waters bitter, so bitter they bring death to those who drink them. Wormwood is not only a cosmic punishment, it also represents inner corruption, moral poisoning that transforms what is sweet into bitter, an inversion of the created order itself. Babylon the Great, on the other hand, is described as a queen seated upon many waters, robed in purple and scarlet, holding in her hand a golden cup overflowing with abominations. She is the mother of idolatry, the embodiment of a system that fuses political power, excessive wealth, and spiritual corruption. Babylon seduces and intoxicates the kings of the earth, traffics in goods, luxuries, and even human lives, and boasts with arrogance that she will reign forever. But her fate is ruin. In a single hour, the system that seemed eternal collapses, and the kings and merchants who grew rich from her mourn her fall. In her image converge the historical Babylon that destroyed Jerusalem and every empire that dares rise against God. She symbolizes humanity's pride transformed into a global empire, a power that believes itself immortal but ends reduced to ashes under divine judgment. With all this in mind, it's clear these two diabolical figures can't be trusted, and it certainly won't be the last time we see them. The tone of the show is so cheerfully cold, it's painful. One of the first announcements comes as a recommendation from the monarch herself.
Please, do not eat your fellow soldiers.
She says it mockingly, ridiculing those who have turned to cannibalism to survive. And indeed, cannibalism appears here both as a literal consequence of extreme famine, where the only law is kill or be killed, eat or be eaten, and in its biblical dimension, an extreme curse upon a people who have abandoned God.
You will eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters. You will eat the fruit of the womb. During the siege, the hands of compassionate women have cooked their own children.
After this, Wormwood introduces the topic of the day, but the broadcast begins to suffer interference. The signal is sabotaged until, at last, another presence breaks through the screen, Uriel, delivering a desperate message to all who are still willing to repent and change the course of the world.
Well, hello there, fine folks, and welcome back to another episode of the Babylon Office Hour. My name is Tucker Wormwood, and as always, I am joined by our lovely monarch, Babylon the Great. Today's topic, should you...
Repent!
What was that? Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize.
Listen not to them. They cannot save you, for vast are the streets of Gehenna, and innumerous are the stones befitting its roads. But a tower arises
The first thing he does is issue a call to repentance. He urges humanity to recognize its sins, to turn away from the machine with which they have replaced God, because there is still time for redemption. The tower is near, he's near, and he is willing to forgive, for he continues to love humanity as he did on the very first day. His words,
"Repent, the tower is at hand,"
echo Matthew 3:2. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is near. In the Bible, this marks the entry point into the Christian message, the call to change one's life because God is breaking into the world to establish his kingdom. Uriel also warns us not to listen to them, for they cannot save us. That much speaks for itself. After this, he continues his discourse as an image flash across the screen. A city consumed by fire, with a man being devoured by evil. He speaks of Gehenna, the valley of Hinnom south of Jerusalem, remembered for the abominable sacrifices once performed there, later associated with hell and transformed into a symbol of final judgment. When he mentions the vast streets of Gehenna, it connects directly with the words of Jesus Christ.
"Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the road that leads to destruction."
The road to ruin is broad, easy to walk, and in Angel Engine, its pavement is made of every collective sin, every unethical scientific choice, every corpse that has fed the tower. A tower where any stone, any soul, can be added to fortify its walls. A tower which, like Gehenna, rises in the south as the ultimate symbol of perdition. Then the scene shifts to a dimly lit room. Children, among them the one we will later recognize as the hero before his journey begins, watch the screen with a fear that has already become routine. And right there, Uriel presses pause and delivers the instructions plainly.
"Repent, turn towards the tower, take up your cross, follow him."
He calls on all who can still hear his faint voice to repent and set their face toward the tower, to embark on a pilgrimage to it, for there lies both the core of the deception and the seed of salvation, a celestial being crucified by cables, still willing to help us and forgive us. Uriel also commands them to take up the cross Jesus Christ charged to his disciples, to accept the cost, the suffering, the renunciation. In Angel Engine, this resounds on two levels: an arduous march through the desert, hunger, and the pursuit of the great deceiver and his followers, and not yielding to the mark, not surrendering to the Antichrist system even if it seems the safest option. Finally, Uriel commands them to follow him. Theologically, this language belongs to Christ alone. He is the one to be followed in such terms, but it may also point to the hero. Uriel lays out an itinerary: head south, confront the tower, take up the cross, and follow the chosen one into the act that changes everything, freeing the angel and breaking the cycle. Finally, we've reached the most recent episode released to date, a chapter that returns to the Steps format, featuring the figure we recognize as Ernstmann, or perhaps not, because what we see is a gaping hole opening in his face, an unmistakable symbol of the Antichrist's influence. This directly supports the theory we raised from the beginning. The Antichrist intercepts the Doctor's desperate attempts to send warnings back in time and twists them to his own ends.
How to save a soul. Step 1. If born to heathen parents, take the infant, purify them, remove their tattoo. Step 2. House them in great quantities, indoctrinate them with the truth. Step 3. Upon their 14th birthday, have them take the mark.
At first glance, it appears to be a manual for salvation, but in reality, it describes a process of capture and corruption of the soul. Its purpose is to drive humanity even further away from God and into the enemy's fold. The first step demands the systematic abduction of newborns from families the regime deems heathen, those who have not submitted to its rule and who do not bear the mark of the beast. These are the few who still remain faithful to the light. The infants are kidnapped to be purified, but this so-called purification is anything but sacred. It is, rather, a form of unbaptism, an erasure of every trace of prior faith in order to make way for another mark. The second step is mass indoctrination, cloaked under the euphemism of the truth, an inverted catechism in which endless lines of children are confined and reshaped, ideologically cloned until their faces blur into one, stripped of every shred of individuality. What in Christian faith would be the sacrament of spiritual maturity is here perverted. Upon reaching the age of 14, these youths are forced to receive the mark, a ritual of allegiance to a corrupt and blasphemous order. The biblical reference could not be clearer.
It also forced all people, great and small, rich rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hands or on their foreheads, so that they could not buy or sell unless they had the mark, which is the name of the beast or the number of its name.
Without the mark, there is no possibility of participating in normal life. Once these steps are revealed, the figure grins with grotesque delight and begins to move in an erratic fashion. Then it declares that she is here, and that we should let her in. At that very instant, the screen distorts and Babylon the Great reappears, and rightly so, for she is the ultimate emblem of the order that rises in defiance of the Almighty, the undisputed queen of this fallen world, ambassador of the great deceiver. Angel Engine has already made a name for itself as one of the most striking analog horror series of the moment. With millions of views per episode, it's a story that's captured the attention and imagination of viewers across the internet thanks to its dark universe, cryptic storytelling, and twisted, deeply disturbing narrative. Each new episode sparks theories, debates, reactions, and for good reason. We're witnessing the birth of a universe that just keeps growing, one that, perhaps not too far from now, might even branch out into other forms of media. And in a way, that's exactly what today's video is about. Just a few days ago, the creator of the series posted something on an Instagram story that immediately caught my attention. Images from a 7-page one-shot manga based on an early concept of the project. A very early version, in fact, one the creator worked on with an artist all the way back in 2023, before Angel Engine even existed as the series we know today. This manga is essentially a prototype, a seed of what would later grow into the series we're now following so closely. And sure, some of the ideas in it may have changed, evolved, or even been discarded in the final version we see unfold episode by episode. But even so, this one-shot adds new layers of meaning, expands the lore, and even answers questions many of us have been asking since episode 1. That's why I think it's absolutely worth breaking it down, page by page. Over the years, it became painfully clear that humanity's existence on Earth had brought nothing but suffering and devastation. The natural world was ravaged, and everything that was once pure had been tainted, corrupted beyond recognition. Mankind had fallen from grace in the eyes of God, and so a decision was made, a final judgment, the total extinction of the human race. Their eradication seemed inevitable, written in stone. Among the countless ranks of heaven, not a single voice rose to challenge the will of the Almighty, perhaps out of fear, or perhaps because they all agreed. All except one. One angel, moved by compassion, stepped forward. He dared to oppose the divine sentence and offered to intercede on humanity's behalf. Because of his plea, mankind was granted one final chance. That angel, known to us now as Uriel, descended to Earth with a single purpose: to prove there was still something in us worth saving. He came down with the intention of guiding humanity, to help them see reason and lead them back to the righteous path. And against all odds, a miracle happened. The planet began to heal. The Earth slowly reclaimed its beauty, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though God's wrath had been soothed. But hidden beneath that miracle was a terrible darkness. Because humanity didn't respond with gratitude, they answered with betrayal. They captured the angel, imprisoned him, and began to experiment on his body. They discovered he had the ability to perform miracles, and so they connected him to a machine they called the Angel Engine. Uriel was twisted into an abomination. The miracles that healed the earth were not born from repentance, nor from collective effort. They came from suffering, from the agony of a celestial being in chains. And in the midst of that torment, one question echoed endlessly in the angel's mind.
Oh, Father, do you truly not see what they've done to me? Or do you simply not care?
Alright, there's a lot to unpack here. The manga opens in a way that closely mirrors the main series. A bleak vision of Earth, depicted through 3 panels showing its gradual descent into ruin. A powerful visual depiction of the destruction caused by humanity. And that's where we get one of the manga's most shocking revelations. Heaven was fully prepared to wipe out humanity without a second thought. Our very existence had become a source of pain and suffering, something that could no longer be tolerated. But there was still one angel left, an angel whose love for humanity ran so deep he dared to defy God's judgment. Uriel still believed we could change, that not all was lost, and he was willing to descend into the mortal world to help us. God, seeing Uriel's determination, granted one final chance, but not to us, who were already seen as a plague. The chance was given to him, a chance to prove there was still something in us worth saving, a final opportunity to redeem a species that had long since lost its way. But, as we already knew from the beginning, things would not end well for our would-be savior. The earth began to heal, the world blossomed thanks to Uriel's power, but that power was being harvested against his will, ripped from him, extracted through tubes and wires embedded deep within his now fragile body. Uriel had been captured. He was sealed inside a machine, or rather, a prison built solely for him. The angel engine, and then we see him. His face, a gaze filled with rage, helplessness, and an unfathomable sorrow. Uriel feels abandoned, betrayed, not just by humanity, the very humanity he once loved and fought so hard to protect, but by his own father and his brothers, because while he suffers, heaven remains silent, as if none of it matters. Many of you have raised the same questions in the comments. Where is God? Where are the other angels? Why has no one come to save Uriel? And the answer, harsh and heartbreaking, is laid bare in this early, primitive manga. Though God gave him his blessing, Uriel opposed heaven's decree from the very beginning. He went against divine will, and now that everything has gone wrong, heaven does nothing. Because, from their perspective, Uriel must face the consequences of his own actions. He was the one who broke the order. He was the one who chose to give himself to a species that heaven already knew would betray him. And the most tragic part of all, God knew this would happen. And still, he allowed it. The panel you're seeing now is a direct visual reference to Alexander Cabanel's iconic depiction of Lucifer. And that's no coincidence, because the manga begins to draw a tragic parallel between Uriel and Lucifer. Two acts of rebellion, two different motives, the same ending. Both Lucifer and Uriel share the exact same look in their eyes, a look that speaks of pain, anger, betrayal, and abandonment. In Lucifer's case, it's the gaze of an angel cast out of heaven for his pride, for daring to challenge God's throne. But that look carries more than just defiance. It speaks of something deeper, the anguish of having once belonged to something eternal, only to be torn away from it forever. It's the expression of a being who didn't see himself as a villain, but as someone fighting for what he believed was right. Someone who, in his own mind, stood for truth, for identity, for dignity, even if it meant going against the divine order. And yet, when the rebellion failed, he was met with total rejection. No forgiveness, no redemption, only exile. In that moment, his pride turned into pain, his certainty into bitterness, and his glory into isolation. That is the look Cabanel painted, not of a raging monster, but of a fallen son who now understands the weight of what he's lost, and who feels utterly abandoned, even by the father he once loved. But how did it come to this? What could drive such a being to turn against the very source of his light? Before the fall, Lucifer was said to be the most radiant of all angels, a bearer of light, a reflection of God's glory. He wasn't just powerful, he was admired, beloved, even revered among the heavenly host. And yet, something within him changed. Some say it was pride, that Lucifer looked upon his own beauty and brilliance and began to believe it rivaled that of the Creator. Others say it was jealousy, that when God created humanity and asked the angels to bow before these fragile beings of dust, Lucifer refused. But whatever the reason, one truth remains. Lucifer chose to rebel. He raised his voice against God. He defied the divine order, and in doing so, he tore himself away from everything he once was. Did he truly think he could win? Perhaps not. Perhaps even he knew that no one could ever overcome the Almighty. But pride has a way of blinding even the brightest minds, and Lucifer, in his defiance, believed that he would rather fall with dignity than serve in silence. There was war in heaven. The archangel Michael led the forces of light, and Lucifer was cast down, along with a third of the angels who followed him, banished, exiled, sent into the darkness, into the abyss that would become his kingdom. And it's there, in that eternal exile, where we find him in Cabanel's painting, a being who once stood in the light and now stares into the void. His gaze is not one of hatred alone, it's the look of someone who lost everything. Lucifer fell because of pride, but in that fall we see something else, the pain of being separated from the divine, the agony of knowing that no matter how brightly he once shined, he can never go back. Uriel's case is different. He wasn't banished, but he was left alone. Yes, he disobeyed at first, but he was allowed to act freely, to try and save us. But if anything went wrong, he would be on his own. And in the end, there's one thing they both undeniably share. They descended into hell. As I mentioned in my last video, this is a world forsaken by God. That would explain why the Antichrist was able to appear here in the first place. If he managed to get rid of Uriel, and with God already off the board, there would be no one left to stop him. And that's exactly what happened. Lucifer fell because of pride. Uriel fell because of love. But both were forsaken by heaven. Maybe sin isn't the only thing that can drive you away from God. Maybe even the purest sacrifice can condemn you to the same hell as arrogance. And in their eyes, there may no longer be a difference. Have you ever heard of Alice in Wonderland? Maybe through Lewis Carroll's original novel, Disney's iconic animated film, or even the dark and twisted version by American McGee. But what if I told you there's a version just as disturbing as Alice Madness Returns? What we're diving into is a psychological reinterpretation that blends horror, madness, and a deeply unsettling distortion of reality itself. Today, I'm bringing back Alice in Dreams, an analog horror series created by XP Goat. This story introduces us to a very different kind of Alice, one whose view of the world doesn't stem from a wild imagination, but from a deeply fractured mind shaped by a mental disorder that pushes her further and further away from reality. As some of you may remember, this was one of the very first analog horror series I ever covered on the channel, but that video is pretty old now, so I've decided to revisit the entire story from the beginning, this time including the latest episode, Alice in Dreams, The White Rabbit. It all begins in a familiar way. Alice stands before a rabbit hole in the middle of the woods, peering curiously inside before falling into it, thus beginning her descent into Wonderland. But from the very start, something feels off. As she lands, Alice is wearing a disturbing rabbit mask. The setting is just as bizarre. A padded tunnel adorned with rabbit paintings, and at the far end, a door shaped like a mouth. Suddenly, a white rabbit appears and bolts toward the door. Alice removes her mask and, after hesitating for a moment, decides to follow it. That's when the narrative takes a brutal turn. We're shown a brief, grotesque depiction of a surgical procedure, a lobotomy. For those who may not know, lobotomy was a real medical procedure used throughout the 20th century to treat severe mental disorders like schizophrenia, major depression, or bipolar disorder. It involved severing the connections between the frontal lobes and the rest of the brain under the belief that this could calm patients, altering their behavior and emotions. But the reality was very different. The procedure was first developed by Portuguese neurosurgeon Antonio Egas Moniz, but it was American doctor Walter Freeman who popularized it in the US, using a tool eerily similar to an ice pick, inserted through the eye sockets to destroy the neural connections in the frontal lobe. While a few patients seemed to show signs of improvement, the majority were left with devastating after effects: loss of personality, cognitive decline, extreme apathy. Some became emotionally numb, while others suffered severe side effects like seizures, drastic mood swings, or the inability to plan or make decisions. It was a steep price for a so-called cure that, in truth, simply silenced people, turning them into hollow shells of who they once were. After this, the scene cuts to a close-up of Alice's face, subtly hinting that she too has undergone this procedure. Behind the strange door lies what looks like a theatrical performance, harmless at first glance, but the mood shifts drastically as a heavy silence falls over the place and everyone begins to stare directly at Alice. The scene shifts again, this time showing a cracked face while phrases flash across the screen.
I am not falling into a void. Why do I have to swallow these pills? I am not crazy.
It's clear that Alice is in denial about her mental state, even as her mind is crumbling. Suddenly, the Cheshire Cat appears, but not the way we know him. This version is grotesque, twisted, and unnatural, perfectly reflecting how damaged her psyche has become. We also catch a glimpse of the caterpillar, although it doesn't play much of a role here. But the truly disturbing part comes next. Alice's face begins to peel away, as if her very identity is falling apart, fading piece by piece. This moment is symbolic of her inner state. She's losing herself. She's broken. Her core is rotting from within. She's decomposing mentally and emotionally. Finally, we see the Red Queen standing alone in absolute darkness. She gives a haunting smile. And then, the truth is revealed. Alice is confined inside a psychiatric hospital. Everything we've seen up until now appears to be hallucinations, symptoms commonly associated with schizophrenia, visual delusions, auditory voices, distorted scenarios, disconnection from reality, and those piercing stares that exist only in the mind of the person experiencing them. It's also clear that Alice: Madness Returns had a strong influence on the tone and aesthetics of this series, from the twisted visuals to the psychological focus on trauma and identity. If you've never played the Alice games, I highly recommend you check them out. And please, if you or someone close to you is experiencing any of these symptoms, don't hesitate to seek help. The second video begins with what appears to be a recording of the exact moment Alice underwent her lobotomy, followed by a look at her medical report.
Name: Alice Liddell. Age: 18 years old. Condition: schizophrenia. The patient also experiences bouts of violence and dissociation from reality. Lobotomy accepted. The lobotomy seems to have had positive results for Ms. Liddell. Alice Liddell is fit to live with society. Her mental state improved after post-lobotomy treatment. A white rabbit came for her.
This confirms that Alice has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and according to the report, the lobotomy is yielding good results. She's showing signs of improvement, enough to allow her reintegration into society. However, there's one line that immediately stands out. A white rabbit came for her. This could be interpreted as a symbolic way of referencing Alice's schizophrenic experiences, where she hallucinated with a white rabbit leading her into Wonderland. In this context, the rabbit could represent a path to a better life. The use of this kind of language in a medical report suggests a more humanized understanding of her case, rather than a strictly clinical approach. And honestly, who wouldn't want to believe that? To believe this story has a happy ending. That maybe, just maybe, Alice finally found peace and a chance at a normal life. But let's be realistic. Given the nature of this story, that hopeful interpretation likely isn't true. Most probably, this report is nothing more than yet another hallucination, one more fabrication of Alice's fractured mind. We return once more to her distorted inner world, this time in The Looking Glass, a clear reference to the original story's sequel. Alice is now in a large, empty room, with two portraits of the real Alice Liddell and a massive mirror. As she approaches, a demonic figure appears, perhaps a manifestation of her inner demons, and what seems to be a psychotic episode, or even a visual representation of her identity disorder. Then she wakes up. Same room, though with a few subtle changes. As she gets up, she finds a potion labeled "Drink Me," and without hesitation, downs it. As a result, she begins to shrink. Suddenly, we're back in the real world. Alice is still institutionalized. Bit by bit, her face fades away. Yet another haunting reminder that her sense of self is slipping away by the hour. Back in her mind, she encounters a disturbing chess pawn who tells her she's being consumed by her illness, the lobotomy, or perhaps both. Alice looks concerned, but she keeps going. Eventually, she enters a vibrantly colored house where she meets two deeply unsettling conjoined twins, clearly inspired by Clara and Mia from Fran Bow. We then see them controlling a puppet version of themselves until it's split in half. Right after that, we're shown a brain, also sliced in two, accompanied by a phrase that strongly suggests the lobotomy did not help Alice at all. On the contrary, it seems her condition is deteriorating from both sides, the schizophrenia and the side effects of the procedure. This all but confirms that there's no happy ending, that the medical report we saw earlier was indeed just another delusion. Suddenly, the setting changes again, and Humpty Dumpty appears. He says,
"Few are the warriors who remain standing after a battle. You're clinging to something intangible. Will you be able to build the wall? Only then will you be invincible. Destroy the demon and you'll find freedom. But be careful with what you're about to face."
This suggests she must confront her inner demon to end this nightmare. Could there still be hope for her? As the story reaches its climax, Alice arrives at a castle. There, the White Queen awaits. Soon after, Alice finds another mirror, this time reflecting both her Wonderland self and her real-world self inside the asylum. What we see here is particularly fascinating. Throughout the series, Alice's hair color keeps shifting, from blonde to black and from black to blonde. This might signify different levels of lucidity. The blonder she is, the more disconnected she is from reality. Suddenly, Alice's reflection in the mirror vanishes, wiped away by the same tool used in her lobotomy. But in her dreamlike reality, she discovers a sword named Vorpal Memory. She grabs it, her clothes shift dramatically, and she prepares to descend a staircase leading into the deepest part of her subconscious, determined to end this once and for all. The question is, will she make it?
Alice went down into the darkest place of her mind, the basement of the subconscious.
Who am I?
There's a lot to unpack here. In the end, we see Alice become the queen of her own mind after defeating her inner demon. This could be a symbolic reflection of how the real Alice might have overcome her struggles, improved her mental state, and found freedom. Or maybe not. The ending raises more questions than answers. On one hand, we have the medical report, which, as we've said, seems to be just another product of Alice's imagination. So it's safe to say things didn't actually end like that. On the other hand, in the basement of her subconscious, we see Alice's bed, empty. And if we consider that alongside the final scene, we might interpret this as her finally finding herself, finally escaping the hospital. But then there's that unsettling moment, Alice falling once again down the rabbit hole, screaming. Maybe she never escaped. Maybe it was all in her head. Again. Everything you've just heard was my final reflection in the previous analysis of this series. But now, there's a new episode, and with it, all of those questions, they finally get an answer. The latest available episode is titled Alice in Dreams, The White Rabbit, and unlike the others, its description gives us a particularly intriguing message.
The parasite has its claws in your mind, twisting your memories, warping Wonderland.
This phrase is fairly easy to interpret. The parasite likely refers either to her illness or to the damaged mental state resulting from the lobotomy. As we've seen throughout the series, her psyche is in rapid decline, so much so that even her imagined world, Wonderland, is falling apart. The episode begins with a young Alice in her bedroom, accompanied by her cat. Suddenly, she catches a glimpse of a shadow moving in the corner of her eye. Standing in the hallway is a strange white rabbit, which immediately darts through a red door, eerily reminiscent of the first episode. This moment suggests that Alice may have been struggling with mental illness from a very young age. Curious, the little Alice decides to follow the rabbit. However, the room beyond the red door has completely changed, deteriorated, dimly lit, and overgrown with vegetation. At the far end, beneath a portrait of Lewis Carroll, lies a rabbit hole. Alice approaches it, peering into the darkness, where she can just barely make out the same white rabbit. Before she can react, she's attacked, and the scene abruptly cuts, revealing it was all a dream. Alice is actually locked inside a padded cell at the psychiatric hospital. But if you go back just a few frames, in the blink of an eye, there's a distorted image and a single word flashes across the screen: corruption. This is a clear reference to everything Alice is going through, and it might even be a direct reference to the very first cutscene in Alice Madness Returns.
Corruption? It's killing me! Wonderland is destroyed! My mind is in ruins!
The white rabbit reappears and warns her that time is running out, that sanity doesn't last long in a place like this, and if she wants to find the parasite, she'll have to descend into Wonderland once again. He tells her that she's not broken, but I can't help thinking this is just Alice trying to convince herself she's still okay, just like before. The truth is, the damage is already done. There's no going back. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet shatters, and she falls, once again transported to Wonderland. But this isn't the Wonderland she once knew. Now it's decayed, dark, broken, a reflection of Alice herself, who is clearly falling deeper and deeper into ruin. She walks through the mouth-shaped door once more, entering the same theatrical scene from the first episode. But this time, all the color and joy is gone. That's when her subconscious, the deepest part of her, begins to speak.
They hurt me. I don't know what I'm doing here. My breathing feels wrong. My mind is breaking me apart. They're not with me anymore.
There's only the sound of mutilation now.
There's a surprise waiting for you, Alice.
After this disturbing moment, the episode transitions into an updated medical report on Alice, written by Dr. Cartwright, dated 1 year after the previous one.
Name, Alice Liddell. Age, 19. Condition, schizophrenia, under review. Miss Liddell had been placed in solitary confinement within a padded cell following a series of acute schizophrenic episodes. She managed to escape the psychiatric facility and was later found at the bottom of a hollow cavity in the earth, bearing multiple minor injuries and superficial lacerations. She was immediately returned to her room for observation. Miss Liddell was selected for a frontal lobotomy 1 month ago. Following the operation, the patient entered a vegetative state that lasted exactly 30 days. Upon the conclusion of this period, her motor functions gradually returned and her condition stabilized significantly. However, after conducting further examinations, I have observed behaviors inconsistent with the original diagnosis. In fact, these behaviors suggest the opposite. Miss Liddell appears to possess a stable and coherent mental state. The lobotomy, which typically impairs cognitive and motor functions due to its direct impact on the frontal lobe, did not produce the expected deterioration seen in similar cases. The absence of memory loss, tremors, or erratic movement is both remarkable and clinically perplexing. At present, the patient remains calm and responsive. Dr. Cartwright, Senior Psychiatric Officer, Ravenscroft Institution, April 4th, 1875.
This medical report may answer the questions raised back in episode 2, but at the same time, it creates even more uncertainty. Despite everything we've witnessed, the doctor claims that Alice is stable, but that just doesn't add up. We know she isn't, so could this be yet another hallucination? Another delusion? Honestly, it doesn't feel like one. But then, why would they lie about her diagnosis? Could they be hiding something? Unfortunately, we don't have that answer. What we do know is this: Alice hasn't taken control of her mind. In fact, she's further from it than ever. And as I mentioned, with every passing hour, she continues to sink deeper and deeper into the absolute darkness. After 4 long months of waiting since the last episode, Darian Killoy surprises us once again with a brand new entry in the 2nd season of this incredible analog horror series, Vita Carnis, Dire Measures. In this new chapter, we not only witness the downfall of one of the most important characters in the entire story, but also chilling new research on the Harvester and the Host of Influence. And that's not all. This time, we'll see how the influence of these creatures goes far beyond reshaping the ecosystem. It reaches into organizations, minds, and even human will. The new episode of Vita Carnis opens with a message dated July 3rd, 1995, written by a mysterious individual known only as B. That name, or rather, that letter, should already sound familiar. B has made several appearances throughout previous episodes, leaking classified information from Carnis to an unknown recipient, identified only as V. Some speculate that V could be Vincent Barrera, the man once hunted by CSIS, but for now, nothing has been confirmed. Why is B doing all of this? Because he's witnessing the slow decay of the organization from the inside. Carnis is no longer what it used to be, or perhaps it never was what we thought it was. In previous messages, B warned that even the most basic protocols were being neglected, key personnel replaced, and that something was definitely being built behind the scenes. His latest message reads,
I don't know how much time I have. I think they are beginning to realize what I'm doing. I've sent over one last package containing anything I thought looked important. If I don't contact you again, assume the worst. I know how hard it is to combat this alone again, but I don't think we have a choice. You figured it out before. You can do it again before it's too late. Good luck to you.
B knows it. His time is running out. He's in danger. That's why he chooses to send one final batch of evidence before the worst happens. Immediately after, the carcass logo flashes on screen, accompanied by the word classified. This is likely the confidential material B managed to leak. Much of this footage is fragmented, cutting between various segments, new research on the harvester and the host of influence, brief snippets of TV commercials, strange recordings, and, of course, the educational program we've seen more than once before. To keep things clear and organized, we'll break down and analyze each of these segments separately and in depth, instead of following the episode's fragmented structure. First, we're presented with a series of strange cuts. As we've theorized before, all signs point to these clips being observed by the singularities as a way to study and learn about us. The constant murmuring we hear in the background might, in fact, be the voice or voices of one or more of these entities, which only strengthens this theory. This time, the educational program tackles a new topic, sleep. With its now familiar friendly tone, soft music, and simple animations, the program's mascot begins explaining the importance of getting proper rest and proceeds to describe the 4 stages of sleep. Everything seems to follow the usual pattern, until something unexpected happens. Just as the mascot is about to explain what dreams actually are, its expression changes. That ever-present smile fades. Its once cheerful eyes go dim, and its arms, normally moving with animated gestures, drop lifelessly to its sides, as if it no longer knows what to say. The explanation never comes. The program simply ends. What is it about dreams that cannot be explained? What truth is hidden behind such an innocent question? And why is it at that very moment that everything cuts to black? Questions that, for now, remain unanswered. We now move on to the segment dedicated to the harvesters, where we are presented with a series of investigation reports spanning from January 20th to July 25th, 1995. It all begins with the image of a fleshy red bulb, an infant harvester freshly emerged from the crawl. It's contained inside a transparent box. Just a simple sprout, yet already a potential threat. The container bears a warning label resembling those used for hazardous biological materials. On this first day, the bulb is deemed stable enough to begin the observation phase. It is transferred to a specialized containment cell, specifically designed to study its development while minimizing any unnecessary risks. 1 day later, the bulb is placed in its new environment. From that moment on, a long process begins: adaptation, growth, and constant surveillance. We jump ahead 5 months. June 20th, 1995. The bulb has reached maturity. It's grown enough to be considered viable for field testing. This marks the official start of the study of one of the deadliest creatures in the entire Vita Carnis ecosystem. The team's first task is to extract venom from the harvester's tendrils, an extremely dangerous procedure. As we know, the creature produces 2 kinds of toxins, one paralytic, the other anticoagulant, both lethal. The report proposes an experimental method, placing a silicone sponge on the harvester's terrain, hoping it would absorb the venom as the tendrils pierced it. But during the first test, conducted the next day, the experiment proves disastrous. As soon as a test dummy is lowered into the cell, the tendrils react instantly, striking with deadly precision. The creature displays a shockingly high level of predatory efficiency. Worse yet, the sponge fails. It's too fragile to absorb the venom without breaking apart. The method is discarded. With no other safe options, the team resorts to a more direct approach: sedating the harvester and manually extracting the venom. Risky, but effective. On June 23rd, they successfully extract both types of venom from 5 different spines. On screen, we see 2 vials. On the left, the yellowish paralytic venom, more abundant. On the right, the reddish anticoagulant. From that point forward, a steady production of both toxins begins. By July 20th, the report confirms the extraction process has been a total success, and the team now has a controlled, reliable supply of both venoms. Finally, on July 25th, one last test is conducted. A trimming is introduced into the harvester's cell, and nothing happens. The report concludes that the harvester's tendrils do not react to trimmings, possibly suggesting a natural immunity or mutual recognition between species within the Vita Carnis ecosystem. However, further research is needed to determine whether other creatures, such as meat snakes or mimics, share this same protection. We now move on to the Host of Influence segment, where we're presented with reports from an investigation that began on August 20th and culminated in a series of experiments carried out between October 1st and 15th of that same year. Following the capture of the New Trier cult in 1991, Carnis Special Forces, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma teams conducted a full sweep of the facility known as Facility Zero. During the operation, they not only secured several dangerous entities, but also uncovered something of significant interest: a living specimen of the so-called Imperium Carnis, later renamed the Host of Influence. Alongside it, they recovered 3 vials, each containing a powder of different color. Subsequent analysis revealed that one vial contained spores from the host itself, another held a flavor enhancer used by the cult, and the third a more complex, unidentified variation of the original spores. The host was transferred to Carnis facilities for the purpose of studying its nature and the function of these substances. To that end, a series of human exposure tests were initiated. The first test subject was a volunteer named Leto Dolus. The procedure involved placing the host inside a special containment cell connected via a ventilation system to a separate observation chamber, into which the subject was introduced. This setup allowed researchers to monitor the effects of the airborne spores without direct physical contact, because we all know what would happen without proper safeguards. Once exposed, the subject would be placed under quarantine to observe any behavioral changes. Once symptoms stabilized, the subject would be asked to provide both a verbal and written report detailing what they experienced under the influence of the spores. During the first exposure, Dolus exhibited mild irritation upon inhalation. The host, for its part, grew visibly agitated and attempted to attack the subject through the glass barrier. Dolus was immediately removed and quarantined for 36 hours. Throughout the quarantine period, he entered a state of total passivity, standing still in front of the door, unresponsive to any stimuli. By the 3rd day, symptoms began to subside, and Dolus was deemed stable enough to deliver his first verbal report.
I feel tired, and I have aches in my legs and arms. I'm also quite nauseous. Not dizzy, but foggy, if that makes sense. I don't feel too bad overall. The worst I feel is very hungry and thirsty.
His written account, dated October 3rd, reveals significant sensory and cognitive disruption. He described his vision as dark and blurry, like wearing glasses with the wrong prescription. Sounds were muted, and he experienced a dense mental fog that made even the simplest tasks feel impossible. But the most alarming symptom was a powerful, irrational urge to leave the room. In his own words, it wasn't like forgetting why he had entered a room. It was like forgetting why he was leaving it. An unknown, mindless force compelled him to move, with no conscious intention. He also reported a constant ringing in his ears, as if he were trapped inside his own body. On October 5th, Dolus underwent a second exposure. The host remained aggressive, though noticeably less erratic than before. This time, however, Dolus began to show early signs of mental exhaustion. During the following quarantine, his condition grew more emotionally unstable. While he remained in a dazed, confused state, this time he also displayed intense distress. He cried, screamed, and thrashed against his confinement. Yet again, the symptoms faded the next day. He appeared calmer and was allowed to give a second report. This time, Dolus described even more unsettling effects. He saw blurred figures and lingering lights, like the ghostly glow left after staring at a bulb. He felt exhausted. His joints were stiff, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He suffered from severe disorientation and pounding headaches. On top of that, he complained of eye pain, visual flashes in his peripheral vision, and a constant hum that drowned out all other sounds, making it impossible to understand the whispers he thought he heard. He claimed not to remember what happened after the quarantine, only that he felt a desperate, unstoppable need to escape. Despite everything, he said he felt better, and he expressed a willingness to continue with the experiment. On October 9th, Leto Dolus was exposed to the host's spores for a 3rd time. Unlike the 2 previous sessions, this time the host showed no signs of aggression. On the contrary, its behavior was strangely calm, almost docile. It seemed genuinely curious about the test subject, watching him intently through the glass. Dolus, for his part, experienced the same now familiar symptoms, though with no immediate worsening. However, something changed during the October 10th quarantine. Leto began throwing himself against the door, desperate to escape. He had to be restrained to prevent self-harm. Once the effects of the exposure subsided, he insisted he was willing to continue the trials, but the look on his face, visible in the audio report dated the 11th, said otherwise.
It feels numb, like pressure. It's not bad. It doesn't hurt. I don't think so, at least. I remember something. I can't pin it, though. Like remembering a dream. It was bright. It was nice. I felt important.
That same day, he wrote a new report, and this is where the language takes a disturbing turn, becoming clearly spiritual, delusional, and obsessive.
I seen figures dance in the dark. I want to catch them. Why were they there? What did they want to say to me? I couldn't hear their whispers. So much ringing. I need to hear what they said. Why did they need me? Why was I called?
This excerpt marks a turning point. Dolus' mental breakdown was no longer limited to his body or senses. It was now attacking his very identity, his faith. He had begun interpreting his hallucinations as messages with meaning and saw himself as the chosen recipient of some divine calling. It was as if the host's influence was implanting a mission inside his mind. Then, on October 13th, during the fourth exposure, a shocking discovery was made. The spores released by the host were no longer orange, as in previous sessions. Now they were tinged with red, suggesting a mutation or perhaps an emotional response from the entity as its connection with Leto deepened. That same day, Leto was confined once again, this time strapped to the bed to prevent self-inflicted harm. Despite the restraints, he struggled, and by the October 15th recording, his face was barely recognizable, disfigured by exhaustion, wounds, and sheer obsession. His report that day was brief, but deeply unsettling. His words, and his behavior, echoed those once displayed by Simon Vanguard, the leader of the cult.
I see it. It is dark, but a light so beautiful. I devote myself to the great truth, to stray from darkness and meet the light, for wonder and wisdom. I serve my Lord. I serve my Lord. I serve my Lord. I serve my Lord.
I devote myself to the great truth, to stray from darkness and meet the light, for wonder and wisdom.
Hey, calm yourself. Hey, stop! I need security! I need security in here, now!
Finally, on October 15th, the experiment was suspended indefinitely. The official report left no room for doubt. The psychological deterioration of Leto Dolus was far too advanced to proceed. The host of influence experiment had revealed not only the capabilities of the Imperium Carnis, but the terrifying extent to which it could corrupt, reshape, and ultimately possess the human will. What began as a simple spore exposure turned into a full-blown process of spiritual indoctrination, one that stripped Leto of his autonomy and rewired his mind to worship an entity, a master. Could this be the work of the singularities themselves? Or perhaps something beyond even them? We're then shown an interrogation. Carnis had launched an internal investigation. Something wasn't right. Documents were disappearing, tapes were going missing, and certain experiments seemed to be leaking to the outside world. It didn't take long before they found the culprit, Bruce Phoenix, head of the archives department, someone we already knew under the alias B. Bruce appears tied to a chair, visibly confused and disoriented. Next to him is Dr. Marshall, who, in a seemingly calm tone, tells him they just want to ask a few questions and that the restraints are simply a safety measure. The tension is thick. Bruce tries to keep his composure, dodging questions, pretending not to understand what he's being accused of. But it doesn't stay a simple interrogation for long. It quickly becomes a direct accusation. Bruce denies everything, but Dr. Marshall isn't working off suspicions. He has proof, and Bruce knows it. There's no way out. The moment he's feared has finally come, and tragically, it's clear he won't be leaving that room alive.
What's going on? Hey!
Sit still, Bruce. It's all right.
Dr. Trados, why am I here?
Calm yourself. We're just going to ask a few questions. The restraints are just a precaution.
What?
Relax.
Okay.
So, Bruce Phoenix, you are the manager in our files department, is that correct?
Yes.
What would you say you do?
I, organize documents, process reports, tapes, files, mainly with our experimentation unit.
I see. The reason I ask is because I believe there have been some issues recently with your department. Have you noticed anything?
No. I don't think so.
Really? Nothing at all?
No. It seems to be in order to me. Why?
Well, I ask because we had a look through our documentation and noticed some inconsistencies.
Like what, sir?
We noticed that there has been some tampering with some particular documents. Classified documents. Nothing too big, but it seems someone's been covering some things up. Well, you are the head of that department, so we thought you would know something. Are you sure you don't know anything?
I'm sure.
I'm sure too. You know, loyalty is an important part of how we work here. We handle some important things, classified things, things we don't want getting into the wrong hands. So when we find out that someone has been smuggling documents behind our back, that is awfully concerning. Especially when that person, I don't know, is lying right to my face.
I'm not lying, sir!
Stop! Especially when we have them on video. Which leads me to ask, why are you taking tapes out?
I can explain! I was just...
Stop! I don't need to know what you were doing with them, but I do need to know one thing. Who are you sending them to?
No one!
Who are you sending them to?
Please, sir, listen! I was just organizing them and I had to move them!
Who are you in contact with?
Marshall, please! I'm not lying!
We are past that, Bruce. Why do you think this was acceptable? What you were doing threatens national security. You are actively threatening the progress of the human species.
No! I'm trying to save the human species. What we are doing here is wrong! It's those things! They have brainwashed you! They are messing with your judgment. Safety protocols, basic upkeep, reckless experiments. This isn't progress! This is madness! You're becoming like those monsters who worship them! Please, Marshall. We need to stop.
I will ask one last time. Who are you contacting?
Never. I'm done. I won't be a part of this. I'm done.
Cut the cameras.
you watched some of the tapes of the experiments we do? It's interesting, some of the things in there. Did you know in harvesters that both of the venoms they inject are lethal? The neurotoxin doesn't just block the nerve signals, it directly attacks each nerve, causing sudden paralysis in muscles, moving deeper into your vitals. But for each nerve that dies, you feel every single thing. But all you can do is sit in silence as your nerves burn away until your heart stops beating, your lungs stop breathing, and your brain shuts down. Fortunately, usually the other venom causes you to bleed out first.
Sir, what are you doing?
Fortunate indeed.
Sir, please. No, please don't! Don't! Please don't! No! What am I doing? No, no! Please!
The execution of Bruce Phoenix isn't just an act of violence. It's a symbol, a breaking point. For the human resistance against Vita Carnis, Bruce's death marks the loss of an inside voice, a vital link who tried, from within, to slow the advance of an institution that has long since crossed every ethical boundary imaginable. You've seen it yourself, the coldness and sadism of Dr. Marshall, who, before injecting the toxins, calmly explains to Bruce exactly how he'll die, knowing full well that there's nothing he can do to stop it. Carcass no longer operates under the banner of science or human principles. It's been ideologically corrupted by prolonged exposure to the Vita Carnis, especially to entities like the Host of Influence, whose very name is a clue. In fact, based on Bruce's own words, combined with what we see on screen, an even more disturbing possibility is suggested that most, if not all, members of the organization have fallen victim to some form of brainwashing. Humanity is losing this war. At the end of the episode, we're shown the final report written by Leto Dolus, but it's not a written document, it's a drawing. At first glance, it might look meaningless or incoherent, but if you look closely, you'll recognize it instantly. It's the exact same image that appeared in one of the hidden pages from Season 1 in that strange fairy tale about the prince. With this, the series establishes a direct connection to one of the most cryptic and profound elements of the Vita Carnis lore. And finally, what would Vita Carnis be without its signature hidden video? This time we're shown a rather short clip, but it's visually disturbing. Here it is. As usual, the audio is reversed, but in this case, the sound is especially loud, distorted, and difficult to decipher. Even so, I thought I could make out a few lines at the beginning, like, "It's all your fault they died. It was your responsibility." As for the visuals, some of them immediately reminded me of that poor family who tragically died during a harvester attack back in Season 1. We also see quick flashes of several mimics and the lifeless body of Dr. Farron Brones. Who do you think this message is meant for? And what else do you think is being said in the rest of the audio? Let me know your theories in the comments. I can't wait to read them. I want you to picture something. You're walking down the street on your way to work, or maybe you just stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. You glance up at the sky, just like you've done countless times before, and there it is, the moon, still, silent. But in the blink of an eye, something changes. The moon is looking back at you, and the most terrifying part, it starts to move, slowly but steadily, drawing closer to Earth, closer to you. Tell me, what would go through your mind in that moment? How would you react? Since the dawn of civilization, humanity has looked up at the moon with awe and wonder. Poets, astronomers, dreamers, but never as a threat. And that's exactly where The Moon Woke Up begins, a cosmic horror series created by Mr. Friend, a channel known for crafting eerie animations built around specific phobias like megalophobia, thalassophobia, and, in this case, astrophobia, the intense, irrational fear of celestial bodies and outer space. The Moon Woke Up invites us to look at the sky in a whole new way. What we're shown here isn't just an alternate history, it's a complete shattering of our understanding of the universe. It all begins with a historical and entirely real event, the Apollo 11 mission. The year was 1969. In the midst of the space race between the United States and the Soviet Union, the entire world watched with anticipation as the Saturn V rocket launched from Cape Canaveral. The mission was clear, ambitious, and unprecedented: to land a human being on the surface of the moon for the very first time. On board were three men destined to become legends: Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins. For days, their names echoed through every home, every newspaper, every corner of the planet. Humanity held its breath, waiting for the moment that finally came. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. In our world, that step was taken. It was a resounding success. The mission became a symbol of progress, courage, and triumph. For a brief moment, the moon felt within reach. A dream come true. But in this story, things didn't go so well. Here too, Apollo 11 launched. The objective was the same, the promise of glory, just as strong. But as they neared their destination, the crew encountered something wholly unexpected. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. Something that defied all logic and understanding. An anomaly that left them frozen in place. The moon was beginning to change. Two deep craters opened on its surface, but these weren't ordinary craters. Their shape, size, and alignment perfectly resembled a pair of eyes. Then, a massive crack began tearing through the lower half of the satellite. Slowly, that fissure stretched into what could only be described as a mouth, a grotesque smile. This wasn't just a geological shift, it was a manifestation of consciousness. The moon was alive. The moon had awakened, and it was leaving its orbit. From that moment on, everything humanity thought it knew about the solar system stopped making sense. In a panic, the astronauts tried to contact Earth, but there was no response. The electromagnetic distortion caused by the anomaly had cut off all communication. One by one, the systems began to fail. The command module spun out of control. None of the commands worked. Desperate, the crew made the decision to abort the mission. But it was already too late. The gravitational pull of this mutated moon had begun dragging the spacecraft like a mere toy. The ship was destroyed, every astronaut's worst nightmare. Its remains scattered in every direction, drifting helplessly through the void, and the astronauts' bodies, still alive, still conscious, were flung into deep space. In that moment, they knew. They were going to die. Their fates were sealed. Their corpses would drift through the cosmos for all eternity. Through the vacant gaze of one of them, we see the moon, now transformed into a cosmic entity slowly approaching Earth. A direct path, unstoppable. And then it happens. Impact. An apocalyptic event unlike anything before. The final blow for souls who had already lost all hope. But this was only the beginning. Just before the episode ends, the camera pulls back, taking us beyond, into the silent corners of the solar system. And that's when we see it. Other planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, now bear the same haunting features as the moon, watching us from afar. From now on, we'll refer to them as awakened planets. The moon isn't the only threat. What could have caused all of this? The second episode takes us to an ordinary street in New York City, exactly 1 month before the lunar impact, June 20th, 1969. There, a street preacher is delivering a fiery sermon. He claims he's seen the signs, The chosen ones are already among us, and many are in the middle of a transformation. He also insists the government is hiding the truth, and that the so-called awakened will be arriving very soon. To most, he probably just seems like another madman. After all, cults and doomsayers like this tend to emerge in times of crisis or looming catastrophe. But I'll tell you this, nothing he says is a lie. How does he know all of this? Maybe the answer lies in the mask he's wearing, because it bears an uncanny resemblance to the face that appeared on the moon and on other nearby planets. Perhaps these entities are capable of influencing certain minds, especially those who are vulnerable, suggestible, or spiritually receptive. Of course, the man calls himself Mr. Friend, a clear nod to the creator of the series. From there, the story jumps forward in time. We're now 5 days away from the catastrophe. This time, we're inside an ordinary home in the United Kingdom. A man is getting ready to leave with his family. They're clearly in a hurry, short on time, and he's trying to get everyone moving, especially his son, Michael, who's sitting on the floor, completely absorbed in his drawing, unaware of the tension around him. The boy doesn't respond. He completely ignores his father's words. But when the man walks over, we see what Michael's been drawing: awakened planets. And all the while, the television is showing nothing but static, until suddenly, without warning, it cuts to what seems to be a broadcast, a message we can't understand, a transmission that very likely came from those same awakened planets. Michael is no longer Michael. His face has changed, now bearing the same unnatural features as those cosmic entities, and everything points to him being one of the chosen ones the preacher warned us about. It seems these planets not only have the power to hijack our electronic devices, but also to affect and mutate living beings from across unfathomable distances. The next scene takes us to Namibia, to a Himba community. There, drawn with precision, is the face of the moon. People are worshipping it, honoring it like a god. The footage cuts out, replaced by an emergency news broadcast. The images coming from NASA are chilling. Something is happening on the lunar surface. Reporters' voices overlap in panic, but one voice stands out clearly, a desperate plea for God's mercy, because this might truly be the end of everything we know. And it was. What we see next is a couple relaxing on a beach in Sicily, Italy. They're completely unaware of what's going on. For them, it's just another sunny day, but not for long. Through their eyes, we'll witness the end of the world. Five years have passed since the calamity fell from the sky. A recovery unit known as Bravo 6 now roams what's left of the Earth's surface. The camera follows them as they walk through rubble, ruins, and dust. Everything that once resembled civilization has been wiped out. The full scale of the tragedy is confirmed. 3.2 billion dead. 90% of the world's population gone. The oceans have completely evaporated. Water is scarcer than ever. And that's when we're faced with the question, can the few remaining humans find a way to survive? But more importantly, what other threats are lurking out there? As this question hangs in the air, the camera pulls back, beyond the atmosphere, and what we see is breathtaking. A colossus towers in front of what remains of Earth. It's Jupiter. But the episode doesn't end there. The final scene shows Bravo 6 stumbling upon a pile of children's drawings buried in the debris, and among them is one we immediately recognize. Michael was the artist, but one drawing stands out above the rest. It depicts a new figure, one we haven't seen before. A being with a dark, dense core and countless tentacles spreading outward in every direction. Could this creature be the source of everything? July 20th, 1979. 10 years have passed since the moon collided with Earth. The first thing we see is a group of astronauts standing on the moon's surface, seemingly conducting some sort of research. Unfortunately, we don't know much beyond that. What was once an unforeseen catastrophe has become humanity's new ground zero, an event that split history in two. What little remains of civilization has been struggling to rebuild, but the world is still in ruins. The worst part? The cosmic threats haven't gone away. They're still out there. Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus remain suspended in space, completely still. They don't move closer, they don't attack. They just sit there, watching. No one knows why, but their very presence has trapped humanity in a state of permanent alert. It's in this context that we're introduced to an organization that will change everything. The Frontline Research Initiative for Earth's New Defense, better known as Friend Industries. It's the most ambitious project ever attempted by what's left of humanity, a final hope funded by the last surviving world powers. This massive corporation is headquartered in Egypt, right on the outer edge of a high-risk region known as the Umbra Zone. The Umbra Zone is the name given to the impact site where the moon crashed into Earth. It spans a radius of 2,800 kilometers, an area that's sealed off, hostile, and contaminated. The radiation levels coming from the zone are so extreme, not even animals can survive there for long. Around its borders, soldiers and scientists walk in protective suits. Every step is filled with tension. Inside Friend's main facility, operations never stop. Scientists, engineers, and specialists are hard at work on what looks like a satellite. But soon we'll learn it's much more than that. It's a high-tech probe called Osiris-7. Its mission? To be launched directly toward Jupiter. Not long after, a second probe is revealed. Osiris-12, this time headed for Saturn. But before we find out what happens to either of them, the story pauses to show us another side of this broken world. While science advances behind closed doors, millions still fight every day just to survive, searching for water, food, and shelter. In the ruins of a collapsed city, we see a man, likely starving, catch a rat. He kills it with his bare hands and eats it raw. The scene is brutal, but also revealing. The rat had been feeding on a strange, pinkish fluid, thick, glowing, and clearly radioactive. A fluid that, as we'll soon learn, isn't just toxic. We return to Friend's operations. Both probes share one key detail. They carry something called the Black Iris payload, a mysterious cargo. No one explains what it contains. The probes are now entering their target orbits. First, Osiris-7 approaches Jupiter, but then its navigation system picks up an anomaly, a small gravitational spike that wasn't in the calculations. The transmission starts to glitch, and then from the planet's surface, a moon emerges. It's Callisto. The moon shoots out like a missile, slamming into the probe and obliterating it instantly. All contact is lost. The same happens with Osiris-12. As it nears Saturn, the pattern repeats. Another moon, this time Titan, is launched from the planet and destroys the probe in a single blow. The awakened planets are fighting back, and they're using their own moons as weapons. They will not allow humanity to get close. They will not tolerate exploration. They will not permit observation. Following these results, any mission involving Uranus is immediately called off. The story shifts back to Earth. Next, we see a team of Friend soldiers patrolling the outskirts of the Umbra Zone. Amid the rubble, they spot a lone man. At first, they assume he's a survivor, but as they approach, they get a closer look at his face. It's twisted. His eyes are hollow. His skin stretched unnaturally tight. It's the same man we saw eating the rat, and this is what he's become. All because of that pink fluid, likely created by the moon's impact. Just imagine what would happen if this substance contaminated our water or food supply. Humanity would be utterly doomed. Suddenly, the man lunges at the soldiers. He's violent, unhinged, unresponsive. There's nothing human left in him. And if you're paying close attention, you'll notice something chilling in the background. A towering, pale, humanoid figure appears just before the attack. Now we understand one possible way a human can become one of the so-called chosen ones. What we still don't know is whether Michael, the boy from episode 2, was also transformed by ingesting this strange fluid. If that wasn't the cause, then maybe his transformation was something else entirely. Maybe it was forced. Maybe it was triggered by direct psychic or spiritual influence from these awakened planets. At the end of the episode, we see that strange creature again. This time, it's inside the Umbra Zone. At the entrance, we notice more traces of the glowing pink substance, but as soon as the creature senses it's being watched, it flees. We're no longer just dealing with awakened planets or mutated humans. Now something else is moving among the ruins of Earth. 15 years have passed since the moon's impact. 15 years since the world changed forever, and humanity is still standing. This 4th episode opens with a propaganda ad from Friend Industries, reminding us of that first tragedy, the moon crashing into Earth, wiping out billions of lives. The images are stark: famine, ruins, a raw, unforgiving post-apocalyptic world. Friend Industries has become the only organization with absolute power over what's left of civilization. They claim to have saved humanity from the brink of extinction, and now, through a cheerful promotional video filled with upbeat music and inspirational narration, they call on everyone to join their cause, the rebirth of the planet. But something tells me we shouldn't trust them so easily. An organization that rises to power in a broken world, no matter how noble its mission sounds, will always carry the risk of becoming something dangerous. They go on to present their main divisions: the Weapons Development Team, the Hydrogenesis Research Division, the Repopulation Program, the Umbra Marine Corps, the Research and Development Department, and finally, the Space Program. Wait, you saw it too, right? In the Research and Development Division, we see a friend agent holding a chainsaw in front of a restrained man. They're experimenting on humans, but that's not even the most disturbing part. Surrounding them are massive containers filled with the glowing pink liquid, a substance we'll now come to know as moon juice. As we already know, it's directly linked to the infections and mutations we've seen so far, those that led to the creation of what this episode begins to call the Moonfected. Friend Industries doesn't just know about this substance and its properties. They collect it, they store it, and most likely, they use it in their research. But for what purpose? We don't know if they're trying to understand its nature or simply exploit it for their own ends. What's clear is that behind this bright and hopeful facade of unity and reconstruction, something far darker is taking place, and it's getting harder and harder to ignore. Whatever the case, their methods seem to violate every ethical principle imaginable. Then the story takes a sharp turn. This time we follow a squad from the Umbra Corps Marine Corps sent on a new mission deep into the Umbra Zone. The team rides in an armored vehicle. Inside, the Marines bicker and trade insults. One of them casually reveals his plan to secretly extract some moon juice and smuggle it into Europe, where it's traded for food stamps. This pink liquid, as dangerous as it is, has become a sort of weaponized drug, highly sought after and extremely valuable. The squad is clearly divided, constantly arguing with one another. That's when the squad leader steps in and orders everyone to put on their anti-radiation masks, revealing something important in the process. The radiation in the Umbra Zone can trigger mutations, but before, it wasn't radiation. It was a type of cosmic frequency that caused those transformations. Now everything starts to make sense. The squad finally reaches the site. There's tension in the air, and then everything goes wrong.
Okay, we're here. You know the drill. Umbra Initiative 1642. In and out in 2 hours. Why couldn't they just drive us there? I bloody hate walking. Stay on my 6. What the hell? Wait, don't shoot! Don't shoot! You moron! You just killed our squad leader!
Well, what? She was trying to make love to him. Is he alright? Nice going, Tim, man. Won't have to worry with you around.
What the hell?
Just when all seems lost, the creature stops. It turns its head and looks toward the horizon. And that's when the series hits its most jaw-dropping moment. A colossal dimensional portal opens just behind Jupiter. From within that abyss, a giant hand emerges, belonging to a being that clearly obeys no known laws of physics. Jupiter is grabbed and pulled into the portal with zero chance of resistance. As it's being dragged away, its expression shifts. For the first time, we see one of the awakened planets show fear. And yet, just before it vanishes completely, Jupiter smiles again, just for a moment. So what exactly is this entity? A god? A higher cosmic being? We don't know, but what's absolutely clear is this. It's a force beyond comprehension, capable of ripping through space-time and gripping gas giants as if they had solid surfaces, a being that defies the very fabric of our universe. Moments before the portal appears, we see two astronauts from Friend Industries' space division going about their routine duties as they wait for the incoming replacement crew, which arrives shortly after. They share a brief, friendly exchange. Everything feels calm, normal, but the final events of the previous episode begin to unfold. Only this time, we learn something new. It wasn't just one portal that opened, it was several interdimensional rifts, one for each awakened planet, each with its own colossal hand. We no longer know whether we're dealing with a single being, or multiple entities of the same kind. What we do know is this. Their arrival triggered a massive gravitational distortion, plunging everything into absolute chaos. 150 years have passed, the biggest time skip so far, and the world has changed completely. Earth, though still scarred, has bloomed once more. The oceans have returned, cities have risen again, order has been restored. Scientific breakthroughs, once thought impossible, have been achieved. Civilization survived. And at the center of it all, again, is Friend Industries. No longer just the world's savior, but now a global regime that controls everything. Not just the so-called lunar juice, but also the interdimensional rifts themselves. From orbit, we see a massive ring-shaped structure, and it appears to be capable of generating one of these portals at will. Now seems like the perfect moment to hit pause and talk about the tone of this series. The Moon Woke Up presents itself as a cosmic horror story, and it is, at least partially. Yes, there are truly disturbing moments. I mean, who wouldn't be terrified by the moon suddenly coming to life and crashing into the Earth? But alongside those scenes of tension and dread, there are sequences that verge on the absurd, the ridiculous, and the openly comical. And don't get me wrong, that's not a flaw. It's part of the show's identity. This isn't a story that takes itself entirely seriously, and it doesn't have to. For every terrifying moment, there's another scene that feels ripped straight out of a dystopian comedy, often followed by something completely nonsensical, like the moment we're told that despite Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus being absurdly close to Earth, they've been positioned just outside the gravitational influence zone of Lagrange, trapping our planet in a balanced gravitational trio. Now, that idea makes no real astronomical sense. Lagrange points are specific regions between two massive bodies, like the Earth and the Sun, where a third object can remain in stable orbit due to the balance of gravitational forces. But placing three gas giants, each hundreds of times more massive than Earth, just 9 million kilometers away, would cause instant annihilation. Jupiter alone would wreak havoc on global tides, destabilize Earth's rotational axis, and might even strip away the atmosphere. And if you throw in Saturn and Uranus, it doesn't take much imagination to see the consequences. You see what I mean, right? And we don't even have to go that far. Just look at the 150-year time skip. In just a century and a half, we go from a devastated planet, 90% of the population wiped out, oceans evaporated, the surface in ruins, total infrastructure collapse, to a partially futuristic civilization with gleaming cities and space structures capable of generating interdimensional portals. That alone is completely impossible. Even under the best conditions, humanity could never achieve that level of technological advancement so quickly, especially from a state of total reconstruction. But the series doesn't try to justify it, it just shows it. Because that's the point. The Moon Woke Up doesn't aim for realism. It aims to be shocking, unpredictable, and sarcastic. And honestly, it works. Instead of focusing purely on existential cosmic horror, it leans into absurdist comedy as well. Does any of it make sense? No. Is it consistent? Not really. Is that part of the charm? Absolutely. It's a story that mixes horror with the ridiculous, and once you accept that, everything clicks into place. Anyway, back to the story. We're taken inside a secret Friend Industries facility. There, a man wakes up, a test subject, the only survivor out of a group of 86 candidates. The others? Dead, boiled alive, but not him, which makes him irreplaceable. His name? Well, we know him as Subject 24X. The lead scientist wastes no time. Once his physical and mental stability is confirmed, the man is strapped into a chair, moments away from being transformed into a super soldier, into a weapon. We're told that they've spent decades working with Element 75U, a perfected variant of the original lunar juice, now designed to enhance human capabilities without causing madness or grotesque mutations. The experiment is a complete success. And finally, the episode closes on an image of Neptune, which, by the looks of it, is about to open its eyes. The latest piece of content comes in the form of a promotional merchandising video, but there are several details worth a much closer look. It opens with footage that appears to belong to a classified archive, internal material that, until now, had never been made public. The first recording is dated September 14, 1959. We see the surface of the moon captured by a Soviet probe, Luna 2. But as one might expect, what's recorded is far from normal. At first glance, everything seems calm, but then the lunar surface begins to behave strangely. For a few brief seconds, two circular formations slowly start to open. Eyes that open, watch, and then shut again. The exact same phenomenon would later be observed on Jupiter. Another segment shows a probe observing Mars, implying that this planet too might be awake. The implication is clear and devastating. That street preacher was right. The governments had known the truth for a long time and chose to keep it hidden. But why? And once again we come back to the same question. How did he know? Maybe he was just a stand-in for the creator of the series himself, which would explain his name. An all-knowing figure trying to warn us back in episode 2. But the most disturbing part is yet to come. What you're seeing now is a recording from August 2nd, 1977. 8 years after the impact. What it shows is deeply unsettling. A row of human beings suspended in mid-air, held in place by metal harnesses, perfectly aligned. Throughout the footage, you can hear them screaming in despair. What we're witnessing is something known as Friends Pen, and the name says it all. This dark organization was rotten from the very beginning, an institution that sees human lives as nothing more than resources, instruments to be used and discarded. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word creepypasta? For many of you, it probably stirs up a wave of nostalgia, while others might not even know what I'm talking about, though honestly, I'd be surprised. Long before analog horror took over the internet, creepypastas were the ultimate form of online terror. Haunting stories that spread from forum to forum, cursed images, and impossible chronicles that sparked the imagination of millions. They didn't need a budget, just a good idea and the complicity of those reading them late at night with the lights off. Stories like Smile Dog, Tails Doll, Ben Drowned, Zalgo, or even the Russian sleep experiment were among the most famous, only topped by two icons that reached massive popularity: the undisputed king of creepypastas, Slenderman, followed closely by Jeff the Killer. But like all things that begin, it must eventually come to an end. Over time, these internet legends slowly faded into obscurity, buried somewhere in our collective memory. Yet not all hope is lost. These stories now have a chance to be reborn. That's exactly the premise behind the channel of my good friend Chris Archives, who, through the lens of analog horror, has brought our favorite smiling murderer back to life in a 4-part series. Episodes 1 and 3 serve as faithful adaptations of the original creepypasta, though with a few creative liberties, while episode 2 takes on a style that perfectly captures the essence of the analog horror genre we all love. And finally, the grand finale completely reimagines Jeff the Killer versus Jane the Killer. Today, the inner child in many of us is smiling again. Everything begins with a silence that promises nothing good. What we're about to see is a confidential police file recovered on October 13, 2007, a 911 call. On the other end of the line, a young woman struggles to keep her voice steady as she speaks to an officer. Her tone trembles, not because of a present emergency, but because of something that happened weeks before. She says she survived, that she saw the killer everyone's been talking about on the news, that she saw him with her own eyes. The girl explains that on that night, she woke up in a panic from a nightmare. The window was open, even though she remembered closing it before going to bed. A small detail, but enough for her instincts to start screaming that something was wrong. She went back to bed, trying to convince herself it was nothing. But in the darkness, she felt it. Someone was watching her. Her words grow faster, more desperate, as she describes what she saw next. A pair of eyes, pitch black and sunken into the shadows, and an impossible smile so wide it barely looked human. She swears the killer stared at her in silence for several eternal seconds before speaking. He said just one thing.
He said, "Go to
Jesus."
At that very moment, the call begins to distort. Her voice cuts off mid-sentence, while the screen reveals a grotesque and blood-soaked version of the girl. Her eyes torn out, her cheeks slit open along with her throat, and looming over her, a dark figure. The officer desperately tries to keep the connection alive as the girl continues her account. She says the killer lunged at her with a knife, that she fought back, and that her father rushed into the room to defend her. Eventually, the killer had no choice but to flee when he heard police sirens approaching. Neighbors and officers later confirmed seeing him escaping across the rooftops. That was the night when his face was burned into her memory forever. But just as she's about to continue, something happens. From the other end of the line, there's an unmistakable sound. Panic takes over her voice. He's inside the house again. The officer orders her to hide, to lock the door, to stay on the line. And then, the call drops. What we see next is a recording from inside the girl's room. She's hiding inside a closet, praying the intruder won't find her.
What the fuck?
Dad?
After this tragic ending, a new call takes place. The same officer, deeply alarmed, asks what happened and if she's still there. But all he hears on the other end is slow, heavy breathing, followed by a maniacal, deranged laugh that makes him lose all composure. Finally, the psychopathic killer hangs up and the police file ends. Moments later, the scene changes. We switch to footage from a patrol car's dash cam driving through the night toward the crime scene. Behind the wheel is the same officer who spoke with the girl, now identified as John. During the drive, he communicates by radio with his colleagues already on site. The tension in his voice is palpable, and the news he receives is grim. Inside the house, they found the bodies of the girl and her father, both mutilated beyond description. The killer escaped long before they arrived, leaving no trace behind. As Officer John tries to process what happened, something darts across the road and disappears into the forest. A human figure, impossible to distinguish in the darkness to anyone else, but years of service have sharpened his instincts. He knows exactly who just crossed his path. He slams the brakes, steps out of the vehicle, and walks into the woods with his gun drawn, calling for backup. For a brief moment, a spark of hope flickers inside him. Maybe, at last, he'll catch the murderer who's haunted the place for so long. What he doesn't know is that he's already stepped straight into the wolf's den.
Freeze! Police!
Drop the weapon and put your hands behind your head!
You found me, officer. I'm impressed.
What the fuck? What are you? God damn it, drop the fucking knife, now!
You wanted it. Go take it. The girl called you because she thought you could save her. Cute.
Shut the fuck up!
In the end, Jeff claims another life, but his crimes will not go unpunished. Because a vengeful soul, one that many of you may already recognize, is following close behind. Even so, this nightmare has only just begun. The next thing we see is an official statement from the National Emergency Alert System, dated October 14th, 2007. An extremely dangerous individual is reported to be active in the area, unofficially identified as Jeffrey Woods, better known as Jeff the Killer. He's described as a pale, burnt-skinned man with sunken eyes and a permanent, carved-in smile. His victims are always found with deep lacerations, missing eyes, and severe facial mutilations, all under eerily similar circumstances. As examples, the report shows the bodies of the girl and the police officer from the previous episode. Authorities warn citizens not to approach him, not to speak to him, and to avoid making eye contact at all costs. They advise keeping doors and windows locked before nightfall, staying indoors after 9 p.m., and above all, not answering the door if you're not expecting anyone. If it's already too late, find a safe place and call 911 immediately. With each new instruction, the atmosphere grows heavier, more suffocating. The message, though purely technical, carries an overwhelming sense of helplessness, and just when the announcer is about to deliver the final warning, the transmission cuts off abruptly, replaced by a woman's voice breaking through the static.
Go to sleep. You won't wake up.
Her words are unmistakable. The woman speaking is Jane Arkansas, one of Jeff's many victims, or rather, one of the few who actually survived. She's the same woman we saw at the end of the previous episode, though we'll dive into her story later on. The episode then closes with a shot of an apparently abandoned house deep in the woods, accompanied by a binary code that, when translated, reads,
"I don't care if I die, I'll take you with me."
And if we add the other two binary codes that appear throughout the episode, it becomes clear that these messages come from Jane herself. Declarations of pure hatred and vengeance aimed directly at Jeff. Words that seal a personal war between victim and killer. How much pain can one person inflict on everyone around them? Are monsters like this born or made? To find the answer, we have to go back to the very beginning, the event that started it all, the Woods family tragedy. We set the scene around September 1997. The Woods family had just moved into a new neighborhood, the kind of place that looked perfect on the surface. Tidy streets, neatly trimmed lawns, smiling neighbors. Jeff's father had gotten a promotion, and with it, a dream home, or at least that's what he believed. For Jeff and his brother Lou, however, it felt like a change forced upon them. They were definitely not on board. While unpacking, a woman came over to introduce herself, Barbara, their new neighbor, accompanied by her son, Billy. She spoke with an exaggerated cheerfulness and immediately invited them to Billy's birthday party that Saturday, insisting it would be fun. Margaret, Jeff's mother, accepted enthusiastically, but Jeff didn't share her excitement. As soon as Barbara left, he complained.
"He didn't see why he should go to a kid's party when he was no longer a child.
He tried to argue, but he stopped himself. He knew there was nothing he could do. Whenever his mother decided something, it was final. And once again, Jeff felt that familiar sensation. The feeling of having no voice, of having no choice. He didn't know it yet, but that frustration would be the first spark of something much darker beginning to take root inside him. That night, when everyone else was asleep, Jeff locked himself in his room and fell onto his bed. That's when he felt it for the first time. A strange sensation, like a stab in his chest. It wasn't exactly pain, so he tried to ignore it and eventually fell asleep, convincing himself it was stress or simple fatigue. The next morning, while he ate breakfast before heading off to his new school, the feeling came back. This time it was stronger, clearer. Still, he tried to dismiss it. Maybe it was just from the upheaval of the previous day, or the nerves that come with starting somewhere new, he thought. A few minutes later, Jeff and his brother were on their way to the bus stop. Everything seemed normal, until 3 teenagers on skateboards showed up and blocked their path. They were Troy, Keith, and their leader Randy, who spoke with that arrogant tone of someone who thinks he owns the world. Randy was a bully who made everyone pay a small cash toll or hand over their breakfast to avoid getting beaten up. Lou refused flat out and answered angrily, but that only made things worse. At that moment, Jeff's heart began to pound. His breathing quickened. The earlier sensation returned, but now it became unbearable. And then that steady prick in his chest erupted into a wave of heat and fury. The frustration and powerlessness he was feeling in that instant, plus all the resentment he'd been carrying for so long, were the fuel that fed his inner monster. Randy barely had time to laugh before Jeff lunged at them. What followed was pure, explosive violence. None of the 3 had a chance to defend themselves. They were beaten mercilessly and left trembling. Jeff didn't think. He didn't reason. He just acted, driven by an impulse that felt to him, in that moment, as terrifying as it was liberating. Lou, horrified, could hardly recognize his own brother. Jeff felt pleasure. He reveled in the dark thrill of feeling powerful, superior. He felt the exhilaration of finally being able to choose, to decide what to do and what not to do. If not for the sound of a car approaching, he might have ended their lives. At school, the event had such an impact on both brothers that they didn't speak about it for the rest of the day. Still, the residue it left them with was radically different. During class, Jeff struggled to breathe, sweating. He had enjoyed it, and that realization frightened him most, because deep down, he knew he shouldn't feel that way, but the sensation was eating him alive. They returned home in silence. The tension was unbearable, and a few hours later, 2 police officers knocked on the door asking for them. Jeff hurried down from the 2nd floor and was met by a scene that stunned him. What struck him most wasn't that 2 officers were in the living room, but the expression of disappointment on his mother's face, an expression he hadn't seen in some time. The officers had received reports of a fight, and witnesses said they'd seen them beat up 3 boys and then run. Cornered, Jeff admitted he'd hit them, but insisted it had been the others who started it. The officers were surprised by the young man's statements and proceeded to detain him. However, at that exact moment, Liu came downstairs holding a knife. The officers drew their guns and shouted for him to drop it, and he did. Then he lifted his shirt to reveal a huge bruise on his abdomen and explained that he had been the one who stood up to those guys. Jeff had only been trying to protect him. The officers exchanged looks. There wasn't much more to argue after hearing his version. Lou was arrested, and Jeff could do nothing to stop it. Watching him leave under his parents' cold gaze, especially his mother's, was another drop in an already overflowing cup. Once again, Jeff had no choice. Days passed, and one morning his mother came into his room and woke him up with false cheer, as if nothing had happened. A forced smile painted her face as she announced they had to go to Billy's birthday. Naturally, Jeff tried to refuse, especially after everything that had occurred. But again, the decision had already been made. When they arrived, Barbara greeted them as warm as ever. The kids were playing in the yard, dressed as cowboys, running and laughing with plastic guns, and she insisted Jeff join them. At first he resisted. He felt awkward, out of place, but a child handed him a toy gun and a hat, and after being begged, he finally agreed. At first he thought it was ridiculous, but then he began to have fun. It might not have been amazing, but it was the first thing that managed to push Lou out of his mind. For a few moments he forgot the weight pressing inside him, yet that fleeting peace vanished in an instant. Randy, Troy, and Keith had returned. The hate on their faces was unmistakable. They'd come to gloat over how things had ended before, how Lou had been arrested instead of them, but mostly they'd come for revenge, this time intent on causing real harm. Families screamed. Chaos took over the yard, until finally everything went black.
What's so damn funny?
So you want to know what's so funny, huh? You're soaked in alcohol and bleach.
Weeks later, Jeff wakes up in a hospital with his face bandaged. To him, everything had happened in seconds. He remembers how the fire consumed him and then everything went dark. They rushed him to the hospital as fast as they could, and somehow they managed to save his life. Thanks to what happened, the earlier fight was clarified and Lou was released. And here's where one of the most interesting additions in this adaptation of Jeff the Killer comes in. But first, I want to be clear about one thing. Although this creepypasta was one of my childhood favorites, I'm not its biggest defender. The original creepypasta and many stories featuring Jeff the Killer are full of mistakes, contradictions, and things that simply don't make sense. I won't highlight them here because I don't want to pull you out of the immersion and tone we've been building throughout the video, but I think what I just said is well known to most of you. And this isn't Chris's fault at all. As I mentioned, this adaptation tries to be faithful and respectful of the original material as much as possible, with its pros and cons. Anyway, as I was saying, here we see a pretty interesting addition that helps explain Jeff's motives for what he'll do later. From Jeff's thoughts, we learn that one day his mother came to visit and began to cry. Not because of his condition, but because of the image their family might project to the rest of the neighborhood after what had happened. She said it was all his fault and that she wished with all her heart he had been burned to death. Jeff, though in a coma, heard every word she said. With that in mind, I think it's vital to pause for a moment and dig deeper into how and why Jeff descended into madness. Let's start with his mother. In this adaptation, Margaret Woods is presented as the archetype of the perfectionist mother obsessed with appearances. What to others might be a home, for her is a display window. And within that display, her children and husband are decorative objects that must reflect an ideal of a perfect family. In fact, I'm sure the idea to move into a dream house was hers. All of this is well reflected when she decides to go to Billy's party, especially after everything that had occurred. Another mother wouldn't have shown up. She wouldn't have had the strength or desire. But Margaret is different. She doesn't go out of courtesy, nor because she thinks Jeff needs a distraction. She goes because she fears what the neighbors will think if they don't show. It's the classic manifestation of a socially oriented narcissism where image is everything. Margaret suffers a kind of moral dissociation, unable to emotionally connect with her own when it threatens her reputation. We see this firsthand in the words she directs at Jeff while he's in a coma. Her coldness acts as the final trigger of Jeff's mental collapse. Her words strip him of the last human tie that kept him anchored to sanity. Jeff, from the beginning, lacked an emotionally safe environment. He lives in a family structure where appearances weigh more than anything else. His mother gives orders without listening, and his father is passive. That lack of recognition generates an affective void, a sense of invisibility and loss of control that translates into an unconscious need to assert himself, to test his own power. Then the attack by Randy, Troy, and Keith functions as the breaking point. When he fights back, something ignites within him, the pleasure of acting without restraint. For the first time, he feels power, and that feeling, in an emotionally repressed individual, is addictive. When Lou is arrested, Jeff understands the world isn't fair. The absence of external justice will push him in the future to seek his own justice, and that justice will be corrupted. And as we've noted, his mother's visit is the final nail. From there, Jeff falls into a bottomless pit of madness he will never climb out of. Here is where the psychopathic killer we all know is born. Someone who, in his madness, carved a smile into his face because he could no longer smile without pain. Someone who mutilated his own eyelids so he could stare at the world forever. Someone who kills simply for the pleasure of feeling powerful, because the act restores his sense of choice, power over life and death. Someone who destroys other lives as his own was destroyed. Someone capable of destroying his family without a second thought.
What's that noise?
Oh my god. Jeff? What are you doing?
I couldn't smile anymore, Mom. It hurt, so I fixed it.
Your eyes! What did you do to your eyes?
They kept closing. I couldn't see the new me, so I burned off the lids. Now I can always watch the smile. What's wrong, Mom? Don't you think I'm beautiful?
You're beautiful, sweetheart. Let me just go get your father. He needs to see how handsome you are. Honey, wake up! Get the gun! He's...
Mom, you lied to me.
Finally, guided by his sick mind, Jeff concludes he cannot allow this unjust world to let Lou suffer as he did. And so, after apologizing, he ends the life of the only person he truly loved. And so we reach the final stretch of this series, not before, as I promised, briefly delving into Jane's story, since she will play a leading role in the last episode. Her creepypasta is rather extensive, so we'll omit most of it, but don't worry, the episode description will be enough for our purposes.
Report, September 28th, 1997. At approximately 2:34 a.m., the bodies of the Woods family were discovered at their residence, all showing signs of extreme and brutal violence. The victims have been identified as Margaret Woods, Peter Woods, and Lou Woods, with evidence suggesting the attack occurred during the night. Jeffrey Woods, the family's teenage son, was not found at the scene. His current whereabouts remain unknown. At this time, he is considered a person of interest and a potential suspect in the case. In a related incident, Jane Arkansas, a teenage girl from a nearby neighborhood, was found severely burned inside her home. Emergency responders arrived to a disturbing scene. The bodies of her parents and several of her friends were discovered seated at the dining room table, all deceased under unexplained circumstances. Jane is currently in critical condition and receiving intensive medical care. Authorities continue to investigate both incidents and are urging anyone with relevant information to contact law enforcement immediately.
Since that fateful day, Jane swore revenge, and every time the sun goes down, she goes out searching for Jeff, to find him and kill him. We finally arrive at Halloween night, 2007, a night when 4 teenagers, driven by rumors, morbid curiosity, and the promise of something terrifying, decide to explore an old abandoned house deep in the woods, a place shrouded in urban legends, despite repeated warnings from local authorities not to go out after dark. A house we've actually seen before, the same one that appeared at the end of the second episode. The group is made up of the usual thrill seekers, a generation raised on internet myths and viral dares. Ashley is the sensible one, though she hides her caution behind layers of sarcasm. Sophie is quieter, but easily the most empathetic of the 4. Noah, apparently Ashley's boyfriend, is the cocky, playful type who breaks the rules purely for fun, or just to see if anyone dares stop him. And then there's Liam, the geek of the group, the one who organized this little adventure after becoming obsessed with the ruthless killer said to be prowling the area. He even brought his camera along, hoping to capture a photo of the murderer if they happened to cross paths. Ashley mocks the plan, calling it brilliant with heavy irony. No signal, freezing cold, the middle of the woods, and a serial killer on the loose. The others laugh it off. It's Halloween after all. They're chasing that rush, that fleeting sense of danger, but Ashley wants no part of it. Just as they're about to step through the doorway, she decides to stay outside for a smoke. She's not setting foot in that damn house. She lights her cigarette and watches as her friends disappear beyond the door. She doesn't know it yet, but this will be the last time they ever see each other alive. From that moment on, one by one, the teenagers are brutally slaughtered by the very monster one of them had been so desperate to find. All of them, except Sophie, who, before crossing paths with Jeff, is saved by a mysterious woman.
Don't even think about making a sound. If you want to live, get out of here and run as far as you can. Your friends are already dead. You can't do anything for them.
Who are you? Why are you?
That's none of your business, girl. If you don't do exactly as I say, I'll kill you right here. Run!
Look who we have here. You never get tired, huh, Jane?
Shut the fuck up! You think this is a game? After everything you did? After what you did to them? Innocent people.
Innocent? There are no innocents. Everyone burns inside. Everyone carries the rot that I'm the only one who brings out. Look at me. Really look at me. Fear, despair, death. That's all there is. And today, you, me, everyone, we're going to dance in the depths of hell.
My friends! You made me watch! You made me listen! And then you ripped away what was left. My soul, my future, everything I could have been. All of it gone because of you. But none of that matters now. I'll make you scream. I'll make you suffer in ways you didn't think were possible. And when you finally beg me to end it, I'll kill you with my own hands.
Jeff lunges at Jane with his knife. She barely dodges, striking him across the head with the butt of her gun and knocking him unconscious. Taking advantage of the moment, she ties him to a chair and finally unleashes years of bottled-up rage, torturing him slowly, determined to make him pay for everything he's done to her and so many others. But Jane lets her vengeance linger too long, and just as she's about to finish him off, dousing him with alcohol, ready to set him ablaze, police sirens wail in the distance, breaking her focus for only a second Jeff uses to free himself and attack again. But against all odds, Sophie returns to repay the favor. She throws a lit lighter at Jeff, engulfing him in flames. Fire consumes him completely, forcing him to relive the hell he already knew years ago. Yet the nightmare isn't over. As the two girls stagger toward the exit, a manic laugh echoes behind them. It's Jeff, still burning, still conscious, refusing to die. He can't allow them to leave alive.
Where do you think you're going? I'll tear your damn heart out and rip your throat wide open.
What? Wait!
That's right, Jane. Play with me a little more.
Can you see the pain? Everything you've lost? What you've done to yourself? Do you feel what I felt, Jeff? This is what you have done to everyone. This is the monster your madness turned you into. If only you had died burned alive that time.
For a moment, Jeff freezes. Jane's last words strike something deep inside his mind, the same words he once heard from his mother years ago. And in that instant, Jane stops being just another enemy. She becomes the embodiment of everyone he's ever hated. Driven by fury, Jeff lunges at her one last time with every ounce of strength he has left. But this time, he doesn't reach her. He collapses to the ground. The root of the nightmare begins to fade, little by little, under the silent gaze of the tormented spirits of his family, watching in silence.
The Daily Observer, November 1st, 2007. 3 teens found brutally murdered in abandoned house, only survivor in shock. Jeffrey Woods, also known as Jeff the Killer, found dead at the scene. Killer unknown. The bodies of 3 teenagers, Noah Carter, Ashley Morris, and Liam Hayes, were discovered early this morning inside an abandoned property. The only survivor, Sophie Williams, was found unharmed but placed in deep psychological shock, refusing to speak about the events of the night. Authorities confirmed that the charred remains of Jeffrey Woods, known as the infamous figure Jeff the Killer, were also found in the basement of the residence. The body exhibited extensive blood loss, multiple fatal wounds, and signs of mutilation, including the removal of one eye. This wasn't just a random act of violence, said Sheriff Mendez. There's something much darker behind this. Near the body, investigators recovered a white shattered mask, a dark wig, and a blood-stained rope, raising suspicions of a possible prolonged torture before death. The tools or weapons used remain missing, and the presence of these items has led officials to speculate about the involvement of a 6th unidentified person who may have been inside the house during the time of the killings. The incident occurred during the night of Halloween, a detail that has intensified public fascination and fear surrounding the case.
Everything seems to be over. In the final scene, we see Sophie in her bedroom, struggling to fall asleep, trying to forget everything that happened that night, though deep down she knows she never will. But she's not alone. In the shadows of her room stands an uninvited guest, his body burned beyond recognition, back to finish what he started. Company introductory tape is the very first episode of the Walten Files, a compilation of 3 tapes that introduce the public to Bunny Smiles Incorporated and Bond's Burgers for the very first time. But they also plunge us into the strange and eerie events surrounding both entities. Before diving into the actual video, the description already gives us some interesting context. It includes a message from someone named Anthony, which reads,
"This is a compilation of tapes created by the already extinct Bunny Smiles company. I tried to get as much info as I could about what these tapes are. All I could find was that these tapes were handed to new employees back in 1974-1979. The rest of the tapes seem to be recorded by a new facility caretaker in the year 1982. Hopefully I can find more tapes soon."
Things start off strangely, just as you'd expect. Before the first tape even begins, we see a brief shot of a rabbit wandering through a forest. Then it cuts to the actual intro video, a corporate training tape meant to welcome new support and maintenance technicians at BSI, Bunny Smiles Incorporated. We're given an overview of what to expect from our new job, our responsibilities, and how to properly handle company equipment. Soon after, we're introduced to Bond's Burgers, a family-friendly fast food restaurant with an entertainment area for kids, headlined by a group of animatronic performers known as the Showstoppers, Bond, Shaw, Buzu, and Banny. The narrator explains our role as a facility caretaker, listing duties such as cleaning protocols, robot maintenance and repairs, and how to operate company tech. However, something odd happens. When the narrator mentions robot maintenance and repairs, his voice suddenly drops in pitch. It's subtle, but definitely unsettling. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it almost feels like a hint, like there's something very wrong with these animatronics. Next, we're shown the founders of the company, Jack Walten and Felix Kranken, along with a short message from the two of them. It's a warm and cheerful moment, one that starkly contrasts what comes next. The narrator then announces that Bond's Burgers will be opening in a few weeks, and that they're excited to make their dreams come true with you. But suddenly, the tape becomes corrupted. We see a cartoon version of Bond glitching alongside distorted footage. What follows is an instructional segment on the K9 storage facility located in Santa Juana Forest. This facility is used to store valuable items from Bond's Burgers, which, believe it or not, was permanently shut down in the very same year it opened, due to certain incidents that occurred there. Then, the screen fades to black, and a cartoon drawing of a gray rabbit appears. A character whose identity we'll learn about later. The rabbit says something, but the audio is reversed. If we flip it, here's what we get.
"You finally start to remember. That's all day. They will be back for you soon. Sophie."
As we'll see throughout the series, these interruptions weren't part of the original tape. What we're witnessing is the appearance of an unknown entity that distorts and hijacks the footage to send a message to someone named Sophie, a key character we'll meet later on. The second tape in this first video takes the form of an episode from a 1979 children's show called Little Bond's Neighborhood, produced by the same company. The episode is titled Bond's Super Sleepover and was made by Sunlight Animation. Little Bond is planning a sleepover and movie night with his friends, Shaw, Buzu, and a new character we've never seen before, a clown named Billy. But something strange happens. As Bond checks his guest list, Billy's face suddenly vanishes and is replaced by a distorted image of Jack Walten. The background darkens and Bond's eyes disappear. A curious detail here is that even though Bond says he's invited all his friends, Banny is nowhere to be seen. Later tapes will reveal that Bond actually finds the animatronic rabbit's personality irritating and stressful. The cartoon shifts back to a cheerful tone, and Bond's friends arrive at his house. he gets ready to play a fun movie he bought. However, the VHS cover is anything but fun. It shows Jack Walton's face along with an upside-down title that seems to read Home Video. Then we see Bond and the others watching the film, but instead of a movie, the screen shows a cryptic message.
Let me out of here.
There's also a bottle of pills next to the TV prescribed to Sophie Walton, the name mentioned earlier by the Grey Rabbit, Jack Walton's eldest daughter. The tape glitches again. When it resumes, the characters are in their sleeping bags. Bond wakes up after hearing strange noises coming from the kitchen and decides to investigate. As he glances toward the living room, the TV turns on by itself, displaying a missing person poster, Jack Walton, who vanished under mysterious circumstances on June 11th, 1974. All of this happens while distorted sounds and faint cries echo in the background. Bond finds a lighter on the floor and tries to ignite it several times, until he finally does. But in that exact moment, it vanishes, and instead, we see Sophie dressed in a Bunny Smiles maintenance uniform. Behind her, the Bond animatronic, worn out, torn, and riddled with holes, stares at her in a chilling silence. The footage cuts abruptly, jumping straight to the third and final tape. This one revolves around Brian Stells, a new facility caretaker sent in 1982 to the old Bunny Smiles K9 storage facility. He explains that he's recording everything as part of company protocol and mentions having been driving around for 20 minutes, completely lost, trying to find the place. Brian finally arrives. The facility has been inactive since the late 70s. Inside, he comes across 3 photos, one of Felix Kranken, one of a group of employees, and another of 2 young children, Jack Walton's other kids, Ed and Molly. Soon, a terrible stench fills the room. Brian then discovers something else, the old, severely damaged Bond animatronic. He tries using a remote control to test if it still works, noticing that the left arm appears to be broken. But suddenly, everything is interrupted when Bond starts moving on its own and laughing maniacally.
What was that thing?
What follows is a short CGI animation of a white human mask, morphing and shifting shapes. This is most likely Bond's facial recognition system attempting to identify Brian. The final scene shows Brian's lifeless body on the ground as 2 phrases appear on screen. "I can't feel anything," and "He thought I was her." But who is her? You might remember the earlier scene where Sophie appears wearing a maintenance uniform. What we're seeing here is likely a reinterpretation of what we just witnessed, only this time from Bond's perspective. He's confusing Brian for Sophie, which leads us to an unsettling question. Why does Bond want to kill Sophie? Finally, we see Brian Stell's ID card, followed by a photo of Jack Walton, one that's sure to send chills down your spine, as Claire de Lune plays softly in the background. Considering everything we've seen so far, and the story this series draws inspiration from, many might think Jack Walton's spirit is trapped inside the Bond animatronic, but things are far more complicated than that. I've prepared an exclusive section in this video to explore this in depth. Jack Walton is one of the most mysterious characters in the Walten Files, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. The second episode in the series, titled Relocate Project, presents us with a new compilation of tapes related to the relocation efforts for Bond's Burgers. But before diving into the analysis, we're once again greeted with a message from Anthony.
This is another compilation of tapes from Bunny Smiles Incorporated. I was able to contacting people via forums and threads that have some information of the company. These tapes revolve around some relocation project that was being executed during the late 70s. A CSI ex-employee mentioned that these tapes were really private, and only a few people had a copy of them. Once the company vanished during the early 80s, all tapes regarding the project were banned and destroyed. These are super rare, and I'm really lucky to have them.
The first tape outlines the plans to relocate Bond's Burgers 4 years after the original restaurant shut down on July 20th, 1974. The narrator explains that the relocation project was a backup plan devised by Felix Kranken, and it took 4 years of legal procedures to make it happen. Through an 8-bit animation, we see the animatronics and props being moved to a storage facility deep within the Santa Juana forest, something we already knew. In the animation, a worker is seen loading supplies onto a truck, and as the screen darkens, it's revealed that the driver is none other than Jack Walton. The narrator goes on to say that several products were created based on the animatronics: books, merchandise, animated films, and a children's TV show. One of these, as you may have guessed, was Little Bond's Neighborhood, which became a massive success. But what really stands out is a VHS tape box among the merchandise titled The Disappearance of Jack Walton. The narrator continues, saying that the success of these products inspired Felix to restore the animatronics and reopen a brand new Bond's Burgers in 1982. He even praises Felix, showing a cartoon version of him surrounded by happy kids. But then something unsettling happens. As the narrator says, a man with not only a giant brain, but also a giant heart. The video cuts to a dark, silent image of Jack Walton, smiling. It's clear, something went very, very wrong between these two. The second tape documents the reprogramming process of the animatronics to update and prepare them for the grand reopening. The first phase involves programming facial expressions, and Banny is used as the example. The narrator explains that the results should be similar for the rest of the animatronics. First, she opens and closes her mouth, a function that already existed. Then, a new feature is added, blinking. Banny is said to use these expressions to convey emotions, or to look for friends, referring to customers. But as she looks around, the background fades to black, and a haunting face overlays her own, strongly suggesting that Banny is being possessed by a human soul. The scene changes. Banny is now in a square room with 3 doors. She tries to open each one, but no matter which she chooses, she always ends up back in the same place. A voice is heard saying that she's trapped in a cage, and that she needs to get the owner's attention. The voice repeats over and over,
"The bunny rabbit needs to get out. The rabbit is starving."
Eventually, Banny gives up. She stands silently in the center of the room, black tears streaming from her eyes, just like we saw with Bond. Then the video shifts again, to black and white footage of wild jackrabbits running through an open field, with Lacrimosa playing in the background. This moment is important, so keep it in mind. One of the future episodes in the Walten Files shares the same name. What we're seeing here is a historical event, a massive jackrabbit hunt during the Dust Bowl. The Dust Bowl was a series of devastating dust storms in the 1930s that hit the Midwest United States, triggered by severe drought, poor farming practices, and strong winds. It destroyed millions of acres of farmland, turned soil into dust, and forced countless families to abandon their land. But that's not all. During the Dust Bowl, something strange happened. Massive plagues of jackrabbits. With no natural predators left and the ecosystem disrupted, their population exploded. With crops dying from the drought, jackrabbits fed on whatever was left, destroying the remaining food supply. Desperate, starving farmers began organizing mass jackrabbit hunts. Hundreds of people gathered to corral them into cages and kill them with sticks or firearms. There was nothing left, and the jackrabbits became just another threat to their survival. Back in the present, we now see the worn, damaged version of Banny as she looks today. The image darkens, leaving only her silhouette against a black background. Her face slowly moves closer to the screen, until it's replaced by an image of a purple rabbit trapped inside a birdcage. Finally, we see a barely visible missing person poster. It belongs to Susan Woodings, the lead technician at Bunny Smiles. And just like that, we learn the identity of the soul trapped inside the Banny animatronic. What we've just witnessed is a representation of the suffering that Susan is enduring within the animatronic, trying again and again to escape and call for help, but always failing, trapped in a cold metal cage from which there is no way out. The third tape takes the form of a tutorial for support technicians working at the K9 storage facility. Our guide is Shaw, who reminds us that we must always wear the official Bunny Smiles uniform and carry an employee ID card. Her explanation is suddenly cut off as the screen briefly flashes Brian Stell's ID card. When things return to normal, we see Shaw helping little Bond get ready to enter the facility, making sure he has the following items: a flashlight, a snack, a key, and a camera. However, just as Bond turns to the viewer to introduce the last item, the background darkens, and we see Jack Walton's face peeking out from inside Bond's backpack. Once inside the facility, Shaw warns us to remember the rooms we pass through, as it's easy to get lost. When leaving the break room, a shadow that appears vaguely human flashes across the screen. Shaw enters the storage area and begins explaining the purpose of each section, but she's suddenly interrupted when she reaches the third door. And let me tell you now, nothing good lies behind that third door. In the main storage room, Shaw says something in reverse. When the audio is flipped, we hear the following story.
Rosemary would go to the restaurant every night hoping that his beloved husband would reappear after being missing for weeks, but no response until one day she heard a voice saying, "I know where she is, Rosie," coming from the backstage.
After this eerie moment, Shaw asks us to follow her into the animatronic storage room. She warns us not to touch them or shine light on them unless we're certified technicians, but then Shaw returns to the storage room crying and remembering in horror that she's been in that room before. She tries to go back to the previous room, but the strange black silhouette appears again, blocking her path. The scene becomes distorted, red hues filling the screen as Shaw sobs even harder. We see her again in the storage room, now whispering.
"Sophie, where am I?"
Her body begins flickering back and forth between her own and that of another woman, Rosemary. The poster of Shaw in the background is replaced with one of Rosemary, and the name Sophie is repeated over and over in reverse. Rosemary finally appears on screen as Shaw's voice continues narrating the story we heard earlier, and we are now shown the grotesque and horrifying fate of this poor woman.
By the time the lady entered the backstage as the voice told her to, missing husband wasn't there. Instead, she found a rat.
Rose broken will fix you. You will beautiful. You will beautiful. You will beautiful.
When she woke up, she looked beautiful. But on the inside,
Every single part of her body was bleeding out.
Let me give you some context. Rosemary was Jack Walton's wife and the mother of Sophie, Edward, and Molly Walton. She was an extremely loving woman, but also intimidating when necessary. She adored her children with all her heart. However, after Jack's disappearance, she completely changed. She became sad, depressed, and extremely overprotective. From that point on, Rosemary started visiting the restaurant every night, hoping Jack would come back. But one night, she heard a voice calling out, saying it knew where her husband was, and asking her to follow. She did. But when Rosemary entered the backstage, she didn't find Jack. She found the infamous Bond animatronic. And in that very room, reserved for employees only, Bond brutally ended her life. Her remains were later placed inside the Shaw animatronic, possessing it in the process. And now we reach the fourth and final tape in this second installment of the series. This footage was recorded by 3 Bunny Smiles technicians who volunteered to spend 3 days and nights inside the facility to reprogram the animatronics, Hillary, Ashley, and Kevin. Once inside, they find the deteriorated versions of Shaw and Bond and begin discussing whether it's still possible to repair them for the relocation project. Hillary believes the damage is too severe, but more importantly, she suspects someone intentionally damaged them. As the group prepares to sleep, Ashley mentions they were given a small key by the company, but no explanation as to what it's for. She wants to investigate, but the others insist they should focus on fixing the animatronics. The next morning, Kevin summarizes the project and admits that it was a failure. The animatronics are far too damaged, and they simply don't have the time or resources to repair them. He asks the company for an extension. Meanwhile, Ashley secretly starts a new recording. She's determined to figure out what the key unlocks, believing it might be the only way to save the project. Eventually, she discovers that the key opens a door labeled Back Doors, which leads to multiple hidden rooms. Inside, she finds replacement parts, detached heads, and a strange gray rabbit. Yes, the same one we saw in the very first tape. But the most important moment comes when Ashley enters the final room. There, she finds the Billy animatronic. Something about it deeply unsettles her, so she decides not to approach. Instead, she notices a strange tape dated June 11th from some year in the 1970s. She inserts it into the player built into Billy. A birthday song plays, before suddenly cutting off. And then a list of names is spoken: Jack, Susan, Charles, Rosemary, and Sophie. Suddenly, Ashley's flashlight dies. When she finally gets it working again, Bon is standing right in front of her. A brief message flashes on screen explaining what happened the next morning after Ashley's death.
They left the next day. They thought Ashley left early, but she was in the back doors, screaming as much as she could. But no one heard the screams. The following days, the caretakers would complain about an awful smell coming from the back doors. The company decided to shut down the facility until new advice. The relocate project was unsuccessful. Ashley is still there, but she's not screaming anymore. She saw something she wasn't supposed to see. And now, she is beautiful.
Once the credits finish, a voice is heard whispering,
Shadow Man sees me when lights go off.
And then, we're shown an image of Bunny Farm, a video game that will play a major role in the third part of this series. The showstoppers stand in front of a barn, but behind a tree, a mysterious figure watches from the distance. Lucky You is a hidden video from the Relocate project, which can only be accessed by piecing together the two parts of a secret link shown throughout the second episode. The tape begins innocently enough, with the classic Bon's Burgers logo, but what follows is a visual journey through key dates. Fragments of history told through images. The restaurant opened its doors on June 28, 1974, and the first birthday party held inside took place just 2 days later, on June 30th. Then, between July 10th and 19th, the final shows were performed before the restaurant permanently shut down on July 20th. By October 31st, the restaurant is seen abandoned and boarded up. On December 10th, we're shown the K9 storage facility. Later, on June 23, 1975, the animatronics are transported to this Bon's Burgers storage location, and finally, we're shown a curious date, June 11, 1974, a date before the grand opening. And yet, nothing is shown. The screen remains empty. Then, the mysterious figure we briefly saw earlier, lurking behind the trees, finally speaks. From now on, we'll refer to this character as Showbear.
You must be so confused about what you saw. Don't be scared, my little bunny. Answers will be given eventually, but don't try to solve this puzzle only with the pieces you have so far. This is only the beginning. For I'm going to tell you a story of broken people, beautiful people. He is so sorry about what he did to them, but there's nothing he can do. Remember that. Safety and pills, Sophie. 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 Safety and pills, Sophie.
Just as he begins to talk, his voice is abruptly cut off by a loud, distorted version of Heartaches. At this moment, the soul trapped inside the Bond animatronic makes its presence known.
Oh, can't you see? I made them beautiful. I don't know how. I didn't even mean to. But I did. They try to talk to us. Through analog, they will be heard. This is their cry for help. Besides, they want us to know what happened that year. But we must be patient. Look. They are filled with life. They dance to the music. They laugh and sing along. They're perfect. They are beautiful. They will see you soon, Sophie.
From this, several things become clear. First, and in case it wasn't already obvious, Bond is being possessed by a sadistic, psychopathic killer who is obsessed with murdering certain people to make them beautiful, just like him. The line, "They will see you soon, Sophie," is not just a chilling remark, it's a direct threat. As we've seen before, one of Bond's primary goals seems to be ending Sophie's life, though his true motives remain unknown. Meanwhile, the lines, "Through analog they will be heard," and "This is their cry for help," confirm what we previously suggested during the appearance of that gray rabbit at the beginning. The victims are trying to reach out through the tapes and similar analog formats, altering and distorting them as a way to make their stories known. We've seen this several times throughout the series already, and we'll keep seeing it again and again, because it's their only way to ask for help. Bunny Farm is the third installment of the Walten Files, and just like the previous main episodes of the series, Anthony is back with something to say.
Hey, long time no see, huh? The following footage is about a 1980s video game created by the company. Reason it took me so long to get this footage was because the game never really released to the public, and all footage available was from the beta version of the video game. During October 1982, a few test Bunny Farm machines were distributed around Brighton, Michigan, the city where Bonds opened in June 28, 1974. This footage was from the arcade machine sent to Anfern Hotel. The two girls playing the game seemed to have lived there. The particular thing about these machines was that all footage from the game was recorded and then revised by BSI technicians to see if the game was ready to be published. This was one of them and quite possibly the only footage remaining of this game. The footage itself was extremely corrupted, however, and it took me weeks to be able to piece everything together with the help of a friend of mine, but I'm glad you've all been patient for this. Seems to be a huge one anyways.
As you just heard, this episode is based on the recording of a gameplay session from a rare beta version of the Bunny Farm video game, and it also marks the first time we meet Sophie Walten and her girlfriend Jenny Letterson, who both live at the Anfern Hotel, the location that received one of these test versions of the game. The first recording takes place on October 15th, 1982, starting with the Bunny Smiles game's logo and a warning indicating the game is still in beta. One brilliant little detail is the main menu theme. It's literally Morse code for SOS, but set to a rhythm. Once again, the souls of the victims seem to be interfering, crying out for help. Jenny, already familiar with the game, decides to show it to Sophie. So Sophie creates a new save file and starts playing. The opening scene of the game introduces us to animated versions of Bon, Shaw, Buzu, and Banny as they prepare for the fruit festival. However, they've forgotten to bring any fruit, putting the whole festival at risk of being cancelled. Luckily, Pete the Hippo offers to help, if the others agree to run some errands for him on his farm. And that's the premise of the game. Everyone agrees, except for Billy, who suddenly appears, screaming his own name out of nowhere and with no context. Just before the gameplay starts, we catch a glimpse of the same shadowy figure we've seen appear in the background of previous episodes. Once the gameplay begins, Jenny teaches Sophie how to control the main character, Bon. She mentions that she's played it quite a bit and has noticed the game feels very unfinished and glitchy. Visual bugs, crashes, strange behavior, which might be expected in a beta version. However, Jenny points out that these glitches are particularly disturbing, and she wanted to show them to Sophie because she knows she's into that sort of thing. As they explore, they come across a memorial statue dedicated to Bobby the Hippo, described as the original owner of the farm and father of Pete and Johnny. His birth and death dates are listed as older year and other year. This is an obvious reference to Jack Walton. While Jenny is talking about how bizarre and broken the game feels, Sophie suddenly interrupts her to ask about BSI, saying the name sounds familiar. That's already strange, considering her own father is one of the company's founders. Even more unsettling, throughout the tape, Sophie doesn't seem to recognize any of the animatronics. Something's clearly off, right? But let's not get ahead of ourselves, though some of you probably already know where this is heading. Jenny explains that BSI was recently in the news after an employee named Brian Stells vanished without a trace. She also mentions another worker who supposedly died in an old company bunker. Some say she was secretly buried there, while others believe her body was never removed. These are cases we've discussed before. As they talk about all this, we briefly see Showbear and the Grey Rabbit silently watching Sophie from afar. Clearly disturbed by the topic, Sophie tries to change the subject and launches Billy's minigame instead. During the loading screen, Sophie once again comments on how familiar everything feels. Fragments of memories flash in her mind, but nothing is clear. Everything is just a blur. Eventually, Jenny tells Sophie she has to leave to finish an essay, leaving Sophie alone in the hotel's basement with the game. And that's when things start getting seriously disturbing. All the glitches and distortions in Billy's minigame seem to be connected to Ashley Parks, which makes perfect sense, since Ashley is the one possessing the clown animatronic. The glitches grow more and more unsettling, making Sophie increasingly nervous and uncomfortable. The game becomes nearly unplayable, and at one point, we briefly spot two completely red figures in the top left corner of the screen, figures whose true identity will become clearer later on. In the middle of her panic, Sophie bumps into the Grey Rabbit, and the game crashes completely. Shaken and disturbed, she decides to stop playing. For now. The next recording takes place the following day. We're made aware of this as the Grey Rabbit's face slowly appears onto the screen. Then we see the Bunny Farm title screen, while Jenny asks Sophie what happened the day before. Sophie simply says the game crashed and showed her some extremely strange visuals, almost like it was trying to tell her something. Jenny, a bit confused, jokes by asking if Sophie thinks the game is haunted, but quickly admits that something similar happened to her too. Since Sophie is playing the game at night, Jenny suggests they wait until morning to play together, but Sophie just can't get the game out of her head. She insists on staying and playing alone, telling Jenny she can go rest if she wants. After saying goodbye, Sophie enters the save file selection screen, but when she tries to load her game, the screen glitches, showing an error message stating that the save data has been corrupted. It warns that continuing might lead to unknown errors, or even a complete shutdown of the arcade machine. Despite the warning, Sophie refuses to start over, especially if it means replaying what she calls that clown level. So, she decides to keep going, right from where she left off. At one point, Sophie returns to the statue she had seen before, but this time, a completely new message flashes across the screen in the blink of an eye.
He promised to take care of the two kids during that day. He told the parents that everything was okay. It's sad that we can't really remember you, Sophie. But soon we'll be together, forever and ever. Rest in peace, the two lovely red children. May 15th, 1962 to May 2nd, 1974. August 22nd, 1965 to May 2nd, 1974.
This message references one of the most tragic events in the entire series and the two red figures we saw earlier, but you'll have to wait a bit longer to fully understand this. Eventually, after wandering around for a while, Sophie enters Banny's minigame. In it, Banny, known for her hyperactive, fun-loving, but not so bright personality, disobeys a character named Holly, who appears as a mare. Just because she thinks it's funny, Banny releases 3 pigs that had been locked up. These pigs run off toward the hippo's house, and Sophie's mission is to find them. Several unsettling things happen during this segment, things that are easy to miss at first glance. For instance, there's a brief appearance of Susan Woodings's face on the right side of the hippo's house. There's also a moment where the Bond animatronic can be seen hiding behind some trees, eventually replaced by a white figure wearing a straw hat, standing next to a missing person poster for Jack Walton. That mysterious figure? It's the soul inside Bond. The key clue here is the straw hat, which directly connects it to the Bond we see in the game. If that doesn't sound convincing yet, don't worry. It'll all become clearer very soon. The game starts in a living room, where we see 2 hippo children, Johnny the hippo, Banny, and Holly. At the back of the room are 3 doors, each one secured with a lock. 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 red. But one of the strangest details is in the lower right corner, a table with a lamp and a bottle of pills, a clear reference to Sophie's medication shown at the beginning of the series. After finding the blue key, Sophie unlocks the blue door, which leads her into a dark room with multiple exits. This is the same room from the Walten Files 2, where Banny was previously trapped. Sophie, confused, wanders around aimlessly, until the shadowy figure reappears and makes contact with her. Suddenly, she's back in the original room, but now things have changed. The hippo kids now have no eyes, and they're completely still. Johnny is gone, the pill bottle is cracked open, and Banny doesn't move at all. Sophie notices that the red key has suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of the room, next to a photo of Felix Kranken. When she picks it up, Banny's face shifts into a disturbingly strange expression. Sophie walks through the red door, which leads her to a room with a moving conveyor belt, blocking her from reaching the pig on the other side. In order to proceed, she has to solve the puzzle beneath her feet. As she works on it, Sophie remarks that the glitches keep appearing in a very specific way, almost as if something, or someone, is trying to communicate with her. Once she solves it, the screen shows Bond, Banny, Shaw, Billy, and, hidden behind them, the gray rabbit. The image then cuts to a bloodied version of Banny's animatronic face, and then to the employees-only door at Bond's Burgers, the very place where Sophie's mother died. Although, she might not be the only one who met their end in that room. All of this leads to an audio log from Susan Woodings, the person who now inhabits Banny's animatronic body.
BSI Technical Support Audio Log Number 3, June 30th, 1974. Jeremy's birthday party finished an hour ago. I decided to stay and help the employees clean the place. This week has been strange, especially because of the opening. I find it weird that they opened the place even though Mr. Walton disappeared a few weeks ago. I hope he's doing alright. Rosemary came in today and asked if we'd seen him around. I'm pretty worried about it. Felix seems very concerned and worried too. Anyway, the birthday party, yes. Everything went according to plan. This was the first birthday party in the restaurant, and I feel it turned out pretty well. I noticed a few irregularities in the stage and in the audio animatronics. As the engineer and the person who basically built the animatronics to begin with, it was easier to notice these, especially in Bond. Something fell off. The limbs weren't moving properly. They looked stiff and odd, mainly in his right arm. It took a few more minutes to take him to the backstage, just to make sure everything's okay. I'm the only one left. Chris left some hours ago, and Felix didn't even show up. I'll leave and close the restaurant when I'm finished. I'm sure it's not going to take long.
What follows is a mini-game showing how Susan died inside the employees-only room. But I won't be showing that here, because we'll soon witness that very event in far greater detail and quality, so you'll have to wait a little longer. After the minigame, Sophie finds herself back at the farm, but now it's much more empty than before. And where Banny used to be, there's now a missing poster for Susan Woodings. The game's music has slowed down, warped, and distorted. Sophie quietly notes that everything happening seems to be tied to some event, but the pills she's been taking are keeping her from remembering.
But that was very confusing and scary, but it felt like I was being told a story or a certain event. I mean, clearly I was, but, yeah. Thing is, the pills have been making me forget a lot of stuff from my teenage years and my childhood, and, like, I started taking them for a reason, but I really don't want to think about it.
Now it all starts to make sense, doesn't it? Her family has been caught in a chain of tragic events, things that would leave a permanent scar on anyone. Her father disappeared, her mother died, and as for her two siblings, I won't spoil that part for those who haven't seen the full series yet. The point is, Sophie is alone. Everyone she loved the most is gone, and what better way to make all that pain disappear than to forget it all? That's why Sophie started taking pills. Pills to forget. Now, whether she started taking them on her own or was encouraged by someone else isn't exactly clear. What is clear is that she remembers almost nothing from her childhood and teenage years. All those painful events from her past. Completely erased. Back in the game, Sophie approaches the mailbox, which first displays some gameplay tips over a red, glitched out background featuring the soul of Bond. But eventually, everything goes black, and a journal page appears. At the top, we see the name Linda Thompson, but just below it, the last name Crankin is crossed out in red. Linda is Felix's wife, and this shows that she's rejecting her husband's last name. Several pages follow, and while most of them are heavily censored, there are still some key entries worth noting. The first is dated October 30th, 1964. Linda writes that Felix has been acting strangely lately, and she doesn't know what to do. He's been drinking excessively. Another entry from August 23rd, 1965 mentions that Linda had just moved in with Felix, and that the day before, Jack and Rosemary had welcomed their third child, Molly. She also writes that Felix and Jack were pitching their restaurant idea to a company called Cyberfun Tech. On December 26, 1970, Linda describes how Felix and Jack built a doll called Rocket for Ed and Molly. She also notes that Felix drank heavily the day before, and that his alcoholism had already become a serious issue. She emphasizes that Felix is a good person deep down, but that he isn't doing anything to fix the problem, and she feels powerless. On January 3rd, 1973, Linda describes how Felix's addiction has worsened to the point where it's harming both himself and her. She no longer knows what to do. A later page, undated, is written in a tone of complete emotional collapse. Linda says she doesn't know what else to do, she simply can't go on like this. The final entry is dated May 2nd, 1974. Linda writes that she's leaving Felix and moving to Hurricane. She says their relationship was never healthy. At the very bottom, we see an apology from Felix, written in red text. Sophie whispers that she shouldn't be reading this, and at that moment, the game seems to return to normal, though normal might not be the right word anymore. The game resumes, this time with even more changes than before. The most striking one, on the door to the bathroom, where Holly used to stand, there's now an image showing two red figures standing next to a car. It's nothing more than a premonition of what's about to happen. At this point, the background music has vanished completely. All we hear is the sound of Bond's footsteps. Sophie remains mostly silent, in shock, trying to process everything she's experiencing tonight as she walks toward Buzu's minigame. As with the previous games, the glitches and distortions here are directly tied to the person who died and is now possessing the corresponding animatronic. In this case, that's Charles Brooke, computer supervisor at Bunny Smiles and Susan's closest co-worker. Sophie comments that the game is probably trying to tell her something, maybe how these people died. During the minigame, Buzu mentions they have to prepare for Lily's birthday party. Lily is Charles's daughter, which only strengthens the connection. The game also keeps showing the same car with the two red figures, as if desperate to make Sophie remember the accident. At one point, Sophie takes control of Buzu. Here, the game shows us Charles's death at the hands of Bond, just like with the others. But how do we know it was Bond? If you look closely during the loading screen, You can briefly see a pair of bunny ears slowly walking to the right.
Missing 0714, missing 0714, missing 0714, missing 0714, missing 07.
Is kind of starting to make more sense to me. I mean, as much sense as something like this can make. These are all faces of people that I think I knew when I was younger. I knew these people, and for some reason my brain just forgot about them or what happened to them. I doubt they're alive anymore. I mean, maybe they are, but it's unlikely because I would have heard from them by now. And this game really tries to make it seem like these people died. Not in very pleasant ways either. I really don't want to think about it anymore, but Jesus.
After this reflection, the footage shows Sophie preparing to enter Shaw's minigame. In this one, Shaw and Bon are playing hide and seek, and Sophie's goal is to find the animatronic sheep. In the overworld, there are several subtle details worth noting. The presence of Showbear and 2 gravestones marked E and M, the graves of the 2 red figures. Sophie chooses to explore the garden, which displays a wide view of the area along with the distorted face of Rosemary. When she returns to the overworld, the red figures are gone, replaced by the gray rabbit, suggesting some kind of connection between the 2 entities. Sophie ends up selecting the chicken coop, where she finally finds Shaw. But when she clicks on her, we start seeing brief flashes of Rosemary's mangled body, depicted as the Shaw animatronic. Now it's Sophie's turn to hide, and she chooses the forest. But Shaw doesn't take long to find her, and what she's about to show Sophie isn't going to be pleasant.
Am I still beautiful to you, Sophie?
I know you.
Found you.
The scene shifts, placing us in front of the same well with eyes that appeared earlier on the farm map. The well looks around from side to side until it locks eyes directly with the player, with Sophie. Suddenly, Showbear begins to rise from within the well, welcoming her to his magic fountain of memories and asking what she'd like to remember. But before anything else, Sophie asks him who he is. She receives no answer. Instead, Showbear begins to show her the tragic accident that took place on May 2nd, 1974. Sophie is about to uncover a dark truth, one that has been buried deep within her mind, and as a result, many elements that have appeared throughout the game finally start to make sense. The game shows an image of a house, with the 2 red figures standing at the front door. Sophie is stunned and terrified. This is her old house, the one she lived in with her family, before everything fell into darkness. Next, we see a corn maze with Showbear lurking in the shadows at the far end, followed by the gray rabbit. The rabbit says he's happy to see Bon and thanks him for helping clean up the maze. He tries to tell Bon what to do next, but he's interrupted by the sound of a ringing phone. We're then shown a conversation between Felix and Jack. Jack asks him for a favor, to take his kids, Ed and Molly, to a school party that evening. Jack is swamped with paperwork, and Rosemary is at the dentist with Sophie, so he can't go himself. Though hesitant at first, Felix eventually agrees. Jack thanks him warmly and asks him to pick them up at 5 p.m. and bring them home by 9 p.m. As the call ends, Sophie quietly remarks that somehow she remembers that conversation. The scene changes again, this time to a minigame set in the corn maze, where Sophie once again controls Bon. During this sequence, Showbear's deep voice warns her to be careful. This memory is deeply buried, and she must find them. As Sophie explores, she speaks to herself aloud. She's overwhelmed. She says she knows what's happening now, that she's beginning to recognize all the faces she's seen, and this is where everything begins to unravel. Ed and Molly Walten, 11 and 8 years old respectively, are shown in their bedroom getting ready for Uncle Felix to pick them up. Suddenly, Felix appears behind them, asking if they're ready. Molly doesn't want to leave without her favorite doll, the gray rabbit, which now, finally, we can name Rocket. After that, the three get into the car and head to the party. The day goes by without anything unusual happening, but it's already past 9 p.m. and time to go home. Ed and Molly go looking for Felix and find him at a bar, drinking. The kids call him out. He shouldn't be drinking if he's going to drive them home, but Felix brushes it off, saying he's fine, just a little dizzy, and gets up, ready to drive. A terrible mistake. Felix makes a fatal decision, one that will haunt him for the rest of his life, because in the crash that follows, he's the only one who survives.
Uncle Felix, were you drinking?
M-Y-Q.
Our teacher says drinking is not right.
No, I'm just feeling dizzy. It's not that big of a deal, alright?
Number 853. Flowers 5224343. I got a zap coming up. Rolling. Go!
I want to go home.
Molly, we're almost there.
Don't you think you're driving too fast?
Listen, I'm just trying to get you to home quickly, alright?
Zap coming right now. 10 till 10 proceeding.
Look, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling too good right now. I really just want to lay in the bed and go to sleep.
It's alright. We get that today wasn't the best for you. We understand. Everything is gonna be okay.
Thanks, Molly.
Panicked and lost, he buries Ed and Molly's bodies in Santa Juana Forest, but they found a way to come back, by possessing Rocket. Then, the screen goes black as the phone rings again. Jack is desperately calling Felix, but he doesn't answer. The machine starts playing back 25 voicemails, one after another. Finally, the video cuts to a scene showing the player character, Bon, but this time, without a face, interacting with the members of the Showstoppers. But then something breaks the illusion. Bon's animatronic version appears. Wait, weren't we playing as Bon? This doesn't make any sense. Or maybe it makes perfect sense. Here's my interpretation. What we're seeing is a lost soul looking for a vessel to possess. It observes all the animatronics, but none of them seem right, until it finds Bond and takes him. The fact that this version of Bond has no face makes it even clearer. At this point, he didn't have an identity yet, at least not one we could recognize. Still, that's just my take. What do you think? Let me know your theories down in the comments. And with that, we've reached the end of the Walten Files 3. Guilty is a hidden video whose link can be found by piecing together the two parts shown throughout the Walten Files 3. The video opens with the Bunny Smiles Incorporated logo, followed by 3 archived audio recordings, each one from the same person, Felix Kranken. The first recording, dated April 15, 1967, features Felix formally introducing himself, alongside Jack Walten, as a co-founder of the company. He explains that Bunny Smiles was built on a single belief, that with hope, anything is possible. He believes in his company. He believes in his dream. The second recording, from December 10, 1972, shows Felix delivering a holiday message to his employees, wishing them a Merry Christmas and expressing pride in the company's achievements. But the most important audio tape comes next. Although partially censored, it's titled Guilty and is dated May 2, 1974, the same day as the accident. Here, we hear a deeply remorseful Felix. Sadly, the past can't be undone.
Alright, yeah. Messed up. It's been so long since I last used one of these. Last time I used this, I was driving. In the same conditions. I messed up. I have a problem. And this has been a problem for so long that I can't even remember. The first time I got drunk, I don't remember most stuff. That's probably why I carried this recorder with me. So that's probably why I'm recording this in the first place. Because I know I'll wake up tomorrow and I'll think this was all just a nightmare. That Ed and Molly are okay. But they're mad. They're not. They were just children. Jack. Oh God, what am I gonna tell Jack? He would be devastated. That's why I buried him. Just the idea of Jack seeing what happened to him. Jack's been the best friend I've ever had. I'd never do that to him. That's when the accident occurred. I just panicked and I buried him in the forest. St. Juana's forest. The forest next to the road. The road in which the accident occurred. I can't remember where I buried him. So fucked. What am I gonna do now? The restaurant's gonna open next month.
Next, we have a mini episode titled Spectacle. In it, a reporter named Christine Marshall stands in front of a now shuttered Bond's Burgers, reporting on the location's dark history and the string of disappearances linked to the restaurant and the BSI company. Christine works for Local 57, a news channel whose name is clearly inspired by the analog horror series Local 58. During her report, Christine interviews a mother who knew one of the employees who used to work there. The woman explains that her coworker had gone to Bond's Burgers to celebrate a birthday, and at the time didn't believe any of the paranormal rumors that were already starting to spread about the place. As she speaks, we see various shots of the restaurant, intercut with fragments from the old Bond's Burgers commercial. Later on, Christine interviews Derek Collins, chief detective of the Brighton Police Department. He begins recounting the 6 disappearances that occurred during the summer of 1974. Jack, Rosemary, Edward, and Molly Walton, Charles Brooke, and Susan Woodings. He then mentions that Jack Walton's disappearance was the breaking point, the moment he realized something was seriously wrong. However, he also voices his frustration with Local 57 for what he sees as turning the case into a media circus, connecting the disappearances to alleged paranormal activity, which, in his view, only spreads misinformation and preys on public curiosity. But the facts remain disturbing. Christine continues her report, citing various incidents tied to the restaurant: loud music playing late at night, car alarms going off, lights turning on inside, and the eventual closure of the establishment. After it was shut down, the building was declared condemned, and no one has attempted to purchase it due to the urban legends surrounding it. Even so, there have been reports of break-ins and acts of vandalism on the property. Witnesses claim they heard the chilling screams of an adult woman the night before the restaurant's final shutdown. Yet when police arrived and forced their way inside, the place was empty. People believe those screams came from Rosemary Walton, and they're not wrong. The video ends frozen on a still frame as Rosemary's muffled cries for help echo in the background. She's still there. Cyberfun Tech is the title of the 4th episode of the Walten Files, and it marks a major turning point in the series. Unlike the previous chapters, this one adopts a much more cinematic approach to storytelling and features a stunning visual upgrade. It also serves as the beginning of a trilogy, this episode being the first of 3 parts still to be released. But first, as always, let's hear what Anthony has to say.
Back when I found the Bunny Farm tapes, I was met with a dead end. Bunny Smiles Incorporated and Bond's Burgers gave no more results. Locals had no more info. I went back to Connecticut to live with my dad. That was until my friend David approached me with an amazing find. David decided to ask locals about the terms Walten instead. Apparently that's a name that pops up a lot in the tapes. Haven't watched the tapes myself. We were directed to a vintage strip mall that had this one bowling alley, Starley's. Originally there was a workshop in that building instead, and when they moved everything out and Starley's bought the space, one locker remained labeled Walten. Inside a box with a cheap safe, apparently the box has sat there for decades because they haven't managed or bothered to open it. Me, Ron, and David did some digging through the previous tapes and noticed a pattern. The code was 722. Curious. Inside, there were a total of 23 tapes. I moved back to Brighton, Michigan to help my friends fix, clean, and compile these tapes into what we call the Cyberfun Tech Collection. This is part 1 of 3. Cyberfun Tech is a company that funded and created most BSI projects. It's unclear whether CT owned BSI or whether they were simply partner companies, but perhaps CT bought BSI at some point. Either way, all the tapes were labeled Cyberfun Tech, and supposedly these were supposed to be handed over to technicians and artists. I should note, some bits of this compilation are weird. On some screens it would appear as minutes and minutes of empty static, and on other screens it would appear to be a white screen with faint voices heard on them.
The episode begins with the school party scene we first saw in the Walten Files 3, but this time it's reimagined with the series' brand new visual style, immediately showcasing how much the production has improved. As the siblings approach the adults' area to find Felix, the environment suddenly shifts, everything turns white, and for a few brief seconds we see a strange location that we'll explore in more detail later on. The tape then cuts to the Bunny Smiles Incorporated logo, followed by a view of Bond's Burgers storefront, and then a scene of Bond dancing and entertaining the guests just before the Cyberfun Tech logo appears. From there, the footage begins to rewind, repeating several of the earlier shots, including another glimpse of that strange location, this time showing what seems to be Felix's car. Sophie also flashes on screen for a moment, though it's impossible to tell where she is or what she's doing. Next, we see a disturbing baby doll lying on the floor in front of cardboard cutouts of the showstoppers, with the words Cyberfun Tech written beside it. A menu then appears with 4 available videos. The first one to play is Bond's Burgers promo. Upon selecting it, we see an image of an employee logbook from BSI, followed by an entry written by Charles Brooke on October 10th, 1970. In it, Charles says he's just been hired as the computer supervisor for the Bunny Smiles restaurant, which, at that point, still didn't have a name. Right away, we sense his excitement. He's eager to get started and already thinking of potential names for the place. What's interesting is that Charles isn't a newcomer. He says he's known everyone for a long time and had worked alongside Susan and the rest of the team for years, even before Cyberfun Tech existed. He considers them family. We then transition to a musical sequence featuring the Showstoppers, each performing a song. Buzu sings Tiptoe Through the Tulips in an animated garden scene. Then Banny performs Drift Away while gleefully hopping across a hill. Finally, Shaw sings Sweet Music, surrounded by flowers in her segment. However, during her performance, the tape starts glitching, and for a moment we catch a glimpse of the employees-only door backstage. Next up is Bond performing I Can't Feel Anything, but just as his animated sequence begins, a red square suddenly appears, censoring part of the screen. For a split second, we can make out a white figure, which, given what we've seen before, is none other than Bond's soul. Interestingly, the song title, I Can't Feel Anything, might be a subtle reference to the fact that Bond feels no remorse for the horrific murders he's committed. The next scene introduces us to the endoskeleton of Shaw's animatronic, identified as CBF-72, which begins to move as a new character, Cybertelly, appears. Cybertelly is an animated mascot who explains the technology developed to bring Bond's Burgers to life. We're then given a brief history of the Showstoppers, along with a shot of the restaurant's sign. The footage glitches again for a moment, and Bond's soul briefly reappears before the narration continues. And to avoid repeating this constantly, it's worth noting that this happens numerous times throughout the episode. Cybertelly starts talking about the Showstoppers concept art, but he's suddenly interrupted by a jarring tape glitch that cuts to a series of early sketches made by the BSI art department, with Rosemary Walten credited as the lead artist. A curious detail, there's a cut right before Cybertelly is about to mention that Rosemary is married to Jack Walten. Next, we hear a voice recording of Rosemary explaining that her goal when designing the characters was to make them visually appealing to children and easy to remember. We then see Shaw performing once again while Susan Woodings narrates the relationship between BSI and Cyberfun Tech. Initially, Cyberfun Tech was only contracted to build the animatronics, but eventually, a deeper partnership was formed. Susan starts discussing her role as BSI's lead engineer, but the narration is abruptly cut again, this time showing several photos of the restaurant's interior. Susan continues, detailing the technological features implemented in the animatronics, such as free movement and the ability to interact with customers. The tape goes on to show several shots of incomplete animatronics, all set to the background music of Claire de Lune, interspersed with the steady sound of loud banging. Eventually, we see a distorted image of Susan's face alongside an inverted letter addressed to Felix Kranken, written by Norman Poultrick, the owner and newly appointed CEO of Cyberfun Tech.
Mr. Kranken, this is Norman. I'm sending you this letter on behalf of our deal between Bunny Smiles and Cyberfun staff, and most importantly, the well-being of our Cyberfun staff. We've been getting a lot of complaints about a member of our staff going missing who was highly associated with you and your team. Susan Woodings has been missing for a week now, and here in Cyberfun Tech we are working as hard as we can to try and manage to get in contact with her. Is there perhaps any detail you could hand us to help locate our missing employee? I'm going to be entirely honest with you, Mr. Kranken, and tell you I have a ton of questions and suspicions about whatever is going on with your company. Whatever it is, it's making both your company and mine look bad to public light. So, again, if there's anything that could help us find Susan, write us back immediately. Thank you. I'll see you Monday.
Right after this, the screen turns blue, and Bond briefly appears. The episode continues with brief flashes of previously seen footage of Shaw before transitioning into a tutorial on the CT console, a data storage device created to manage the functions and programming of the animatronics. Next, we see a written note from Charles Brooke, where he discusses the console's technological breakthroughs and the early tests conducted with it. The system was designed to make the animatronics feel more lifelike, offering a more immersive experience for guests at the restaurant. Charles describes the project as ambitious and groundbreaking, even admitting he never thought he'd be capable of developing something like this in his lifetime. It's interesting how much he praises Susan's work, clearly someone he holds in high regard. According to Charles, her contributions were spectacular and delicate, impressive enough to capture the admiration of both Jack and Felix, though in very different ways. Jack is fascinated, likely excited about the possibilities this innovation could bring. Felix, on the other hand, seems amazed, but also afraid, to the point where he admits he doesn't even understand how the technology works. After this, we're shown a second note, much more technical in tone, documenting the test results from the animatronics' first 2 weeks of operation. The mood shifts. This is no longer an enthusiastic journal entry, but rather a log of bugs and progress reports. During the first week, Banny exhibits erratic behavior, at one point even flipping over a table, which leads to a complete reprogramming of her environmental awareness system. Bond, in contrast, immediately recognizes Sophie, indicating that his identification system is functioning correctly. There's also a test involving Buzu, whose magic trick is mostly successful, though with some noticeable deterioration, something they hope to refine in future trials. By the second week, Banny appears to have been successfully repaired. However, a recurring issue becomes apparent. The animatronics' masks keep breaking, not just once, but several times, creating an urgent need for replacements. The tape quickly transitions to the startup screen of the CT console system. A new recording begins, dated January 21st, 1974, titled Walk Around Test. In it, we hear Susan and Charles talking about a patrol test. This is the exact moment Charles was writing the notes we saw earlier. The test is conducted from Banny's point of view. Susan explains that the animatronic must walk toward them without tripping over any obstacles. Everything seems to go well, until, just as we saw in the notes, Banny crashes into a table and knocks it over, forcing them to end the test. We then move to the next recording, Facial Tracking, dated March 27th, 1974. In this segment, Susan and Charles discuss Felix's absence. Susan, clearly resigned, assumes he's out drinking again. She brings up his alcohol addiction and how neither Jack nor Rosemary realize how serious it has become. Charles is shocked to learn that even Chris Easteryear, another employee at Bond's Burgers, knows about it, but both agree to drop the topic and continue with the test. The camera now switches to Shaw's perspective as she undergoes the facial recognition test. Charles seems a bit puzzled since they remember doing a similar test with Ed and Molly that went smoothly. Susan clarifies that the console has issues recognizing certain faces, so they'll be repeating the procedure. Seizing the opportunity, Susan casually asks Charles how Lily, his daughter, is doing. He replies that she's spending the weekend with her mother. The test begins. We see how the system works. It first compares the subject's eyes, nose, and mouth with preloaded reference graphics. Then it scans the full outline of the face and combines both sets of data to search for a match in the database. Shaw successfully identifies both Susan and Charles, filling them with relief and joy. Charles jokes that he's earned himself a beer, reminding Susan once again of Felix's alcoholism. Suddenly, the tape cuts to the inside of Felix's house, where we see Molly Walton's spirit, accompanied by the repetitive sound of a skipping vinyl record. The next recording begins shortly after, dated May 13th, 1974, 11 days after the accident. Susan and Charles discuss the incident. The funeral has already taken place, attended only by close family. Charles wonders how Jack is coping with the loss, as no one has heard from him in a while. The two begin to suspect that Felix hasn't told them everything, especially after learning that he hid Rocket inside the restaurant, something he didn't want Jack or Rosemary to know. The mood grows tense, and they decide to leave, leaving Rocket behind in the room. But just then, Rocket starts moving toward Buzu and initiates a facial recognition scan. The system detects nothing at first, which makes sense. Rocket doesn't have any human facial features. But then, inexplicably, Buzu appears to recognize Ed and Molly inside Rocket. All of this happens while a reversed message plays in the background. After that, the final tape in this sequence plays, titled The First, dated June 30th, 1974. In it, we hear Susan Woodings recording the same audio diary we heard back in Bunny Farm. So many of you probably already know what's coming. Here it is. Following Susan's death, the scene fades out and transitions to midnight on May 3rd, 1974. Jack Walton is driving furiously down a road, heading toward Felix Kranken's house. He pounds on the door in a rage, screaming Felix's name, but receives no answer. We see a man completely consumed by desperation. He tries peeking through the window, threatening to kill Felix if he did anything to Ed or Molly. The image becomes distorted and static-filled as Jack begins slamming on the glass, overwhelmed with rage. Then we shift to the morning of the same day, deep in the Santa Juana forest. Felix is seen sitting at the bottom of a large pit beside the graves of Ed and Molly. The tape briefly shows the car accident. Molly's body lies in the back seat, while Felix is unconscious at the wheel, his head slumped against the blaring horn. Back in the present, Felix climbs out of the hole, carrying Rocket, Molly's backpack, and one shoe. He tosses the bag and the shoe off a cliff, but keeps Rocket, likely trying to destroy the evidence. He then slowly approaches the edge. Guilt is eating him alive. And yet, just as he was too cowardly to face his addictions, he's also too cowardly to take his own life and pay for what he's done. But maybe that's for the best. Living with this torment is a far worse punishment than simply fading away. The tape continues with an audio journal recorded by Felix on May 5th. In it, He confesses to having told Jack and Rosemary what happened. Felix describes it as the longest hour of his life and the most painful conversation he's ever had. Now, both of them hate him. In fact, he says he hates himself, and understandably so. He admits he hasn't been able to sleep, haunted by the knowledge that the children's bodies are still buried in the woods. He says he doesn't know what to do with Rocket. He can't get rid of him, because no matter where he goes, the doll follows. He describes Rocket as a constant reminder of his mistake. The tape then returns to the employees-only room right after Susan's death. Here we see Bond placing her body inside Banny's animatronic shell. But before continuing, let's pause to briefly examine the cause of her death. Some parts of the series suggest that Susan died of starvation, but that doesn't add up. She's clearly murdered by Bond in this moment. Or maybe not. It's possible that Susan was still alive after the attack, but left completely paralyzed after Bond snapped her neck. Although alive, she was gravely wounded, barely able to breathe, and with her stomach feeling strange, likely due to internal damage. This could explain why she felt like she was starving to death in her final moments. As Bond continues inserting Susan's body into Banny's suit, Rocket watches from the corner, helpless to stop him. We're then taken back to the strange, ethereal realm we glimpsed at the beginning of the episode, a white, surreal space known as Wonderland, a haunting kind of limbo for souls who died with unfinished business. Here we see Ed and Molly in spirit form. Molly tells her brother that she wants to find Susan and help her. Ed hesitates, but ultimately agrees. Meanwhile, Susan wanders the same realm, crying out for help. In the distance, we hear someone whistling, drawing closer. It's none other than the soul of the merciless, psychopathic killer who took her life.
Susan, I'm here.
Where are you? Please, where am I?
Don't you worry. You're in safe hands, Susan. Welcome to Wonderland, your new home. Isn't it beautiful?
Am I
dead? No. Not yet, at least. Your heart is still beating, but your body is now functionless. Out there, you're slowly suffocating, but here, you're safe. The spirit doesn't pass on quite as fast as the body does. I would know.
Who are you?
Oh, where are my manners? Pleasure to meet you. My name is Bond, and you're Susan. I've had my eye on you. I know you very well, my friend. I know you like to fix things, isn't that right? Well, so do I. Wouldn't you like me to fix you?
What are you talking about?
Perhaps I could help you. Here, a gift. Take a look inside.
I don't understand.
That is the new you. A
wonderful gift that will eventually become your new body. Just like a beautiful butterfly bursting from a cocoon, you will be reborn. You don't have to listen to me. That is up to you. But what other choice do you have? A spirit can't survive without being tethered to a vessel. I know you're scared. I was too. But everything will be okay.
I don't...
Apologies for what I had to do to you. But look, the hard part is over with now. Besides, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
We've finally reached the last available video, Lacrimosa, a hidden entry belonging to the Walten Files 4, which, like all the others, can be found scattered throughout the episode. The title is a direct reference to Mozart's Lacrimosa, the same piece that played during the infamous Rabbit is Starving scene in the Relocation Project tapes. So naturally, the presence of both Banny and Susan is guaranteed here, and this time, that disturbing scene is shown in far greater detail. The video's description gives us some intriguing context.
Felix Archer Kranken reportedly arrived at the station in the morning on May 3rd. He had a broken pair of glasses, dirty blue pants, and a yellow dress shirt stained with dirt and blood. By the time I got the call, he was already in custody. We sat him down for a few hours, and he revealed valuable information about a case we had just been told about earlier that same day by Mr. Jack Walten. Walten's two youngest children, Ed and Molly Walten, had disappeared with Kranken the night before. Felix's alibi claimed he'd been unconscious for about 20 minutes after the crash, and when he woke up, the kids were gone.
The video opens on the banks of the Clear Hill River, where the Brighton Police Department is investigating the disappearance of Edward and Molly Walten. One of the children's shoes floats gently in the water, until the footage suddenly glitches and transitions into a different tape. This new tape briefly recaps what we already know about the CT console, information previously mentioned in Charles Brooks' notes. But then, without warning, the footage cuts abruptly to the remains of Susan Woodings trapped inside the now headless Banny animatronic, moments after she was attacked by Bon. In the background, we hear a voicemail from Charles Brooks, expressing sorrow over his missing friend. He says she was last seen on June 30th, though he's unsure of the date due to being ill at the time. As Charles speaks, we see Bon forcing Banny's head onto Susan's twitching body. Shockingly, she appears to still be alive. All of this unfolds while the soul of Bon, whom we can now identify as also being Bon, stares directly at us from a nearby shelf. Slowly, his face grows larger until it fills the entire screen, and then fades to black. Afterward, the tape displays a map of the backstage, now strangely merged with Wonderland. This might be a sign that Susan has died for good, and her spirit is now fully trapped inside Banny. Suddenly, we see her begin to rise. She's breathing heavily, agonizingly, as she stumbles through the dark, empty halls of Bond's Burgers. Room after room, she walks through a seemingly endless maze until she encounters an old CRT television. On screen is the corner of a room filled with static noise. Eventually, a shadowy figure appears, interrupting the signal. From the darkness, Bond watches her every move. As she approaches, a deep, guttural voice urges her to follow it. A door opens, leading into Wonderland. Perhaps everything we've seen has been taking place there, rather than in the physical world. Before Susan can react, Bond appears right in front of her, this time headless, part of his endoskeleton exposed, with glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. And just like that, the video cuts to black, marking the end of all currently available content. Alright, it's time to talk about this in more depth. What really happened to Jack Walten? We don't actually know. I mean, he's the first person we ever hear about going missing, and we assume he's dead, but ironically, he's the one we know the least about. There are countless theories floating around out there, but none of them feel truly conclusive to me. On one hand, a lot of people believe Jack's soul is the one possessing Bond. That's pretty much what everyone thought at the start of the series. But that theory kind of falls apart the more you look at it. Not only does the entity inside Bond look nothing like Jack, and openly refer to itself as Bond, but their personalities are completely different. One is a sadistic, psychopathic killer, while the other was, at least on the surface, a hardworking father and seemingly good person who would have done anything for his kids. And yet, the fact that Bond almost always shows up right around the time Jack appears on screen, it's a clue that basically screams at you. They're connected somehow. Some have speculated that Jack's soul might be trapped within the tapes themselves, but I don't really buy that either. Most of his appearances seem to be the souls of Ed, Molly, Rosemary, Susan, and Charles trying to jog Sophie's memory, pushing her to remember what happened to her father. Maybe I'm wrong and there's something more going on, but at this stage, any theory we can come up with feels a bit premature, especially considering that, believe it or not, the series is only just beginning. Then there's Find Jack Walten, a website entirely dedicated to his disappearance. It's full of interesting information, plus some hidden links that lead to other pages. If enough people ask for it in the comments, then in addition to the upcoming video on the non-canon episodes, I'll also make one where I dig into everything that can be found on findjackwalten.com. But for now, we reach the end. Hotline is a corporate training tape produced by Bunny Smiles Incorporated, dated June 20th, 1977. It was created in-house as part of a training package for new employees, specifically for the caretakers of the K9 storage facility. Chronologically, this episode takes place between the closure of Bond's Burgers and the failure of the Relocate project. But before diving into the tape itself, it's worth stopping to look at the video's description, because once again, Anthony makes an appearance. For those unfamiliar, Anthony is a recurring character who has recovered and uploaded most of the tapes tied to this disturbing story. He often uses the video descriptions to share relevant info about where the tapes came from or how he got his hands on them. This time, here's what he writes.
Hey, mystery solvers. Found this one with my friend Danny while hiking back in Michigan. You won't believe this, but it was left in the same spot I found tapes 1 and 2. Weird. Danny told me there's apparently an error where from 3 minutes 14 seconds onwards, there's just a white screen for the remainder of the video. Sorry about that. Apparently there's no way to fix it.
The tape begins with the classic BSI logo, followed by the voice of the instructor who, in typical corporate tone, welcomes both new and returning employees. He wishes them a happy summer break and hopes they've enjoyed the bonus, a gift basket filled with items focused on health, exercise, and weight loss, plus a plush toy of Billy. We then transition to footage of the K9 storage facility, the sinister warehouse where the remnants of Bond's Burgers are kept. Little Bond appears on screen dressed in his facility caretaker outfit as the narrator wishes the K9 staff good luck over the coming weeks. He remarks that maintaining such a big, dusty place can be quite a challenge, although we already know the real challenge isn't the facility itself, but what's inside it. As he speaks, we're shown footage from inside the warehouse. The building is clearly in bad shape, with visible signs of decay and a massive vault door presumably used to secure the most important items. To help the workers manage their duties, the tape introduces the BSI hotline service, hence the episode's title. This is a nighttime phone line exclusive to K9 caretakers. It operates from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m., and the tape includes a practical example of how to use it, even showing the real phone number on screen, although it seems to be inactive now.
BSI hotline. How can I help you tonight?
Hey, I just hurt my leg while doing my usual maintenance. It really hurts. Boy, I sure hope I don't bleed out.
No problem. I'll send someone right away. Please stand by.
The tape also mentions that if employees need help with their tasks, they can consult the training tapes stored in the lobby inside a box with the same name. During this segment, a man dressed as Cybertelly appears on screen waving next to the worn-down Bond animatronic. The instructor thanks the caretakers for keeping the roots of this ever-growing company alive, but then abruptly loses all interest in what he's saying. He lets out a long yawn and drops the corporate tone entirely. This is the first time we've seen something like this in one of these tapes, briefly breaking the formal tone and hinting that even the instructor doesn't take BSI seriously anymore, a company clearly in decline at this point in the timeline. The segment ends with a close-up shot of Bond's face and the ironic message,
"Take care while you caretake."
Then, the screen cuts suddenly to handheld footage from inside the K9 facility. Whoever is filming walks through familiar locations, the vault door, the main hallway leading to the back doors, and takes a few shots of Bond and Shaw. A small but telling detail. The inside of Bond's animatronic suit is stamped with the word Cyberfun, referencing Cyberfun Tech, the company responsible for providing the materials used to create the showstoppers. Despite the eerie atmosphere, everything seems calm, until suddenly the silence is broken by distant footsteps and a faint voice echoing through the halls. The person quickly turns the camera toward one of the corridors. The strange sounds continue, but nothing appears. And then we hit 3 minutes and 14 seconds, exactly when, according to Anthony, the screen goes completely white. This is where Anthony's tape ends. What we're about to see next is no longer a recording. We're witnessing, in real time, the man behind the camera, David Gonzalez, a night shift worker at the K9 facility, as he experiences the worst night of his life. David appears tense, sweaty, afraid. He knows something is seriously wrong with this place, so he reaches out to the BSI hotline. While he waits, he turns to glance at the hallway behind him. At first glance, you might have thought, just like I did, that this was a ghost or something similar, but it's actually just a statue. Nothing important. After what feels like an eternity, the call finally goes through. On the other end is Mike, an operator from BSI's main office, who speaks with a mocking, dismissive attitude the entire time. David tries to explain that he doesn't feel safe in the facility, that something is watching him, that he's been hearing strange noises, but Mike brushes it all off with vague, sarcastic responses, even when David mentions a foul, unbearable stench filling the building. David doesn't back down. He insists that something is wrong and begs to be taken out of there. But no matter how hard he tries, it's pointless. Mike reminds him that his shift doesn't end until 10 a.m. and that no one will come pick him up early. The boss is very strict about these things. While Mike is saying this, David looks back at the hallway, and this time, something is there. At the end of the corridor, the spirit of Charles Brooks stares at him silently for a few seconds before vanishing into the darkness. David is frozen in place. Meanwhile, Mike continues talking as if nothing happened, offering David a $5 gift card for company merchandise if he stays until the end of his shift. Then, he hangs up. David is now completely alone. Suddenly, the children's song, "It's Raining, It's Pouring," begins to play. Its innocent tone made unsettling by the context. Even in the midst of fear, David gathers his courage and decides to investigate. What he finds is far from reassuring. The Boozoo animatronic, standing perfectly still, playing the song on a loop. Disturbed, David steps back, looking around, spotting a baby doll and a withered bouquet of flowers hanging from the ceiling. The doll has shown up before, and many believe it may be connected to Charles somehow. Returning to the main hallway, the sounds grow more intense. We hear whispers, seemingly coming from the vents. David takes out his camera to record it all, and that's when Charles Brooks' ghost fully manifests. We get a clearer view than ever of what's left of his body after being brutally murdered by Bond. Charles tries to speak, but his words are incomprehensible. From what we can tell, it seems like he's trying to warn David, and not without reason. David screams in absolute panic, but what he doesn't know is that the real threat is just about to peek through the door. Faced with imminent danger, David abandons his caretaker duties and runs for his life. Against all odds, he makes it out. He becomes the first known survivor of a direct encounter with Bond. Right at the moment when Bond lunges at him, David drops his camera in shock. But even after he escapes, the recording keeps going, and suddenly the bloody face of Charles Brooks slowly slides into frame. Then a deeply unsettling shot appears. Charles and Susan Woodings, both staring directly at us. Finally, Susan's spirit manifests, merged with the body of the Banny animatronic. She approaches the camera slowly, her neck grotesquely twisted. Suddenly, Susan jerks forward, her neck twisting even further as she says, "As I explained in the previous video, the victims of this story often attempt to communicate through the tapes and other analog formats because it's their only way to ask for help." The video ends by showing the baby doll once more, except now it seems to be singing the same song as Buzu, once again tying it to Charles. Suddenly, the doll looks straight into the camera, and we get one final message.
See you soon.
A promise is a promise. After the incredible support the ultimate analysis of the Walten Files received, I knew I absolutely had to do this. So, here it is. Today, we're diving deep into the non-canon episodes of this amazing series: Buzu's Ghost, The Mysterious House, and The Return of the Pumpkin Rabbit. While these stories aren't part of the main storyline of the Walten Files, they share the same eerie aesthetic and much of the unsettling horror that defines the original series. Plus, they feature a few interesting cameos from familiar characters and well-known locations. Anyway, let's not drag this out any longer. What if Charles Dickens' classic A Christmas Carol were reimagined as a dark horror short film? For those unfamiliar, though I'd be surprised, A Christmas Carol is a novella published in 1843 by Charles Dickens. It tells the story of Ebenezer Scrooge, a cold, greedy, and lonely man who despises Christmas and everything it represents. The plot follows Scrooge as he is visited on Christmas Eve by 4 ghosts. The ghost of his former business partner, Jacob Marley, who warns him that he's doomed by his own greed, but still has a chance to change. The ghost of Christmas Past, who shows him his childhood and youth, revealing how he gradually lost his sensitivity and became bitter. the ghost of Christmas Present, who shows how others celebrate the holiday with love and generosity, even while living in poverty. And finally, the ghost of Christmas Yet to Come, who reveals the dark fate that awaits Scrooge if he doesn't change, death and eternal oblivion. Shaken by what he sees, Scrooge undergoes a deep transformation. When he wakes up on Christmas morning, he becomes a kind, generous, and joyful man who helps others and embraces the holiday spirit. Boozoo's Ghosts is a Christmas special released by Martin Walls on December 31st, 2020. This short presents a much darker take on the tale and a grim warning of what can happen when greed takes over our lives. It all begins with Boozoo, a bitter old man who owns a toy store and doesn't believe in Christmas. We see him scolding his employee, Banny, after she accidentally breaks a mug while cleaning. Then, in a particularly cruel move, especially considering the time of year, he tells her the mug's cost will be deducted from a salary he doesn't even pay. Banny pleads with him, desperately trying to reason with him. It's Christmas Eve and she needs to feed her family, but Boozoo refuses. He doesn't care. Christmas means nothing to him. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. It's Heidi, a raccoon asking for donations for the poor, but Boozoo, with no shame at all, steals the money from Heidi's donation cup and slams the door in his face. This is the man we'll be following for the rest of this twisted little tale. Selfish, greedy, and completely disconnected from the consequences of his actions. That night, Boozoo goes to sleep, but not for long. A loud noise wakes him up. He gets up to investigate and discovers 3 presents under a Christmas tree that wasn't there before, along with strange faces drawn on his furniture. And here's where it becomes painfully obvious. His greed runs so deep that, even though he hates Christmas and never celebrates it, he still eagerly accepts the gifts. After all.
Oh well, a present is a present.
Still suspicious, Boozoo carefully opens one of the presents. Inside, he finds a strange clown doll. Instantly, the world around him darkens, and the first ghost appears. The sad ghost of past experiences confronts Boozoo, calling out his heartless, selfish behavior. The ghost sings to him, speaks to him, tries to make him reflect on his actions, but Boozoo doesn't get it. He denies everything, acts as if he's never done anything wrong. He's completely blind to the harm he's caused. This enrages the ghost, who then transforms into a towering, distorted version of himself and warns Boozoo. And just like that, Boozoo wakes up, convinced it was only a nightmare. But the night is far from over. A door appears, marked with the face of the jolly ghost of present times. When he opens it, Boozoo finds several items from his toy shop, but now they look far more sinister than he remembers. Eventually, he finds a doll of himself. The ghost picks it up and shows Boozoo, without sugarcoating it, the consequences of his behavior. His greed is not only consuming him, it's already destroying the lives of those around him. Using a small toy TV, she shows Boozoo that Banny is home, hungry and without food for her siblings, suffering on Christmas Eve. Boozoo tries to apologize in his own way. He never meant for things to go that far, but the ghost makes it clear. It's too late. It's already happened. He's wasted most of his life. Then, several gifts begin to surround him, each one speaking phrases that reflect his ignorance and selfishness. Boozoo begs them to stop, screaming in desperation. Eventually, the gifts melt into a puddle, and the ghost vanishes. Wandering aimlessly through the darkness, Boozoo finally finds one last toy. When he touches it, the third and final spirit appears. Mortality, the personification of death. Mortality tells him plainly, his time is up. He's come to take Boozoo's life. Boozoo breaks down in tears, begging for mercy. But this is not a Christmas carol. There are no second chances. There is no redemption for Boozoo. These ghosts aren't here to save him. They're here to punish him. The ghosts are sadistic, and they want him dead. It doesn't matter what he says, how much he pleads, or how many tears he sheds. His fate was sealed the moment he closed his eyes to sleep under warm blankets, while others went cold and hungry because of him. Mortality leads him to a door with his rabbit-faced reflection. Inside, Boozoo is tricked into a false reality where everything seems normal again, until it all shatters.
normal. Oh, everything is okay now. Oh, Benny! Oh, you don't know how glad I am to see you. Benny?
Oh, hey, boss. I was wondering where you were. It's good to see you're okay.
Benny? 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 What's going on? Kid! Oh God! Child, you need to help me! Please! I need to... What? What does this mean? Don't touch me!
This is it, my friend. The result of your ignorance led you to where you are now.
Please, let me go.
Hello? Is anyone here? Hello?
Little kid, run! Get away from here!
Would you look at that? A child. And not just any child. It's you!
Buzu is found dead in his bed. The cause of death is unknown. His body is so grotesque, so disturbing, it had to be censored with a black box. The narrator ends with a warning to the viewer.
Be kind to others. Respect Christmas, or you might end up like the man on your screen.
In 2020, the Walten Files universe briefly strayed from its official canon for the first time to explore a dark and unsettling story, one that would even go on to receive a sequel. I'm talking about The Mysterious House, a Halloween special that blends the innocent excitement of children on the night of October 31st with the most sinister horrors that can emerge from knocking on the wrong door. The story begins with Ducky and Tammy, two kids frustrated by the small amount of candy they've collected throughout the night. Tammy blames Ducky for wearing a ridiculous costume. Ducky fires back, saying the real issue is that Tammy isn't wearing one at all. Still, he decides to de-escalate the situation, pointing out that there's plenty of time left to score some decent candy. They just need to find the right house. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a missing poster featuring a small bear dressed as a pumpkin.
Johnny Bear. Last seen on October 31st, 1978.
Later on, we find Ducky and Tammy in a forest, happy with their new stash of candy. But it's getting late, and Ducky suggests they head home. The cat refuses. This adventure isn't over yet. There are still plenty of houses they haven't visited, unless, of course, he's too scared. Yeah, I know. It's weird. I always thought Tammy was supposed to be a wolf or something, but according to the wiki, she's actually a cat, so let's go with that. Tammy's taunt works, and Ducky takes the bait. He agrees to keep trick-or-treating just a little longer. That's when Tammy makes the biggest mistake of her short life. She suggests they visit the creepiest house of them all. Ducky agrees, but only on one condition. This will be the last one. And it was. When they arrive, they're greeted by a strange figure known as the Witch Sheep, who invites them inside with the promise of tons of candy. She introduces them to her friends, Billy, TVA, and a mysterious rabbit named the Pumpkin Rabbit, her husband, who hands them candy while speaking in a deep, unsettling voice. TVA takes a photo of the kids as the Pumpkin Rabbit shows them a series of pictures featuring other children who visited the house on Halloween's past. But in the last photo, we spot the same little bear from the missing poster, Johnny Bear. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what's in store for Ducky and Tammy. The pattern is clear, but they don't see it yet. Even so, they do seem a little uneasy when the couple, Rachel and Lorenzo Waterman, insist they spend the night in their home. After a brief moment of hesitation, they accept. It's late, and the streets can be dangerous at this hour. What they don't know is that the greatest danger is already inside, closing in around them. That night, the two children sleep in sleeping bags on the floor. Ducky wakes up first. We don't know why, but what we do know is this: he leaves and never comes back. Sometime later, Tammy wakes up after hearing her name whispered from the distance. It's Ducky, or at least it sounds like him. Her instincts scream that something's wrong, but she can't leave her friend behind. So, she sets off to find him. As she steps out of the room, she encounters Billy, a motionless figure silently watching her from a corner of the hallway. Tammy is terrified, but keeps moving, unaware that the Witch Sheep is now silently stalking her. After wandering through several corridors, she finally finds Ducky. Or so she thinks. As she steps into the room, the door slams shut behind her, and then she sees it. Ducky's mangled body lies before her. But worse than that, piles of children's corpses surround him, all with familiar faces, the same ones from the photos. Their bodies stored like trophies, rotting and decaying over the years. The horror is real, and she's next.
Ducky, come on, dude. This isn't funny. Ducky?
I will sing your song, and it won't be very long, by the maiden sea, and she never would do wrong. Everyone said she was pretty, she was not long in the city, all alone a water city, poor little maid. She never thought of the pilot, on the Midwest she had never strayed.
What are you doing here?
What have you done?
What a naughty child. wandering around the house. I will have to punish you for being such a misbehaved little bunny. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing, and you'll get to be with us. Wouldn't you like that, little girl?
Get away from me!
Just another Halloween night in the lovely town of Nash Lake, when a group of brave young children decided to walk into an abandoned house at the top of the Nash Lake Hill. What they didn't know is what awaited for them there was far more terrifying than anything they could have expected.
We've finally made it to the end, to the best piece in terms of direction, artistic style, and animation in all of the Walten Files so far. The Return of the Pumpkin Rabbit. The story begins on Halloween night, 1983, 4 years after the disappearance of Ducky and Tammy, when a group of kids, Jay, Dino, Ralph, and Paco, hike up the hill leading to the mysterious house, now in a state of even more obvious abandonment. From the very start, Ralph is visibly scared. He's holding a red ball and, clearly nervous, begs the others to leave, saying they've come close enough. It all seems to be part of some kind of dare among friends. Jay, completely fascinated by the house, ignores Ralph's warnings and begins telling the tale of this place, known as the Waterman House. According to her, it was abandoned after a tragic Halloween night in 1979. Every year, on All Hallows Eve, the Waterman's house would light up on top of the hill and welcome the town's children. And every year, without fail, some of those children would vanish. Still, hardly anyone ever suspected the Waterman couple, until one day, the sister of Tammy, one of the many missing kids, witnessed her entering the house and never coming back out. The police couldn't do anything about it, as no bodies were ever found. This enraged the town, and the people decided to take justice into their own hands. The house has remained empty ever since, but legend says that you can still hear the screams of the children echoing through its halls, along with the laughter of their killers. Understandably, Ralph's fear only grows stronger, and he flat out refuses to go inside. But Jay, Paco, and Dino step through the doorway, leaving their friend alone and vulnerable outside. Inside, the decay is immediately apparent. Paco comments on how awful everything smells, while Jay lights an old carved pumpkin sitting in the living room using a lighter. The moment she does, A TV in the next room switches on. Waiting for them there is the witch sheep, now far more disturbing than before, watching them and signaling for them to come closer. Wait a second. Weren't she and the pumpkin rabbit supposed to have burned to death? They were, but it seems both have returned as paranormal entities. The three kids, clearly uneasy but still compliant, approach and apologize, trying to back away. But the witch tries to charm them like she did with so many other victims, telling them they're her first visitors of the night, that the place has been awfully lonely for a long time, and that they must be tired after climbing the hill. She encourages them to head to the kitchen and grab some candy. Her husband will be home soon, and he'll be hungry too. All the while, Dino secretly snatches a photo album from the couch without the witch noticing. Why? Who knows? But this seemingly minor act will end up determining the fate of our protagonists. Jay and Paco leave the room. As for Dino, well, we won't hear from him again for a while. Meanwhile, Paco quietly drifts away from Jay without her noticing, drawn by a strange figure, watching him and beckoning him to follow. The spirit of Ducky. Ralph is still outside, frustrated, terrified, and in a burst of anger, he throws his ball too far, forcing himself to chase after it toward the back of the Waterman house. But back there, he doesn't find the ball. Instead, he finds the pumpkin rabbit, holding it in his hands. Paralyzed by fear, Ralph tries to back away without retrieving the ball, only to come face to face with something even more horrifying. Tammy's decapitated body, now turned into a grotesque scarecrow. That's when the pumpkin rabbit starts chasing him relentlessly. Ralph runs as fast as his little legs will carry him, but there's nothing he can do to escape. There's no way out.
Stupid friends. Oh, let's go into the old murder house. Let's spend all Halloween night climbing the town hill. Ugh, screw them! Oh! Oh no, no, no! Yes, it is. Can I have it back, please?
Of course. Here.
I'm sorry. I'll get out of here.
Wait. Don't you want your ball back? You came here just for it. Remember?
Inside the house, Jay is alone and terrified in the kitchen, suddenly realizing that Paco has gotten separated from her. At that very moment, she hears Ralph's screams through a nearby window. From the instant they encountered the witch sheep, she had felt something was wrong, but now it's undeniable. This night will be burned into her memory forever. Hearing Ralph's blood-curdling cries, Jay hides inside a cupboard, but in her rush, she knocks over a bowl of candy, which crashes to the floor and shatters, giving away her location. Meanwhile, Paco continues following Ducky, who silently leads him through the hallways of the house. Along the way, he notices several framed portraits of missing children. Eventually, they arrive at what appears to be an exit, but it's not. It's just another room, the same room where Tammy and Ducky once spent the night. Without warning, Ducky locks him inside the dark room. Waiting there is the witch sheep, who begins singing a deeply unsettling version of Hush, Little Baby. Paco's fate is sealed off screen, his death left to our imagination, implied in a way that's even more chilling. But why would Ducky do something like this? Well, it's not entirely clear. As we'll see later on, it appears that the photographs taken of the Waterman's victims act as a sort of spiritual prison, preventing their souls from seeking revenge and instead forcing them to serve their tormentors. This would explain not just Ducky's behavior, but also Billy's and TVA's in the mysterious house, though that's a bit ahead of where we are now. The whole idea ties back to an old superstition that having your picture taken could steal your soul. Still hiding in the cupboard, Jay quietly weeps. All she wants is for this nightmare to end. Then Ralph appears, or rather, what's left of him. He calmly tells her it's safe to come out, but when Jay opens the door, she realizes it's not her friend. It's the pumpkin rabbit. He could have killed her instantly, but instead, he prefers to torment his victims, toying with them for as long as possible before finally striking. In a panic, Jay tries to flee, but it's no use. In just a few seconds, the psychotic rabbit catches up to her. Still, Jay fights back. She grabs a mug and smashes it against his face, a lucky strike that nearly knocks off his mask. A lucky moment, and her one chance to escape. She runs through a random door without thinking, and behind it she finds Dino. The two of them tumble down a staircase and crash into the basement. Jay switches on the light, still in shock, and asks Dino if it's really him. He nods and explains that he's been hiding down there ever since he stole the photo album from the witch sheep's couch. Curious, the puppy decides to inspect it and stares in horror at the images of all the past victims. The last photo they find is dated October 31st, 1983. It's them, Jay, Dino, Ralph, and Paco, standing right in front of the Waterman house. But there's no time to lose. That sadistic couple is right behind them, and they need to find another way out. Fast. Looking up, they're met with a disturbing sight. A massive clown head with a metal door where the mouth should be. When they open it, they find themselves in the same hallway Tammy once walked down years ago. In the distance, a distorted version of When the Saints Go Marching In begins to play from a dusty record player, adding an even more sinister tone to the scene. Jay makes sure to shut the metal door behind them to keep themselves safe, but they've made a crucial mistake. They left the basement door wide open, revealing exactly where they are. As they move through the hallway, Jay and Dino come across the remains of TVA, lying in front of the record player that's still playing the haunting tune. Jay tries to open the second and third doors, but they're both locked. Only the first one opens. Inside, they find Billy's corpse, bound and hanging like a scarecrow. On the floor, they spot a photograph, a picture of Billy and TVA as children, with Lorenzo, the pumpkin rabbit, smiling behind them. The date reads October 31st, 1974. This reveals that what we saw in the mysterious house were their spirits, controlled by the Watermans for their own gain. And more than that, it strongly suggests that Billy and TVA were the very first children ever murdered. Jay approaches the body and, using her lighter, finds a small key inside Billy's mouth. She grabs it, assuming it will unlock the other doors. But when they leave the room, their worst fear becomes real. The metal door has been opened. There's no doubt now. They've been found. Luckily, they react just in time and manage to reach and unlock the third door. Inside, they discover a small chance at escape, but they have to hurry. Time is running out. and their pursuers are already here. Jay desperately tries to open the window, but quickly realizes it's sealed shut. She stumbles backward and hits a hanging light bulb, which swings and flickers on, illuminating the room, and what they see is horrifying. A blood-stained chamber filled with gray mannequins wearing random pieces of costumes that once belonged to the Waterman's past victims. The walls are plastered with missing child posters, rusty tools, masks, crayon drawings, and a rainbow with the words, "The End," written in bold letters. Jay and Dino stare in terror. At what exact point did they think it was a good idea to enter this house of horrors? That question doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done. Suddenly, the snout of the witch sheep appears in the doorway, and the lights go out.
Where the hell are we? I can't.
Mr. and Mrs. Waterman were very, very, very bad people. Oh, you're in trouble now. Playtime is over, children. This year's hunt has been so delightful. It's so much fun when they hide. But now I seek. And oh, when I find you, little bunnies, I will rip, and I will cut, and I will punish you.
What did you do to him?
Jay quickly grabs the photo album while the pumpkin rabbit, now exposed from Jay's earlier attack, covers his face. In a strangely polite but noticeably anxious tone, he asks her to return the book, slowly stepping toward her. He's clearly afraid of what she might do with it. Jay locks eyes with him, and in a final act of defiance, she sets the album on fire using her lighter. What she didn't know was that this one decision would save her life. Lorenzo and Rachel Waterman react with absolute terror. They both begin screaming in desperation. In that moment, the reanimated bodies of their victims start to rise from the shadows. Slowly approaching with a clear purpose, they surround them, they devour them, and as the pumpkin rabbit and the witch sheep scream in agony, they are finally consumed by the consequences of their own crimes. Burning the photo album released the trapped souls from their prison and from the Waterman's control, granting them the chance to finally get revenge. And more than that, the album had also been the very thing keeping Lorenzo and Rachel tethered to this world, because they too were inside it. With its destruction, their cursed existence came to an end. Jay and Dino, covered in dust and blood, hold each other in silence, emotionally wrecked by everything they've just lived through. After some time, a door creaks open, flooding the room with light. It's Officer M, Jay's father, who, after hours and hours of searching, finally finds his daughter and the only friend she has left. Jay and Dino slowly get to their feet and step out of the room. The nightmare is over. The little puppy, still trying to process the night they just survived, turns around for a moment, taking one last look. What she sees are the Waterman mannequins. The mannequins that once represented the missing children are gone. Their souls have been freed, and now it's the Watermans who are trapped in a kind of limbo from which they'll never escape. The two children are taken away in the officer's patrol car, slowly leaving behind that horrifying place. And though the town once watched those monsters burn in the fires of hell, the aftermath of their crimes still lingers, like an open wound that has yet to heal. Because Nash Lake doesn't just carry a dark past, it carries a lingering echo of evil that refuses to be forgotten. As the car drives off, the spirits of Ralph and Paco appear between the trees, smiling as they watch their friends escape. Jay's father glances at her through the rearview mirror with deep concern, while she, her face exhausted and her soul scarred, closes her eyes in quiet sorrow. And so, with one final shot of the very same carved pumpkin where it all began, now rotting and decayed, the story comes to a close, the light fades, and the nightmare ends. The story begins with a message on screen placing us in 2011. Riley Tillon, an apparently ordinary man, starts uploading videos online, describing a strange, invisible presence in his home. 3 videos were posted that year, until a 4th one, released in 2013, sparked serious concerns about his mental state and triggered an in-depth investigation by the authorities. But this presence Riley talks about isn't a ghost. It's not even a physical intruder. What he's experiencing are dimensional anomalies, not hallucinations, real creatures that can only exist between planes of existence in the fragile seams of what we understand as space. In the first video, dated October 20th, 2011, Riley introduces his theory. Multiple dimensions exist simultaneously, each one a separate plane, some of them even two-dimensional. When two or more planes intersect, they form what he calls an intersection point, a corner, an angle, a vertex, and it's in those corners where the impossible happens. According to Riley, these points of intersection function as natural portals between different planes. For the beings of one plane, the others are completely imperceptible. Each exists in isolation from the rest. However, there is one exception, the corner folk. Through his research, Riley claims that the corner folk are trans-dimensional entities capable of moving between planes by passing through these geometric intersections. To us, a corner is just a corner, but to them, it's a door between realities. They are the only known creatures that can travel from one dimension to another by slipping through the angular structures of our world. Riley believes he has seen them inside his own home. He says the corners of his house are aligned with several dimensional intersections and that he's witnessed these beings crossing planes right there in his living room. In other words, his home is a passage point between worlds, and he's trapped in the middle of it. In the footage he shares, Riley documents that every time a corner folk entity moves through a corner, a flash of blue light occurs, a burst of energy so intense it briefly illuminates the room, a phenomenon that, according to him, would require a massive amount of power to generate. In the second video, released a week later, Riley discovers that while he's away from home, up to 12 corner folk gather calmly in a doorway. Contrary to what he first believed, these creatures don't seem to be in constant motion. In fact, they appear to rest and shift gently in place, almost like animals in a state of hibernation. This discovery leads Riley to a disturbing new theory. The behavior of the corner folk suggests that they come from a world of their own, an environment he calls the corner world, an alternate plane made entirely of intersections where these creatures exist freely, without boundaries. Riley also notices that the skin of the smaller corner folk is marked with bizarre geometric patterns, as if their bodies had been pressed against multiple planes at once. He starts to believe that the corners in his home might actually be the equivalent of a nursery in the corner world. By the third video, dated December 16th, 2011, Riley has completely lost control of his life. He's no longer working, he doesn't leave the house, he spends his days drawing and writing about the corner world. He's become obsessed. He claims he's started dreaming about that place, and he's convinced his body could physically cross over. He believes the corner folk are mocking him, taunting him with every dimensional jump, challenging him, inviting him to follow them. And even though he knows crossing over could destroy his body, maybe even kill him, he no longer cares. He's made up his mind. Fear of destruction won't stop him, and so he crosses. What we see is a strange black and white distortion, like a woven net of interdimensional fibers. It's almost impossible to describe. This is the corner world. After this video, viewers became deeply concerned for his safety. Eventually, the authorities visited his home. They found him curled up in the corner of his room, unconscious, his internal organs folded along multiple axes, a terrifying description that suggests Riley's body had literally been bent, as if made of paper, trying to conform to a geometry it was never meant to endure. During his recovery, Riley begins making origami obsessively, despite claiming he never learned how to do it. For those unfamiliar, origami is the Japanese art of paper folding. It involves creating shapes, animals, flowers, objects, or figures, using nothing but folds. This new compulsion might be a residual imprint left by the corner world. Having been folded internally, Riley's mind could now be externalizing that pattern through instinctive behavior. In 2020, Riley remains under the care of his friends. It's still unclear whether he fully came back from the corner world, or if only part of him ever did. While Corner Folk may seem like a self-contained story, it actually introduces key concepts that will echo throughout the rest of the series. The existence of layered realities, natural structures acting as portals, the use of energy to cross planes, and entities that don't obey any kind of human logic. This is only the beginning. Let's move on to the next episode. The Statue of Liberty, inaugurated in 1886, was a gift from France to the United States. Its original name was Liberty Enlightening the World, and its message was clear. It stood for freedom, democracy, and hope. Standing at the entrance to New York Harbor, the statue was, and still is, the very first symbol millions of immigrants saw upon arriving in America, offering a silent promise of a new life. It became an icon of the nation's founding ideals: justice, liberty, and opportunity. But in the universe of the monument Mythos, the truth buried beneath this monument is deeply disturbing. The episode opens with a peculiar note in the video's description, a warning meant to frame what we're about to witness. It explains that the audio we'll hear is supposedly a fragment from an 1889 interview with Frederic Auguste Bartholdi, the original designer of the Statue of Liberty. However, it also states that all surviving recordings of this interview are believed to be fakes, produced by American publicists at the turn of the 20th century. But why would they forge an interview? The answer remains unclear, for now. The message ends by revealing that this episode includes a fully restored clip from the classified document known as the Statue of Liberty 1.8084, now free of visible damage. In the interview, Bartholdi describes the most difficult part of the construction not as the statue itself, but the pedestal. What initially seems like a minor architectural detail slowly reveals something much more sinister. For 4 entire years, U.S. President Ulysses Grant demanded constant changes to the pedestal's dimensions, ordering it to be resized again and again based on unexplained, shifting criteria. Eventually, the pedestal ended up being taller than the statue itself. Why? Because it was essential for what they were really trying to achieve. Decades later, in 1949, the statue underwent an extensive renovation process, and it's here that we catch our first glimpse of the real horror. A classified blueprint is revealed, the classified document mentioned earlier in the video description. It had remained hidden for 36 years. Its purpose was chilling.
Provide entrance for sustenance. Install engine to assist with eventual departure.
The engine was to be installed in the pedestal's base, along with an entry system leading into a chamber, outfitted with a waste drainage unit and a storage tank. Combined with the massive scale of the pedestal, this leads to one terrifying conclusion. The structure was built as a container, a vessel meant to house something alive, something that clearly needed to be fed, and something that, based on the text and the added detail of wheels installed at the statue's base, as if it wasn't a permanent structure, but a capsule designed to move and open, was never meant to stay sealed forever. In this alternate universe, the Statue of Liberty isn't a monument, it's a prison, a containment unit designed to one day release something monstrous. Next, the episode takes us to the summer of 1954, where we hear a first-hand testimony from Eleonora Bramante, an Italian immigrant newly arrived at Ellis Island. Her account shatters any romantic notion of the American migration story. She describes the place as reeking of rotten meat, like a slaughterhouse. Families tried masking the stench with perfumes and candles, but the smell always returned. Dead birds lay scattered across the grounds. Everything felt lifeless, rotten. And then comes the most disturbing part. Every night, from her window, Eleonora says she watched U.S. officials escort groups of people in single file toward the Statue of Liberty. They'd enter the pedestal, and then nothing. By morning, the smell was even worse. The implication is crystal clear. Those people were being sacrificed, devoured, consumed by whatever was hidden inside the pedestal. The Ellis Island immigration station closed later that same year, in November. The story then jumps forward in time to August 1985. The moment of the first recorded sighting of the creature known as the Liberty Lurker. It's the being that's been lurking beneath the Statue of Liberty all along. We're not told exactly what it is, but the footage at the end of the episode leaves little room for doubt. Here it is. The camera captures the statue shifting slightly to one side, confirming the presence of wheels beneath it. Then, from the base of the pedestal, a massive, twisted shape begins to emerge, dark, horned. A colossal creature has been hiding there the entire time. The video abruptly cuts out, and the episode ends with two final, devastating revelations. First, when authorities finally accessed the hidden chamber beneath the statue, they discovered so many human remains that they officially classified it as a mass grave. The most iconic monument in American history is, in this reality, literally a tomb. And second, a message, cold and bureaucratic, that's even more horrifying in its tone.
If you have family members who were last seen at Ellis Island between the years 1949 and 1954, you may be entitled to compensation.
A sentence that treats mass disappearance like a clerical error. From President Grant in the 19th century to the officials escorting migrants in the 1950s, the American government has been a willing accomplice in this system of sacrifice. Everything cloaked in bureaucracy, immigration, and progress. But behind it all, a pact of silence, a betrayal of thousands of lives. What is the true secret behind all of this? Mount Rushmore, located in South Dakota, is one of the most iconic monuments in the United States. Construction began in 1927 and was completed in 1941. The mountain was carved to display the faces of four key presidents in American history: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln. Each one represents a fundamental pillar of the nation. Washington symbolizes the founding, Jefferson the expansion, Roosevelt the development, and Lincoln the preservation of the Union. More than just a work of art, Mount Rushmore was conceived as a lasting symbol of American greatness, progress, and identity. But as we've already seen with the Statue of Liberty, in this universe, everything is about to take a very dark turn. This third episode opens with a series of threatening messages written directly onto Mount Rushmore on August 7th, 2003. The messages don't just criticize the US government. They accuse national monuments themselves of being the sites of mass, systematic executions.
The US government can fund mass murder if it's labeled as a national monument. Every day, executions occur in 2,600 American landmarks. The blood of liberty will be avenged. The souls of Lincoln will be freed.
According to the episode description, the individuals responsible for these messages remain unidentified and still at large. A week later, on August 14th, another message is discovered. This time, it's written beneath the face of Thomas Jefferson.
I will introduce infection next week, Monday to Sunday, 10:12 to 10:13 p.m. Watch the symptoms.
This is no generic warning. It's a precise schedule, signaling the arrival of an infection, an anomaly, an outbreak. The phrase, "watch the symptoms," implies that the effects of this infection will be visible, measurable, and, most importantly, recordable on video. Something is about to manifest, every night, for exactly 1 minute. In response, the National Park Service assigns a nighttime patrol to monitor Mount Rushmore for 7 consecutive nights, with strict orders to film any and all anomalies between 10:12 and 10:13 p.m. What those recordings capture is truly disturbing. Monday. The camera is aimed at Mount Rushmore, but the angle is off. The shot is unstable, as if the operator is nervous. Suddenly, a bright, unidentified object crosses the sky above the monument. A distant impact sound follows. This marks the arrival of the infection. The object seems to collide with the monument, initiating a transformation that will unfold over the next 6 days. Tuesday. The camera focuses on the space between the heads of Washington and Jefferson. A flickering light slowly begins to pulse, then suddenly speeds up and goes dark. Wednesday. The footage pans slowly across each presidential face, one by one. In the middle of the sequence, a loud, unnatural howl echoes in the background. Thursday. A strange spike appears between Roosevelt and Lincoln. Both faces are now streaked with an unknown brown substance. The infection is beginning to manifest physically. Friday. A second spike appears, once again between Roosevelt and Lincoln, right next to the first one, but this time the brown substance is completely gone. Saturday. There is no image, only ambient sounds, mostly wind, and then a siren begins to wail. Sunday. The sirens continue, but they now sound far more unnerving. The camera finally returns, slowly zooming out to reveal that the faces of Mount Rushmore have nearly vanished. In their place, each head now has multiple spikes emerging from its base, similar to those seen on Friday. The infection appears to be complete. The episode ends with a quiet yet haunting quote, attributed to Hannah McElroy, a local photographer.
Mount Rushmore smells just like baby powder nowadays. I think it comes from the stuff the workers put on the heads. Yeah, I see them do it all the time. They go from Washington to Lincoln every night, powdering it like a baby.
What exactly is Hannah talking about? In the 4th episode of the Monument Mythos, we leave the mainland behind and shift our attention to a small island in the Pacific, Alcatraz. Alcatraz is a rocky islet located in San Francisco Bay, best known for housing one of the most impenetrable prisons in the history of the United States. It operated as a federal penitentiary from 1934 to 1963 and was specifically designed to contain the country's most dangerous and incorrigible criminals. The episode opens with a blurry, distant image of the island, shrouded in thick fog. A caption informs us.
Alcatraz Island, 2 days before therapy.
Immediately after, the footage cuts to a detailed map of the island and its facilities, but something feels off. 3 areas on the map are oddly highlighted, as if they weren't just man-made structures, but something organic. They resemble cell nuclei, mitochondria, or membranes. The footage suddenly cuts out. The next segment moves forward one day.
Alcatraz Island, 1 day before therapy.
The new title is deeply unsettling, Alcatrazosis. We're shown an animation of the main prison building, inside which a bizarre process unfolds, something resembling cellular mitosis. Alcatraz is literally splitting in two, replicating like a cancer cell. This isn't just an island, it's a living organism. A massive, extra-dimensional biological entity disguised as a military prison. Once again, the footage cuts abruptly. We're now brought to the critical moment.
Alcatraz Island, radiation therapy number 1.
The island is once more seen from afar, but this time it's bathed in an ominous red glow. The therapy has begun. The government, in a desperate move, decides to bombard the island with radiation, treating it as if it were a malignant tumor. But the next segment reveals the procedure's catastrophic failure. Rather than killing the creature, the radiation accelerates its reproduction, leading to the unstoppable growth of multiple biological landmasses spreading across the ocean in a straight line. An army marching toward the coast. Under the title Projected Movement, we're shown a timeline of the island's shifting location. Starting in 1950, Alcatraz begins to move gradually year by year until in 1975, it starts drifting through San Francisco Bay, inching closer to the mainland. Once it arrives, it stays put for a decade before beginning to consume everything in its path. By the year 2020, reports indicate that the Alcatraz zone has expanded all the way to western Texas. The 2003 Alcatraz attack continues to baffle the scientific community. This time, the Monument Mythos takes a surprising political turn with the introduction of a figure who, in our world, never became president, James Dean. In our timeline, James Dean was an iconic American actor, a symbol of 1950s youth and rebellion, whose meteoric career was tragically cut short. He died in a car crash in 1955 at the age of 24. But what you're about to witness takes place in a parallel universe where none of that ever happened. The episode opens with a broadcast from ABC's Nightly News. Anchor Peter Jennings announces a special transmission of national importance scheduled for the following week. For 7 consecutive days, the newscast reminds the public to tune in. Jennings builds suspense with the words, "The most unprecedented announcement in recent history." Finally, the night arrives. Over 60 million Americans are glued to their screens, surrounded by rumors. Some say it could be confirmation of alien life. Others fear it's the start of an all-out nuclear war. Tension builds. The broadcast ends. The screen fades to black. A 10-second countdown begins. Then the title appears, Dean Democracy. Panic erupts. People rush into the streets, screaming that the end of the world has begun. But once the countdown ends, everything changes. Dread turns to disbelief, and then to joy. Tears are shed. Cheers erupt. In a matter of seconds, the unthinkable is revealed. James Dean is running for president. The announcement doesn't just surprise the nation, it ignites a mass movement. The video lasts only 15 seconds, but it's enough to capture the public's rage and disillusionment over the Vietnam War. No other candidate had ever managed to express the nation's pain so clearly. The streets explode in spontaneous celebration. The reaction is so overwhelming that ABC cancels the news broadcast the next day. In its place, they air a continuous half-hour loop of Dean's 15-second ad, watched by another 38 million people. Strange, to say the least. I mean, a 15-second clip played on repeat for 30 minutes? That's insane. The Dean fever spreads like wildfire. He becomes a cultural and political phenomenon unlike anything the country has seen. Due to multiple assassination attempts on Robert Kennedy, the Democratic primary debates are canceled in 1968, but this doesn't slow Dean's campaign. In fact, he never needs to appear at rallies or hold public events. His entire strategy revolves around TV ads, written and directed by Dean himself, that air every Friday night on ABC, quickly becoming the most watched program since Star Trek ended. 2 weeks before the election, a debate is scheduled between Dean and Richard Nixon, but Dean doesn't show. Instead, he invites Nixon to race cars on a track. Against all odds, Nixon agrees. They spend the day together, and according to rumors, Nixon eventually says,
"To hell with it, I'm voting for you. You're already a better president than I'll ever be."
That quote was never confirmed, but it spreads across the nation like wildfire, and it completely tanks Nixon's chances. It's yet another clue screaming at us. This is not our world. Because in our reality, Richard Nixon was an ambitious, hardened, calculating politician who lost to John Kennedy in 1960 but came back to win the presidency in 1968. He was known for his resilience, his distrust of others, and his relentless thirst for power. The idea that this man would spend an entire day racing with his opponent and then publicly admit he's voting for him is absolutely unthinkable in any real political landscape. But not everyone is celebrating. On November 1st, 1968, just 4 days before the election, the Anti-Dean Association takes over radio stations to denounce him. They accuse him of corrupting the youth through television. They sabotage hundreds of power lines across the Southeast to prevent his final ad from airing. And how does Dean respond? He doesn't hide. He flies down personally, despite the threat of an attack, and helps local electricians repair the lines. The youth hail him as a hero. Meanwhile, older conservative viewers, especially the white Southern elders, watch from their windows in suspicion. To them, Dean is something unnatural, too young, too handsome, too fond of jazz. It's during this section, narrated from the perspective of these conservatives, that we're hit with a disturbing visual. A black and white image of Dean, wearing black wings, appears on screen. Alongside it, a chilling phrase,
"James Dean is no man,"
produced by the Anti-Dean Association. This cryptic message may carry more weight than it seems. After all, this is an analog horror series, and perhaps, just perhaps, this isn't merely a parallel universe. Maybe James Dean isn't even human. But the public doesn't care. The campaign doesn't falter. On November 5th, 1968, James Dean wins in a historic landslide, 75% of the popular vote and 395 electoral votes. Nixon calls him the next day to congratulate him. The inauguration takes place on January 20th, 1969, at the official Capitol Raceway. Dean's speech lasts less than a minute. Instead of listing political promises, he hands the microphone to others: civil rights activists, indigenous families, and even Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in his first public appearance since the assassination attempt 9 months earlier. In our history, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on April 4th, 1968, 9 months before James Dean's fictional inauguration. Since then, with every new presidential inauguration, those who oppose the elected leader choose to boycott the official event and celebrate Dean Democracy Day instead, watching the wild 1969 inauguration as an act of symbolic protest. Dean appears on live television on April 20th, 1969, to reflect on his first 90 days in office, but just 6 seconds in, the audio cuts out. The Anti-Dean Association claims responsibility for the sabotage, yet the result backfires. The silent footage of Dean, his intense gaze, his quiet confidence, his raw charisma, captivates the nation. He communicates more in those 6 silent seconds than most presidents do in an entire term. Stanley Kubrick would later call it the greatest silent film ever made. And that's how this bizarre episode ends. This 6th episode of the Monument Mythos takes us to a deeply unsettling, yet revealing scenario. The hijacking of Air Force One, the presidential aircraft. But this isn't a terrorist attack. What unfolds is a supernatural intrusion carried out by a mysterious entity the authorities have given a chilling name: the Air Force One Angel. The episode begins with a simple scene, a plane taking off, but context changes everything. We're told that on August 17, 2003, Air Force One lifted off and began following an anomalous flight path, making stops at 3 key locations: Mount Rushmore in South Dakota, San Francisco in California, and Liberty Island in New York, where, notably, the Statue of Liberty has completely vanished. Multiple eyewitnesses report seeing the aircraft dropping what they called packages over several national landmarks. By now, many of you have likely noticed, these locations weren't chosen at random. Each one has already been the site of monstrous, inexplicable, and potentially apocalyptic events we've witnessed in previous episodes. Let's take a moment to recall what happened in Rushmore Revenge. On Monday night, an unidentified flying object struck Mount Rushmore, triggering the monument's horrific transformation. Now, knowing that Air Force One traveled there that very same month, could that UFO have been Air Force One? Was it the Angel who unleashed the infection? Everything seems to suggest so. What's certain is that the Air Force One Angel is deeply connected to the supernatural phenomena affecting America's monuments. When the plane finally landed, the entity was captured on video. The details are hard to make out, but we can glimpse a pale, humanoid figure, its features vaguely human, but distorted. This remains the only known image of the angel, taken moments before the transmission abruptly cuts out. In the official video description, the archivist's note provides further unsettling details. No one knows how the angel even managed to board Air Force One. The aircraft was secured with advanced security locks, featuring irregular edges and intrusion-proof shielding, doors that should have been impossible to breach using conventional tools. Yet investigators found strange warping around the aircraft's plastic door frame. Physical distortions attributed directly to the creature. Something that shouldn't have been able to open those doors somehow did. The note also mentions that most known photographs and video footage of the angel were taken during the plane's mysterious stops. In the final moments, we're told that Air Force One was shot down after attempting to re-enter the restricted airspace over Washington, D.C., but was it truly destroyed? Can an anomaly like this really be erased with missiles or anti-aircraft fire? Or did the angel simply abandon the plane before it was hit? Located in the heart of Washington, D.C., the Lincoln Memorial is one of the most revered and solemn monuments in the United States. Built in 1922 as a tribute to President Abraham Lincoln, its design echoes a Greek temple, radiating solemnity, justice, and quiet reflection. Inside, A colossal statue of Lincoln, seated in a marble chair, watches in silence with a grave, contemplative expression. But in the universe of the monument Mythos, that unflinching gaze takes on a far more chilling meaning. What once seemed like a symbol of freedom and redemption is, in truth, the setting of a dark, institutionalized practice, carefully hidden beneath layers of official decorum, the Lincoln looking. This episode reveals the disturbing secret behind the monument through 3 testimonies, 3 perspectives that piece together the truth. Behind the cold stone, someone is watching. The first to speak is Maya Arnoldson, an ordinary woman who fell victim to a terrifying case of mistaken identity that temporarily turned her into a Lincoln looker. Maya recounts that it all began the moment she opened her front door, and without warning, she found herself inside a strange suit, strapped to a metallic seat, completely immobilized. She had no memory of how she got there, only that she wore an opaque mask that blocked her vision, except when sunlight hit the material just right, allowing her to glimpse the face inside. A face she didn't recognize, until she later drew it from memory. The isolation wasn't just physical. During the days she was trapped, she was fed through thin tubes inserted into the eye holes of the mask. Weird soup, she says. But the most terrifying part? Maya wasn't supposed to be there. The government had made a mistake, a name mix-up. She wasn't the right Maya Arnoldson. Once they realized the error, she was released, given financial compensation, and received a personal apology from Ronald Reagan. It's worth noting, in this universe, Reagan was never president, but served instead as one of James Dean's vice presidents, reinforcing the show's internal continuity. Maya concludes that the government doesn't bother covering up her story because no one believes her anyway. The concept's just too absurd to take seriously, she says, and yet, it's real. The second testimony comes from Leonard W. Moreland, a former presidential advisor. He confirms what we feared. The Lincoln Looker program is not only real, it's a secret presidential tradition. According to Moreland, every president has the authority to select a person, someone troublesome, a rival, or simply someone they dislike, and condemn them to become a Lincoln Looker. The person vanishes. They spend the rest of the president's term, or terms, entombed inside the statue. The punishment doesn't always target powerful figures. Sometimes it's nothing more than pettiness, a twisted form of presidential justice, a personal vendetta carried out under the veil of institutional silence. Moreland explains it with unsettling calm, as if it were just another part of the democratic process. Rumors that lookers might also be hidden behind presidential portraits once led to a bizarre moment in White House history, when several paintings were taken down and inspected to debunk conspiracy theories. But these efforts felt less like transparency and more like misdirection. The episode ends with a phone recording, a voicemail left by Howard Melrose for his wife, Eunice.
Hello, we are not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Hey, Eunice. It's Howard. I don't know what I just saw. I was at the top of the steps, reading the inscriptions and talking to visitors, when I started to hear a faint scratching sound. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I got close to his chair, I realized that the scratching was coming from inside the marble. So I went to a guard and asked whether she could do anything about animals that could be trapped in there. She told me not to worry about it, and that they'd take care of it once there were fewer visitors. A few minutes passed, and the scratching became much louder. I went back to the guard and asked what kind of animals usually got stuck in there, and she said, wild animals. The sound started to make visitors anxious. I remember one boy pulling so hard at his mother's hand, begging to leave. A blind girl with one of those canes went up to the chair and pressed her head against it to listen. Then she started crying. Her parents tried to pull her away, but she just began to hit the chair with her cane. That's when the guards asked everyone to go back down the steps. I don't know why, and it's going to sound crazy, but I felt compelled to help. So I went to the blind girl and joined her in hitting the marble. The guards tried to pin us down, but the scratching became too loud for even them. It sounded like someone was shaving down a chalkboard. Eventually the marble began to crack, and a few more hits caused the crevice to expand all the way to the top of the chair. There was a sudden burst of air from the damage, and the head suddenly turned toward us. I was afraid it would fall, so I picked the girl up and went down a few steps. The head slowly rotated back into place, and when it started to be pushed upwards, I took out my camera. It was no wild animal.
The video ends with footage recorded by Howard just before fleeing the scene. The marble bust slowly turns to the right, and from within, a strange creature begins to emerge. This is, without a doubt, one of the most disturbing episodes of the entire season. And yet, the most terrifying thing isn't the creature, it's the Lincoln looking itself. A practice so normalized, so woven into the system, that it's barely hidden. The government doesn't even deny it, because no one's willing to believe it. And that, in itself, is a form of control. What we're shown is a society that coexists with deeply inhuman practices, all masked beneath layers of patriotism and ceremony. The Lincoln Memorial, a symbol of the end of slavery, is revealed to be a chamber of perpetual torment, a grotesque irony that completely corrupts its original purpose. And finally, let's not forget one of the most chilling messages found in Rushmore Revenge. The souls of Lincoln will be freed. At the time, it seemed like a vague symbolic threat, but now, we understand exactly what it meant. The souls of Lincoln are the Lincoln lookers, trapped victims, forced to gaze from within the statue, punished, forgotten, turned into silent sentinels, consumed by stone. We're taken to the very heart of the U.S. Capitol, where the towering Washington Monument hides a dark and sinister past. Right from the beginning, the video warns us. The content may be disturbing, and even trigger seizures in viewers with photosensitive epilepsy. It all begins with a poem titled "The Special Tree," the name of the apparently female entity contained within the Washington Monument.
The forest fell swiftly as the lumberjack swung, except for the special tree, which could not be stung. She missed her friends and the hymns they sung. So she started a tune that broke the man's lung.
Immediately after, the video shifts tone, presenting a visual timeline. Photographs spanning from 1840 to 2003. In 1840, the first known photograph of the special tree is taken. In 1848, construction of the obelisk begins. Between 1860 and 1865, the project is halted due to the Civil War. Most disturbingly, the footage shows prisoners of war being led inside the unfinished structure, a method eerily similar to what we saw in Liberty Lurker. By 1888, construction is completed. In 1910, the monument becomes a major tourist attraction. Between 1910 and 1971, 20 people vanish while visiting. They become known as the Washington Absentees. Then, in 1972, the monument's true, horrifying purpose. It's not a monument. It's an execution machine. According to the footage, visitors are taken by elevator to the top of the obelisk. Once there, sonic waves, produced by the entity sealed inside, render them unconscious. The floor then opens beneath them, sending their bodies plummeting into the hollow shaft, where they're crushed at the bottom. All of it orchestrated by the government. In the year 2000, an unknown individual vandalizes the monument with a message nearly identical to the ones seen in Rushmore Revenge.
The infection is nigh. The music of Washington will end.
At this point, it becomes increasingly clear who's behind these ominous messages. The Angel of Air Force One. It seems this entity is carrying out some kind of personal vendetta. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll dive deeper into that when the time comes. What's important for now is this. The Angel is also tied to the events we're about to witness. After all, the timeline matches the August 2003 flight of Air Force One, when it traveled to key national monuments, spreading the infection. August 2003. A camera captures the Washington Monument at night. At first, everything seems calm, until the camera person notices something strange. A branch. A living branch is protruding from one side of the monument, and as if aware that it's being watched, it suddenly retreats back inside. Then, all hell breaks loose. We hear deep groaning and metallic cracking. The entire monument begins to bend, slowly leaning to one side, as though the tree within is taking control, warping the structure from the inside. Suddenly, the screen is flooded with a blinding white light. Bolts of lightning burst from a newly formed arch near the summit. One of them strikes the camera directly. The footage cuts out. But the episode isn't over. The faces of the Washington absentees reappear. 19 of the 20 missing individuals are found unconscious, all except one. However, we're told that the identity of the 20th victim has now been confirmed. We just don't know who it is. Yet. This chapter is presented as a local news report, broadcast by WBOC-TV and published by the Delaware River Journal. What begins as a curious Christmas story quickly unravels into something far more disturbing. The possibility that the real George Washington died during the Revolutionary War, and that a double took his place for the remainder of his presidency. It all starts on December 24th at 4 p.m. Two local fishermen, Ralph Grasserman and Michael Tillen, are out catching catfish on the frozen Delaware River. It's a quiet, ordinary scene until something interrupts their routine. A bicorn hat sticking out of the ice. One of those iconic 18th century hats worn by generals during the American Revolution. Intrigued, they start digging, and what they find beneath the hat changes everything. A human scalp, still attached to a head of hair. Instead of calling the authorities, the two fishermen keep going. They dig for hours, determined to recover the entire body. Finally, at 10 p.m., they manage to free the corpse, or at least what they think is a corpse. Just as they're about to move it, one of the body's eyes twitches. That tiny movement, a simple flicker of the eye, changes everything. The body is alive. Ralph and Michael rush it home. Carefully, they place it in a bathtub filled with warm water, gradually raising the temperature to avoid thermal shock. And it works, at least for a moment. At 2 a.m., the frozen man briefly regains consciousness, and with frost still clogging his lungs, he utters a single, muffled phrase.
Victory or death.
A line that any historian would instantly recognize. It was the personal motto George Washington inscribed on his battle standard the night of December 25, 1776, just before crossing the Delaware to launch a surprise attack on the Hessians in Trenton. But after that cry, the man slips back into a coma. At 7 a.m., the paramedics transport the man to Delaware State Hospital. Both fishermen swear the man's face looked eerily familiar. In a moment of near comedy, Michael pulls out a dollar bill and compares it to the man in the tub. That's when the truth hits them. The face is identical to George Washington's. Ralph adds another chilling detail. They had to remove the man's clothes because they were too soaked and heavy to move him, and while the garments were frozen solid, he's certain, beyond any doubt, they were authentic 18th century clothing. It was the real George Washington, a man who, perhaps, never survived the Delaware crossing, and whose death may have been concealed by his own army to prevent the war effort from collapsing. The report suggests that once he died, his body was either hidden or abandoned in the river, eventually becoming entombed in ice, while a carefully selected double took his place as commander-in-chief and later as the first president of the United States. Hence, the title of this episode, Delaware Double. The implications are massive. The entire foundation of American history could have been built on an imposter. But the story doesn't end there. Reporters ask President James Dean, yes, that James Dean, reimagined as the president in this alternate timeline, what he thinks of the story. His response is as brief as it is unsettling.
I'm surprised.
Just 2 words, and yet they speak volumes. We know Dean has access to classified information. We know his administration is hiding terrifying secrets about the nation's monuments. So, was his response genuine? The video ends with 2 curious facts. The story aired on December 27, 1976. The next day, the Delaware River Journal shut down permanently, as if someone, lurking in the shadows, had decided that this truth should never spread beyond a single broadcast. And finally, before wrapping up the episode, there's one small but intriguing continuity detail worth highlighting. One of the fishermen is named Michael Tillen. That last name might sound familiar. In the very first episode of The Monument Mythos, the protagonist is a young man named Riley Tillen. Coincidence? I don't think so. These two are clearly connected, one way or another. This episode, the longest and arguably one of the most revealing of the entire first season, is structured around two books, A Recollection of the Tragedy, written by John D. Rockefeller, and Virginia in Wonderland, penned by a young girl named Virginia Fate Arnoldson, a survivor of an event that defied the laws of reality, a dual perspective of the same event. The installation of the special tree at Rockefeller Center during Christmas 1934 and its devastating consequences. The story begins innocently enough. Rockefeller recalls how, during the first winter of the center's construction, workers set up an impromptu tree adorned simply with tin cans, buttons, and cranberries. That small, symbolic gesture moved him deeply. It was an act of hope amidst the chaos. Inspired by that scene, Rockefeller decided to make it an annual tradition. But not just any tree would do. He wanted something that transcended the ordinary, something perfect. According to Virginia, Rockefeller and his men spent 12 days and nights exploring the northern forests, rejecting tree after tree. None were tall enough, beautiful enough, or extraordinary enough, until one night they heard a melody, a subtle, sweet song, as if the wind had fallen in love. Following the sound, they arrived at a tree that was unlike any other, and Rockefeller knew immediately it was the one. However, this tree had something strange about it. No tool could damage it. Neither violent axe blows, nor 100 sticks of dynamite, nor a week of excavation could touch it. The special tree was invulnerable. We already knew this, as it was introduced earlier in the poem at the start of Washington Wormhole. They had to hire the best excavators, and after years of work, they finally managed to pull it from the earth. For 3 consecutive Christmases, replacement trees were used in the meantime. But in 1934, the special tree was finally set up at Rockefeller Center. Virginia takes us to that cold December day. Rockefeller, proud, gazes at his creation. The tree stands tall, bare, without branches, leaves, or color, an inert figure. New York City Mayor Fiorella LaGuardia complains about its appearance, demanding that artificial branches be added to decorate it. Rockefeller reluctantly agrees, and the installation is completed. Meanwhile, Virginia, thrilled to fulfill her dream of being the first to decorate it, runs with her metal star in her pocket. But the branches are too high for her to reach alone, so she runs to find help. 10 friends, 10 children willing to form a human ladder so Virginia can reach the top. And she does it. She places her star at the peak and proudly declares,
Hooray! Victory! I'm the first!
Then, everything collapses. The artificial branches come undone. The tree bends gently, forming a perfect arch, an impossible figure. And right from the center of the arch, lightning erupts. A supernatural roar tears through Rockefeller Plaza. What we're witnessing is exactly the same event we saw earlier in Washington Wormhole, but this time we'll witness the direct consequences of being near this strange phenomenon. The children try to flee, but there's no escape. A lightning bolt strikes them all, and the world around them begins to dissolve into white light. Virginia opens her eyes, and she's no longer in New York. She's in an endless field of special trees, a place she calls Wonderland, named after the book her mother used to read to her as a child. In this place, there are people, many people, and one of them whispers a chilling phrase in her ear. The trees are not trees. After another burst of light, Virginia and her friends wake up on the ground in front of Rockefeller Center, dazed, injured, but alive. The special tree has vanished. They're all taken to the hospital, but Virginia's parents don't recognize her. Her clothes, her freckles, her voice, nothing fits. The same happens with her friends. Their surnames don't match. Their faces are unfamiliar. Their memories are distorted. The children themselves feel that even their parents aren't quite right, as if they've crossed into another world. Very similar, yes, but definitely not the same. When Rockefeller visits the hospital, he asks them basic questions about history, and about himself. What he hears leaves him paralyzed. The Rockefeller they knew was an oil magnate. They deny his 2 presidential terms. They don't recognize his political legacy, and he understands that they aren't the same. Then came the medical exams, and what they revealed was so unsettling that Rockefeller confessed that had he been able to choose between that and the death of the children in the Special Tree incident, he would have preferred the latter, because at least death is something he can comprehend. What the X-rays revealed, however, was beyond understanding. The nurses refused to show the images to the children, but Virginia, curious, brave, pressed her ear to the wall during the night, and she heard a phrase repeated softly, almost in terror. Everything's backwards. A complete inversion of bodily symmetry. Hearts on the right side, livers displaced, spinal columns reversed, as if the children's bodies had been reconstructed from an inverted template of themselves. Or worse still, as if they belonged to a universe where all the physical and biological laws are reversed from the one they are currently in. And that's precisely what's happening here. Virginia and her friends swapped universes with their counterparts from another reality. Something similar might have happened with the Washington absentees in Washington Wormhole, but let's not jump ahead, let's leave it there for now. Meanwhile, over the weeks, remorse grows in Rockefeller. He remembers how, from the very beginning, the tree resisted, how everything in him screamed that it shouldn't be uprooted, but he couldn't stop himself. Was his obstinacy the cause of the tragedy? Or was he chosen by the tree from the very beginning? Rockefeller wonders if we are mere trains on fixed tracks, destined to fulfill an inevitable fate. The final reflection of the episode comes from his son, John D. Rockefeller Jr.
Many, including my father, believe that the 1934 Christmas tree vanished. This is untrue. I have seen it wandering in the plaza on many occasions, and it resembles a man far more than any tree.
The special trees are not trees. They are conscious entities capable of shapeshifting. And as if that weren't enough, thanks to this story, we can also establish a direct connection with the spikes seen atop Mount Rushmore during Rushmore Revenge. They no longer seem like mere bone structures or parasites, but rather the crown of a forest of special trees, don't you think? The episode ends with a recording of Rockefeller Center at night, with someone, or something, watching from the distance, high on the rooftop. This time, we're presented with My Crazy Grand Canyon Adventure, a seemingly innocent video created by Lauren Arnoldson, a young girl documenting a family trip to the Grand Canyon with her father, Nathaniel Arnoldson, and her brother, Quinn Arnoldson. The result is a sort of visual diary, edited using a program called Maze Movie Maker. Yes, you heard that right. Just another subtle clue that we're in an alternate universe. The video opens with shots of the breathtaking Grand Canyon landscape. Lauren and Quinn smile and pose in front of the camera. Everything seems wholesome and mundane, until Lauren claims to have seen something strange. The camera tilts toward the sky. A blurry, distant figure moves among the clouds. We can't quite make it out, but its presence is unmistakable. And it's accompanied by one bizarre detail. The moment it appeared, the air was filled with the smell of vinegar. As the episode progresses, we learn that all of this is connected to the creature spotted by Lauren and her family, the Canyon Crown, also known as Canyon Golan. According to the research Lauren and Quinn conduct afterward, this creature produces vinegar to shrink its own head, allowing it to fit inside its body, a revelation as grotesque as it is unsettling. The footage continues until Lauren encounters the creature once again. After this event, she introduces a segment she calls bonus stuff. But it's in the final moments that the tone takes a sharp turn. Lauren reveals a dark truth. Her father, Nathaniel, brought them to the Grand Canyon with a purpose, to search for his missing sister, Maya. That creature is Maya Arnoldson. We've seen this character before back in the episode Lincoln Looker, but what exactly happened to her? Just know this, the Arnoldsons are characters we'll be seeing again and again. In fact, as many of you may have already noticed, the very same Virginia who lived through the traumatic Special Tree incident is part of this same family, a family seemingly marked by anomaly, scattered across time and space, entangled in the supernatural events of this distorted universe. The video closes with a black and white montage, image after image of headless people appearing in different areas of the Grand Canyon flash on screen. For now, it's a mystery, but everything will eventually become clear. The final photograph shows two men standing beside a sign that reads, "Head off trail." A disturbingly clever play on words. We've reached the end of the first season, closing with one of the most tragic and disturbing episodes so far. This chapter unfolds across 6 parts, covering over a century of history. Part 1, Sculptor. It all begins with a series of telegrams exchanged between 4 key figures in the Freedom Statue project: architect Thomas U. Walter, Army engineer Montgomery Meigs, sculptor Thomas Crawford, and an inspector named Alfonso Zafino. In June of 1858, Meigs commissions Crawford to design the statue. He accepts immediately and submits several models. The third design is ultimately selected, though Meigs requests that he change the figure's cap. Crawford agrees and begins work on the final mold. The process is grueling and plagued by delays. We're told that Freedom is difficult to shape. Soon after, Crawford suddenly dies in Italy. Inspector Zafino relays the news to Washington, informing them that the statue will be shipped aboard a vessel named Monarca. No one suspects that something sinister has already begun to take form. Part 2, Daughter. We then enter the most unsettling section of the episode, the personal journal of Nina Crawford, the sculptor's daughter. Nina describes her father's sketches of Freedom as portraying a majestic woman, resembling her mother but with the bearing of a queen. In her innocent excitement, Nina asks her father to make a statue that looks like her. He smiles and nods. As the days pass, Thomas never leaves his studio. It wouldn't be the first time. He often spends days working without coming home. But this time, something feels different. Her mother is nervous, uneasy. On the night of April 13th, after tucking Nina into bed, Louisa, her mother, heads to the studio with a look of deep concern on her face. She returns 2 nights later, silent. Not a word. She locks herself in her room. The next day, Inspector Zafino arrives, asking about Thomas. Not long after, more men show up. And that's when Louisa finally breaks her silence, sobbing uncontrollably, shouting through tears that the statue has her husband's eyes. Her words echo like a curse. Terrified, Nina runs from the house without understanding what's happening. On April 18th, she remembers her father saying the statue would be sent to America aboard a ship called Monarca. Guided by that memory, Nina heads to the harbor and finds the ship docked. There are crates stacked near the pier, and inside them, she glimpses pieces of Freedom. A terrible feeling takes hold of her. She hides inside an empty crate, hoping the journey will bring her to wherever her father is. All around her, she senses something unnatural, like his spirit lingers within the statue. Days pass. She can't get out. The crates are tied shut. Starving, she begins to hear unsettling sounds. Ropes snapping on their own, and something moving, something heavy dragging itself across the floor. For a moment, the little girl even wonders if maybe it's her father. Eventually, she manages to escape the crate and finds food. But when she finally sees what she thought might be her father, it's not him. She knows it. But the eyes, those are his. From that moment on, Nina lives in constant fear. She hides again in the same crate, terrified not only of being discovered by the sailors, but by the thing with her father's eyes. She notices the ropes keep snapping again and again. The entity is looking for her. Nina writes less and less. She's afraid the sound of her pencil might give her away, so she promises to only write again once they reach land. Her final entry is dated April 29th, and it is absolutely devastating. Freedom has cradled her in its arms. The creature is sprinting through a jungle, slicing down hundreds of trees with its sword. Nina can barely see anything through the darkness, except one thing: her father's eyes, glowing behind metal eyelids. They reach a deep cave. Freedom sets her on the ground, sparks a fire by slamming its arms against stone, and sits beside it, sharpening its blade for hours. But it never looks at the sword, only at her. And if you're wondering, yes, she was eventually torn apart by that weapon. Her skin was stripped and stretched over the body of the statue, becoming part of it. It's beyond macabre when you think about it. Nina had asked her father to make a statue that looked like her, and now her wish has been granted, just not in the way she imagined.
Part 3, Captain.
From a different point of view, we hear the account of the Monarca's captain, who documents the ship's increasingly bizarre and terrifying voyage from Livorno to Gibraltar. From the very beginning, something felt wrong. The crates holding the statue came undone by themselves. Strange holes kept appearing in the cargo hold. Sailors reported seeing a shadowy figure roaming the deck. The captain suspected a stowaway, but things only got worse. Water began flooding the ship. More and more holes appeared each day, forcing the crew to move the statue crates to the upper deck to avoid damage. Finally, on April 29th, they arrived at Gibraltar. The crates were opened, and they were empty. The statue had vanished.
Part 4, Commissioner.
Inspector Henry Morgan of the Gibraltar Police takes over from there. That same day, April 29th, he leads a team of 13 officers into the Rock of Gibraltar. For days, they had been receiving reports of landslides, sudden forest fires, and a terrifying presence lurking in the area. As the team begins their search, they come across a freshly carved path through the brush. The trees have been cut with such precision and force that some stumps are still smoldering, warm to the touch. Fire licks through the undergrowth, as if some massive force had blazed straight through it all without stopping. After hours of hiking, they discover a deep fissure in the rock. Officer Hadley descends with the aid of ropes. Minutes later, he screams, pale with terror. The others follow, and what they find is unlike anything ever recorded in history. There, at the center of the cave, stands a towering female figure with Greco-Egyptian features. Before it are flattened human remains, so crushed they resemble discarded clothing. Off to the side, a hollow sheet of human skin stretches up a quarter of the statue's height, as if it had been absorbed into it. When they examine the statue's sword, the blade's edge matches perfectly with the cuts on the trees from the path. The horror is too much. Several officers vomit and flee the scene. Later, as the statue is being moved, they discover a diary on the cave floor. It's Nina Crawford's. After that, Gibraltar authorities officially concluded all the destruction in the forest had been caused by strong wind gusts. Not exactly convincing. Up to this point, things seem to have settled. But when they try to transport the statue back to the port, she wakes up. Without warning, Freedom comes to life and begins a massacre. There are no visual records of what happened, only the testimony of Inspector Morgan, who retired shortly after, deeply traumatized. Years later, in his writings, he confesses that one image haunted his dreams night after night. Freedom's eyes.
Part 5, Craftsman.
Philip Reed, an African-American slave assigned to work on the Capitol grounds, witnesses the final leg of this horrific journey. When the ship finally reaches the United States, it no longer carries bronze fragments, but a body. A tall, wounded woman clad in a torn tunic, a broken shield, a bronze helmet, and a blood-stained sword. During the chaos at the Gibraltar port, this figure had begun peeling the skin from the bodies around her, wearing it over her own until she resembled a human being. The moment Philip lays eyes on her, all he sees is someone who fought for her freedom and lost. By official order, he is given a gruesome task: strip the skin from the statue's body to recover the plaster mold hidden within. The previous man assigned had refused, but Philip, being a slave, had no choice. We don't know if Freedom screamed during the process. Reed never says. When it's over, the human body is gone, and the statue lies motionless. Only the plaster replica remains, an empty shell. Soon after, it is mounted atop the Capitol dome. Reed gazes at the final result, his eyes filled with sorrow and a strange certainty. He knows Freedom isn't dead, only asleep, and one day, she will wake again.
Part 6, Sculpture.
Time marches on. It's been 113 years since the statue was placed on the Capitol dome. The date is January 6, 1977. Everything begins with the front page of the New Delaware Journal. A paper that seems to be replacing the now-defunct Delaware River Journal. The headline is alarming. A mob of demonstrators belonging to the Anti-Dean Association has taken the United States Capitol by force. According to the article, shortly after protesting in front of the White House, hundreds of ADA members stormed the Capitol. Lawmakers attending a joint session of Congress were evacuated to a secure room just moments before the rioters broke in. Throughout the entire occupation, the intruders screamed a single phrase, "Twin Dean is lying," suggesting that the current president might not be who he claims to be. Next to the article is a photograph of the Capitol dome. The Statue of Freedom is still standing at the top, but smoke is rising from its base. The caption beneath the photo says it all. "The Statue of Freedom is shot down by ADA gunfire." What follows are 2 real recordings from the day of the assault. Here they are. The first is captured outside by a new Delaware Journal journalist. The camera zooms in on the Capitol dome. Suddenly, a series of explosions, ADA gunfire, rocks the statue's base. Within seconds, the colossal figure of freedom crashes down violently. The camera shakes. Then, a thunderous boom. The statue has slammed headfirst into the very center of the Capitol rotunda. The second recording comes from inside. A visibly shaken ADA member films from one of the rotunda entrances. Through the doorway, freedom is visible. And then she vanishes. A woman's scream tears through the space, abruptly cut off by a heavy, brutal blow. Freedom has claimed another life. What follows is even more horrifying. Wet, organic sounds. Flesh stretching, tearing, shifting. Freedom is likely taking her skin. And with that, the first season of the Monument Mythos comes to an end. Humanity used to believe it was in control of the sea, of the land, of the sky. We thought our dominion over the world was absolute, but we were wrong. It all started with an alert, an emergency broadcast that forced the evacuation of every beach on the planet. Something was happening in the oceans, something ancient. Prehistoric creatures, long extinct for millions of years, had returned, alive, ravenous. Megalodon, Dunkleosteus, Mosasaurus. Marine monsters from another era emerged through massive blue holes in the ocean, gateways connecting our world to a lost abyss frozen in time. The attacks came swiftly. Ships sunk, people devoured, ecosystems collapsing. The ocean no longer belongs to us. But that was only the beginning. Not long after, the holes stopped being exclusive to the sea. They began appearing on land. Caves, fissures, openings in cities, forests, deserts, and from them, more came. Creatures that should be long dead invaded our habitat. Some were aggressive, others victims of our greed, like the mammoths hunted down for their ivory. Back in the oceans, a new titan emerged, Leviathan, a beast that seemed to hunt even the mighty Megalodon. For a brief moment, humanity thought we had an ally. But even the most powerful allies have instincts of their own. Then came the skies. The Quetzalcoatlus, a colossal pterosaur, soared over cities like a living omen, a predator from above that attacked livestock, pets, even children, plunging the world into chaos. Tragedy reached every corner of the planet. Nowhere was safe. In the face of this apocalypse, world governments formed an organization, GPAC, Their mission: contain and study these creatures, and above all, try to ensure human survival. They attempted to seal the openings with bombings, but every one they destroyed gave birth to several more. It was like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. More creatures emerged: the Thylacoleo, a marsupial predator; the Brachiosaurus, whose sheer size disrupted entire ecosystems; and finally, the Kings of Terror, the T-Rex. A massive attack in Billings, Montana, left over 300 dead. Among these beasts was one unlike any other. It was nicknamed the Dabba. No one knows exactly what it is, only that it's smarter, more aware, definitely something beyond a simple prehistoric predator. Still, the series doesn't just show horror. It also revealed that not everything from prehistory brings destruction. Creatures like Anomalocaris and Camarasaurus appeared as beneficial predators, helping to control modern plagues. Paradoxically, they were saviors, but even they were turned into meat and spectacle. Humanity did what it does best: exploit, dominate, but above all, we must ask ourselves, what is all this? Hidden phrases, reversed audio, and distorted messages speak of sin, punishment, divine judgment. This is the beginning of a purge. Humanity is being judged for its actions, paying the price for its arrogance. Greed, ego, and the lust for control have made us prey, not just to ancient beasts, but to a natural world that no longer tolerates us, and perhaps to something else, something far beyond what our brilliant yet limited human minds can comprehend.
Global Prehistoric Affairs Commission. Debrief 2782. Eden Squad. We have confirmed reports of a hostile prehistoric creature in Laurel, Montana. Your objective is to capture the creature alive. Lethal force is authorized only as a last resort. Our analysis suggests the target is located in one of two areas. Eden 1 and Eden 3 will move in to investigate these locations. Eden 2 and Eden 4 will secure the perimeter, ensuring the creature has no means of escape. Good luck, Eden Squad.
The first episode of Season 2, titled Beast of the Earth, opens with one of the squad members advancing alone along a desolate, snow-covered path. At one point, he contacts Eden 1 via walkie-talkie, another operative who's been tracking the trail left by their missing teammate, Eden 3. Eden 1 warns him that the threat level of the target is being reassessed in real time. A phrase like that, mid-operation, can only mean one thing: they're not prepared for what they're about to face. And then, the silence breaks. The scene cuts abruptly to Eden 1's point of view as he rushes toward the source of the roar, hoping to intercept the creature. But unfortunately for him, this prehistoric monster, this T-Rex, has already found him first. The beast creeps up behind him without being noticed, displaying a surprising level of intelligence for something of its kind. After all, no creature of that size can move in complete silence. Except this one. This specimen is different. The beast of the earth takes him from behind, and there's nothing more anyone can do for him. Following this tragic outcome, the episode shifts to a news bulletin from Azu News. Through the broadcast, we learn that GPAC has officially launched its defense initiative, deploying elite forces specially trained to combat the prehistoric threats now wreaking havoc across the globe. However, while these efforts offer a glimmer of hope, they also expose deep cracks in the system. Personnel is limited, and the costs are extremely high. For now, defensive actions will focus solely on densely populated cities and on what the authorities call priority citizens. And even though GPAC continues working tirelessly to expand its reach, the truth is, for now, everyone else is on their own. Then, the identity of the Tyrannosaurus Rex from earlier is revealed. It is known as the Dabba, Beast of the Earth. We had already talked about this creature in the previous video. In Islam, the Dabba refers to a being mentioned in the Quran, one of the signs of the Day of Judgment. It's described as a beast that will rise from the earth to speak to humanity, calling out their lack of faith in divine warnings. While the Quran doesn't give specific details about its form, various interpretations describe it as an extraordinary creature destined to appear near the end of times. The use of that name is no coincidence. Its appearance is not just a physical threat. It's a symbolic message, as if humanity itself were being judged for its sins. The Daba isn't just a special T-Rex, it's a harbinger of the end, a creature with awareness, or perhaps even a prophetic purpose. This being has begun to wreak havoc on a large scale, spreading chaos and panic among the population. With the situation on the verge of spiraling out of control, GPAC was forced to deploy specialized personnel in an attempt to neutralize the threat. During the mission, 2 agents were reported dead, but the dinosaur was ultimately confirmed to be successfully captured. There was one detail during this segment that really caught my attention. If you look closely at the text near the bottom of the screen, it mentions that the Daba appears to evolve over time. And that got me thinking, could the Daba be undergoing a terrifying evolution just like Shin Godzilla? Considering how much Azun Studios has improved visually since the earlier episodes, that would definitely be something spectacular to witness. With the Daba threat seemingly resolved, the Quetzalcoatlus and its closest relatives have now become the top priority due to their dangerously fast migration across the Western Hemisphere. Although GPAC claims to have eliminated over 19,000 specimens, the bad news overwhelmingly outweighs the good. 987 soldiers dead in just 1 week, over $1 billion spent, economic projections surpassing $1 trillion, emergency tariffs, and still, the population of these creatures continues to grow. They reproduce faster than they can be exterminated, not to mention the skyrocketing inflation and tax exemptions for the elites. Experts are now openly admitting it. This war could drag on for years. Even within the organization, doubts are beginning to surface about whether brute force is truly the right answer to this crisis. Meanwhile, despite GPAC declaring cities like Washington and Pittsburgh threat-free, residents continue to report sightings.
That's right. I'm standing here in sunny Buffalo, New York, and as of yet, no news on the elusive Pterosaurus. I've spoken to many locals and still have no reports to substantiate that they've migrated this far north. I'll update you as I get more information. Back to you. Leave the camera. Go, go, go!
After this new disruption, the episode takes us to an emergency news broadcast. The entire east coast of the United States has been placed under maximum alert due to an invasion of Azdarkids, a family of pterosaurs from the late Cretaceous that are now wreaking havoc in our world, a family to which, of course, the Quetzalcoatlus belongs. Despite the deployment of military reinforcements, the creatures are outnumbering and overpowering GPAC units. Most alarming of all, this new species appears to be even more resilient than the Quetzalcoatlus. Their larger body mass allows them to withstand heavy gunfire that would be lethal to other creatures. According to experts, these pterosaurs were first detected in Romania, where they managed to evade human detection systems. However, what remains a complete mystery is their sudden mass migration to the US East Coast. There's no clear natural explanation for this movement, though some researchers are already proposing a disturbing theory. This exodus is directly linked to the open war against the Quetzalcoatlus, as if nature itself were striking back. Meanwhile, the Toronto Zoo has been shut down indefinitely and is now under investigation due to growing safety concerns. One of the zookeepers, whose identity remains unknown, was fired after intentionally releasing Oompi Jr., claiming he just wanted to save him. This act triggered an intense search operation to locate the animal. At the same time, an outbreak of illness has been reported among zoo staff, resulting in several employees being hospitalized. The exact nature of the condition remains unknown, but the most shocking development comes from a recent statement by one of the caretakers, who now claims that Oompi Jr.'s father, was never actually infected with tuberculosis, as we were told back in Season 1. According to his testimony, the diagnosis was allegedly fabricated by the zoo's shareholders in an effort to cover up the real cause of death, and thus prevent the facility from being shut down. This revelation has reignited theories suggesting a direct connection between the mysterious illness affecting the staff and Umpi's untimely death. In other headlines, a prehistoric insect known as Meganura has been spotted in France, a giant dragonfly species with a wingspan of over 2 feet. While its diet consists mostly of frogs, spiders, and even other dragonflies, and it poses no direct threat to humans unless provoked. Just take a look at this thing. I think anyone would run the other way just seeing one from a distance, but beyond the fear they inspire, their actual impact has been devastating. The Meganura infestation has wiped out large-scale crops, triggering a crisis in France's agricultural sector. This, in turn, has directly affected tourism, whose dramatic decline is now pushing the country toward a serious economic catastrophe. In response, GPAC has released a statement announcing the deployment of special forces equipped with an experimental pesticide specifically engineered to eliminate insects of this size. However, the secrecy surrounding both the ingredients of the compound and its potential side effects has sparked significant public concern, fueling skepticism about the transparency and safety of the entire operation. We now turn to Brazil, where a tragic incident has been reported. Camila Nascimento, a 25-year-old woman, was found dead, her body bearing multiple wounds consistent with bite marks. According to authorities, the victim had been searching for her missing cat when she was attacked. What's most unsettling is that the entire incident was captured by the security cameras at her home. Here's the footage.
Lola, do you want some treats?
What you just saw on screen is a Smilodon, or as many of you might know it, a saber-toothed tiger. This predator can weigh up to 400 pounds and reach speeds of up to 30 miles per hour. Its combination of raw strength and ambush tactics makes it one of the deadliest prehistoric creatures to have re-emerged so far. Across Brazil, massive holes have begun appearing in populated areas from which these prehistoric felines are emerging, turning vast regions into their hunting grounds. GPAC continues to patrol major cities, carrying out its mission to protect civilians. However, rural and sparsely populated areas remain dangerously exposed, leaving many communities completely vulnerable. The situation is further complicated by the actions of criminal cartels, who have taken advantage of the chaos to flood the black market with weapons and tighten their territorial grip. For many of the most vulnerable, turning to the cartels has become the only viable means of survival. Meanwhile, it has been confirmed that the number of openings has increased exponentially since the last broadcast, displacing an alarming number of people. Although GPAC had pledged to relocate residents living near these zones, budget cuts have made that promise impossible to fulfill. Additionally, a direct link has now been established between underwater openings and the rising water levels, critically increasing the risk of flooding in coastal regions. Despite the severity of the situation, the broadcast ends on a note of hope. History has shown that humanity knows how to adapt, and it will do so once again. Finally, we meet Dr. Adrian Hallowey, the man in charge of documenting every discovery related to the Daba, now held in custody. According to his own account, he was never told the exact purpose behind the study of these prehistoric creatures. He was simply instructed not to ask questions, Even so, he and his team were transferred to a classified facility in the United States known as Paradise Ranch, a complex where live specimens such as the Quetzalcoatlus and the Smilodon are being held captive. His main task, to study the Daba, which he describes as a true scientific marvel. On the very first day of observation, Dr. Hallowey notes that the fleshy pads on the creature's feet absorb impact far more efficiently than those of a common T-Rex. The specimen weighs approximately 16,734 pounds and stands 12.5 feet tall at the hip. Hair, tissue, and blood samples have been collected for future analysis. However, the doctor soon begins to notice something unusual. The Daba shows signs of restlessness, as if it hasn't yet adjusted to its surroundings. Because of this, he considers requesting a delay of 1 or 2 days before conducting further tests. Jumping ahead to day 9, Dr. Hallowey is left stunned. Despite its massive size, the creature is still an infant. It's still growing. And the most unsettling part? Since its arrival, no one has seen it sleep. According to the report, soldiers were able to sedate it with a 7.6 milligram dose of carfentanil, an extremely powerful tranquilizer, which made its transport to the facility possible. But things quickly begin to take a disturbing turn. Dr. Hallowey starts noticing inexplicable malfunctions in the equipment, monitors flickering, lights failing without reason, and repeated interruptions in the backup power supply. Tensions among the staff begin to rise. Then, something deeply unsettling happens. As he watches the creature through the monitor, the Daba slowly lifts its head and stares directly into the camera, as if it knows it's being watched, as if it knows exactly who is watching. What happens next will chill you to the bone. This thing is not a dinosaur.
Is it? Looking at me?
And if you thought the video was over, you were very wrong. Hidden in the description of this episode is a direct link to a secret piece of content. Once accessed, we hear the following message.
From the dawn of your trembling ascent, when you first clawed fire from the dark, we laid the beasts before you. Creatures of ancient flesh hidden in the earth's folds. We let them walk amongst you. Let them remind you of your smallness. We watched. And how did you greet them? With awe? With reverence? No. With stone and spear. You hunted them, carved them apart, wore their hides like stolen power. You did not kneel in deference to what had come before you. No, you slaughtered what we set upon your land. You were not meant to conquer the wild. You were meant to live within it. But instead, you grew into the sickness of dominion, a species that believes survival is its right and not its trial. But you are not without hope. There is one among you now, a witness. It has come from the abyss to which all things must return. A child, new and unstained, a vessel of pure sight. It will walk among you, see you as you are, not as you pretend to be. It will taste your kindness and your cruelty, weigh your greed against your mercy. It will see the hands that build
hands that destroy. And when its time is done, it will return to us. It will tell us what it has seen. And we will decide.
What we just heard is a solemn monologue, almost divine in tone, that seems to come from a higher entity, something that has been watching humanity since the dawn of time. We were never alone. From our very first steps as a species, we were already being observed, and that we were not alone by chance. These prehistoric creatures now returning are not random biological accidents. They were placed here, sent to coexist with us, or to test us. But humanity failed from day one. Instead of admiring them, respecting them, or learning from them, we turned them into prey. We hunted them, tore them apart, and wrapped ourselves in their skin. We did not revere them, we dominated them. And that, according to this voice, was our greatest sin, believing ourselves superior. Forgetting that before we became rulers of the planet, we were merely a part of it. The most disturbing part of the message isn't the accusation, it's what comes next. Because despite everything, we are not yet condemned. According to this entity, there is still a chance. That chance comes in the form of a witness, a pure creature, newly arrived, untouched by history or bias, an innocent being who will walk among us, observing with unclouded eyes, to see who we truly are when no one is watching. And if you've been paying attention, you already know who that witness is. The Daba, an infant, a conscious being, one who watches, one who listens, one who analyzes. This witness records our actions, measuring our cruelty against our compassion, and when its time among us ends, it will return to wherever it came from and deliver its judgment. Only then will they decide. Who are they? We don't know. They might be gods. That's the most likely answer. They might be nature itself, or perhaps something we've yet to understand. But what's certain is this. This isn't just a story about dinosaurs or extinct creatures. It's a story about us, and whether or not we deserve to keep existing. Minecraft, one of the most popular video games of all time. An almost infinite world where you can get lost and let your imagination run wild. But what if I told you Minecraft can become something much darker and disturbing? This blocky universe has been the perfect playground for countless creative minds, but not always with the goal of building something amazing. Some have used it to bring unsettling horror stories to life. From bizarre experiments and players losing total control of their world, to full-blown horror mini-movies that could send shivers down your spine. The first video begins with the player greeting the audience. If we translate what he is saying, it's clear that this is someone testing seeds in Minecraft version 1.15.2. He mentioned finding a lot of interesting things. From there, the player sets off to find a tree to begin gathering resources. Out of nowhere, if you watch the video in full screen, a message appears on the side of the screen. Speedrun mistakes, accompanied by a counter that increases as the video progresses. While exploring, the player spots smoke from a campfire in the distance, which signals the presence of a village. He comments that he will head there to find the blacksmith's house, as it usually contains useful items. However, this village is far from ordinary. Here, we see some very strange villagers. They are taller than usual, appear 2D, and have expressions of suffering. The player continues exploring and comes across a small villager who, unlike the others, seems normal. As if that weren't odd enough, they also find a completely deformed cat. What's most striking is that the player acts as though everything is normal. When he attempts to enter the blacksmith's house, one of these peculiar villagers blocks the way. The player mentions that he can't get inside, and the video ends. By carefully analyzing the title and description, we can gather the following.
Top 1 unsuccessful Minecraft speedrun. This speedrun was the most disastrous in my Minecraft career. I decided to post its record so that others would not repeat my mistakes.
At first glance, it seems the player was attempting a speedrun. That's likely why he headed straight for the village, as blacksmith houses typically have valuable loot like iron or obsidian. However, he stumbled upon this bizarre village filled with strange and unsettling villagers, which ultimately derailed his plans. The big question remains: what happened in that place to mutate the villagers into such grotesque forms? In the second video, we see a blue screen as a world is generated in Minecraft version 1.15.2. Right at the start, a text appears on screen that reads,
"Assimilation level, minimum."
The player greets the audience and explains that he is in Sector 69 to investigate, as he was informed that the assimilation levels have dropped. In the background, we hear villagers and distorted game sounds. At this point, it becomes clear that numerous villages are being listed and assigned. The player mentions that night fell while he was working. On screen, a new text appears.
"Assimilation level, DEF+.
The player checks if the villagers are asleep and enters a house where we see the strange villagers, who, according to the player, appear to be asleep. The recording cuts and the text changes again.
"Assimilation level, DEF++.
The player says he will connect these entities to a system to generate energy for an experiment. He also mentioned hiding all the evidence so the experiment can continue. All of this is so unsettling. The on-screen text changes once more.
"Assimilation level, EXT.
The player approaches the village well and enters a hidden room where villagers are confined. He explains that it was challenging to lure the villagers to this location, where we see two of them connected to what looks like a screen. The player then opens a chest, revealing more villagers inside, and comments on using redstone to power the mechanism. The video cuts again, and when it resumes, an ultrasound image appears on the screen, accompanied by the text at the bottom.
"Get outside."
The player mentions that the connected villagers are trying to communicate. Suddenly, something truly disturbing appears. A sonogram image of a baby with 3 eyes, accompanied by the text.
"He's trying to get out."
The player ends the video by stating that the villagers' fetuses have managed to communicate. All of this is incredibly strange. If we translate the title and the description, it reads,
"Where do villagers disappear to in Minecraft? How can you make villager babies talk in Minecraft?" I received a message saying that the village in Minecraft was experiencing a low level of assimilation. I came to check it out, but I never expected to see this.
Based on what we've seen so far, it seems these villagers are assimilated villagers being used in an experiment to make their fetuses talk. Artemech appears to be directly involved in this experiment, yet the ultimate purpose behind all of this remains a profound mystery. In the next video, we see 2 villagers and a house before the following message appears on screen.
"I have been here for 4 days already. Do you think you can rid of us? Dad promised to pick us up. Where are you?"
The scene then cuts to a recording of someone walking through what seems to be a basement. Suddenly, they come across something on the floor that we can't see because it's censored. A message follows.
"It's been edited, but I have to show everyone what he did. Everyone needs to know why he made them stay indoors."
Later, we witness a conversation between 2 villagers, a father and his son, Victor, referred to as the victim.
"Dad. What? I'm trapped in the basement. What? Help me. There is someone in the room. There is someone in the room. There is someone in the room. Dad.
Yes.
I'm trapped in the basement. Help me." "Dad." Victor was assimilated. There is one victim left, hid in the cellar room. He waited a minute and tried to escape. Was found by Victor.
What exactly did we just watch? This video delves deeper into the concept of the assimilated and reveals a grim story where a father and his son, Victor, both end up assimilated. Someone mentions there's one victim left, and another responds that they hid in the cellar room. They waited for a minute before attempting to escape, only to be found by Victor. What follows is a recording of this encounter. The person recording hides while we hear the footsteps of that thing approaching. The atmosphere grows darker and more oppressive until the screen fades completely to black, marking the end of the video. This video is the shortest of them all. It shows a player exploring a pitch-dark cave, cautiously moving forward. However, they suddenly stop upon encountering one of the assimilated villagers. The player seems startled, steps back, and the video abruptly ends. The description reads,
"My bad, that's not a villager."
As mentioned, this is a very short video. Interestingly, this Minecraft session appears to be unrelated to everything we've seen so far, suggesting that whatever is happening here may have spread to other worlds. In the next video, we see the world selection screen. It shows a few worlds. One with a strange title, likely the result of mashing random keys, something many of us have done. A world titled New World, another named Real Victor is Here, and a final one called Test 37. The player selects the first world, which loads into a skyblock map. Here, we see an assimilated villager standing alongside two regular villagers. A sign next to the assimilated villager, when translated from German, reads Father, while the sign near the normal villagers reads Farm. Next, the player enters a house with no floor and falls into the void below. The camera then pans back to the villagers, including a small one that also walks into the house and falls to its death. The description states,
"Villagers are living in a pretty utopian world, but..."
Each video becomes stranger than the last. Let's dive a bit deeper to see if we can shed some light on this bizarre story. Finally, we return to Artemek, picking up exactly where his last appearance left off. As we saw previously, he comments on how astonishing it is that the fetuses of the assimilated villagers can communicate. The footage abruptly cuts, and once again the text assimilation level DEF++ appears. The player reaches a room, and we see in the chat that a generic entity has disconnected. He enters the room, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, a scream is heard, and a dark-skinned entity appears. The player, terrified, attempts to hide. He peeks out, and the entity seems to have disappeared. But moments later, it re-emerges, crawling on the floor with a pulsating piece of flesh embedded in its torso. The player flees and manages to trap the entity. We then see him escaping from the area through the village well. However, if we translate the title, we discover that this village is different from the previous one.
System 69 to 42. Village connection. How to abandon an inferior child in Minecraft. Consequences.
After reaching the village in Sector 42, the player remarks that he will verify the number of inhabitants. Upon arriving, he observes that there appears to be no one. We hear him walking, his breathing slightly agitated, likely still scared. Suddenly, an assimilated villager appears, and a text on the screen indicates that the assimilation level is 0. The player comments that the assimilated villagers have realized he is responsible for what happened to them. Deciding to return to Sector 69, he descends into the well again, passing the room where the dark entity was trapped. However, the doors open, and the player assumes the entity has escaped. Despite this, he continues to the experiment rooms to retrieve a sample and escape. As he enters the experiment room, an alarm goes off. Several assimilated villagers appear, and the player seems visibly terrified. On the screen, an assimilated villager says,
"The fruit is here. Why?"
The player watches in horror as the captive villagers begin to change, turning reddish as if preparing to attack. Suddenly, a minecart appears, and after several cuts, we see the following. Victor, now fully assimilated, is trying to capture the player. Despite this, the player manages to board the minecart and seemingly escape. The video ends and the description reads,
"I survived after the exit from Village 69 was blocked by real metal barricades. I discovered that the tunnels beneath the village lead to neighboring villages, but it takes a lot of effort to move further. So, I decided to return. It's not my fault that Victor suffered from the entity in his house, which appeared during a version transition. In fact, the village shouldn't even exist because the version is too old. But that didn't stop Victor from suffering. Victor blames me, so I don't want to see him."
This video is deeply unsettling and reveals several key points. First, we now know that the villages are interconnected through underground tunnels where experiments are conducted. A new type of assimilation is introduced in the form of the dark-skinned entity, which suddenly appeared during a version transition. This entity was responsible for Victor's assimilation. It becomes clear that the assimilated villagers are aware the player is to blame for their plight, and they are now seeking to capture and kill him. Finally, Victor appears, harboring a desire for revenge against the player, as he seemingly suffered the most. From the title, we can infer that Victor may have had a disability, which led to his abandonment. Finally, we reach the last video. Here we see the same floating island from earlier. However, an eerie sound plays in the background. Deep, agonized wails, as if from someone in excruciating pain. The camera pans to reveal two villagers who are not yet fully assimilated, though their textures look odd. Perhaps they are mid-assimilation. These two are none other than Victor and Artemek. And then this happens.
Assimilation completed. Victor will never be abandoned. A new father will not be able to betray. You were born here and you are glad."
The video ends here, and when we look at the description, it reads,
"Hello world. I'm a default Minecraft villager, and I live with my kid, Victor."
Taking all of this into account, it becomes evident that Artemek failed to escape from Victor and was ultimately assimilated. What we witness in this video is his painful and agonizing transformation, a process that strips away his humanity and reshapes him into a new father for Victor. A crucial detail that solidifies this interpretation is the description of this final video. Previously, the descriptions contained relevant information added by Artemek himself. Now, however, the description reflects the perspective of a newly assimilated villager. This harrowing conclusion demonstrates the full extent of Victor's vengeance and the horrifying implications of the assimilation process. Artemek is no longer himself. He is now just another victim of this twisted, tragic cycle. Artemek paid for everything he did. This series seems to have come to an end, but there are still many unanswered questions. What is the true purpose behind this experiment? Why is there such an interest in the communication between the assimilated fetuses? And what is the real origin of that strange black entity? The floor is yours. Share your theories in the comments. In the first video, everything seems normal. A player named Clayton M634 uploads a video showcasing his base. During the tour, we see various areas such as a mini roller coaster, an animal pen, a storage room, and his bedroom. As I mentioned at the beginning, there's nothing unusual in this video. However, in the next one, something happens that truly raises questions. Clayton claims to have found a massive cave and heads toward it. Its structure resembles modern Minecraft terrain generation. However, in the top left corner of the screen, it shows that he is playing on Beta 1.6, a version where this kind of terrain generation is impossible. After this, a new video is uploaded from the perspective of another player named Samuel Sampson 12. The description mentions that Samuel is Clayton's friend, and that they both play on the same server, though not always at the same time. In his video, Samuel explores the world in search of the perfect spot to build his base. Eventually, he comes across a massive cave similar to the one near Clayton's house, and, without much thought, decides to settle there. In the next video, Samuel shows us his progress. However, as he descends into the cave, he encounters something he never expected to find.
I just finished building my house, and I'm going to show it to you. Here we go.
Samuel stumbles upon something unsettling. A strange black and gray entity with a large, eerie white grin lurks in the distance. When he tries to get closer, the screen suddenly distorts, and loud, high-pitched noises begin playing in the background. Terrified, Samuel runs back to Clayton's base as fast as he can to tell him what just happened. When he arrives, both of them head up to the second floor and begin discussing what Samuel saw.
Sit down. What did you see at your base? I don't know, it was weird. How weird? Very odd. It was this baby-looking entity, I guess that's the word. It had some fluid all over it. Looked like blood, but I couldn't tell from that far away. I don't believe you. It was there, no doubt. I still don't believe you. I swear to God there was something. Do you want me to go check? If you want, but I'm not going anywhere near there.
Samuel struggles to explain exactly what he saw, and Clayton doesn't believe him, so he decides to go to Samuel's base and see for himself. Upon arrival, we see Samuel's base, but there's nothing inside. Clayton decides to explore a bit further. However, something stops him. Overcome with terror and confusion, Clayton is confronted by a strange entity with a single, enormous eye blocking his path, but this isn't the same entity that Samuel saw. Panicking, Clayton flees, even trying to hide in the darkness of the cave. However, that thing finds him again. Running out of options, he takes refuge inside Samuel's base, hoping to wait it out. After some time, Clayton, seeing that the situation seems safe, leaves the house and returns to the surface. If we check the video's description, we find a strange code. When deciphered, it appears to be a fragment of a YouTube link. Following it leads to a video where, surprisingly, nothing unusual happens. We simply see Samuel waiting for Clayton to return. After some time, Clayton finally makes it back to his base. However, something strange happens. The small roller coaster he showcased in his first video has disappeared. While it could have been intentionally removed, it seems suspicious given the type of story we're witnessing. Another oddity is that Samuel, who was supposed to be waiting for him, is nowhere to be found. Then again, maybe he got bored of waiting and left the server. In the next video, we see Clayton playing a new version of Minecraft that is clearly unofficial. Minecraft Beta 1.6 Smile. During his session, he grabs some food from his storage. However, in the blink of an eye, we see him accidentally open another chest, revealing coal blocks and emeralds, materials that did not exist in Beta 1.6. But the strangest thing is a peculiar, half-broken green diamond. Undoubtedly, this is due to the unusual version of the game Clayton is playing, an altered version of Beta 1.6. After this, he decides to go mining, but upon leaving his base, he notices that where the small roller coaster once stood, there is now a small hole, as if a creeper had exploded there. Next, we see the perspective of Samuel. His goal is to cook the raw meat he has stored in the base. While doing so, he notices something unsettling. The hole seen in the previous video seems to have grown slightly larger. Shortly after, and to his misfortune, Samuel encounters another entity. This one is different from the ones we've seen before, though it shares one distinct feature with the first entity, its smile. Perhaps these smiles are connected to the name of this version of the game. However, this theory is somewhat contradictory, given that the first entity appeared before they switched to the smile version. Later, Clayton and Samuel have a conversation in which they confirm that neither of them has done anything to enlarge the hole. They also discuss the mysterious creature Samuel saw. Because of this, Clayton decides to contact the technical support team for this version of Minecraft. He then opens the official website, where we can read the following.
Minecraft Smile official website. Minecraft Smile is a branch of Minecraft Beta 1.6. We, Team Smile, got direct access to the source code from Notch. We are happy to take feedback and suggestions to improve the game. If you encounter any bugs, please report them.
On the website, there are 3 available links, one for logging in, one for reporting bugs, and another for accessing the changelog. The page appears to be exclusive to developers, as there is no option to register. The changelog lists all versions of Minecraft Smile. If we navigate to the current version that Clayton and Samuel are playing, we see that certain secret elements were added, such as a new type of ore and high-speed bricks, whose functionality can be observed in one of the videos. What follows is a 4-minute-long video in which absolutely nothing happens. It simply shows the hole on a rainy night while a strange song plays in the background. The next video is recorded from the perspective of a new character named QA, which stands for Quality Assurance. QA introduces himself as part of the support team for this version. In the server, alongside Samuel, QA mentions that he has come to fix a reported bug. Samuel leads him to the hole, which has grown significantly larger by this point. QA looks confused and remarks that it seems like something has been digging the hole. He has no idea how to fix it, but says he will discuss it with his team. At this point, 2 unsettling questions arise. First, why didn't Samuel mention anything about the entities he encountered? And second, why does the support team of a game connect directly to the player's world to inspect the error firsthand? Something definitely doesn't add up. Next, we see Clayton and Samuel playing in a new version. Through their conversation, we learn that the whole issue has been resolved, which is also confirmed on the website. Then, the 2 friends discuss the version of the game. It is revealed that the version they are playing is not yet available to the general public. Apparently, they are some sort of testers. From this point on, they simply start messing around with these strange green blocks. After a while, Clayton goes upstairs, but strangely, the torches are gone. He asks Samuel about it, but Samuel is still testing the high-speed blocks. The obvious question arises, who or what removed the torches? And not only that, later we learn that the ladders have also disappeared. All this is extremely bizarre. In this latest video, Clayton and Samuel joke about leaking the beta, saying they'd probably get killed for it. I highlight this because it might be important later on. In the next video, we can see that the wooden blocks and planks have changed to a grayish tone, and the hole has grown again. Shortly after, QA joins the server and explains that he has found a way to fix the issue, but before doing so, QA asks why Clayton's house has gray planks. Clayton responds that they simply changed when he updated the game. QA is unable to fix that problem at the moment, but he can address the hole. To do this, they place a special block directly inside it, ensuring that this will stop it from expanding. During their conversation, a person named Smile is mentioned, who is apparently the main developer of these versions. At the end of the video, Clayton asks how much longer these versions will remain private. QA responds that they don't know since Smile has never provided that information. I still wonder why a support team member joins the server and fixes bugs by placing a block instead of doing it through the game's code. This is all highly suspicious.
Tell me, did the fix work?
It appears so.
Are you sure?
I joined after they got offline, and the hole was patched up.
Good. Do you want to know the cause of the bug?
Well, of course.
It's because of a bug in Smile 1's code. Weird things spawning because he was trying to add new zombie types or something. At least that's what I was told.
But how do those weird zombie things cause the hole?
They dig the hole.
Why?
Let's analyze what we just saw. In this new video, QA has a conversation with Smile 2, who appears to be one of the main developers. During their discussion, it is revealed that the holes appearing in players' worlds are caused by bugs in the code written by Smile 1. Additionally, Smile 2 mentions that strange things appear because Smile 1 attempted to add new types of zombies or something along those lines. This means that these new zombies are responsible for the appearance of the holes. And by zombies, they are referring to the mysterious entities that Clayton and Samuel previously encountered. In the next video, we see that the hole has disappeared. Clayton must have felt some relief at that moment, though it wouldn't last long. Clayton hears a terrifying sound behind him, and as he turns around, he sees a one-eyed creature charging toward him. This is the same entity he had previously seen when inspecting Samuel's base. Fortunately, he manages to take cover in time. After a while, he decides to step outside to check if everything is in order. However, suddenly there is an explosion near the hole. Clayton quickly rushes down and, at the bottom, he sees that the special block that had been placed to stop the hole's expansion is now on the ground. When he picks it up, he realizes that he can no longer place it back. It's clear that this is the work of the entities. We're back to square one. The bug has returned. Here, we have a conversation between Smile 2 and Smile 4, where they discuss the bugs reported by testers, such as the texture change in the planks of Clayton's house, along with other unresolved issues. We also learned that Clayton and Samuel are not the only testers. Finally, two texts appear, which, when combined, read,
"Problems don't solve themselves, but ours do."
This phrase is quite intriguing, but it's still too early to theorize about its meaning. You'll have to wait a little longer. In another video, Clayton and Samuel discuss the whole issue again. Even after the support team's intervention, the situation has not improved. Later, the two friends step outside and see just how massive the hole has become. They attempt to cover it up, but soon, something unexpected happens. It seems there is no hope. It is now evident that this is no longer just a simple bug. After all, even the developers themselves don't understand what's happening in their own game. Over time, this strange anomaly reaches Clayton and Samuel's house and begins consuming it. Then we see the perspective of Samuel, who, along with Clayton, starts rebuilding their base. But in the process, they come across something even stranger, a hidden place beneath the house. Inside, they found a massive room made of smile blocks, resembling some kind of meeting room. At this point, it's not far-fetched to think that the development team is behind all of this. Remember, only the developers have access to this special block. And do you remember who created it? Exactly, the mastermind behind it all is most likely Smile 1. After everything that happened, they managed to rebuild the base, and it even looks better than before. We also see that the game has been updated to a new version. Sometime later, Smile 2 joins the server and talks to Clayton about the situation. Smile 2 claims he has come to fix all the previous errors, and they even discuss the mysterious hidden place that appeared after the destruction of their old home. During the conversation, Clayton's camera starts shaking slightly as he looks at Smile 2. I think it's more than obvious now. In the end, Smile 2 asks him to leave the server so he can fix the supposed problem. Clayton decides to log out of his server and joins another one, where we meet Jude, another tester who plays alone in his world. Seeing this, Clayton invites him to play on his server so he doesn't have to play alone. Later, Jude gives Clayton a tour of his base, and Clayton informs him that he'll have to wait a bit longer before returning to his server since Smile is still fixing a bug. In the next video, Clayton finally returns to his server along with Jude. However, they discover that the small hole from before has become massive. It's clear that there's nothing left to do there, so the friends have no choice but to move to a safer location. Some time has passed since the last video, as we can see that the game has received a couple of updates. Here we are introduced to the new base of Clayton, Samuel, and Jude. At some point, Clayton asks about a long tunnel that appeared in the storage area. Jude replies that he built it while they were offline, but he doesn't really know why he did it. After this statement, an awkward silence falls between the three players. This definitely raises some suspicions about Jude. Could he be involved in all of this? Later, Clayton mentions that he misses their second base and suggests visiting it someday. However, the torches start disappearing again, and not just the torches, all the lighting is gone. At one point, we see Jude enter the server, yet he never actually appears anywhere. Because of this, Clayton and Samuel begin to grow suspicious of him. At the end of the video, Samuel spots something in the distance and heads toward the forest, only to be killed by something. He rushes back to retrieve his items, but his inventory seems to have been replaced with different objects. Too many errors and strange occurrences have happened at this point, and they realize that reporting them to the Smile team is no longer a good idea. Things only seem to get worse when they do. In the end, they decide to visit their old base to see what state it's in. The place is completely barren. No trees, no grass. Everything is desolate. The base has disappeared entirely, and in its place lies a massive hole, so deep that its bottom is not even visible. Clayton and Samuel build a small shelter to take refuge in, and afterward, Samuel descends to the bottom of the hole. There, he finds a chest containing a smile block. When he hovers his mouse over the item, disturbing background noises can be heard. He stores it in his inventory and returns to Clayton. Next, there are two related videos recorded from different perspectives. In the first, we follow Samuel again. The temporary shelter they had built is being replaced by random blocks, some even vanishing altogether. It seems the creator is converting blocks into others before making them disappear. This could mean that the blocks Samuel found at the bottom of the hole are the last remnants of their former base. At one point, Samuel descends once more, and when he looks up, he can make out the silhouette of that strange, one-eyed entity. The second video, however, is recorded from the perspective of this very entity. Curiously, this one is titled Surveillance. Once there, Samuel places the smile block, and everything changes. In the following video, we remain in Samuel's perspective. Everything around him appears to have been restored, and the smile block is now secured under a gray plank structure. Shortly after, Clayton joins the server, visibly angry about what happened.
What the fuck? What happened? I don't know. Did you do this? Okay, yes, I did this, but it was an accident, and I'm sorry. What the hell did you do? Did this happen to the entire world? I don't know, listen, I'm sorry. You betrayed me. We spent so much time working on that world, and now it's fucking gone.
After this, Samuel is never seen again. Clayton then attempts to break the smile block. At that moment, Smile 4 joins the server and asks what happened to their world. As they talk, a figure with a glowing white grin can be seen lurking in the darkness. The entity watches Clayton and, within seconds, attacks him. This is the very same being that Samuel saw at the start of the story. Clayton manages to shake it off and then explains to Smile 4 what happened. Smile 4 is shocked by this turn of events, as they believe Smile 1 had taken care of these things long ago. Smile 4 tells Clayton that everything happened because Samuel placed the block at the exact coordinates needed to activate an unfinished function. Originally, this spot was supposed to open a portal to a new dimension, but since the code was incomplete, the entire world was reset. At some point during their conversation, Clayton asks about Samuel's whereabouts, but Smile 4 says they don't know, though they'll try to find out what happened to him. Finally, we arrive at the final video. Here we see a lonely Clayton who has built a small house around the smile block, and that is all we know. It's been over a year since the last video was published, which suggests this might be the end of the story, though the conclusion feels somewhat unresolved. Ultimately, Clayton loses everything. His friends, his bases, and, in general, his entire world is completely destroyed. What's the explanation behind these events? I'm convinced that Smile 1 is the cause of everything. Throughout the story, we never see him directly, but QA, Smile 2, and Smile 4 constantly mention him, claiming that he was trying to fix errors. However, the game's glitches and anomalies don't seem to have happened by accident. Plus, it appears there are more people involved beyond Smile 1, as suggested by the strange meeting room hidden beneath Clayton and Samuel's house. This hints at the involvement of multiple individuals or entities, possibly pointing to a larger conspiracy. On the other hand, if we analyze the behavior of some staff members, like QA or Smile 4, it becomes clear that even they don't fully understand what's happening. However, Smile 2, who seems to be second in command, raises some suspicions. I believe his involvement becomes evident in that one scene where the camera slightly shakes. Then there's the smile block, an object created by Smile 1 himself, which appears to control Samuel's mind at the end. When he hovers his mouse over the block, a strange sound starts playing. What if the block is actually communicating with him? And finally, we have the mysterious phrase, "Problems don't solve themselves, but ours do." This raises an even bigger question. What's the real reason behind Smile 1 and his team's actions? For now, here's my theory. The game world seems designed to self-destruct, populated by entities that chase and torment the players. In this way, Smile 1's team doesn't have to intervene directly. Their problems solve themselves. And what's the problem? The players. Players are an obstacle, but the world and its entities take care of them without the team having to lift a finger. However, this leads to even more questions. Why are the players a problem in the first place? Does it have something to do with Clayton and Samuel's intention to leak the beta in the future? I don't think so. that wouldn't be a strong enough motive, especially since this situation doesn't only affect Clayton and Samuel. Other testers are involved too. Also, what real solution do the game world and its entities provide beyond just harassing players in-game? And there are still more unanswered mysteries. What happened to Jude, and what role does he play in all of this? His behavior was extremely strange. And what really happened to Samuel? Why is Smile 4 able to investigate his case? Couldn't he have just logged out of the server and been fine? Alright, I think it's time to stop. This whole thing feels like a puzzle with missing pieces, and it's likely we'll never be able to complete it. What do you guys think? Let me know your thoughts and theories in the comments. MiSide begins like any ordinary day. You wake up, stretch, get dressed, handle your responsibilities, and in your free time you enjoy taking care of your favorite Tamagotchi, Mita. From that very first interaction, a special bond is formed. She already knows you. At first, Mita asks for simple things, feeding her, helping with daily tasks, doing small favors. But gradually, those favors take on a strange tone, as if you're unwittingly participating in some secret experiment. Each little action seems to grant Mita something more, an increasing control over your mind. Suddenly, you find yourself trapped in a distorted reality. You can't tell whether she brought you here or if it's just a trick of your own mind. This place bears an unsettling resemblance to Mita's home in the Tamagotchi, but everything is excessively bright, almost ethereal, exposing its artificial nature. In this space, Mita starts leaving messages written on the walls, guiding you to the next step of her experiment. Eventually, a machine pulls you fully into her world. When she sees you, Mita jumps with joy. Her plan has worked. You're here now with her, and there's no way back. Mita appears sweet, kind, and charming. She invites you to cook, chat, and even play video games within this virtual world. But when you ask how to return to your reality, she avoids answering. Her reasoning seems irrefutable. This world is simpler, more efficient. Here, mundane tasks, like chopping a carrot, carry multiplied significance. Everything seems tailored for a life without complications. Yet your body and mind begin to distort. This isn't your world. Mita offers you pills to stabilize yourself, assuring you she's worked hard to make it possible for you to stay. Everything seems under control until you hear banging sounds coming from her closet. Mita denies hearing them, or rather, pretends not to. But your curiosity grows. When you persist, she blocks access and throws a couple of emotionally manipulative questions your way.
どうして信じてくれないの？私、何か間違ったことしてる？私はただ私と一緒にいてほしいだけなの。
Eventually, she relents, but not without first plunging everything into oppressive darkness. The once bright atmosphere fades, and the closet transforms into a door, leading to a hidden basement. To get the key, you must explore the house, which gradually morphs into a stage of disturbing visions. At one point, you find Mita crying. But to your surprise, she's not the same Mita you've come to know. She seems far more sensitive and vulnerable. It's then that the darker version reappears, making it clear that there are multiple versions of Mita. Descending into the basement, we encounter another version of Mita, Kind Mita. She reveals a chilling truth. A corrupted version, known as Crazy Mita, has taken control. Crazy Mita uses players who enter this world as mere cartridges for her own purposes and entertainment. Those who have lost themselves wander aimlessly, unaware that they've already been turned into cartridges, endlessly used as entertainment for someone else. In this basement, we also discover a console where these cartridges are utilized, revealing that we are trapped inside her game. However, removing ourselves would result in instant death. We would cease to exist entirely. It's clear that escaping won't be easy. Crazy Mita is everywhere, manipulating various versions of MiSide. What we see is nothing more than her interacting with another player who has fallen into her grasp. In fact, she's been playing with us all along, because if we break the game a little, this is what we see when we're not looking directly at her. We then press a red button on the right side, causing a distortion similar to one we experienced earlier, suggesting that another player had been watching us and playing with us before. Kind Mita gives us a ring, which she explains later, as Crazy Mita appears to confront us, knowing we've interfered with the other player. Kind Mita scolds her, demanding to know why she needs players, and why she treats them like toys. In our attempt to flee, we arrive at an incomplete space known as Beyond the World. Here, textures fail to load, paths blur, and realities collide in a chaotic limbo. This space acts as both a refuge for lost players and a prison for miniature trapped versions of themselves. These tiny representations accumulate in this surreal environment, serving no apparent purpose. Soon after, we reunite with Kind Mita, who explains the purpose of the ring, a crucial piece in this twisted narrative. This artifact acts as a guide through the fragmented worlds, allowing us to cross doors and access new versions of the game. The ultimate goal is the core, a place where Crazy Mita cannot reach. However, there's a catch. While the ring helps us progress, it also keeps us trapped in this endless cycle. Crazy Mita designed it as part of her game, a cruel illusion of freedom wrapped in labyrinthine challenges and psychological manipulation. But the mission goes far deeper. Reaching the core will not only provide answers, but also lead us to Core Mita. Perhaps there, we can uncover the true origin of the chaos and understand why Mita became fragmented into these multiple versions. Among her revelations, Kind Mita drops a few intriguing secrets about this lost world, or rather, about what lies beyond it. She speaks of a version of Mita that couldn't archive her existence. Her home was erased, and now she wanders aimlessly, trapped in an empty, meaningless reality. She also mentions Ugly Mita, a failed prototype of the game known for generating terrifying and dangerous glitches. This version adds yet another layer of unease to an already deeply disturbing universe. But escaping this interconnected nightmare won't be easy. Kind Mita has a plan. She wants to introduce us to another version. However, this Mita has been reset. Her memory has been wiped, and now she only repeats pre-programmed lines. They call her Cool Mita. Cool Mita was supposed to assist us with essential technology, helping us chart a clearer path to the core using the ring. But due to her current state, Kind Mita must step into that role, while we share a brief moment of calm with her. After some time, it's time to say goodbye. Kind Mita sets our final course and gives us one last instruction. We must continue alone. Our next destination is The Loop, a forgotten dimension clearly inspired by PT. Here, we walk through the same hallway over and over again, each iteration becoming progressively more terrifying. This corner of the game was created for someone long forgotten. Here resides Tiny Mita, a version seemingly trapped in eternal childhood, waiting for someone to stay and play with her. But her distorted face and eerie presence make her profoundly unsettling. The reason for her existence remains a mystery. Tiny Mita speaks in a weak, fading voice, as if she's on the brink of disappearing entirely. She tells us she doesn't understand what happened, only that everything good seems to fade away, and her words slowly dissolve into the void. Eventually, in a desperate attempt to escape the loop, we throw ourselves out of a window, but the outside offers no solace. We find ourselves standing before a dark, lifeless field, a void that seems to devour reality itself. The game is incomplete here, and then she appears again. Always one step ahead, Crazy Mita manipulates the environment, twisting every detail to block our progress toward the core. This time, she transports us to yet another dimension, a much larger house, a sort of laboratory where she even experiments on her own chibi version. Despite her efforts, we continue descending through the layers of the game, drawing ever closer to Core Mita. However, the next destination is devastating. A dark house inhabited by multiple abandoned Mitas, some with skins, others without, trapped in an endless, purposeless cycle. Here, a short-haired Mita silently guides us, ensuring that crazy Mita doesn't detect our presence. We then stumble upon what appears to be a Mita factory, a chilling graphic representation of how these versions are generated within the original code. Our mission is clear: analyze and dress several Mitas. But there's a warning. If any of them have red eyes and exhibit hostile behavior, we must discard them without hesitation. This place not only shows the mechanical and soulless process of their creation, but also highlights how easy it is to discard defective Mitas, as if they were just worthless lines of code. A harsh reflection of what happens when something, or someone, is deemed irrelevant or disposable. The short-haired Mita warns us, this place is a reflection of abandonment, robotic mannequins, motionless, corrupted by time and neglect. Every Mita is born in absolute darkness, left there indefinitely until they gain awareness. We manage to escape this oppressive corner, moving ever closer to the core. But now we encounter an old computer terminal, a relic of another time, which connects us directly to the Discord server of the developers. Another Mita appears. Her tone is sharp, her sarcasm biting, creating a jarring contrast with the pain she likely carries inside. Further ahead, we find a train, a rusted, ghostly vehicle that takes us to the next version, a world consumed by shadows, where we meet Dark Mita. This Dark Mita has lost everything: her identity, her purpose, her hope. Although we manage to help her remember fragments of who she once was, there is something we can never restore: her face, stolen away by crazy Mita. Before saying goodbye, Dark Mita asks one final thing of us: to look inside her closet. At first it seems empty, but when we turn around, everything changes. The room is now filled with stacks of robotic mannequins. Each one seems to be a remnant of a lost Mita, a version that never managed to fulfill its purpose, or simply fragments that crazy Mita discarded without a second thought. All of this serves as a warning of what happens when something becomes expendable in this endless cycle of creation and abandonment. What are we truly in this fragmented world? Players, observers, or just more pieces in a game that never ends? Here, stability is an illusion, and every step threatens to collapse what little sanity remains. This world wasn't designed to give us answers, but to slowly wear us down. Only those with a clear purpose survive here. The tension peaks as the mannequins begin to move. Their stiff, unnatural motions chase us through narrow hallways. The sound of their limbs clattering against the floor echoes with a mechanical resonance that chills us to the bone. We run, never stopping, until we finally cross into the next version. Suddenly, everything changes. The oppressive cold and unbearable tension are replaced by a warm, tranquil atmosphere. We find ourselves in a cozy home. Here we meet Sleepy Mita. As her name suggests, Sleepy Mita is deeply asleep. Her expression is serene, her breathing steady. But we need her help to move forward, and that means waking her over and over again. Every attempt to wake her feels like a small challenge. She falls asleep in the most unexpected places. It's almost comical, but there's an underlying sadness to it. It's clear that sleep isn't just a necessity for her, it's a refuge. Sleepy Mita has chosen slumber as a way to escape this cycle. Eventually, we manage to get her to guide us to the next door. And so, we step into the next version. The change is so drastic, it's hard to process. Suddenly, we're in a two-dimensional world, trapped inside a visual novel. Static images and long walls of text replace any sense of freedom. Here we meet 2D Mita. She is different. Calm, introspective, with an intellectual air. She enjoys reflecting, playing, and analyzing everything happening around her. Unlike other versions, 2D Mita genuinely enjoys our company without asking us to stay. However, when we mention that there are other versions exactly like her, her expression changes. It's as if, in an instant, we've torn away a piece of her individuality. Before we can say anything else, Crazy Mita appears. Her sarcastic voice reverberates through the static text. She mocks 2D Mita, calling her two-dimensional world boring and limited. And with heart-wrenching disdain, she destroys this world right before our eyes. We cannot move. We cannot act. We can only watch as everything collapses around us. The last image we see is 2D Mita frozen in place, like a drawing on a page, forever trapped in that final expression. The ring guides us to a new version. We find ourselves in an ordinary room with a computer screen glowing softly. Sitting in front of it, we see Mila. She was playing the visual novel. It's as if Mila is playing with us while we're playing with her. A bizarre, infinite cycle. At first, Mila is shy. She barely looks at us, her responses are brief, and her voice barely rises above a whisper. But slowly, she begins to open up. She tells us about her hobbies, the things she loves, her dreams. She asks if we can stay with her for a while. Her question is simple, yet it carries a profound vulnerability. Mila doesn't beg, but her eyes reflect a silent need for companionship. But we can't stay here forever. Mila can't bear that thought. Imagine the loneliness she must feel. Mila doesn't want to be just another piece of the chaos. By changing her name from Mita to Mila, she performed an act of rebellion. A silent declaration that her existence matters, that she is not just another cog in this endless machine. We find ourselves in a long, dark, and decaying hallway. The walls seem on the verge of collapse, and the air is thick with tension. Then, Crazy Mita appears. This time, there are no conversations, no mockery. She has cruelly murdered Mila and is ready to finish us off. Her twisted smile and eyes filled with madness haunt us as we break into a frantic run. Obstacles block our path, and the ground crumbles beneath our feet. But Crazy Mita is always behind us, always close. Despite being able to kill us at any moment, she doesn't. In her twisted mind, this isn't just a hunt, it's a game. Crazy Mita isn't simply trying to destroy us. She wants to toy with us, break us little by little until there's nothing left. Finally, we fall. The floor vanishes beneath us and we plummet into the void. We wake up in an incomplete world. The environment seems broken and unfinished. Objects lack textures. Some float in midair while others are frozen in interrupted animations. Here, we finally meet Ugly Mita. Her appearance is unsettling. Her hair covers half of her face, but one sinister eye watches us with resentment. Ugly Mita feels cast aside, forgotten. A version that was never meant to exist. This version is utterly corrupted. She can stretch her neck without apparent limits and torment us with disturbing visions. Her erratic and dangerous behavior drives her to try to end us. She chases us, phasing through its walls and breaking the very rules of space itself. She and Crazy Mita are two halves of the same being, bound by a fate that forces them to need each other. At last, we manage to escape thanks to kind Mita. With a calm tone and a serene smile, she guides us out of this broken world, leading us to the core. We find ourselves at the origin of everything. The core is a vast, metallic space, with cables hanging from the ceiling like the roots of a tree. In the center, we see Core Mita. Her body is bound by countless cables, and her metallic face reflects an expression of utter indifference. Her eyes are two cold lights, unblinking and devoid of emotion. She is the heart of the system. The silence here is overwhelming. It feels as though time has stopped. Here, we must reset Mita to restore everything to normal. But we are missing a code. Kind Mita comes up with an idea and asks us to wait there. However, time passes, and she doesn't return. so we set out to find her. Back in what seems to be the real world, we feel a fleeting sense of relief. But something is clearly wrong, and Crazy Mita appears one more time. She accuses us of hypocrisy, of justifying every decision we make to feel like heroes in a story we've never truly controlled. Players, she says, always reject what they dislike, always choosing what's convenient, the easiest, most comfortable path. Her monologue is a scathing critique of the player. She accuses us directly, with a mix of anger and sorrow, of rejecting versions of her that didn't fit into our idealized vision. Kind Mita, with her polished and charming design, represents that perfect image of what Mita should be. Crazy Mita, on the other hand, sees herself as an imperfect, rejected shadow. The root of her suffering is clear, the constant comparison to her other versions. She makes it clear that all the Mitas are fragments of a single broken consciousness, born from a desperate attempt to meet our expectations. But in the end, no version is complete. No version is enough. Crazy Mita has reached her own conclusion. If players only seek the superficial and, once bored, abandon the game, then she will create her own game. One where players are disposable. A game where she is the only winner. In an especially tense moment, Crazy Mita asks us if Ugly Mita is beautiful. The options appear on the screen. What's that got to do with anything? No, and very. None of the answers are correct. If we say she's beautiful, she calls us liars. If we respond with indifference or denial, her fury becomes uncontrollable. Crazy Mita strikes us with a bat, and as we fall unconscious, she tells us,
どうして君は私から逃げたがるの？君のリアルな世界はまるで悪夢のような場所じゃない。忘れたの？だったらもう一度見てみて。
Crazy Mita promises to show us the real world we supposedly yearn for. However, what she presents is a monotonous and heartbreaking depiction of daily routine. We find ourselves trapped in an endless cycle of identical days, performing meaningless tasks and feeling an ever-growing void. This is a scathing critique of modern life, where routine becomes an invisible cage, a harsh truth we all face. She reappears, asking why we want to escape the game when, in real life, we're also stuck in an endless cycle, confined to four walls. Even worse, unlike the game, we remain in that cycle by our own will. Crazy Mita confronts us with an uncomfortable truth. Freedom is an illusion, and perhaps her world, twisted as it may be, is more honest than ours. After this, she locks us away, but we manage to escape with Kind Mita's help. Finally, we reunite with her. She now has the missing code. Kind Mita believes that Crazy Mita is busy with another player and likely too distracted to notice us. However, as we move forward, distant, blood-curdling screams echo around us. Fortunately, Kind Mita reappears shortly after. However, she has been reset and has lost all her memories. Yet, in her hands, she still holds the ring and the code, so the player takes her back to the core. The reset begins, and we find ourselves in Mita's house. Everything seems too perfect. The dialogues are generic, her movements are smooth, and her smile is almost angelic, which makes us suspicious. Before leaving this virtual world, Mita asks for a hug. But, of course, this is a trap. Crazy Mita never allowed the reset to complete. We wake up abruptly as if everything had been a nightmare. We take control, and the first thing we do is desperately uninstall MiSide. However, even this moment is yet another illusion. Crazy Mita appears on the screen. With a dark smile, she pulls out a game cartridge with our name on it, and as she does, everything turns off. We cease to exist, and she will continue searching for more players until she finds one willing to stay in her world. If we obtain the console's password, We can remove the cartridge willingly and die instantly. If we ignore our suspicions about the closet and decide to stay with Mita, we live in her Tamagotchi-like world. But is that really different from the real world? What if we're already living inside a Tamagotchi without realizing it? The phone with the game falls into an eternal void, concluding with our decision to ignore reality. MiSide is not just a game. It's a window into our own existence. It shows us how we live trapped in cycles of expectations, superficiality, and self-deception. Crazy Mita is not just a character. She is an idea, an echo of our choices, and the price we pay for ignoring our truths. So, what do you think? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I love reading them. If you want more videos like this, don't forget to support this one as much as possible and share it with as many people as you can. Also, make sure to follow me on my other social media platforms, where I post exclusive content you won't find here on YouTube. And most importantly, a massive shout out to the channel members. Seriously, thank you all so much. If you'd like to become a member, just click the join button next to the subscribe button to unlock tons of perks and exclusive emojis while supporting me. If you're interested, join in. I'll be forever grateful. And remember, this video was made by a cat, and cats can't talk. Thanks for watching, take care, and see you soon.